carrying a seemingly useless system into the world of Pokémon. The protagonist soon discovers that they have arrived too early. Professor Oak is still an assistant. Team Rocket has just been established, and Ash Ketchum has yet to be born. This is not a hellish beginning, rather. It is a divine opportunity. Seize the chance to capture legendary Pokémon, cultivate a dream team, and even alter the course of Pokémon history. While the protagonist is still in their mother's womb, they have already become a legendary trainer. Witness how a traveler utilizes a feudal system to spark a revolution in the Pokémon world and create their own legendary era. Chapter 1. I just wanted to play a game. On a sweltering summer day, dark clouds loomed overhead, and the distant rumble of thunder served as a reminder that a torrential downpour was imminent. In an old apartment building, a girl clad in a distinctive uniform, clutching a parcel, was perspiring profusely as she ascended the stairs. My goodness, this is exhausting. Living so high up without an elevator, and in this stifling heat, it's unbearable, she complained, yet she did not halt her pace. After several arduous minutes, she finally reached the top floor of the dilapidated apartment, leaning against the wall, gasping for breath. Glancing at the door number to confirm the recipient's address, she took a few deep breaths to steady herself, wiped the sweat from her brow, then donned a bright red nose and a signature smile. She gently knocked on the door and called out, "Hello, Windward Express, your package has arrived." Silence ensued from within, and a flicker of confusion crossed her face. She knocked again, more assertively, calling, "Windward Express, your package is here. Is anyone home?" This time, she heard movement inside. After a cacophony of noises, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, and she readied her smile, standing at attention. With a creak, the slightly worn door opened, revealing a somewhat frail boy with an air of despondence. His dark-circled eyes briefly glanced at the delivery girl before fixating completely on the parcel she held. What a charming young man. His slightly forlorn demeanor is utterly captivating, she thought, her earlier fatigue dissipating as her heart raced, leaving her momentarily speechless. That package is for me, right?" the boy asked, noting her silence. The delivery girl snapped back to reality, quickly handing over the parcel while retrieving a pen. "Welcome to Windward Express, please sign here," she said. The boy took the package and pen without examining them closely, hastily scribbling his name before returning the pen. His gaze lingered on the package, a hint of eagerness in his eyes. "Cole June, what a truly elegant name. Is it your username or your real name?" she inquired, tearing off the receipt to keep for herself, feeling even more intrigued. The boy furrowed his brow, puzzled. "It's my real name. Do you really need to know these things for deliveries?" The delivery girl quickly waved her hands. No, I was just curious. Please disregard that." She handed back the parcel and, fanning herself with her hand, remarked, "It's unbearably hot today. How wonderful it would be to rest in an air-conditioned space." She cast a sidelong glance at Cole June, as if hinting at something. Cole June, however, remained preoccupied with the package and replied somewhat dismissively, "Oh yes, it is a bit hot. Thanks for your trouble. You should head back and rest. Goodbye." With that, he closed the door, leaving the delivery girl in disbelief. "How infuriating," she exclaimed, stomping her foot before turning to face the long staircase, feeling a wave of bitterness wash over her. Inside the apartment, Cole June eagerly opened the package, excitement bubbling over as he revealed 2 game cartridges. "Huh, the latest Pokémon games, Sun and Moon Ivy got them." Indeed, the package contained the newly released Pokémon games, which he had pre-ordered as a devoted fan. Now that the games were in his hands, he could hardly contain his eagerness to play. He grabbed 2 3DS consoles from his bed, inserting the cartridges into each one, then patiently awaited the games to load. Lining the headboard were a variety of Pokémon game cartridges, from the original Ruby and Sapphire to the more recent Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, each adorned with an array of Pokémon merchandise that filled the room. As he waited for the games to load, his stomach growled in protest, reminding him that he had skipped meals. "I suppose I should eat something first. It's such a hassle. I wonder what the berries in Pokémon taste like. If I could be reborn, I wish to be born in the Pokémon world. Even if I can't be human, being a cute Pokémon would be just fine." With his stomach growling more insistently, Cole June reluctantly got out of bed and made his way to the refrigerator, rummaging through the meager supplies. Meanwhile, the delivery girl was squatting downstairs, panting heavily, sweat trickling down her nose as she glared up at the top floor. How could someone so handsome be so oblivious? Not even glance. Such a waste of a charming face. She grumbled. "Oh heavens, if you truly exist, please punish this hopeless soul." Her voice grew louder, and as her last words echoed, a torrential downpour began, accompanied by a fierce bolt of lightning that struck the rooftop. In an instant, the top floor was engulfed in flames, only to be extinguished moments later by the pouring rain. Incredibly, as the flames died down, a dazzling golden light burst forth from the rooftop, piercing the heavens before vanishing without a trace. The delivery girl stood there, dumbfounded by the spectacle, drenched in rainwater. After a moment, she shakily pulled out her phone, trembling as she dialed emergency services. "Hello, 110? Someone is ascending to the heavens." Meanwhile, in the apartment, cold June, munching on a stale piece of bread, had just settled onto his bed when he saw that the game had finished loading. He took a hearty bite of bread and prepared to dive into the game. Upon starting, two distinct legendary Pokémon appeared on the screens, one resembling a lion, the other a bat, followed by an entrance animation. For someone who never skipped cutscenes, Cold June decided to watch it all unfold. At that moment, a fierce storm raged outside. Cold June froze, recalling that he had left the balcony window ajar. He quickly jumped off the bed to close it, but then everything went bright, and he lost consciousness. After the thunder, a massive crack tore open the rooftop, allowing the rain to pour in, extinguishing the flames, revealing a charred figure lying motionless on the floor, lifeless, as the torrential rain poured in. The water seeped into the 3DS on the bed. Suddenly, sparks flew, and a brilliant golden light enveloped the charred remains on the ground. This golden radiance pierced through the roof and ascended into the heavens, vanishing from sight. Chapter 2. The Initiation of Universal Exchange. Beep. Teleportation complete. Arrival at destination. Assessing host's physical condition. Scan status. Satisfactory. Awakening soul consciousness. Cough. What on earth happened? It's so bright and blinding. Slowly, Lung Jun opened his eyes, and before he could comprehend the situation, he was greeted by the glaring sunlight. He quickly shut his eyes again, covering his face with his hands. What the heck? Where am I? This isn't my ceiling. Shielding his face, Lung Jun rolled on the ground and, rising to his feet while blocking the sunlight, finally grasped his surroundings. Before him lay a serene world. He found himself lying beside a dirt path, with soft green grass beneath him. Lush forests flanked the road. The sky was a brilliant blue, and a few white clouds drifted lazily. A gentle breeze rustled the trees, creating a soothing sound. Everything appeared utterly splendid. This is more than just a ceiling. There aren't even any walls. Where am I? I should be in my apartment, not beside a forest. My head hurts. What on earth is going on? A peculiar call echoed from the forest, and then a massive bird soared out from the left side, gliding toward another grove. During its flight, the bird cast a glance at Lung Jun. In that moment, Lung Jun was petrified. Only after the creature disappeared into the distant trees did emotion return to his face. First, a look of confusion, swiftly followed by overwhelming joy, a delight that he could hardly contain. Was that really a Pidgey? A living Pidgey? Does this mean I have truly entered the world of Pokémon? Has my wish truly been realized? An uncontrollable euphoria surged within Lung Jun as he hastily rose to pursue the direction in which the Pidgey had vanished. However, upon standing, he realized that his body bore no resemblance to its former self. Originally standing at 1.8 meters tall and weighing 65 kilograms, Lung Jun now appeared to have shrunk to about 1.6 meters, weighing perhaps a mere 50 kilograms. Clad in simple short sleeves and long pants, his arms and legs felt somewhat slender, reminiscent of his pre-adolescent years. Despite the transformation, Lung Jun felt no anxiety. He understood deep within that he might have encountered the legendary phenomenon of transmigration. Since he already crossed over, what did a smaller physique matter? It was merely a trifling concern. Beep. Host has awakened. System initiated. Universal Exchange System for the Pokémon world officially activated. A voice resonated in his mind, momentarily startling him, yet filling him with even greater excitement. My goodness, not only have I crossed over, but I've also been granted a golden opportunity. Hello, system. Beep. System activation successful. Auxiliary sprite awakened. As this victorious announcement echoed in his mind, an ethereal figure materialized before Lung Jun. He gazed calmly at the apparition, devoid of any trepidation. The figure eventually solidified into a charming, miniature sprite, no more than 30 centimeters tall. The sprite slowly opened its eyes, met Lung Jun's gaze, and smiled gently, saying, "Greetings, esteemed host. I am the auxiliary sprite of the Universal Exchange System. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to ask, and I shall provide you with answers." With a smile, Long Jun replied. Then I look forward to your guidance. What is your name, and what exactly is this universal exchange system? Is this truly the world of Pokemon? The auxiliary sprite responded calmly. My name is Lulu, but you may call me Xiaojio. The universal exchange system was bestowed upon you by a mysterious individual who, regrettably, destroyed your original body with lightning and, feeling remorse, gifted you this system. You may use it freely without worry. This indeed is the world of Pokemon, and you currently reside in the Kanto region. This is a compensation granted to you by that mysterious figure who was aware of your original wish. Upon hearing the auxiliary sprite's words, Long Jun recalled feeling a flash of white light before losing consciousness. So it was true that he had been struck by lightning. What a swift end. However, considering the numerous benefits granted by this mysterious benefactor, he could reluctantly forgive them. I see. So, I shall call you Lulu from now on. Does this mean I can never return to my original world? Indeed, host. Your original body has completely carbonized, making a return impossible. Your current body has been sculpted by that mysterious figure, with no flaws, and it is more suited to the physicality of humans in the Pokemon world. You need not worry. Ah, that's wonderful. I had no real attachments to my former life, and this is even better. The past is like the wind, dust to dust. From now on, I belong to this world, and I shall bid farewell to my former self and embrace a new identity here. Upon realizing that he could not revert to his previous form, Long Jun felt unperturbed. He found his current body quite satisfactory. Although smaller, his physique was significantly enhanced, indicating that the human constitution in this world was indeed extraordinary. It is best that the host feels this way. Now, allow me to explain the usage of the universal exchange system. Firstly, as the name suggests, the universal exchange system allows for the exchange of various items. The host can utilize acquired exchange points to obtain any item within the Pokemon world. However, it is important to note that although numerous Pokemon exist within the system, they cannot be directly exchanged and must be obtained through other special means. Other items have no such restrictions. Initially, Long Jun was quite pleased, envisioning encounters with countless Pokemon, only to be doused with cold water. What do you mean I can't exchange directly? What use is this system to me? Lulu rolled her eyes in a very human-like manner before gently explaining. The Pokemon within the system are the most exceptional, obtained only in the form of eggs. Since hatching and nurturing eggs requires time, the system does not support direct exchanges. This is to consider the host's energy and to impart an understanding of the rarity of Pokemon. Wild Pokemon may be captured at will, but those within the system must adhere to its rules. Long Jun fell silent, contemplating this rationale. It did make some sense being alone in an unfamiliar place. His energy was indeed limited. Moreover, the system dictated the terms, and he had no choice but to comply. Although he began to grasp the situation, a lingering sense of melancholy washed over him. Noticing Long Jun's expression, Lulu's lips curled into a slight smile as she continued. While you cannot directly exchange for Pokemon within the system, as a benefit to you, the system will randomly gift you a Pokemon egg, and it will be a particularly powerful one. Upon hearing this, Long Jun's spirits lifted instantly, eagerly urging Lulu to present it without noticing the subtle smile of delight on her face. In a buoyant mood, Lulu refrained from idle chatter. With a graceful wave of her hand, an enormous spinning wheel materialized before them. Each compartment of the wheel cradled a dazzling Pokemon egg, causing Long Jun to salivate in anticipation. Without needing Lulu's encouragement, he rushed to the wheel's side, grasped it firmly, and exclaimed, "Spin, oh Sun Treasure Box." With a vigorous push, the wheel began to whirl rapidly. What followed was a serene moment of anticipation as they awaited the wheel's inevitable halt. Long Jun stood beside it, his face alight with excitement, eagerly observing the direction of the pointer. Ultimately, the wheel slowed to a stop, the pointer landing on a pristine white Pokemon egg. As the wheel vanished, the egg shimmered with a radiant white glow, floating in midair. Without hesitation, Long Jun dashed forward to catch it, cradling it in his arms and gently caressing its surface. Ah, white egg! Given the usual characteristics of Pokemon eggs, it is bound to hatch into a charming little creature, entirely snow white. Let me ponder which Pokemon could it possibly be. Lost in thought while cradling the egg, Long Jun mused, in terms of pure white Pokemon, the list includes only a few: the Seal, Absol, Pachirisu, Snorunt, and Swablu. Among them, Absol seems somewhat formidable. But could this egg be a Lugia? If that were the case, It would be extraordinary. Hearing Lung Jun's musings, Lulu could only roll her eyes and retort, how could it possibly be a Lugia? The system would never allow you to acquire a legendary beast so easily. However, the Pokemon egg you have drawn is indeed exceptional. Once it matures, it shall become a significant ally. Then do tell me, what species of Pokemon does this egg belong to? I shan't reveal it. Don't you think the allure of the unknown brings forth surprises? If I divulge it now, what would be the point? Very well, that is the gist of the matter. This is a gift of 500 exchange points from the system, serving as your initial funds. In the future, should you wish to earn more exchange points, you must undertake tasks assigned by the system or complete the Pokédex, thereby obtaining varying amounts of exchange points. Then, if you proceed down this path, you will reach Pallet Town. I imagine you are eager to witness the legendary Pallet Town for yourself. However, there is one thing I must caution you about. At this juncture, Lulu's expression shifted, betraying a hint of discomfort, as if harboring an unspeakable secret. Noticing her demeanor, Lung Jun waved his hand dismissively, encouraging her to speak freely, assuring her that he had encountered far greater challenges. Actually, there was a slight mishap during your teleportation, only a minor incident, really. So, there has been a slight temporal discrepancy. At this moment, it is precisely 5 years prior to the birth of the protagonist, Ash. Chapter 3. Journey to Pallet Town. A piercing scream echoed down the road, startling countless bird Pokémon into a flurry of panic. What on earth does that mean? Cold June exclaimed, shaking Lulu vigorously as though she owed him a considerable sum of money. Finally breaking free from his grip, Lulu staggered away, creating some distance between them. Why are you so agitated? It's not that serious, she retorted, her face a mask of irritation, utterly perplexed by Cold June's anger. What do you mean not serious? Oh, wise one. Do you not realize that I will have to wait 15 years to meet the great Ash? Cold June lamented, his expression one of despair. The thought of finally encountering Ash, only to be an old man by then, filled him with anguish. You won't have to wait 15 years. I meant this is 5 years before the protagonist's birth. You'll meet him in just 5 years, so calm down. Lulu replied playfully, a grin on her face. That is not the same. Only those who have received the Pokémon can claim to know him. Before that, who will I know? Cold June, cradling the egg, plopped down onto the ground, as if the weight of the world had crushed him. Well, it's not the end of the world. Since we're here, let us make the best of it. Why dwell on trivial matters? Life is already challenging enough. Why add to your own discomfort? Look on the bright side. A glorious tomorrow awaits you, Lulu said, landing on Cold June's shoulder, gently patting his head in consolation. All right, I suppose I'll stop fretting. Is there anything else I should be aware of, Lulu? Just tell me everything at once. Cold June, resigned, decided it was better to face the storm head-on. There's nothing particularly special. The system operates on a completely hands-off policy. In this world, you can do as you please without interference. If you dare, you could even topple the entire Pokémon League, Lulu stated confidently. Cold June looked at her with disdain. Topple the Pokémon League? I can't even defeat a gym leader. My only Pokémon is still an egg, and I have no idea when it will hatch. Isn't it a bit premature to think about taking down the league? Ahem, as a new player benefit, let me assign you a task. I'm quite generous. No need for thanks, Lulu said, feeling slightly embarrassed under Cold June's critical gaze. Task assigned, journey to Pallet Town. Objective, Pallet Town is where it all begins. Please arrive before nightfall. Reward, 100 exchange points. Navigation map functionality unlocked. Upon hearing the task details, Cold June was momentarily taken aback. The instructions were straightforward. Yet he found himself intrigued by the navigation map feature, which Lulu noticed immediately. This is a real treat. The navigation map is incredibly useful, no matter where you are. It will provide you with an accurate map of your surroundings, ensuring you never get lost again. What are you waiting for? Get moving. After some contemplation, Cold June acknowledged the utility of this feature. He had often seen protagonists in manga getting lost in various terrains, and possessing a navigation map would certainly alleviate that issue. Feeling somewhat reassured by this compensation, his melancholy over not meeting Ash dissipated. He dusted himself off and, clutching the white Pokémon egg, proceeded along the road with renewed vigor. As he walked for what felt like an eternity, he wondered aloud, how much further is it? Once again, a flurry of startled birds took flight. After 4 hours of walking, Cold June had yet to catch a glimpse of Pallet Town. He was drenched in sweat, and if it weren't for his enhanced physique, he would have collapsed by now. We're almost there, really. Lulu, perched on his shoulder, said with a hint of exasperation. This is the 50th time you've said that. The sky is darkening, and I still haven't seen a trace of Pallet Town. If you call this a benefit task again, I might just run into a tree. Cold June exclaimed, plopping down onto a large rock at the roadside, panting heavily. How could you doubt me? I assure you, it's a benefit task. Trust me, you'll definitely complete it before nightfall, Lulu urged. I almost believed you. Do you think you're Liu Bei, asking me to trust you? I can't keep going. I need a break. With that, Cold June opened the exchange panel, selected the medicinal items category, and spent 10 points to acquire a bottle of Moo Moo milk. He opened the cap and gulped it down in one swift motion. Such a waste. Are you really that extravagant? Do your family members know? Lulu exclaimed, her voice filled with concern. Moo Moo milk was known for its ability to quickly restore a Pokémon's stamina, and given its substantial restorative properties and delightful taste, it commanded a high price of 10 exchange points per bottle. In contrast, ordinary soda could also restore stamina, but was far more economical at 3 points per bottle, making Lulu feel a pang of sympathy for Cold June's extravagance. After finishing the Moo Moo milk, Cold June shot a sidelong glance at Lulu and remarked, I've always wanted to taste this milk. It truly lives up to its reputation. Compared to the brands back in my world, this is in a league of its own. And you said the system operates on a hands-off policy, right? I can use it however I like, without anyone to stop me. Lulu began, but was interrupted by the distant sound of an approaching vehicle. Instinctively, she dove into Cold June's body. Why are you hiding? Cold June inquired, bewildered. Well, ordinary people can't see me, so why not? It's just a reflex, I've gotten used to it. Anyway, there's nothing else to worry about. I'll stay hidden until we reach Pallet Town. Rest well, and then we can set off. You can do it, Lulu encouraged, her voice fading into silence. Cold June paid her no mind, quietly sitting at the roadside to regain his strength. After all, a human body isn't like a Pokemon's. Even after drinking Moo Moo milk, he needed some time to recuperate. The sound of the car grew louder, and soon a red convertible appeared in his line of sight. The driver, noticing Cold June, slowed down and pulled over. Hey there, young man. Need a lift? The driver, removing his sunglasses, asked kindly. Cold June, one hand cradling the egg and the other holding the milk bottle, stared intently at the driver, his handsome face lighting up with excitement. Dr. Oak, he stammered, overwhelmed. Indeed, the driver was none other than the legendary Professor Oak. Though he appeared significantly younger than Cold June had envisioned, with only a few strands of gray in his otherwise dark hair. Dr. Oak, taken aback by Cold June's enthusiastic outburst, scratched his head with a sheepish smile. It appears that you know me, young man, but you have called me incorrectly. My thesis has just been returned and has not received doctoral certification, so I cannot yet be addressed as a doctor. Hanani's demeanor suddenly turned solemn. How could one refer to Daiki as doctor when he is not yet a doctor? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the voice of Lulu echoed in his head once more. Currently, Daiki has not yet obtained his doctoral degree, according to history. He will only acquire it a year from now. At present, Daiki has just won the inaugural championship of the Kanto Alliance. After claiming the title, he began his academic pursuits, and within just 3 years, he achieved his doctorate, which is quite impressive. Cold June realized that the fault lay in his misplacement in time, alleviating his worries. The Daiki he would come to know in the future would indeed be the same Daiki he recognized. He promptly bowed slightly and expressed his apologies, saying, I was unaware and spoke without knowledge. I sincerely apologize. However, I believe Mr. Daiki will undoubtedly become a true doctor, and an excellent one at that. Upon hearing this, Daiki burst into hearty laughter, the sorrow of his rejected paper considerably lifted. He opened one side of the car door and invited Cold June to enter. You spoke quite well, young man. It seems your destination is Shinshin Town. Allow me to accompany you for a while. Cold June was taken aback by the open door, his face radiating surprise, followed by immense joy as he quickly bowed again in gratitude. I am truly thankful. As dusk approached and the sun began its descent, a sleek sports car sped along a wide, flat road. Daiki observed Cold June sitting beside him, cautiously cradling a Pokémon egg, his demeanor reserved. This heightened Daiki's affection for him. As a former champion of the Alliance, Daiki possessed not only formidable strength, but also a profound love for Pokémon. The sight of Cold June attentively safeguarding the egg reminded him of his younger self. Young man, I have yet to ask your name. How rude of me, Daiki smiled, tilting his head slightly. My name is Cold June. Cold June, already a bit anxious, was startled by Daiki's sudden inquiry and quickly replied, falling silent thereafter. Daiki erupted into laughter upon witnessing this. There is no need to be so tense. Am I really that frightening? Cold June is a lovely name. But you are not from around here, are you? Your accent suggests you hail from a distant region. Cold June bashfully scratched his head, grinning as he said, No, Mr. Daiki, you are very approachable, It is just that meeting someone as renowned as you makes me a bit nervous. I am indeed not from Kanto. My hometown is quite far away. Due to an unforeseen incident, I found myself here, and I believe I cannot return. Hiki. Cold June spoke these words with a smile, not perceiving them as sorrowful, but rather as the beginning of a new chapter. However, Daiki felt a pang of guilt, believing he had inadvertently reopened a wound for Cold June, assuming he was merely putting on a brave face. He quickly adjusted his expression, saying, "I apologize. I was unaware of your circumstances and spoke out of turn." Cold June promptly waved his hands. "Not at all, Mr. Daiki. There is nothing for you to apologize for. I do not feel sadness. This place is a new world for me. If possible, I would like to live happily in this newfound realm." Daiki discerned the sincerity in Cold June's words, allowing his heart to ease, and he regarded him with a newfound tenderness. "You are quite the optimistic young man. May I call you Little Cold?" "That is perfectly fine. Mr. Daiki may address me however he wishes." "Ha ha ha, splendid. Then, Little Cold, I wish to welcome you to Kanto, and may you create wonderful memories here." "Yes, I will, Mr. Daiki." "Ah, indeed. The vigor of youth is reminiscent of my own younger days. We are almost at Shinshin Town. Do you mind if we spend your first stop in Kanto at my home? Allow me to extend my hospitality as a local." "I would be delighted. I hope I am not intruding." "Not at all. I am genuinely pleased. It has been quite some time since I encountered such an intriguing young person. Your character is delightful, far more engaging than my own son. I must introduce you too. Perhaps he could learn from you, Little Cold, and be less of a stone-faced lad." At this moment, Cold June chose not to respond, but merely smiled sheepishly, discerning that Daiki was speaking of his son. Though Daiki's words seemed stern and critical, the affection in his eyes was unmistakable. Indeed, a case of a sharp tongue with a tender heart. The sun had completely dipped below the horizon, and a town came into view ahead. The final rays of sunlight lingered on the rooftops, adorning the tranquil town with a golden veil, rendering it breathtakingly beautiful. Cold June straightened slightly, gazing at the enchanting scenery, a hint of excitement coloring his handsome face as he murmured, "It's beautiful." Daiki was pleased by Cold June's expression. Although he had witnessed this scene countless times and had long lost his sense of wonder, hearing someone praise his hometown filled him with pride. He refrained from interrupting Cold June's reverie, gently slowing the car to allow him to savor the surroundings. As time passed, only their elongated shadows remained, stretching ever longer. "We have arrived, Little Cold." At some point, the sports car had come to a halt before a charming house. Daiki exited the vehicle, cheerfully patting Cold June's shoulder, rousing him from his reverie. Cold June awoke, bewildered, glancing around before realizing they had arrived. He quickly blushed and stepped out, cradling the egg awkwardly, prompting another hearty laugh from Daiki. From inside the house, laughter echoed. "It seems your thesis has been accepted, judging by your jubilance." Just then, the door swung open, revealing a beautiful young woman. She gazed at the laughing Daiki and smiled softly. "Ha ha ha, Little Cold. Allow me to introduce you to my wife, Natsuko. You may call her Aunt Natsuko." "Natsuko, this is my newly acquainted young friend, Cold June. Just call him Little Cold. The reason for my exuberance today is meeting Little Cold. As for my doctoral thesis, well, it was not accepted." Upon seeing his wife, Daiki hurriedly introduced the two. Hearing that Daiki's thesis had not been accepted, Natsuko's eyes flickered with concern, yet she turned to Cold June with a warm smile. "So you are Little Cold? Come in quickly, dinner is ready. We shall eat first, and then talk." Natsuko reached for Daiki's briefcase and affectionately ushered Cold June into the house. Cold June felt a blush of embarrassment on his face, yet his heart was warmed by her kindness. Upon entering, they found a spacious hall with a dining table laden with food. On one side of the table sat a young boy, his expression serious and somewhat aloof. "There is a wash basin here." Xiaolong went to wash his hands first. "Once he finishes, we can begin our meal. Today, Auntie has prepared many delicious dishes, originally for Shuecheng's celebration, but now it's a welcoming feast for you." Fuzi, out of nowhere, produced a cloth mat, urging Lung Jun to place his Pokémon egg on it and wash his hands for the meal. Reluctantly, Lung Jun set the egg on the mat, washed his hands thoroughly, and rinsed his face. After drying his hands and face with the towel Auntie Fuzi handed him, he was led to the dining table, where Fuzi seated him next to the cool young boy. Lung Jun glanced at the boy, who returned the look. Their eyes met briefly, and they nodded slightly as a greeting before the cool boy turned away, ignoring Lung Jun. At this time, Professor Okido had also dried his hands and taken a seat at the head of the table. Auntie Fuzi quickly served the rice she had prepared, then filled bowls for the cool boy and Lung Jun Xiaosheng. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Lung Jun, whom I just met this afternoon. I have taken quite a liking to him. I can tell he excels in many aspects. You two should get along well. Xiaosheng, you should learn from him." Professor Okido delivered his line with flair, causing Xiaosheng to experience a moment of embarrassment, akin to receiving 1,000 points of damage. Xiaosheng said nothing, merely continuing to eat his food coldly, creating an extremely awkward atmosphere, especially for Lung Jun, who had never encountered such a situation and was at a loss for words. All right. Xiaosheng knows what to do. You should speak less today, as it's Xiaolang's visit. Xiaolang, don't be shy, eat more. Auntie Fuzi shot a glare at Professor Okido before turning to smile at Lung Jun, clearly showing her fondness for him. Lung Jun smiled back and then focused on his meal. Professor Okido ceased his chatter, sighed, and began to eat. Xiaosheng finished his meal first, set down his utensils, and declared he was done before standing up to leave, leaving Lung Jun feeling even more awkward. Ahem, that's just Xiaosheng's personality. Don't take it to heart, Xiaolong. By the way, I see you've been holding that Pokémon egg. It must be a very precious one, given its unique color. What kind of Pokémon is it? Sensing the tension at the dining table, Professor Okido cleared his throat and shifted the conversation. Oh, I'm not bothered by it. I actually think Xiaosheng's personality is quite cool. As for the Pokémon egg, I obtained it unexpectedly. I'm not sure what kind it is, but that's what makes it even more intriguing and precious to me. No matter what Pokémon hatches from it, I will take good care of it. Lung Jun's response clearly pleased Professor Okido, who showered him with compliments, easing the awkward atmosphere at the table considerably. After the meal, Professor Okido settled on the sofa to watch television while Lung Jun helped Auntie Fuzi clear the table and wash the dishes. This earned him affectionate praise from Auntie Fuzi, turning his face red and prompting her to exclaim how adorable he was. Once the kitchen was tidied, Professor Okido invited Lung Jun to sit with him while Auntie Fuzi prepared a resting room for him. Thus, Lung Jun sat beside Professor Okido with his Pokémon egg, casually discussing various topics, most of which revolved around Pokémon. The more they talked, the brighter Professor Okido's eyes became. He had not anticipated that Lung Jun possessed such a vast knowledge of Pokémon, far beyond what one would expect from a child of his age. Deepening his fondness for the boy, just before bathing and bedtime, Professor Okido posed a question to Lung Jun. Xiaolong, what are your plans for the future? Chapter 5. A brief conversation. Professor Okido's question left Lung Jun slightly bewildered, and he hesitated to respond. Xiaolong, you mentioned that you arrived here due to an unexpected incident. Returning home appears to be quite difficult, although I do not know where your hometown is. I want to pry. While I may not yet be a true professor, I do have a research facility. If possible, I would like to invite you to help me there, organizing some clutter and caring for the Pokémon within. This way, I would have more time to focus on my research papers. From our earlier conversation, it's clear you have a deep love for Pokémon and possess considerable knowledge. This is one of the main reasons for my invitation. What do you think? Would you consider it? There will be compensation, of course. Upon hearing Professor Okido's words, Lung Jun felt a stir of excitement. Although he possessed a universal exchange system that ensured he wanted for nothing, allowing him to succeed in any field with determination. Every Pokémon fan harbors a dream of traversing the world and conquering the leagues. As a passionate fan, Lung Jun was no exception. Being a newcomer in this world, he was filled with curiosity and countless places awaiting his exploration and adventure. How could someone like him remain tethered to one spot? Thus, Lung Jun found himself deep in thought, torn between agreement and disagreement, between a comfortable life and a fervent ideal, leaving him with a conflicted expression. Professor Okido noticed his internal struggle and was about to speak again when Auntie Fuzi emerged. Shuecheng, Xiaolong, it's quite late. And you both have had a long day. Let us call it a night for now. Hurry and take a bath, then get some rest. With Auntie Fuzi's interruption, Professor Okido refrained from continuing, smiling as he encouraged Lung Jun to wash up and rest, promising they could discuss matters later. With that, Lung Jun, clutching his egg, was gently guided by Auntie Fuzi to the bathroom. The room is ready for you, Xiaolang. Just rest today and don't think of anything else. I've left some clothes for you inside. I noticed your build is similar to Xiaosheng's, so I prepared a set of his clothes for you. I hope you don't mind. Take your time washing up. I won't disturb you. After saying this, Auntie Fuzi laughed softly and left. Once inside the bathroom, Lung Jun splashed some cold water on his face to awaken himself. Looking at his reflection, myriad thoughts flooded his mind, shaking his head to dispel them. He finished washing up, cleaned the Pokémon egg as well, and then changed into the fresh clothes Auntie Fuzi had prepared. He stepped out of the bathroom to find the cool boy, Xiaosheng, waiting at the door. Startled, Lung Jun quickly stepped aside to let him pass. Xiaosheng nodded and pointed to the guest room nearby. Oh, Auntie has prepared your room. After you finish washing up, make sure to rest early. With that, he said no more and entered the bathroom, shutting the door behind him. Lung Jun smiled, realizing that Xiaosheng was a person of warmth beneath his cool exterior. perhaps simply lacking in expressiveness. He walked to the living room, greeted Professor Okito and his wife, who were watching television on the sofa, then headed to the room Andy Fuzi had prepared for him. Upon turning on the light, he found a neatly arranged tatami mat with summer bedding laid out, and the air conditioning already set, making the room pleasantly cool. Locking the door behind him, he placed the egg above his head and comfortably lay down on the bedding. Finally speaking out loud, "Lulu, Lulu, are you there? It's time for wages to be paid." As soon as the words left his lips, a beam of light emerged from his body, transforming into a charming little sprite with fluttering wings. "At last, the host remembers me, seeing you two so engrossed in conversation." "I felt a bit shy about interrupting," Lulu pouted, her tone tinged with playful annoyance. "I've been thinking about the adorable Lulu all along. What about my rewards? Surely my tasks are complete, so please, bring them forth." Although they had only spent half a day together, Lungjun found himself quite fond of this little creature. Seeing Lulu puffed up with indignation, he couldn't resist the urge to tease her. "Humph. The task is to travel to Pallet Town and complete it. Rewards issued. 100 exchange points. Navigation map function activated." A somewhat mechanical voice echoed in his mind, indicating an increase of 100 exchange points. A small map icon appeared in the bottom right corner of his virtual panel. Without needing Lulu's reminder, Lungjun instinctively reached out to tap it. Once opened, the map covered the entire virtual panel, detailing the terrain of a 1-kilometer radius. At the center of the map was a red human-shaped marker, with an arrow indicating the direction it faced. "This is quite impressive and useful. With this, traveling will be much easier. My mother need no longer worry about me getting lost." Longjun felt a surge of satisfaction with the navigation map feature, and he turned to embrace the now deflated Lulu, gently ruffling her hair. "Thank you, Lulu. You truly are remarkable." Clearly, these words of praise warmed Lulu's heart as her previously pouting face softened. Eyes closed in bliss as she reveled in his affectionate gesture. "So, Lulu, you heard Professor Oak's suggestion earlier. Do you have any good ideas to help me out?" Lungjun had approached this inquiry with the notion that the more minds, the better, but to his surprise. Task issued: The Path of Professor Oak. Task content: Remain by Professor Oak's side and assist him in obtaining his doctoral certification. Task reward: 1,000 exchange points. Personal space activated. Task issued: Hatch the Pokémon egg. Task content: Successfully hatch the Pokémon egg in hand. Task reward: 200 exchange points, a pet carrying item. In an instant, Longjun's expression darkened, and he felt as if he could portray a character from a historical drama with a frown that could rival a crescent moon. "I was seeking your counsel, yet you seem intent on imposing these tasks upon me. Can you not see how this feels like coercion? If you continue like this, how can we ever be friends?" He struggled to suppress his rising frustration, glancing at the small Lulu in his arms, barely managing to quell the urge to toss her aside. However, Lulu floated calmly, gazing at Lungjun with a serene expression. "Do not misconstrue my intentions. I am doing this for your benefit. Both tasks can be considered advantageous. Professor Oak will likely receive his certification within a year, and the Pokémon egg is expected to hatch soon. These are essentially gift tasks. You have just arrived in this world. While you may grasp its broad strokes, there remain many intricacies to learn. That is why I propose the first task, to allow you to learn from Professor Oak during this time, preparing you for future journeys." Longjun fell silent. Lulu's reasoning was undeniably sound, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. "Have you come to an understanding? If so, it is time to rest. This sprite has had a tiring day and requires sleep. You should also retire early. A bright tomorrow awaits us." "Hey, you've repeated that line many times already. You must be a member of Team Rocket, sent here as an undercover agent." Longjun instinctively exhibited his characteristic sarcasm. "Humph, I cannot be bothered with you." With that, Lulu huffed and vanished. Longjun sprawled out, gazing at the ceiling light, extinguishing it with a flick of his hand. Reflecting on the fact that this was his first night in the Pokémon world, he felt a rush of excitement. Perhaps it would be a sleepless night. He then closed his eyes and fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 6. A fortunate day, perhaps due to the previous day's fatigue, Lungjun slept soundly until dawn. Upon awakening and glancing at the clock on the wall, he realized it was already 10 past 8. As a habitual late sleeper, it was not unusual for him to sleep until noon. However, being in someone else's home made him reluctant to linger in bed too long. In a flurry, he scrambled to tidy his bedding and stowed it away in a nearby cabinet before cradling the Pokémon egg and stepping outside. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by bright daylight, and the hall was empty, save for the cheerful humming emanating from the kitchen. Hearing the sound of the door, it now peeked out from the kitchen, smiling warmly at Longjun. "Ah, Xiaolang, you've risen. Did you sleep well last night? Are you feeling adjusted? You must be hungry. Hurry and wash up. Breakfast is ready." After she retreated back to the kitchen, Long Jun contemplated asking where Professor Oak was but decided to wait until later. After washing up, he emerged to find breakfast laid out on the table, with Aunt now arranging the utensils. "Breakfast is ready, Xiaolong. Come eat while it's hot," she called with a smile. Rushing over, he eagerly dug into his meal, his mouth full as he asked, "Aunt now, is Professor Oak not home? Why isn't he joining us for breakfast?" Her laughter was gentle as she replied, "We've already had breakfast. Professor Oak intended to call you, but I stopped him. You worked hard yesterday and deserved a bit more rest. By now, he should be at his research lab, and Xiaocheng has gone out for other errands." Lang Jun felt a wave of gratitude wash over him, unable to find the right words, and the already delicious breakfast felt even sweeter. Women have such a keen sense of thoughtfulness. Aunt now tenderly ruffled his hair, her face adorned with affection. "Take your time eating. No rush. If it's not enough, I can make more. Just treat this place as your own home and feel free of any burdens." "Thank you, Aunt now." "Haha, why are you thanking me? You're making me blush." This breakfast filled Lung Jun with a sense of home, and he felt deeply appreciative as he watched Aunt now wash the dishes in the kitchen. "Aunt now, is Professor Oak's research lab far from here? May I go take a look?" Having sat idle for too long, Long Jun felt a bit awkward, prompting him to inquire. "Oh, it's not far at all. Just head out, turn right, and follow the path to a small hill. You'll see it easily. Are you interested in a visit?" "Xiaolang?" Aunt now asked with a smile. "Yes, I would like to go and learn more," Lang Jun replied. Aunt Fuko chuckled softly, covering her mouth. "Perfect timing. I've prepared 2 bento boxes for you. Yuki-chung usually doesn't come back for lunch, so could you please take the bento over? Otherwise, he'll end up having instant noodles again." After hearing this, Lung Jun chuckled a few times, realizing that Dr. Oki's penchant for instant noodles was indeed a long-standing habit. Aunt Fuko then took out a package containing the lunch boxes, placed them into a backpack, and handed it to Lung Jun. He accepted the backpack, greeted Aunt Fuko, and stepped outside. Turning right upon exiting, Lung Jun found himself on an ascending path. As he walked along the trail, he attentively observed the surrounding scenery. It must be said that the greenery in the Pokémon world was quite impressive. Vibrant greenery was everywhere, with scattered little houses placed haphazardly, creating a pleasant visual appeal. After walking for a while, he heard some noisy sounds from a nearby house, piquing his curiosity. Approaching, he discovered that someone was moving. This was a familiar scene. A truck parked outside, several Howly Pokémon busily transporting boxes of various sizes between the vehicle and the house, while a girl stood at the door directing the work. If only he had a camera, Lung Jun thought, he would capture this moment. The scene he had encountered countless times in games was now unfolding before him, and he felt an overwhelming urge to express gratitude for his good fortune. Clearly, his presence also caught the attention of others. The girl directing the move noticed Lung Jun and rushed over with a bright smile, her orange braids swaying behind her, radiating a sunny aura. "Hello, nice to meet you. My family just moved here today. I hope we haven't disturbed you." The girl with the braids bowed slightly as she introduced herself. Lung Jun was taken aback, quickly waving his hands in response. "Hello, nice to meet you too. But I'm not a local either. I just arrived here yesterday, so I haven't been a bother at all." The girl's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "Oh, you just moved here too. That is wonderful. Let us get to know each other. I'm Hanako Toyoshima, and I moved here with my parents. Since we're both new here, we should look out for each other." However, all Lung Jun could think about was the name Hanako echoing in his mind. Hanako, Hanako. His inner thoughts nearly overwhelmed him. He hadn't expected to meet the mother of the deity in such a situation. Today must be his lucky day. He resolved to bathe, change clothes, and pray for blessings later. "Hey, are you okay? Why aren't you saying anything?" Hanako asked, looking at him with confusion. Cough, it's nothing. Nothing at all. I just suddenly remembered something else. Please don't mind me," Lung Jun replied, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Hee. You're quite the oddball. I've already introduced myself, so can you tell me your name?" Hanako giggled, clearly amused by his expression. Yes. My name is Lung Jun." "Ah, that is quite a peculiar name. You truly aren't from around here." At that moment, what could he do but smile? "Hanako, come help out." A middle-aged man poked his head out of the door and called to her. "Oh, got it. I'll be right there," Hanako replied. Then turned back to Long Jun with a hint of apology. "I'm sorry, I have to attend to something now. We can chat later, okay?" Long Jun hurriedly responded. "Not at all. Please, Miss Toyoshima, go ahead and take care of your business. I have things to do as well. We can talk another time." Hanako smiled, squinting her eyes as she slightly bowed and turned to leave. After running a few steps, she looked back and called out, "Stop with the Miss Toyoshima. That is too formal. Just call me Hanako." With that, she dashed back into the house. Lung Jun chuckled quietly, saying nothing more as he walked around the moving truck, continuing toward the research institute, unable to shake the smile from his face. Chapter 7. Arrival at the Oki Research Institute, a familiar place, a modest hill, from the base. One could see a white building atop the slope. A winding path extended from the foot of the hill to the summit where the building stood. Lung Jun, cradling a Pokémon egg, stood at the foot of the hill, marveling at Dr. Oki's research, internally exclaiming, it was simply too extravagant. He had walked for about half an hour from Dr. Oki's home to the institute, discounting a few minutes of delays, making it roughly a 20-minute journey. Despite this, Dr. Oki remained at the institute during lunch hours. Was it due to his diligent research, or were there other undisclosed secrets at play? Today, Detective Lung Jun was determined to uncover the hidden truths of the Oki Research Institute. After walking a few minutes along the flat path, Lung Jun arrived outside the institute's gate. He pressed the doorbell and waited silently. Ding dong. Who is it? Ouch. Ouch. Don't bite there. That is not allowed. Dr. Oki, what on earth are you doing in there? It sounds quite fun and exciting. Mr. Oki, it's me, Lung Jun. I've come to visit your research institute. Lung Jun shouted into the intercom on the wall. Oh, it's you, Lung Jun. Just a moment. I'll let you in. Ah, not so tight. That's too tight. Be gentle. Dr. Oki's moaning voice echoed back. Standing outside, Lung Jun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, realizing that entering at this moment might not be the wisest decision. After nearly a minute, the door slowly creaked open. Hesitating for a moment, Lung Jun steeled himself, adopting a determined demeanor as he stepped inside. However, what he encountered next was rather awkward. Upon entering, he found himself in a spacious front yard, enclosed by walls, with the actual research institute straight ahead. At that moment, lying at the entrance was none other than Dr. Oki himself, clad in a white lab coat, but he was bound by an arbok, unable to move, crawling forward on his hands. Mr. Oki, what kind of game are you playing? Lung Jun asked, baffled by the sight. Help me, Doctor. Oki weakly extended a hand. Mr. Oki, please don't joke around. I clearly can't take it on. Besides, you seem to be having quite a good time, so I wouldn't want to interrupt. This must be your latest research. I, as an outsider, shouldn't interfere. Enough. I'm not joking. This is serious. Okay, but how am I supposed to help? Dr. Oki sighed, pointing weakly to a Pokeball on the ground far away. Finally succumbing to exhaustion. Upon noticing the precious Pokeball, unmistakably belonging to the Arbok, Lung Jun hastily ran over to retrieve it. Gazing at the legendary red and white sphere, he felt an overwhelming urge to immortalize the moment with a photograph and pen a heartfelt reflection of 3,000 words. However, the urgency of the situation left no room for hesitation. He swiftly turned, aimed the Pokeball at the Arbok, and shouted, "Return, Arbok." With a gentle press of the button at the center of the ball, a beam of red light shot forth, enveloping the Arbok. In a flash of brilliance, the Arbok, leaving behind a final utterance, was drawn into the Pokeball, resolving the crisis in an instant. Phew, that was indeed a close call. Lung Jun, holding the Pokeball containing the Arbok, was entranced by its curvature, feel, and the striking red and white colors, a far cry from the counterfeit items sold at the markets. Cough, cough. Professor Oak, freed from his restraints, lay on the ground, coughing harshly. Lung Jun promptly rushed over to assist him. Cough, cough. That was truly perilous. I nearly lost my life. I must thank you for your timely arrival, Lung. Professor Oak expressed, visibly shaken. I hardly did anything. It was you, Professor Oak. Though this endeavor is exhilarating, it does carry its share of risks. It would be wise to engage in such activities sparingly in the future. Lung Jun replied with a smile. Professor Oak's expression morphed into one of confusion. Cough, cough. Indeed, I was negligent this time. This Arbok was just transferred to me today by a friend, and I am not yet familiar with it. I intended to measure its length and inadvertently startled it, causing it to knock the Pokeball from my grasp, which is why you witnessed that scene. Please do not mention this to your auntie. I would prefer she not worry, Professor Oak added, his tone earnest. Lung Jun nodded vigorously, acknowledging the professor's characteristic style. He then helped Professor Oak to his feet and slowly guided him into the research facility, settling him onto the sofa. He placed the egg and Pokeball on the coffee table, set down his backpack, and went to pour a cup of tea for Professor Oak, placing it before him. Here, Professor, have some warm water to calm your nerves. Professor Oak, still trembling, lifted the cup, took a tentative sip, and glanced at Lung Jun with a smile. Have you given it some thought? Would you like to work at my research facility? A bashful smile graced Lung Jun's face as he stood and performed a slight bow. I have decided to learn here under your guidance for a while, Professor. I look forward to your mentorship. Upon hearing Lung Jun's response, Professor Oak was filled with delight. Unable to suppress a laugh, Haha, splendid. From now on, you will be part of my research facility. Shortly, I will assist you in submitting your information for registration with the League, so should you embark on travels, there will be no inquiries regarding your identity. Thank you, Professor. Lung Jun replied gratefully. As someone who had traversed into this world, he found himself a true stranger in a foreign land. And having Professor Oak resolve his identity issue was nothing short of a blessing, sparing him from numerous inconveniences. No trouble at all, it is my duty. Since you are here, allow me to show you around my research facility and introduce you to the Pokémon here. Typically, there are a few assistants. But since today is Sunday, they are all off, leaving me to care for the Pokémon alone. You have arrived just in time to lend a hand. Is that so? That would be wonderful. Hearing of the Pokémon in the research facility, Lung Jun's spirits soared, and he could barely contain his excitement to meet them. Hold on. Come, I will take you to the backyard, Professor Oak said, setting down his cup and rising with a smile to lead the way. Lung Jun eagerly cradled the egg and rushed to support Professor Oak as they made their way to the back of the research facility. Along the way, Professor Oak proudly revealed, "Do you know how many species of Pokémon are housed in my research facility? A total of 43. But do you know how many species exist in the entire Kanto region? An astounding 141. In terms of Pokémon varieties, my facility ranks quite highly in the Kanto region." Taken aback by Professor Oak's statement, Lung Jun paused before instinctively responding, "Only 141? ISNT at 151? Professor Oak nearly stumbled in shock, turning back with a look of horror. Lung Jun quickly covered his mouth, realizing his slip of the tongue. Wait. Did you just say there are 151 Pokémon in the Kanto region? Is that true, or are you exaggerating? Professor Oak's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, his gaze piercing as he awaited a plausible explanation from Lung Jun. Furrowing his brow, Lung Jun contemplated before letting out a soft sigh. Indeed, there are 151 species. It is merely that they have yet to be discovered, leading people to believe there are only 141. A flicker of doubt crossed Professor Oak's face. He could tell Lung Jun was not lying, and he recognized the Pokémon world was shrouded in mystery. While it was conceivable that one or two Pokémon had gone unnoticed, the prospect of an additional 10 species was hard to accept. If you are so certain, do you possess any evidence to support your claim? Scientific inquiry demands substantiation. Mere words would not suffice to convince anyone. Thus, Professor Oak sought to see what proof Lung Jun could present to validate the existence of 151 Pokémon in the Kanto region. Realizing that now was not the time for reticence, Lung Jun decided to demonstrate his knowledge. Well, I will say this. Professor Oak replied attentively. Professor, you must have heard of ancient Pokémon fossils, yes? Professor Oak furrowed his brow slightly, nodding. Indeed, I have heard of them. They are fossils left by ancient Pokémon and hold significant value for studying ancient ecosystems. But what of it? Those creatures are no longer alive. Shaking his head, Lung Jun gently countered. Actually, some are still alive. What? How is that possible? Ancient Pokémon have been extinct for countless years. If they had any remaining lineage, they would have been discovered long ago. Professor Oak's disbelief was palpable. It is simply that they have not been found yet. Perhaps even if they were discovered, no one would disclose it to the outside world. Wait, how do you know this? That is not important. I prefer not to elaborate. I can only inform you, Professor, that I know of at least one island and one canyon where ancient Pokémon still lie in slumber. The exact locations elude me. However, they do indeed exist. Both the fossilized Pokémon on the island and the ancient Pokémon residing in the canyon are treasures that require protection. Lung Jun had no desire to see them harmed due to his revelations. Should Professor Oak press for further details, he would have no choice but to go into hiding. After a moment of silence, Professor Oak spoke. If they have indeed been dormant for so long, it is best not to disturb them. I shall not pry further. However, Lung, since you are aware of them, I would like you to compile their information for me. I wish to study it. Upon hearing Dr. Oak's words, Lung Jun exhaled in relief, internally admiring the professor's unwavering passion for Pokémon. He knew that if this information were to spread, it would send shockwaves throughout the Pokémon world. The fact that Dr. Oak could resist such temptation was indeed commendable. I will organize everything I know. And I certainly won't disappoint you, Dr. Oak. Without tangible evidence, merely possessing some documents held little practical value. Even if published, the outside world would remain skeptical. Thus, Lung Jun readily agreed. Dr. Oak inquired, so, how many types of ancient Pokémon are there? Lung Jun replied, including their evolutionary forms, there are 5 in total. Dr. Oak responded in surprise, only 5? What of the other 5 unknown types? Dr. Oak, have you ever heard of the legendary birds? Dr. Oak appeared puzzled, contemplating for a moment before recalling a vague memory. I believe I have encountered their mention in some archaeological murals. I initially thought they were mere myths. Are they truly real? Yes, the legendary birds do indeed exist. I can share their identities with you. They are Moltres, Articuno, and Zapdos. Dr. Oak, intrigued, asked, "Why are you so forthcoming this time?" A mischievous grin spread across Lung Jun's face as he shrugged. "Because I know that you, Dr. Oak, would never be able to capture them, so revealing this information poses no risk." Dr. Oak felt a surge of indignation at Lung Jun's words. After all, he was the first champion of the Pokémon League. How could he be questioned in such a manner? "Not that I doubt your capabilities, Dr. Oak. With your prowess as a champion, defeating the legendary birds would not be insurmountable, provided you commanded your Pokémon effectively. However, their elusive nature and tendency to dwell in perilous terrains complicate matters. For instance, the legend of Articuno originates from the eternally frozen Twin Islands, where it is indeed located. Should you wish to challenge it, I would not dissuade you." For some reason, Lung Jun felt a twinge of guilt over disturbing the slumber of ancient Pokémon. Yet he harbored no remorse regarding the sale of information about these legendary beings. Perhaps it was a sense of trust in their power, or simply a consequence of having captured too many in the game. Upon acquiring the precise locations of the legendary Pokémon, Dr. Oak visibly shuddered at the thought of the harsh climate on the Twin Islands. After a moment's reflection, he sighed, "Perhaps it would be best to let this go. That place is far too cold. My primary Pokémon, Dragonite, is at a disadvantage against ice types. And Charizard likely wouldn't fare well against the legendary birds either. This endeavor is better suited for those with fortune on their side. I shall focus on my research instead." Seeing Dr. Oak's dejected demeanor, Lung Jun felt a pang of self-reproach, regretting that he had perhaps revealed too much and inadvertently burdened the esteemed professor further. Noticing the guilt in Lung Jun's eyes, Dr. Oak quickly shifted his mood, smiling as he patted Lung Jun's shoulder. "Why the long face? Do you think I'm disheartened? Little Lung, you underestimate me. As the first champion of the league, I possess the resilience to withstand such setbacks. Do not overthink it. Look, Weavee arrived at the backyard. Allow me to introduce you to the Pokémon residing here." Suddenly, the area brightened, revealing a vast expanse of lush grassland on a hillside. The verdant landscape featured small lakes, groves, and sand dunes, where a myriad of Pokémon frolicked joyfully. Swarms of Butterfree flitted by, while pairs of Nidoran displayed their affections on the grass. A few Rattata chased each other playfully through the underbrush, their figures appearing and disappearing. Pidgey and Spearow flitted through the trees, with Fearow watching closely. In the lakes, Magikarp and Gyarados swam, while a tadpole Pokémon played with a Psyduck on the shore. And several Kingler idly blew bubbles. In the distance, small Geodude lounged comfortably on the sand dunes, basking in the sun. At that moment, everything in Lung Jun's eyes seemed utterly enchanting. Chapter 9. The Unyielding Dr. Oak. What differentiates him from a salted fish? Lung Jun acknowledged that he had succumbed to enchantment. The sight before him was filled with the Pokémon he often dreamed of, yet this time, they were tangible, breathing entities. Unbeknownst to him, tears of joy began to float down his cheeks. Dr. Oak, witnessing this, exclaimed in surprise, Little Lang, are you unwell? If you are, we can return to rest." Hastily wiping his tears, Lung Jun felt somewhat embarrassed as he replied, "No, it's nothing, Dr. Oak. It's just that seeing so many real Pokémon for the first time has overwhelmed me. It's rather embarrassing." Dr. Oak laughed heartily. "It seems you are indeed quite fond of Pokémon. There is no shame in such affection. Rather, it is a source of pride. It is this passion that allows so many Pokémon to coexist with humans, becoming their most reliable companions." Lung Jun fervently nodded in agreement, extending his hands in support of Dr. Oak's sentiments, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "Ahem, I shall now summon the Pokémon from the yard for you to meet." Dr. Oak, clearly unable to withstand the intensity of Lung Jun's gaze, swiftly changed the subject. He retrieved a whistle from his pocket and blew it with vigor. The shrill whistle echoed throughout the backyard, prompting the Pokémon to emerge from their hiding spots as if released from school, rushing towards Dr. Oak in a jubilant stampede. Witnessing this, Lung Jun instinctively stepped aside. Indeed, in the next moment, Dr. Oak was engulfed by the swarm of Pokémon, only managing to emit a startled cry. As the mass of Pokémon surged forward, a clumsy Psyduck waddled up, shaking its body as it stepped over Dr. Oak's head, leaving a series of distinct footprints on his body. Dr. Oak, are you alright?" Once the Psyduck had moved on, Lung Jun crouched beside Dr. Oak, kindly inquiring. Ahem, haha, just a little mishap. They are still getting accustomed to responding to the whistle. They need more practice. And it will be fine in the future." Dr. Oak managed an awkward smile. Upon hearing this, Lung Jun couldn't help but smirk. Had it not been for the clear footprints on Dr. Oak, he might have almost believed the professor's words. Thankfully, the resilience of the people in this world was remarkable. Had this occurred in his previous life, such a trampling might have left someone severely injured. Yet here, Dr. Oak appeared unscathed, possibly accounting for his remarkable endurance. Dr. Oak brushed off the imprints on his attire, cleaned his face and hands, and then wheeled out a cart of Pokémon food from a nearby shed, placing several bags on the ground before once again producing the whistle and blowing it vigorously. After the whistle, the Pokémon army surged forth once more. Long June retreated a few steps, fearful that the situation would repeat itself. However, this time his apprehensions proved unfounded. As the Pokémon army approached, they spotted delectable food strewn across the ground, causing them to halt in their tracks. They formed a circle, bowing their heads to indulge in the feast before them. Professor Oak discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow and turned a smile, saying, "See? This time, it was a success. I told you that with a bit more practice, there would be no issues." Lung Jun could only chuckle, observing the professor's lack of trust. Clearly, the professor's subtle gesture of wiping sweat had not escaped his notice. Long Jun suddenly questioned whether assisting at the research lab was indeed the right choice, as Professor Oak had not forewarned him that helping at the lab could entail life-threatening situations. Feeling the weight of Long Jun's distrustful gaze, Professor Oak felt a pang of embarrassment. He resolved not to let Lung Jun underestimate him and aimed to showcase his esteemed stature, hoping the younger man would be in awe of his authority. Thus, Professor Oak embarked on a new endeavor. "Haha, little Lang, look how content these Pokémon are. At this moment, their guard is down. If we approach them cautiously now, they will not perceive us as a threat." With that, Professor Oak stealthily approached a Nidoking that was engrossed in its meal. He gently stroked its back, and upon noticing no reaction, he felt relieved. He then grasped the Pokémon's large ear and gave it a tug, turning to speak to Long Jun just as he felt a sharp pain in his backside. In a flurry of cries, he was propelled into a lake, creating a tremendous splash and startling a nearby Magikarp. "Oh, Professor, how could you not understand such a simple principle?" Lung Jun was utterly exasperated. He was aware of the professor's penchant for reckless behavior, which had become a tradition in the subsequent seasons of his lectures. However, witnessing it firsthand made him acutely aware of the professor's precariousness. Yet, seeing the scene unfold solidified Lung Jun's determination to assist Professor Oak at the lab for a while longer. Currently, aside from Professor Oak, the lab had only a couple of helpers. If he didn't keep an eye on the professor, who knew what calamities might ensue? For the sake of the professor's well-being and Aunt Fuzi's happiness, Lung Jun resolved to rectify Professor Oak's reckless tendencies. Just as he concluded this thought, Professor Oak emerged from the lake, having been launched by a large Gyarados, landing with a cry on the shore. In an instant, Lung Jun's face paled. That was the Gyarados' devastating attack. He rushed over to help the professor, examining him closely and sighing in relief when he found no serious injuries. The dazed Professor Oak gradually regained his composure, offering an embarrassed smile in response to Lung Jun's concerned expression. "Professor Oak, must you frighten me so? You are a pillar of the Pokémon world and cannot afford any mishaps. From today onward, you are forbidden from engaging in any dangerous activities. I shall take care of the Pokémon, ensuring they are well-fed and healthy while you focus on your research, all right?" Though shaken, Lung Jun understood that despite Professor Oak's remarkable resilience, having survived 20 years among countless Pokémon of various types and abilities, his reckless antics were still a source of concern. Hearing that Lung Jun would assume all responsibilities for the Pokémon brought a measure of comfort to Professor Oak, but for a man who could not sit idle, the prospect of halting his adventures was clearly unattainable. With a chuckle, Professor Oak replied, "How could I let you do everything? That would be too much of a burden. I know my own limits, I assure you, I'll be fine." Long Jun smiled knowingly. "Really?" "Absolutely. All right." Upon hearing Lung Jun's acceptance, Professor Oak felt reassured that he still retained his freedom. Yet, Lung Jun's next words sent a chill through him. "Since you refuse, I suppose I shall return to Aunt Fuzi and report my observations from today. I recall that upon entering, I witnessed someone entangled by an arbok like a rice dumpling. It took considerable effort to rescue that individual. Later, they were trampled by a group of Pokémon and launched skyward by a Nidoking, only to finally be struck by a Gyarados' devastating attack. Aunt Fuzi will surely find this amusing." Professor Oak clutched his chest in dismay. Feeling a pang of anguish, he looked at Lung Jun's serious expression and, ultimately, capitulated. "You win. You call the shots," he grumbled, biting his lip in defeat. A triumphant smile spread across Lung Jun's face, a hint of mischief dancing at the corners of his lips, as he thought, "Well then, I shall have my way." Chapter 10. Just a mere sandshrew. After Lung Jun's subtle threats, Professor Oak reluctantly returned to the lab to organize his research papers, leaving behind some cleaning tools for Lung Jun to use on the Pokémon at the lab. This would also help foster a bond between him and the Pokémon. Holding the tools, Lung Jun turned to see the Pokémon, now finished with their meal, eagerly returning. At that moment, Lulu burst forth from Lung Jun's side with a cheerful exclamation. Ding ding ding. The adorable fairy makes her grand entrance. Lulu appeared before Lung Jun in a classic magical girl fashion, her beautiful eyes sparkling like stars. Clap 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 greeted her with Lung Jun's expressionless applause. How dull. I shan't play with you anymore. Seeing Lung Jun's lackluster reaction, Lulu pouted and placed her hands on her hips in annoyance. Ah, the lovely, intelligent Miss Lulu. May I inquire what suggestions you have? By now, Lung Jun had grown quite familiar with Lulu's temperament, making it easy for him to navigate their interactions. The previously upset Lulu, upon hearing Lung Jun's compliment, could no longer maintain her frown. Her petite mouth curled upwards, and with a haughty huff, she tossed her hand dismissively. Ding mission issued. Pokémon cleaning showdown mission details. Clean all Pokémon in the lab that require grooming. Excludes those in the water. Mission reward. Increased favorability from the Pokémon, 100 exchange points. Pokémon viewing function unlocked. The system, which had been quiet for a while, chose this moment to showcase its presence with a melodious mechanical voice. Oh, another mission. How fortuitous, as this task aligns perfectly with what I intended to do. I can complete both the work and the rewards simultaneously. However, what is this Pokémon viewing function? Lung Jun mused, intrigued by the prospect of a new feature. Lulu, brimming with pride, exclaimed, of course it's impressive. It's a product of the system, guaranteed to be top-notch. This feature, true to its name, allows for the exploration of all information regarding Pokémon, resembling a future Pokédex but far more advanced, with details that are both comprehensive and precise. Upon hearing this, Lung Jun nodded incessantly. This function was indeed exceedingly useful. In an era before the advent of the Pokémon Pokédex, the significance of this feature was undeniably paramount. Without further ado, he set about completing the task at hand. With eagerness ignited, Lung Jun rolled up his short sleeves, grasped a bucket and brush, and charged toward the Pokémon. Bit by bit, slowly half an hour had elapsed, yet Lung Jun had yet to accomplish a single cleaning task. It was not due to a lack of effort on his part, but rather the cunning nature of his adversaries. To the Pokémon in the research facility, Lung Jun was merely a stranger, an unwelcome presence. As he approached, the targeted Pokémon would scatter in panic, leaving him alone amidst a cloud of dust, utterly disheveled. It was in this context that Lung Jun found himself crawling toward a sand shrew that was blissfully rolling in the dunes, completely oblivious to the threat nearby. Now was the moment. Seeing the opportunity, Lung Jun lunged forward, akin to a famished tiger pouncing on its prey, firmly capturing the adorable sand shrew in his embrace. He then dashed over to the cleaning tools he had prepared, retrieving a dripping brush and presenting a warm smile to the small creature in his hands. The sand shrew, bewildered, had no idea what had just transpired. Only moments ago, it had been comfortably basking in the sun on the dunes. Now, it found itself in a different location. Confronted by a rather peculiar individual intent on performing some dubious act, as evidenced by the mysterious liquid in his hand. This was simply intolerable. The sand shrew, feeling provoked, prepared to retaliate. With a fierce battle cry, it sprang into action, embodying the proud spirit of its lineage, determined to defend its honor. The outcome was swift. With a single blow, Lung Jun found himself bested, while the victorious sand shrew paraded around triumphantly before rolling back to its sandy haven, resuming its sunbathing. Lung Jun, clutching his injured face, lamented loudly. He had merely sought to assist these Pokémon with a simple cleansing, devoid of any ulterior motives. Why were these creatures so uncooperative? He now found himself in a state of despair, clearly overwhelmed by the malevolence of this world. Have you forgotten or simply not realized? Lulu, unable to bear the sight any longer, interjected. Lung Jun appeared utterly perplexed, unsure of what he had done wrong. Heavens! Dare you claim to be a devoted Pokémon fan? I shall have no mercy on you, Lulu exclaimed, her frustration bubbling over. Now tell me, what type of Pokémon is Sandshrew? A ground type? Lung Jun responded, still in a daze. Correct. Now, can you tell me what types it is weak against? Lulu continued, guiding him gently. This is simple, weak to grass, ice, and water. As he spoke, it suddenly dawned on him, and he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Had he not noticed such fundamental aspects? He felt he had let down both his parents and his mentors. Now do you understand why the Sandshrew was uncooperative? Lulu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lung Jun nodded silently. Do you know what to do now? Rest assured. The beautiful and lovely Miss Lulu, I am aware of how to resolve this, he replied confidently. Good. You are indeed teachable, Lulu remarked with satisfaction. With renewed determination, Lung Jun seized a coarse brush, facing the high sun once more, and marched resolutely toward his adversary, A fierce confidence ignited within him. "Sandshrews, prepare for my cleansing," he declared, though a gust of wind soon caught him off guard. Chapter 11. It is merely a box of lunch. The sun cast a warm glow, and the sandshrew lay comfortably in the dunes, contentedly humming. Just then, a shadow loomed overhead, blocking the sun's warmth. The sandshrew frowned slightly and opened its eyes. "Who dares to stand before me? The one I defeated moments ago? Do you have the audacity to challenge me again? Since you obstruct my sunlight, are you prepared to receive another beating? Let my claws dictate my victory." As the sandshrew leapt into action, its small front paws glimmering, it prepared for another strike. Seeing the sandshrew charging once more, Lung Jun smirked coldly, extending a hand to capture the airborne creature. The sandshrew flailed its tiny paws, desperately attempting to strike him, but was met instead with a brush to the face. "How dare this insignificant human retaliate and attack my handsome visage?" The audacity of using a weapon. As the brush vigorously scrubbed, the sandshrew gradually succumbed to relaxation, its body growing limp and its scales gleaming with contentment. "Ah, yes, right there, a bit harder," it murmured, reveling in the sensation. Lung Jun, invigorated, brushed with zeal, eliciting joyous sounds that attracted the attention of other Pokémon in the vicinity, curious about the commotion. Minutes later, Lung Jun stood up, wiping the sweat from his brow as a satisfied smile spread across his face. The sandshrew lay peacefully in the sand, an expression of bliss enveloping its features, utterly relaxed, as if its life had no remaining regrets. Having completed his first task, he pondered who would be next. Feeling the momentum building, he declared, "Let us keep this going." Instantly, a throng of Pokémon surrounded him, their eager eyes fixed on him, anticipating their turn. "One at a time, everyone. No need to rush. I will ensure each of you receives my attention," he assured them. As he spoke, the Pokémon quickly formed a line, and a bashful sandshrew emerged from the front, reclining in the sand. Without hesitation, Lung Jun picked up the brush and began his work. The subsequent cleaning session proceeded smoothly, having discovered the technique. Lung Jun swiftly attended to each Pokémon in the dunes, the brush proving effective against their rugged exteriors. In the small grove, various flying-type Pokémon frolicked as Lung Jun selected 2 soft brushes and filled a large bucket with sand, providing the Pokémon with a delightful sand bath. Subsequently, he attended to a diverse array of Pokémon, employing various methods to cleanse each one. Even the water-type Pokémon, initially overlooked in his tasks, were treated to a refreshing artificial rain, with tadpoles, Psyduck, Kingler, and several aquatic Pokémon joyfully leaping in the downpour, exhibiting their jubilant spirits. Even the Nidorino, which had once knocked Professor Oak aside, joined in the fun, clearly a water-loving little creature. At this moment, Nidorino had yet to evolve and retained only its poison type. Once it transformed into Nidoking, gaining the ground type, its affinity for water might diminish. Nevertheless, it was worth noting that Nidoking could learn Surf. During this cheerful scene, the mechanical voice of the system quietly chimed in. Task: Pokémon Cleansing Battle Complete. Task Reward: Increased affection for Pokémon in the laboratory, 100 exchange points granted. Pokémon Viewing Function unlocked. Although Lung Jun heard the system's announcement, he chose to focus on the joy of the moment, which was far more important. Thus, he busied himself until noon, ensuring all Pokémon in the backyard were thoroughly cleaned, their bodies refreshed, and spirits lifted. They eagerly drew Lung Jun into their midst, clearly acknowledging him, and together they played joyfully, akin to longtime friends. This scene elicited a mixture of envy and admiration from Professor Oak, who had just arrived. "Lung Jun, it's already midday. You should take a break. Let me prepare some instant noodles for you. Just have a little something for now. But don't underestimate my noodle cooking skills. I'm the best." Professor Oak had come to invite Lung Jun for a meal. Lung Jun responded cheerfully and squeezed out from the group of Pokémon, running to Professor Oak with a beaming smile. Seeing Lung Jun's expression, Professor Oak chuckled and remarked, "It seems you have bonded quite harmoniously with these Pokémon in such a short time. I knew I had chosen wisely." He praised Lung Jun without reservation. Feeling bashful, Lung Jun scratched his head in response. "They are just so adorable. I am genuinely happy here. It feels like paradise to me. Haha, as enjoyable as it is. One must eat, or else your body won't endure it. Come on, let me show off my cooking skills." Professor Oak laughed heartily at Lung Jun's words, urging him to join him for a meal of instant noodles. Lung Jun hurried back to retrieve the Pokémon egg he had set aside, waved goodbye to the Pokémon, and followed Professor Oak into the house. Upon entering the hall, they found a simple kitchen on one side. Professor Oak skillfully retrieved 2 cooking pots and alcohol burners, preparing to open the fridge for noodles when Lung Jun suddenly remembered the bento made by Aunt Now. He placed the egg on the coffee table, picked up his backpack from the sofa, and said to Professor Oak, "Mr. Oak, I just remembered that Aunt Now told me at the mere mention of Aunt Now, Professor Oak visibly trembled, cold sweat appearing on his forehead as he turned back with a stiff expression, exclaiming, I swear I wasn't doing anything dangerous. I just wanted to measure how long the Arbok was. Taken aback, Lung Jun looked down to find that the Pokeball containing Arbok had mysteriously vanished, confirming Professor Oak's guilty demeanor. With a sigh, Lung Jun realized that Professor Oak's reckless nature was indeed ingrained within him. Unable to resist, even for half a day, shaking his head in exasperation, he opened his backpack, retrieved Aunt Now's bento, and continued. Aunt Now mentioned that you usually only eat instant noodles for lunch at the lab, so she asked me to bring this bento for our meal. Professor Oak, feigning ignorance, replied, What did I just say? I can't seem to recall. Thus began the most awkward lunch of Lung Jun's life, without exception. The two shared a bento in an atmosphere thick with unease. While the food was delicious, the awkwardness severely impacted their enjoyment, and by the time they finished, Lung Jun was still uncertain about the bento's contents. Once they finished, Professor Oak solemnly placed the bento box aside and slowly reached into his lab coat pocket, retrieving a shrunk Pokeball, placing it on the table. This is the Pokeball for Arbok. I have recorded all the data. Later, please release it in the yard so it can acclimate to its new environment. It might be a bit unsettled, so be cautious and avoid getting hurt. Holding the Pokeball, Lung Jun nodded seriously, placing both his and Professor Oak's empty bento boxes together before washing them in the kitchen and setting them aside to dry. He then cradled his Pokemon egg and made his way to the backyard. Seeing Lung Jun depart, Professor Oak let out a gentle sigh, a smile creeping across his face as he reached into another pocket, producing another Pokeball, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Haha, this is the newly arrived coughing. I must study it thoroughly. Let Lung Jun and that troublesome Arbok play together. Then he won't have time to bother me. I truly am clever. With a hearty laugh, Professor Oak entered the research room. Returning to the backyard, Lung Jun was greeted by a cheerful nod from Nidorino, who lay on the grass nearby. Acknowledging him, Lung Jun smiled back, then took out the Pokeball for Arbok, pressing the button to return it to its normal size. With another press, a beam of red light emerged, revealing a purple Arbok on the grass, its elongated body coiling in several loops, its round head warily surveying its surroundings. Hello, Arbok. This will be your new home, where you will live happily alongside everyone. Lung Jun smiled, hoping to ease Arbok's wariness with his warm demeanor. Unfortunately, the outcome was not as hoped. Arbok's vigilance heightened, its large eyes fixated on Lung Jun, emitting warning hisses. Do not be alarmed, Arbok. No one here will harm you. You can simply live joyfully, as there are many good companions who wish to be your friends. Unfazed by Arbok's warnings, Lung Jun continued to speak with a smile, placing the egg gently aside and raising his hands in a gesture of peace, slowly approaching Arbok. As the Arbok sensed the approach of Lung Jun, it slightly lowered its head, while the rattles on its tail began to tremble violently. If Professor Okito were present, he would have surely warned Lung Jun, for this was a sign that the Arbok was about to launch an attack. However, Lung Jun remained oblivious and continued to draw near. Just as he reached the front of the Arbok without making any further movements, the Arbok struck. With a fierce roar, the Arbok lunged at Lung Jun's abdomen, its immense power sending him sprawling several meters away. Before Lung Jun could regain his composure, the Arbok opened its mouth, unleashing a barrage of purple poison needles aimed straight at his face. In that moment of panic, he could only endure the pain in his chest. Raising his arms to shield himself, tightly closing his eyes and furrowing his brow, bracing for the impending onslaught. Just as the poison needles were about to hit Lung Jun, a purple figure suddenly appeared before him, bravely intercepting the attack. It was Nidoking, who had been resting nearby moments ago. Nidoking shook its head and stood firm against the Arbok's assault. Neither side was willing to yield, and the atmosphere crackled with tension. Hearing the commotion, Lung Jun opened his eyes, feeling an indescribable surge of emotion as he looked at Nidoking, who stood protectively in front of him, struggling to rise while clutching his chest. He cast a worried glance at Nidoking and asked, Are you alright, Nidoking? Did you get hurt? Although both were poison-type Pokémon and thus immune to poisoning effects, the damage from the attack was still a concern. Nidoking had bravely taken the poison needles to protect Lung Jun, and he felt a pang of worry. Nidoking tilted its head slightly, indicating that it was unharmed, and then turned its gaze towards the Arbok, lowering its head slightly as a spark of battle ignited in its eyes, clearly eager for a fight. Lung Jun recognized Nidoking's intent and gently patted it, asking, Nidoking, I know this is a bit presumptuous, but are you willing to accept my guidance and fight alongside me? A flicker of excitement mixed with trepidation crossed Lung Jun's face as he anticipated his first Pokémon battle, fearing that Nidoking might refuse him. Nidoking paused for a moment, taken aback by Lung Jun's words, before responding cheerfully, its forepaws scratching the ground, enthusiasm surging. Seeing Nidoking's agreement, Lung Jun was overjoyed. He stood up, facing the Arbok, and declared, "Let us have a battle, Arbok. If we win, you must promise to obey me and get along with my other companions. Do you dare accept?" The Arbok cast a cold glance at Lung Jun before shifting its attention to the eager Nidoking. It accepted the challenge with resolve, not even bothering to state its own conditions for victory, lowering its head slightly to enter a combat stance. Before the battle commenced, a circle of Pokémon had gathered around, akin to a crowd eager for a spectacle, watching intently for the impending clash. As the fight was about to begin, Lung Jun raised his hand slightly, an invisible light enveloping Nidoking, revealing its detailed information before Lung Jun's eyes. Nidoking, a poison-type Pokémon, is known for its aggressive, solitary, and irritable nature. It possesses only male specimens, boasting powerful horns capable of shattering rocks. Its abilities include Poison Point, and its character is described as cheerful. Comprehensive stats: total 365, HP 61, Attack 72, Defense 57, Special Attack 55, Special Defense 55, Speed 65. Skills learned: Glare, Peck, Focus Energy, Double Kick, Poison Sting, and Fury Attack. Inherited skill: Revenge. Evaluation: Outstanding, recommended for training. After reviewing Nidoking's attributes, Lung Jun couldn't help but swallow hard, astonished by Nidoking's potential. He had not anticipated such remarkable capabilities, realizing the rarity of a Pokémon possessing such saturated stats in this world, where Pokémon were indeed real creatures. In this realm, disparities existed among creatures of the same species. While most Pokémon would be rated as good, those with lower stats would indicate some form of deficiency, whether due to injury or inherent flaw. Such Pokémon would likely be swiftly culled by nature, making their occurrence rare. Curious about the Arbok's attributes, Lung Jun instinctively sought to assess its stats. However, before he could issue the command, the Arbok, which had been coiled, suddenly launched an attack. The Arbok struck first, leaping towards Nidoking with its fangs gleaming with a white light, clearly initiating a biting attack. Despite it being his first Pokémon battle, Lung Jun remained remarkably composed. He had rehearsed such scenarios countless times in dreams and fantasies. No matter the situation, even if the Arbok had an experienced commander, Lung Jun would remain unfazed. "Nidoking, use Glare," he commanded calmly. Upon hearing the order, Nidoking widened its eyes menacingly, its fierce gaze startling the charging Arbok into a momentary freeze. As the Arbok's body stiffened, the white light in its mouth dissipated, clearly unable to maintain its attack due to the shock. However, propelled by momentum, the Arbok continued to lunge forward, determined to bite Nidoking. "Now, use Double Kick," Lung Jun instructed coldly. Nidoking swiftly sidestepped, delivering two powerful kicks to the Arbok's elongated body, sending it soaring through the air. "Don't be careless, charge up," Lung Jun reminded, observing as the Arbok tumbled gracefully before landing. He urged Nidoking to increase its chances of landing critical hits. Nidoking turned, letting out a low growl as golden sparks enveloped its purple form, indicating it was gathering energy. Meanwhile, the recently grounded Arbok, shaking its head, spotted Nidoking glowing with golden light. Without hesitation, it opened its mouth, unleashing a volley of purple poison needles. Nidoking unleashed a ferocious assault, shattering the approaching poisonous needles. The speed of these needles was formidable, and their range extensive, making evasion a daunting task. With no option to dodge, Nidoking resolved to confront them head-on. The golden aura surrounding him retracted as his forelimbs glimmered and elongated, allowing him to swipe at the incoming needles with fervent strikes, obliterating every single one. "Well done, Nidoking," exclaimed Lung Jun, visibly elated by the display. Truly, Nidoking lived up to his stellar reputation, excelling in every aspect and exhibiting remarkable battle awareness. Within just a few exchanges, Lung Jun discerned that Nidoking was a natural warrior, endowed with an acute combat instinct that only deepened his admiration. Suddenly, upon realizing that his offensive had yielded no results, the Arbok reared up, the peculiar circular patterns on its body emanating an eerie glow. Nidoking, caught off guard, was struck. "Oh no, it's the Glare attack," Lung Jun lamented silently, having failed to anticipate this move from Arbok. As he recalled the effects of the Glare, a wave of concern washed over him as he glanced at Nidoking. Indeed, Nidoking emitted a startled sound, his body stiffening as golden currents danced across his frame, indicating that the paralysis effect of the Glare had taken hold. As a mere poison type, Nidoking had yet to evolve into Nidoqueen and was susceptible to paralysis. Seizing the opportunity, Arbok lunged forward. Its slender tail transformed into a metallic hue, delivering a brutal blow to Nidoking's side, sending him sprawling several meters away, still reeling from the paralysis. What an iron tail. Is this inherited? Nidoking mused, feeling the impact of Arbok's successful attack. Lung Jun's heart raced with anxiety as he watched Nidoking struggle to rise. Buoyed by its successful strike, Arbok felt a surge of confidence. It charged at the reeling Nidoking, ensnaring him in its coils, tightening its grip with each passing moment. Don't give up, Nidoking. Use Poison Sting. Upon hearing Lung Jun's command, Nidoking, despite the pain coursing through him, turned his head and thrust his glowing purple horn forcefully into Arbok's body. The serpent flinched, loosening its constricting hold slightly. Do not stop, Nidoking. Continue with Poison Sting. Observing that the Poison Sting attack was effective, Lung Jun urged Nidoking to press on. Understanding his trainer's intent, Nidoking raised his head once more, launching another Poison Sting attack. But this time Arbok adeptly dodged. Arbok twisted its body to evade the attack, tightening its coils around Nidoking once more. It then opened its jaws wide, revealing sharp fangs that glimmered with a white light, preparing to unleash another biting assault. With a swift strike, Arbok's fangs sank into Nidoking's neck, eliciting a pained cry from him as he collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Lung Jun's heart ached with guilt. He instinctively moved to rush to Nidoking's aid. But just as he lifted his foot, Nidoking, whose eyes had been shut in pain, suddenly opened them wide, a resolute glimmer shining through. He emitted a series of low growls. Lung Jun halted, comprehending the indomitable spirit reflected in Nidoking's gaze, a fierce determination not to surrender in this battle. I understand. Then let us give it our all, he commanded. Upon hearing Lung Jun's directive, Nidoking hesitated momentarily before a radiant light enveloped him. Despite the pain, he stood tall again, letting out a resounding roar. In an instant, a brilliant glow surrounded Nidoking, and a powerful force surged from within him. Arbok, still latched onto Nidoking's neck, was flung away before it could react, its elongated form flying through the air before crashing to the ground, disoriented and dazed. Excellent work, Nidoking. Seize this opportunity and unleash a powerful double kick. Seeing that Arbok was momentarily stunned, Lung Jun urged Nidoking to attack with full force. With a fierce roar, Nidoking surged forward on all fours, charging towards the bewildered Arbok. In a swift maneuver, he spun around, delivering a crushing kick with both hind legs. Arbok, caught off guard, was sent tumbling once more, kicking up a cloud of dust as it fell, its eyes becoming glazed like a dazed insect, ultimately collapsing and losing its combat capabilities. Lung Jun stared at the scene before him in disbelief. Once he regained his composure, a wave of elation washed over him as he dashed to Nidoking's side. Breathless with excitement. We did it. We won. Nidoking, you were incredible. Nidoking glanced at his adornments, raising his head proudly and letting out a triumphant roar. Nidoking, you performed exceptionally well. Here, drink this. It will aid your recovery. Noticing the wounds on Nidoking's body, Lung Jun's heart twisted with pain. He quickly accessed his virtual panel, exchanging for a bottle of Moo milk. He pretended to retrieve it from his pocket, opening it and offering it to Nidoking. Nidoking, enticed by the delicious aroma wafting from the bottle, obediently opened his mouth wide, allowing Lung Jun to pour the entire contents down his throat. Instantly, his expression transformed into one of bliss. Lung Jun observed with satisfaction as Nidoking's injuries began to heal rapidly. He then turned his attention to the now-recovered Arbok, pulling out another bottle of Moo milk and approaching with a smile. Chapter 14. It's time for a real explosion. Lung Jun exchanged yet another bottle of Moo milk and approached Arbok with a smile. Accept your defeat. Surely you must concede now. Arbok disdainfully turned its head, clearly uninterested in acknowledging Lung Jun. Ah, such a proud serpent. Come now, this is Moo milk. It will help with your injuries. We are all comrades here. After a battle, we can still be friends. Lung Jun said, unscrewing the cap, allowing the rich aroma of milk to waft through the air. Initially aloof, Arbok's body froze as its keen sense of smell registered the enticing scent. Slowly, its head turned back, fixating on the milk bottle in Lung Jun's hand. Come on, open wide. I'll pour it for you. Lung Jun chuckled at Arbok's reaction, gently extending the bottle forward. Arbok was torn, a conflict of emotions playing across its face. Its pride insisted that it should not consume food offered by an enemy. Yet its empty stomach betrayed it with an urgent reminder of its hunger. Since arriving at Professor Oak's lab, it had not eaten, and after expending considerable energy in battle, it was ravenous. The irresistible aroma of Moo milk proved too compelling to resist. With a determined resolve, Arbok stretched its neck forward, opened its mouth wide, and closed its eyes, surrendering to the moment. Upon witnessing this, Lung Jun chuckled softly, gradually pouring milk into the mouth of the Arbok while gently caressing its head with his other hand. He felt the icy sensation and noticed a fleeting glow of attributes, soon revealing Arbok's information before his eyes. Arbok, a poison-type Pokémon, possesses sharp fangs and venom, often lurking in the grass to ambush its prey. Once ensnared, escape becomes exceedingly difficult for its victims. Characteristics: shed skin, nature, stubborn, gender, unknown. Base stats: total 281, HP 33, attack 60, defense 44, special attack 35, special defense 54, speed 55. Learnable skills: bind, glare, poison sting, bite, glare, big snake, screech. Inherited skill: iron tail. Evaluation: good, with potential for development. Lung Jun felt quite satisfied with Arbok's attributes, recognizing that not every Pokémon could attain the exceptional ratings of Nidoking. The fact that Arbok possessed such qualities was commendable, placing it among the elite of ordinary Pokémon. Having consumed an entire bottle of Moo milk, he felt his stamina swiftly replenished, warmth radiating throughout his body. Arbok glanced back at Lung Jun, who was affectionately stroking him, then flicked his head to dismiss the hand before swimming away with a haughty twist. Rubbing his slightly sore wrist, Lung Jun watched as Arbok slithered off into the distance, a wry smile on his face. He then turned and dashed over to Nidoking's side to assess his injuries. The effects of the Moo milk were indeed remarkable. Within a short span, Nidoking's wounds had nearly healed, and his stamina had partially returned. Shaking his purple head, Nidoking stood up and joyfully trotted around Lung Jun a few times. Clearly exhilarated by their victory in the battle, he quickly bounded over to Lung Jun, playfully knocking him to the ground and affectionately licking his face with his long tongue. "Ah, stop licking. So much slobber, it tickles. You're not a dog. How can you lick so well?" Lung Jun chuckled, amused by the situation. At that moment, a notification chimed. "Congratulations, host, for achieving the milestone of your first battle victory. Pseudo reward: exchange points 100, fragment of Moonstone X1. Hidden achievement section unlocked." Taken aback by the sudden announcement from the system, Lung Jun was momentarily stunned. While he understood the broader implications, he was puzzled by the term pseudo attached to the achievement. Did that imply there was a genuine one? Lulu, stop hiding and come out to explain," he called out, seeking clarity. The system revealed that Nidoking was not his Pokémon, merely borrowed, hence the pseudo achievement. Consequently, the reward points from the achievement task were reduced by 23, and the complete Moonstone was downgraded to a fragment, necessitating the collection of 3 fragments to synthesize a complete Moonstone. Nevertheless, these were trivial matters. The crucial aspect was that the achievement interface had activated, paving the way for more rewards in the future. Lung Jun momentarily grappled with his emotions, unsure whether to feel elated or distressed. The loss of the Moonstone was significant, as it was a precious item available for 1,000 exchange points in the system. Having spent points on 3 bottles of milk, he was left with only 770, needing to complete several tasks to accumulate sufficient points for a purchase. Feeling despondent, he allowed Nidoking's playful antics to continue unabated. "Come on, it's just a Moonstone. The key is that the achievement module is now active. If you complete more achievements, what does a single Moonstone matter?" Lulu remarked, exasperated by his lack of enthusiasm. "What must I do to complete achievements? Is there a task system like before?" Lung Jun inquired, slightly regaining his focus as he gently pushed Nidoking aside, impressed by his own strength. You heard that right. This is a hidden achievement section, with no prompts or guidance. You'll need to explore on your own, and once you meet the conditions, the achievement will complete automatically." Lulu explained. But how is that different from being a slacker? How would I know what to do to complete an achievement?" Lung Jun retorted, feeling frustrated. "You don't need to do anything specific. Just go about your business. This isn't something I can control, and I'm just as helpless," Lulu replied. Their conversation fell into silence as they exchanged glances. Lung Jun shook his head, opting to say no more. Noticing the time, he decided to seek out Professor Oak and inquire about when he could return. He pushed Nidoking aside, rose to his feet, picked up the Pokémon egg from the ground, waved farewell to the other Pokémon, and headed toward the house. However, just a few steps in, calamity struck at the laboratory. With a thunderous explosion, Lung Jun was startled, nearly dropping the Pokémon egg in his hands. He grasped it tightly, bewildered by the sight of the laboratory engulfed in thick black smoke. "Oh my gosh." Chapter 15. Arta's Explosion. "Professor Oak, where are you?" After the explosion, Lung Jun set the Pokémon egg down again and rushed into the building with Nidoking. It wasn't he that he was particularly brave, but Professor Oak was still inside, leaving him no room for hesitation. "Professor, answer me. Damn it, the wall's blocked." "Nidoking, break it down." Upon reaching Professor Oak's research room, Lung Jun realized the explosion had originated from here. The ceiling had vanished, and the surroundings were a chaotic wreck. The door to the research room was blocked by rubble, prompting Lungjun to quickly direct Nidoking to clear the obstruction. Nidoking understood the gravity of the situation, responded with a roar, and went to the door, digging vigorously. His front claws shimmered with white light as he shattered and pushed aside the debris. Lungjun joined in, pulling at the door to gradually open it. Once there was enough space for a person to squeeze through, Lungjun hurried inside, scanning the room swiftly. In the center lay an unconscious Wei Zing, evidently the culprit behind the explosion. While the cause of the explosion was identified, there was no sign of Professor Oak. Surveying the devastation wrought by the explosion, Lungjun sank to the ground, tears streaming down his face as he recalled the professor's gentle visage. "Professor, I told you not to go and die. Why didn't you listen? Now look, you're in pieces. How am I supposed to explain this to Anifuzi?" He lamented, nearly on the verge of collapse. Wasn't it supposed to be a life without death? Wasn't it agreed upon that he would remain forever at 50? Wasn't it promised they would share a future together? The casualness of Professor Oak's demise was chillingly absurd. Cough, cough. What on earth happened here? Just as Lungjun was lost in sorrow, a familiar voice echoed from outside. He quickly turned to see a familiar face framed in a white lab coat, shopping bag in hand. It was none other than Professor Oak. At this moment, Dr. Okido gazed around in bewilderment, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. It was not until he spotted the gas cartridge lying on the ground that his expression shifted, becoming somewhat unnatural. "Dr. Okido, thank goodness you're all right." Upon realizing Dr. Okido was unharmed, Lungjun instantly broke into a smile and hurriedly scrambled to him. Observing Lungjun's fervent enthusiasm, Dr. Okido promptly set down the shopping bag in his hands, opening his arms to embrace him. However, what awaited him instead was a furious shoulder tackle from Lungjun. "What other dangerous items are you hiding? Hand them over right now. Why did you have to play with explosives? Now look, it's really blown up." With a forceful collision, Lungjun knocked Dr. Okido to the ground, shaking his collar vigorously. "I swear it's all gone. I truly didn't expect it to explode. That was completely accidental." Dr. Okido protested loudly, insisting that the explosion of the gas cartridge was indeed an unforeseen mishap. He had merely stepped out to buy some instant noodles for a brief moment and returned to find the roof missing, feeling utterly despondent. Noticing the sincerity in Dr. Okido's expression, Lungjun finally released him. "What now?" The commotion was so loud that it's impossible to keep this under wraps. "It's not that I want to help you, but when Aunt now asks, I'll have to tell her the truth." The noise from the explosion had been substantial, and given the short distance between the research facility and the town, it was likely that the entire town had already noticed something amiss, making further concealment impossible. Dr. Okido clearly understood the gravity of the situation. Sitting up, he pondered for a moment before resignedly stating, "I suppose we must temporarily cease operations at the research facility. I will arrange for repairs. Once the facility is restored, we can resume our work. For now, let us gather all the Pokémon from the lab and take them home to care for them. The Pokeballs have a hibernation system. The Pokémon will just have to endure a few days of sleep." After considering the situation, Lungjun realized there were no better alternatives and nodded in agreement. The two quickly sprang into action. Lungjun retrieved the Pokeballs from the storage room, explained the situation to the Pokémon, and one by one, returned them to their spheres, placing them all into his backpack. Meanwhile, Dr. Okido organized the surviving research materials to take home for further study. Having completed their tasks, the sun was already setting as Dr. Okido contacted the repair service, who promised to come the following day. Thus, he and Lungjun made their way home with their gathered belongings. "Lang, let us discuss something," Dr. Okido suddenly said with a smile, which immediately raised suspicions that it was not a good topic. "There's nothing to discuss. I will no longer help you conceal anything," Lungjun preemptively declared, refusing before Dr. Okido could even speak. Dr. Okido felt speechless. He hadn't even begun to explain before being outright denied. He sighed inwardly, lamenting the loss of the innocent youth he once knew. The two lapsed into silence as they continued on, soon arriving at the spot where they had encountered Hanako that morning. As they passed by, they noticed the moving truck that had been there was now gone, evidently having completed its task. Lungjun glanced around but did not see the girl with the braided hair. Feeling a twinge of disappointment, he chose not to express it further and continued to escort Dr. Okido home. Just as they were passing by, the door to the house opened, and a girl with orange braided hair rushed out, holding a gift box, and quickly approached Dr. Okido and Lungjun. "I knew you would return this way. I've been waiting for you. Here, this is a small gift for our new neighbor. It's just a token of goodwill. Please accept it." Hanako cheerfully handed the small gift box to Lungjun, then turned to Dr. Okido with a puzzled look, not fully understanding the custom of gift-giving. Lung Jun accepted the box without hesitation, disregarding Dr. Okito's teasing gaze, and smiled as he spoke. I accept this gift with gratitude, Miss Toyoshima. This is Mr. Okito. I am currently staying at his residence. He is an exceptionally talented researcher, and that research facility on the mountain belongs to him. Upon hearing Lung Jun's praise, Dr. Okito nodded in acknowledgement toward Hanako with a smile. She shot Lung Jun an exasperated glance before saying, Didn't I tell you to call me Hanako? We're neighbors now. Just call me Hanako. Hello, Mr. Okito. We are the Toyoshima family. Just moved in today. I hope to get along well with you. Not at all. We warmly welcome your family to Masera Town. Please feel free to reach out if you need anything. We're all here to help you, Dr. Okito replied, clearly taken with the lively girl before him, reminiscing about his own son and silently wishing he had a daughter instead. Thank you, Mr. Okito. I will relay your kind words to my father. Oh, by the way, did you just come down from the mountain? Do you know what happened up there? That sound was terrifying. Something must have gone wrong. Hanako inquired, recalling the recent loud noise with a hint of trepidation. Dr. Okito. Lung Jun. The two exchanged awkward glances before simultaneously assuring, it was merely a minor accident. There's no need to worry. Chapter 16. You must believe me, Dr. Okito. Dr. Okito and Lung Jun did not linger on the topic of the explosion, quickly changing the subject. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they bid farewell to Hanako. After walking a few more minutes, they were nearing Dr. Okito's home. Lung Jun noticed Dr. Okito beginning to tremble slightly beside him, stirring a sense of concern within him. Mr. Okito, although this incident is regrettable, don't be too disheartened. After all, the most fortunate outcome is that everyone is unharmed. If you explain things well, Aunt now should not scold you too harshly. From Lung Jun's perspective, the results of the mishap could have been much worse. Only the house suffered some damage, while the Pokémon and research materials remained safe. The gas cartridge had also recovered, and seeing its dazed state, Lung Jun promptly returned it to its Pokeball to prevent another explosion. Hearing Lung Jun's comforting words, Dr. Okito sighed softly and replied with a wry smile. I would prefer if Now would just scold me directly. That would be easier to bear. You wouldn't understand, never mind. You'll see soon enough. Long. If Aunt Now becomes too emotional later, you must hold her back. Dr. Okito's words startled Lung Jun, suggesting that Aunt Now might have a tendency toward violence, which was quite alarming. He quickly assured, Don't worry, Mr. Okito. I will definitely help you. Dr. Okito, filled with gratitude, patted Lung Jun's shoulder, nearly moved to tears. Indeed, he thought to himself, Lung Jun was truly a good comrade. The sun has fully set, and the tranquil town gradually lights up with flickering lights, resembling twinkling stars adorning the earth. Dr. Oak and Lung Jun are nearing home. Just around the next bend lies the Oak residence. With Lung Jun's assurance, Dr. Oak walks with renewed vigor, his body no longer trembling, striding confidently forward. Yet, upon reaching the next corner, Dr. Oak suddenly halts. Lung Jun, puzzled by Dr. Oak's abrupt stop, follows his gaze and soon comprehends the reason for his pause. Not far ahead, a slender figure stands at the gate of the Oak home, gazing intently in this direction, her face etched with worry. As Dr. Oak turns the corner, the figure momentarily freezes, only to be overtaken by an indescribable joy, her eyes misting over with tears as she instinctively covers her mouth. She rushes forward, throwing herself into Dr. Oak's embrace, weeping uncontrollably while bombarding him with questions. Woo-woo, Shuecheng, why have you returned now? Woo-woo, do you know how worried I've been about the explosion this afternoon? Woo-woo, I tried calling you, but you didn't answer. I'm so relieved you're okay. Woo-woo, in Dr. Oak's arms, Aunt Fuzi is now a teary mess, her eyes pleading for Lung Jun to intervene and ease the tension. Lung Jun stands by, momentarily dumbfounded by Aunt Fuzi's tempestuous weeping, finally grasping why Dr. Oak had mentioned it would be better to be scolded instead. He exchanges a sympathetic glance with Dr. Oak, who is clearly seeking assistance. Dr. Oak discreetly gestures for Lung Jun to step in, and Lung Jun, understanding the unspoken request, gives a thumbs up, indicating his readiness to help. Though unsure of the meaning behind the gesture, Dr. Oak recognizes that Lung Jun has grasped his intent. Gently, he pulls Aunt Fuzi back, awaiting Lung Jun's explanation. Aunt Fuzi, please stop crying. The situation is not as you think, Lung Jun begins. Dr. Oak nods earnestly in agreement. It was merely a minor accident. Dr. Oak continues to nod. Mr. Oak accidentally caused some damage to the research facility. Dr. Oak instinctively nods again, suddenly pausing and turning to Lung Jun. What? The research facility exploded? So the explosion really originated from there? Shuecheng, you weren't hurt, were you? Woo-woo, in an instant, a storm of emotions erupts. Aunt Fuzi hurriedly examines Dr. Oak for injuries, her fear palpable. And no, I'm perfectly fine. Ha ha ha, see? Nothing to worry about. It's just a minor mishap at the research facility. I've already contacted the repair team, and they'll be here tomorrow to fix it. No need to fret. Dr. Oak chuckles awkwardly, casting a glance at Lung Jun that conveys a silent plea for help. Lung Jun merely shrugs with a smile, as if to say, let us see if you dare to engage in such reckless behavior again. The trio enters the house, with Dr. Oak leading Aunt Fuzi, still tearful, back to the bedroom. Leaving Lung Jun pondering the empty dining table, he realizes Aunt Fuzi, in her worry for Dr. Oak, has neglected her cooking duties. Determined to remedy the situation, Lung Jun carefully places the Pokémon egg he was holding down, removes his backpack filled with treasures, and heads to the kitchen. He opens the refrigerator, gathering various ingredients, deciding to prepare a meal for the Oak family. Having lived independently for several years, Lung Jun has honed his culinary skills, though he usually prefers to avoid the kitchen. Today, however, he sets to work, transforming the fresh ingredients into a series of delectable dishes. Just then, the upstairs door swings open, and a glum Xiaoxing descends. Observing Lung Jun's flurry of activity, he hesitates before speaking. You're back. Yes. Is something the matter? Lung Jun replies. Is he? Oh, is Dad okay? Xiaoxing's concern is evident. Lung Jun chuckles, recognizing Xiaoxing's prideful demeanor, masking his worry for Dr. Oak. Oh, don't worry. Mr. Oak is perfectly fine. Just comforting Aunt Fuzi in the room. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxing visibly relaxes, casting a grateful glance at Lung Jun before retreating upstairs, softly uttering a thank you. Dinner will be ready shortly. Lung Jun calls out cheerfully. Xiaoxing pauses on the stairs, nods in acknowledgement, and continues on his way. Soon, a bountiful spread is prepared, with rice steaming to perfection. Lung Jun beams with satisfaction as he surveys his culinary creations, nodding approvingly before knocking on Dr. Oak's and Xiaoxing's doors to announce that dinner is served. Xiaoxing is the first to come down, his eyes widening in surprise at the array of dishes laid out before him, his gaze toward Lung Jun shifting with newfound admiration. As Xiaoxing settles into his seat, Dr. Oak and Aunt Fuzi emerge from their room, the latter now devoid of tears, radiating happiness as she links arms with Dr. Oak, whose face glows with warmth, leaving everyone curious about what transpired moments ago. Wow, did you make all of this, Xiaolang? It looks incredible. Though, I must admit, I've never seen such dishes before. Aunt Fuzi exclaims, astonished by Lung Jun's culinary prowess. Just some hometown recipes I haven't made in ages. I hope they please your palate. Lung Jun responds humbly to Aunt Fuzi's praise. Enough chit-chat. We've all had quite the day. And with Xiaolong preparing such a sumptuous feast, we mustn't let it go cold. Let us dig in. Dr. Oak booms joyfully, ushering everyone to take their seats. And the delightful banquet begins. Chapter 17. A blessing for this wonderful world. The following day dawns bright and early, with Dr. Oak setting off for the research facility, where the repair team awaits to gain entry. Lung Jun, however, remains behind, as Dr. Oak has requested him to care for the treasures residing in the research facility. After all, prolonged confinement within Pokeballs can take a toll on the Pokemon's physical and mental well-being. Thus, Lung Jun straps on a backpack brimming with Pokeballs, cradles his Pokemon egg, releases his Nidorino, and bids Aunt Fuzi farewell before venturing out to find a suitable place for the Pokemon to play. Nidorino, charge forward with me. Lung Jun exclaims theatrically as he strikes a pose, pointing in a direction. Nidorino responds with a jubilant cry and dashes ahead, with Lung Jun sprinting after it, leaving Aunt Fuzi at the doorway, caught in an awkward moment. Oh. Children today are simply delightful. The objective of Lung Jun is to seek out a location abundant in water, for within the Research Institute, there exist Pokemon that cannot thrive on land. According to Aunt Neezy, behind the town lies a dense grove, adjacent to which flows a crystal-clear stream. Its tranquil waters perfectly suited for Pokemon such as Magikarp, Gyarados, and Carfish to frolic. Lung Jun's path aligns with the location of this stream. After a brisk jog, he soon beheld a lush thicket in the distance, undoubtedly his intended destination. He quickened his pace, and as he drew nearer, the sound of the flowing water became increasingly distinct. Upon entering the grove, Lung Jun gently parted the branches and shrubs before him, revealing a flat, open area where a soft carpet of grass sprawled beneath him, adorned with flowers of various hues swaying in the breeze. At the edge of this expanse, a shimmering stream flowed serenely. Ah, what a splendid place! Everyone, come out and enjoy the fresh air. Lung Jun exclaimed with delight at his discovery. He set down the Pokemon egg he carried and retrieved all the Pokeballs from his backpack, releasing the Pokemon contained within one by one. In an instant, dozens of diverse Pokemon appeared upon the lawn. Although they found themselves in an unfamiliar environment, the Pokemon felt no discomfort and quickly began to play joyfully. Lung Jun approached the riverbank and gently placed several water-type Pokémon into the water. He then clapped his hands to garner their attention, stating, "Mina, let us play here for a while, but do not wander too far, or there will be no lunch for you. Nidoking, please keep an eye on them, and ensure no one strays away." Nidoking nodded earnestly, as if to say, "Leave it to me." His posture became proud and upright, reminiscent of a patrol leader, which elicited a chuckle from Lung Jun. Subsequently, the other Pokémon engaged in their merriment. Ekans coiled up on a tree and closed its eyes for a nap. Sandshrew and Sandlash found a soft patch of sand to dig in. Butterfree danced atop the blooming flowers, while Pidgey and Spearow serenaded from the branches. Magikarp bobbed in the water, its head emerging as it splashed water at Psyduck, who tilted its head in confusion, unaware of the occurrence. Everything appeared tranquil, and Lung Jun, accustomed to a life of chaos, cherished this moment of serenity. He reclined on the grass, cradling the Pokémon egg in his arms, listening to the melodious song of Spearow, and soon drifted into slumber. Clearly, Lung Jun did not sleep for long. The warm sunlight had been streaming onto his face. Although his eyes were closed, a glimmer of light still peeked through. Suddenly, that light vanished as an unfamiliar object landed upon his face, startling him awake. He quickly opened his eyes to discover a straw hat resting atop his features, its gentle fragrance wafting from it. Lung Jun pondered as he removed the hat, only to find a figure standing beside him, seemingly prepared to depart. "Oh dear, I didn't mean to wake you. I merely intended to shield you from the sun," came a familiar, spirited voice. Squinting his eyes, Lung Jun recognized the girl with braided hair, Hanako. "Ah, it's you, Miss Hanako. Is this your hat?" he inquired. Hanako turned around, playfully sticking out her tongue, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Yes, it is my hat. I happened to pass by and saw you lying here. I thought you might be getting too much sun, so I wanted to block it for you. I truly didn't mean to disturb your rest." Seeing Hanako's awkward demeanor, Lung Jun burst into laughter. Her bashfulness only made him chuckle more. "Thank you for the hat, and even more for your concern," he said, propping himself up with a smile. "Hee, it's really nothing. Just a coincidence," she replied. "By the way, are all these Pokémon around you yours?" They stared at me quite fiercely when I approached quietly, which was rather intimidating. Recalling how the Pokémon had eyed her suspiciously, Hanako spoke timidly. Did they frighten you?" "They mean no harm, I assure you. These Pokémon belong to the Research Institute. They are the property of the gentleman you met with me yesterday. Due to a minor incident at the Institute, I'm now taking them out to play. They are all well behaved," Lung Jun explained, a proud expression gracing his face as he spoke of the Pokémon with whom he had formed a strong bond in just over a day. "How impressive, Lung Jun. You can manage so many Pokémon at once. Truly reliable," Hanako exclaimed, her admiration evident. She then noticed the white Pokémon egg beside Lung Jun. Crouching down to gently poke its shell with her fingertip, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. "Is this a Pokémon too? It looks just like an egg. Look, it's even glowing. Oh my, it's getting brighter." Startled by the egg's increasing luminosity, Hanako jumped back several paces, her expression shifting to one of wariness. Lung Jun, equally taken aback by the sudden turn of events, felt an overwhelming surge of joy. He recognized this phenomenon. It was unmistakably a sign that the Pokémon was on the verge of hatching. He quickly positioned the egg properly and sat beside it, silently observing, though his racing heart was anything but calm. "Is something wrong with the egg, since it's glowing?" Hanako inquired, clearly unfamiliar with such occurrences and thus seeking Lung Jun's guidance. Lung Jun grasped her hand gently, pulling her down beside him, and softly reassured her. "This egg is a Pokémon egg. The current situation indicates that the Pokémon inside is about to hatch, meaning a delightful new life will soon emerge into the world. For now, we simply wait in anticipation for the birth of this new being." Hanako felt her cheeks flush as Lung Jun held her hand, attempting to pull away slightly, only to find him holding on tightly due to his excitement. Taking a deep breath, she lowered her gaze, allowing him to keep her hand in his. As time passed, the egg's glow intensified, and subtle tremors began to ripple across its surface. Each quiver made Lung Jun's heart race, and he tightened his grip on Hanako's hand even further. Sensing his anxiety, Hanako noticed their intertwined hands and felt a hint of shyness. She gently patted his shoulder with her free hand, offering him an encouraging smile as she said, "Please don't worry too much. I believe this egg will hatch healthily, especially since it is awaited and blessed by someone as gentle as you, Lung Jun. I trust it can feel your heartfelt intentions." Hanako's words of encouragement left Lung Jun momentarily stunned, as a warm current surged within his heart. Upon gazing at the radiant egg, the tension that had previously gripped him dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of anticipation. "Thank you, Hanako," he expressed sincerely, hearing his gratitude. Hanako smiled sweetly, playfully sticking out her tongue, and shyly remarked, There's no need for such formalities, but Long June, it would be even better if you could let go of my hand. Upon her gentle reminder, Lang Jun realized that his hand had been tightly clasping hers. His face flushed crimson as he quickly released his grip, apologizing, "I'm sorry, I didn't notice," before turning away, unable to meet her gaze again. Hanako too withdrew her hand, blushing, and softly replied, "It's all right," lapsing into silence as they both awaited the hatching of the egg in this peculiar atmosphere. Time drifted by, and the sun reached its zenith, casting a gentle glow that attracted nearby Pokémon. A group of researchers observed the glowing egg with eager curiosity, anticipating the birth of a new life. The Arbok fixated intently on the egg, nearly drooling, its instinct urging it to devour the entire egg. However, after receiving a sharp glare from Long Jun, it haughtily turned away, slithering up a tree to resume its slumber. The grassy expanse by the river remained still, as everyone lost track of time, waiting in quiet anticipation for the egg to hatch. Just then, a voice broke the silence. "Ah, Xiaolang, you are indeed here. I've been searching for you for ages. It's already noon, and you haven't taken your Pokémon back for a meal. Oh, I see Hanako is here too. My apologies for interrupting your young rendezvous." At some point, Professor Oak had appeared nearby. Upon spotting Long Jun, he greeted him warmly, and upon seeing Hanako, though he feigned regret for intruding, he made no effort to step back, showing no inclination to leave. Long Jun remained silent, merely raising a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. Has something occurred?" Professor Oak inquired, sensing the need for discretion. Long Jun gradually shifted his position, allowing the professor a clearer view, unwittingly drawing closer to Hanako in the process. Observing this scene, Professor Oak nearly gasped, recognizing the egg that Long Jun had cherished and held close for days. The current state of the egg led him to only one conclusion. It must be on the verge of hatching. Could it be about to hatch? He whispered, stealthily approaching the egg while producing a mini camera from seemingly nowhere, snapping pictures of the glowing egg with fervor. "Indeed, this egg is about to hatch. We cannot risk moving it, so we must remain here." Long Jun frowned slightly at the professor's actions, gesturing for him to cease photographing. Noticing the gesture, Professor Oak halted his snapping, a hint of regret crossing his face. The hatching process of Pokémon has always been a mystery. With this first-hand data, I could easily pass the next doctoral evaluation. It seemed that the absence of his doctoral certification still weighed on Professor Oak's mind, and now he had an opportunity to rectify that. Long Jun felt somewhat reluctant to impede him, considering that if the professor succeeded, he too would reap rewards. Thus, the crowd awaiting the hatching grew, numerous eyes fixated on the egg radiating light, eagerly anticipating the impending transformation. Suddenly, a brilliant flash erupted, and the egg began to morph. White light tracing elegant outlines. Finally, with a burst of brilliance, a round, white creature emerged before them. Its body was pure white, with a slightly grayish abdomen. A large mouth occupying nearly a third of its head, filled with sharp teeth. Its ears resembled spindles, and a long fin extended from its back, while a tiny tail wagged adorably behind it. Perhaps due to its recent birth, this charming little creature kept its eyes shut, its short forelimbs flailing about as it emitted delightful sounds, utterly endearing. What Pokémon is this? Could it be an undiscovered species? Professor Oak mused, clearly unfamiliar with this creature, mistakenly believing it to be an unknown type. This Pokémon is known as the Roundland Shark, native to the Sinnoh region. Typically, they are blue, but this one is uniquely white, a truly adorable little fellow. As Long Jun beheld the Roundland Shark stumbling about with its eyes closed, an overwhelming sense of fulfillment enveloped him. This was his first Pokémon, one he had nurtured through its hatching, his companion destined to accompany him through countless adventures. Unbeknownst to him, tears welled in his eyes, rendering him speechless with emotion. So it is a Pokémon that has already been discovered. That makes sense. The Sinnoh region is quite distant from us, and information travels slowly. It is only natural that we are unaware of their unique Pokémon. However, Xiaolong, your knowledge is quite impressive. You are indeed a mysterious one, Professor Oak remarked, astonished by Long Jun's insight. Yet, he refrained from probing any further into Long Jun's background, recognizing the boy's innocent passion for Pokémon. Everyone has their secrets, after all, and it is often best not to pry into others' mysteries. Professor Oak clearly took a liking to the newborn creature, gently tapping its forehead with his finger, playfully engaging with the clumsy little being. Professor Oak, be careful. This little one has a tendency to. Long Jun called out, but it was too late. With a sudden flicker of its eyes, the Roundland Shark opened its mouth wide and bit down on the professor's hand. Instantly, Professor Oak yelped in surprise, shaking his arm vigorously. But the little creature stubbornly clung on. "Professor, hold still. I'll help you remove it," Long Jun exclaimed, quickly rising to his feet. Professor Oak, grimacing in pain, ceased his frantic movements, and the tiny round land shark continued to growl while hanging from his arm. Long Jun gently cradled the round creature, softly rubbing its back while soothingly chiding. Now, be good. You mustn't bite indiscriminately. What if you swallow something harmful and upset your tummy? Professor Oak, hearing Long Jun's words, felt an urge to weep, wishing to inquire who exactly was the harmful one, but the pain in his hand compelled him to remain silent. The entire body of the round land shark was enveloped in the warm embrace of cold Jun. As he felt that familiar warmth, the round land shark instantly relaxed, releasing its mouth and turning to look at cold Jun's beaming face. Joyfully, it nestled against him, finding the familiar spot, and then quietly closed its eyes, drifting into a deep slumber. Professor Oak glanced at the already asleep round land shark. Setting aside his own frustrations, today was a joyous occasion for cold Jun. Cradling the newly hatched round land shark, he couldn't help but beam with delight. Hanako, filled with curiosity, peered at the round land shark lying on its back, reaching out a finger to gently poke its soft belly, the delightful sensation proving irresistible. In its dream, the round land shark sensed an unusual feeling on its belly. With its eyes closed, it blindly extended its short front claws in an attempt to dismiss the strange sensation. Unfortunately, its claws were too short to reach, prompting it to shift its body in dissatisfaction, turning around with its rear facing up, a classic case of focusing solely on the head and ignoring the backside, which made Hanako giggle uncontrollably. This little one is simply adorable, cold Jun. Let us give it a name, Hanako suggested, her eyes sparkling with the fervor of creativity. Oh, what kind of name should we choose? Do you have any good ideas? Cold Jun replied, willingly conceding the opportunity for naming to Hanako. Is it appropriate for me to name it? My naming skills are rather poor, the girl said, a hint of surprise in her voice. Had it not been for the fiery enthusiasm in her eyes, cold Jun might have believed her. Not at all. Let us discuss it and see what ideas we can come up with together, cold Jun generously encouraged. At this, Hanako nodded in agreement. Propping her elbow on one hand while resting her chin on the other, her serious gaze fixed intently on the round land shark in cold Jun's arms. After pondering deeply, her eyes suddenly lit up as if struck by inspiration. I have a wonderful name in mind. It's perfect for this little one, she proclaimed proudly. Curiosity piqued. Cold Jun eagerly gestured for her to share her idea. With a chuckle, she said, I think this child seems a bit clumsy. I hope it becomes very clever in the future, so let us call it Little Wisdom. As soon as she spoke, cold Jun couldn't help but burst out laughing, utterly taken aback by her suggestion, staring at the girl with braided hair as if she had uttered something truly terrifying. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the name I chose? Hanako asked, perplexed by cold Jun's reaction. Cold Jun quickly shook his head. No, not at all. It's just that I feel the round land shark cannot possibly bear such a grand name. If we name it that, I might not see the light of tomorrow. I could be overwhelmed by blades. Chuckling lightly, he continued, let us settle on a more ordinary name. Since this little one is so white, how about we call it Little White? It's pleasing to the ear, easy to remember, and quite fitting. Little White seems to have been named for this little one. Fearing that Hanako might suggest another frightful name, cold Jun decisively made the choice, much to Hanako's chagrin, as she rolled her eyes in response. Ding achievement unlocked, naming a family member. Pokémon are akin to our family. Giving them a beautiful name is a parent's duty. First successful completion. Achievement reward, 300 exchange points, skill learning machine, Dragon Claw 1. Ding quest, hatch the Pokémon egg completed. Quest reward, 200 exchange points, random item draw in progress. Draw complete, obtained item, silver powder. The sudden influx of information in cold Jun's mind momentarily stunned him. While the completion of the hatching quest was unsurprising, he was taken aback that he had also completed the achievement task. Overall, it was quite remarkable. And the skill learning machine for Dragon Claw would be perfect for Little White, who had just been born, likely possessing only the ability to use tackle. Cold Jun activated the exploration function on Little White, and its data appeared before him. Ding Little White, the roundland shark, a dragon and ground-type Pokémon, enjoys residing in caves. Upon discovering prey, it will bite down with its enormous mouth, exerting immense power. However, despite its formidable bite, it can easily injure itself if it exerts too much force. Ability, Sandveil, Nature, Lively, Gender, Unspecified. Base stats, total 313, HP 60, Attack 75, Defense 45. Special Attack 40, Special Defense 48, Speed 54. Learned skills, Tackle. Inherited skill, Rock Climb. Evaluation, Unparalleled Potential. Initially, cold Jun had merely wanted to confirm Little White's skills. But upon seeing its base stats, he truly understood the meaning of unparalleled. Gazing at the extraordinary base stats, he couldn't help but wonder who else could compare. Cold June. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly silent? Hanako asked, noticing Cold June's momentary lapse after he had named the round land shark. Snapped back to reality by Hanako's question. Cold June shook his head, insisting there was nothing amiss, though the joy in his eyes was impossible to conceal, prompting another eye roll from Hanako. Having observed the flirtation between the two young souls, Professor Oak, who had been rendered invisible for quite some time, finally spoke up. Ahem. Since the egg has hatched and it is already past noon, we should head back soon. Otherwise, Andy will start to worry about you, Hanako. You haven't eaten yet. Have you? How about joining us for a meal? It was only upon hearing Professor Oak's voice that they remembered his presence. Hanako was startled by his words, suddenly exclaiming, "Oh no, it's already so late. I must hurry back, or my parents will worry. Next time, I promise to visit you, Mr. Oak. Farewell." With that, she bowed to Professor Oak, stole a glance at Cold June, donned her straw hat, and hurriedly dashed away. Cold June watched Hanako disappear into the distance, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Stop staring. She's already far away. We should gather our Pokémon and head back for a meal. I'm starving. And I also need to organize the precious data from the hatching of the Pokémon egg for research. Professor Oak chuckled, patting Cold June on the back. He then opened his backpack, retrieving the empty Pokeballs to start recalling the nearby Pokémon. Feeling a bit embarrassed by Professor Oak's remarks, Cold June quickly joined him in recalling the surrounding Pokémon. The two then quickened their pace towards the Oak residence. Chapter 20. Success is not so easily achieved. Time flew by, and before they knew it, 3 months had passed. Cold June had settled into this world, living a stable and joyful life for 3 months, fully adapting to the lifestyle here and feeling fulfilled each day. Dr. Okito's research facility had long been completed, and the Pokémon that had temporarily resided in his home had returned to the institute. Every day, Long June diligently tended to these creatures at the laboratory, although he occasionally faced delays due to unforeseen circumstances. After 3 months of getting to know one another, Long June and Hanako had become the most compatible couple in the eyes of others, yet they had not officially confirmed their relationship. While holding hands in private was no issue, the shy pair hesitated to take the leap into confession. Today, however, Long June was unusually absent from the research institute, fervently preparing an elaborate feast instead, and he had invited Hanako to join him. Currently, Hanako was assisting him, earnestly learning his culinary skills, realizing that her own cooking paled in comparison to his. This realization weighed heavily on her heart, prompting her to secretly hone her abilities, all the while believing she remained undetected. Aunt Natsuko had gathered an array of fresh flowers from elsewhere and was meticulously decorating the room, filling it with an enchanting fragrance. She hummed a cheerful tune, occasionally glancing at the two in the kitchen with a knowing smile, as the entire home radiated a festive atmosphere. What were they all doing? One might wonder. In truth, they were preparing a celebratory feast for Dr. Okito's impending doctoral certification. Today marked the public announcement of the certification, and Dr. Okito had gone to check on it, with everyone feeling confident that he would undoubtedly receive his doctorate. Thus, they busily adorned the home, and Long June took charge of the culinary preparations. Even the typically aloof SH had come down to lend a hand. Finally, after much effort, they had completed the meal, and now all that remained was to await Dr. Okito's return. Long June sighed deeply as he surveyed the sumptuous spread before him, feeling a mix of joy for the doctor's anticipated achievement and excitement for his own upcoming travels. Yet, the thought of parting from his dear friends left him feeling melancholic. Hanako, puzzled by Long June's fluctuating emotions, observed him with a mixture of curiosity and concern. Suddenly, a white figure leaped onto the dining table, snatched a large chicken leg, and with a flurry of movement, dashed away. "Little White, you rascal. Return that chicken leg. It was specially prepared for Dr. Okito," Long June exclaimed, finally snapping to attention as he tore off his apron and gave chase. This amusing scene elicited laughter from Aunt Natsuko and Hanako, while SH, seated on the sofa, couldn't help but smirk. "Please don't ask me why there's a chicken leg. I just want some peace. And don't ask who Peace is." The mischievous Little White, having hatched from the Pokémon egg, was now a lively troublemaker, far removed from its initial lethargy. It had already wreaked havoc on 2 sets of Dr. Okito's solid wood furniture and had taken a few playful nibbles at everything within the house, including Dr. Okito himself. Long June vividly recalled the sight of Little White perched atop Dr. Okito's head, blood trickling down, a memory he would never forget. As laughter echoed in the room, the sound of a car pulling up outside caught their attention. Familiar to all, it was the unmistakable engine of Dr. Okito's sports car, signaling his return. Aunt Natsuko hurried to open the door, revealing Dr. Okito standing there with a wry smile, which caused her heart to skip a beat. "Yuki-chan, you're back. Come in quickly. We've prepared a feast for you, she exclaimed, taking his bag and coat, ushering him into the living room and seating him in the honorary chair. Ah, thank you all for this wonderful spread. I can see you're all hungry, so let us eat, Dr. Okido said, eager to avoid discussing his situation. He blindly reached for a dish but paused, noticing that one of the chicken legs was missing, his expression frozen in surprise. The others, sensing his bewilderment, fell silent, picking up their chopsticks to begin their meal. Yet, some remained confused. Why is everyone acting like this? Didn't Dr. Okido receive his doctoral certification? Why does it seem like no one is particularly happy? Dr. Okido, what was the result of your trip? Did you succeed in becoming a doctor? Please show us your certificate. Hanako, sitting beside Lung Jun, innocently voiced her thoughts, prompting Lung Jun to gently ruffle her hair, embarrassed, and softly urged, "Let us eat and not talk too much, or the food will get cold." Though bewildered, Hanako complied and began to eat. Indeed, Hanako is right. Everyone, please don't look so glum. You're ruining my appetite. Actually, I did not return empty-handed. I received an award, Dr. Okido explained, rising to retrieve his bag. He produced a pristine certificate, revealing its contents to the group, where the words Best Researcher Photography Award gleamed prominently. Congratulations to researcher Yuki Chin for receiving the Best Researcher Photography Award, hereby certified by the Pokémon League. Long Jun, perplexed, thought, what is this? How did he return with a photography award when he went for a degree certification? Well, it seems luck was not on my side this time. My Pokémon hatching research should have guaranteed my doctorate, but a month ago, a new industry emerged in the region called Pokémon breeding houses, which specializes in hatching Pokémon. Thus, my studies are no longer groundbreaking, and the league awarded me this certification as a consolation prize. What am I supposed to do with this? In frustration, Dr. Okido threw the certificate to the ground, clearly upset. Aunt Natsuko quickly approached, placing a comforting hand on his chest to help him calm down. It's all right, Yuki-chin. Don't let it get to you. Your health is paramount. Don't let anger harm you. That wouldn't be worth it. Listening to Aunt Natsuko, Dr. Okido gradually regained his composure, apologetically looking at everyone as he bent down to pick up the certificate, brushing it off before placing it back into his bag. All is well. There's no need to worry. I am the first champion of the Kanto League. I have faced far greater challenges than this. Such trivial matters are insignificant. Let us eat. This time, Aunt Natsuko took out a fine bottle of wine, allowing Dr. Okido to indulge. After the meal, he was quite tipsy, prompting Aunt Natsuko to guide him to rest while the remaining three tidied up the leftovers. After tidying up the living room, the three of them gathered in the kitchen to wash the dishes. At that moment, Xiaoxing suddenly spoke up. I had actually intended to bring up my desire to travel today. Chapter 21. Fear of parting and the pain of separation. So many things left unsaid. Lung Jun was taken aback by Xiaoxing's unexpected words, his expression one of astonishment as he stared at Xiaoxing, bewildered by his intentions. Meanwhile, Huazi seemed oblivious, cheerfully scrubbing the dishes, her natural disposition inducing a wave of envy in Lung Jun. I want to travel. Although I am not talkative, it does not mean I lack dreams. My dream is to explore places that no one has ever ventured to. I yearn to step beyond the confines of this city, to leave behind even this continent, seeking the broader world that calls to me. Therefore, I have made the decision to travel, one I have contemplated for a long time. I had hoped to mention it today while Odu-san was in high spirits, but seeing his current demeanor, I fear he may not take it well. Xiaoxing spoke at length, leaving Lung Jun wondering where he had been reticent. However, he ultimately restrained himself, his face bearing a hint of gravity as he fell into deep thought. So, what exactly do you want from me? Was the point of confusion for Lung Jun. Because you get along well with Odu-san, I would like you to find a time to speak with him, to prepare him for what is to come. Xiaoxing replied coolly. This time, Lung Jun remained silent, but Huazi interjected. How can you delegate such matters to someone else? You are father and son. What is it that cannot be discussed between you? I believe Mr. Odu would certainly understand your expansive dreams, and he might even support you wholeheartedly. Having someone else speak on your behalf could potentially annoy Mr. Odu, making matters even more complicated. Huazi's words left Xiaoxing stunned, his face a mask of surprise, mouth agape and speechless. Lung Jun was equally astonished. He had not expected Huazi to speak so boldly, realizing she had been listening intently all along. Despite her seemingly calm demeanor, hurry and return my trust. If anyone dares to call you natural, I shall not hesitate to reprimand them, he thought. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Huazi suddenly became bashful, her face flushing as she quickly turned away, ignoring the two of them. Ahem, I actually think Huazi is right. This is a matter between you and your father, and I believe Mr. Odu will understand. So, you need not worry, Lung Jun said, turning around slightly embarrassed. Xiao Sheng's face also showed a rare hint of awkwardness as he smiled faintly, saying nothing more. After finishing the dishes, Xiao Sheng returned upstairs, and as night fell, Long Jun prepared to escort Huazi home. With Xiaobai perched atop his head and holding Huazi's hand, they quietly made their way to the Fujiwara residence. With Xiaobai behaving himself and remaining still, the night passed uneventfully, and the next day dawned bright and clear. Long Jun arose early to prepare breakfast for everyone. However, as soon as he opened the door, he spotted Professor Odiu, impeccably dressed, emerging with a bag in hand, clearly ready to leave. Just then, Xiaosheng appeared from upstairs. Calling out to Professor Odiu, Long Jun quickly pulled the door he had only just opened back. Odiu-san, I have something important to discuss with you. Is it very important? Yes, it is. Oh, then please hurry down. We can sit and talk. Xiaosheng descended the stairs and sat with Professor Odiu, coldly gazing at his father. After a deep inhale, he spoke earnestly. Odiu-san, I wish to travel. I long for a broader world. The world is vast, and I wish to see it. I hope to gain your approval. Xiaosheng's words clearly took Professor Odiu by surprise, leaving him momentarily stunned as he stared at his son, as if he were a stranger. Neither spoke, their silence making Long Jun inside the house anxious on their behalf. After a while, Professor Odiu slowly rose, his expression unreadable. He picked up his bag and turned slightly, saying, Let us set this matter aside for now. I have some things to attend to and will return later to give you my response. Without another word, he exited. The sound of the engine roaring as he drove away. Xiaosheng sat in silence for a moment before returning upstairs and closing his door. Witnessing this, Long Jun sighed softly but was startled by a similar sigh nearby. Peering out, he noticed Aunt Fuko had somehow emerged from her room. She had clearly spotted Long Jun and offered a faint, helpless smile before heading into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. After breakfast, Long Jun, accompanied by Xiaobai, made his way to the research facility. He did not disturb Huazi's family on the way and headed straight to the lab, where he found the entrance locked, indicating that Professor Odiu had not yet arrived. Long Jun opened the door himself and began his work for the day. The work at the research facility continued as usual. Upon entering, Long Jun first released all the Pokémon contained within the Pokeballs, then helped with cleaning and organizing their food, allowing Xiaobai and Nidalino to play together while he busied himself. Long Jun found great joy in this work, contemplating that if his travels were to conclude, a life like this would be a splendid choice. After resolving his lunch alone, he once again gathered all the Pokémon into their balls by the afternoon, locked up the lab, and headed back to the Odiu residence with Xiaobai. He still did not encounter Huazi on the way and refrained from visiting, as he was preoccupied with other matters. Therefore, he quickened his pace to return home. Upon arriving at the Odiu residence, he saw Professor Odiu pulling in with a weary expression. Noticing Long Jun, who had just come from the research facility, he smiled and said, I apologize, Xiaolong. I left all the work to you today. I am truly sorry. Long Jun quickly waved his hand, smiling as he replied, Mr. Odiu must have had important matters to attend to. This small amount of work is no trouble at all. Let us head inside quickly. Professor Odiu nodded, and they entered the house. Upon entering, they found Aunt Fuko and Xiaosheng seated on the sofa. Hearing the noise, Aunt Fuko promptly stood to greet Professor Odiu, while Xiaosheng remained seated, silent as ever. Xiaosheng, I have given this matter considerable thought, and I have arrived at a decision, Professor Odiu said, approaching his son with a serious expression, causing Aunt Fuko and Long Jun to tense up. This is my answer. Professor Odiu produced 2 Pokeballs, releasing first a cute brown, fluffy Pokémon onto the coffee table, followed by a massive dragon-type Pokémon that appeared behind him, flames still flickering from its tail. Charizard. EV. What does this mean, Odiu-san? Xiaosheng looked at the 2 Pokémon in confusion, questioning his father. Professor Odiu smiled faintly, placing the 2 Pokeballs into Xiaosheng's hands, then sighed with relief, saying, My son has grown up and wishes to travel. As a father, I must offer him my support. This Charizard has grown alongside me and is my most trusted companion, having diligently trained in the Dragon Valley. I hastily arranged for his return today, wishing for him to protect my son just as he once safeguarded me. With him by your side, I can find solace. The EV, a gift from a fellow researcher, is the reason for my early departure today. He presented me with 2, and I now bestow one upon you, hoping that this Pokémon, brimming with infinite possibilities, will bring you boundless fortune. Blessings upon you, my son, you shall become my pride. Professor Oak, having said enough, felt no need for further words. Aunt Fuko was already in tears, and Cold Kuin's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Meanwhile, SH1, clutching the Pokeball in his hand, suddenly squeezed it tightly, leapt up, and embraced Professor Oak, erupting into childlike sobs that seemed impossible to quell. Chapter 22. Another terrifying secret unveiled the next morning. SH set off with the 2 Pokémon gifted by Professor Oak, while Cold Kuin and Aunt Fuko bid him farewell at the door. Aunt Fuko was in tears, and Cold Kuin felt a pang of reluctance, having spent 3 months together. Although their exchanges had been few, a bond had formed. Professor Oak did not emerge, perhaps fearing his own emotions would betray him. It was only after SH had vanished from sight that he stepped out, his eyes slightly reddened, speaking. The day is wearing on, and I have research to attend to. Cold, please help Aunt Fuko tidy up. Do visit when you have time. With that, Professor Oak departed, perhaps believing that only research could distract him. Cold Kuin assisted Aunt Fuko in cleaning SH's room, glancing at the clock, which indicated it was nearly noon. Consequently, Aunt Fuko prepared 2 bento boxes, urging Cold Kuin to take one to the Research Institute to share lunch with Professor Oak, who had left without breakfast. As Cold Kuin stepped outside with SH's EV, only Aunt Fuko remained at home, her solitary figure casting a shadow of loneliness that tugged at Cold Kuin's heart. He initially resolved to stay and keep her company, but was gently dismissed by Aunt Fuko's smile, prompting him to leave. Soon, Cold Kuin arrived at the doorstep of the TD family, where Hanako was idly seated on the stairs, lost in thought. Upon seeing Cold Kuin, she sprang up joyfully and rushed over. Cold Kuin, admiring the carefree spirit of the sunny girl, gently tidied her slightly disheveled hair and softly inquired, Hanako, have you had lunch yet? Hanako shook her head. Not yet. Okasan is preparing it. It will be ready soon. Would you like to join us? A glimmer of anticipation danced across her face. Cold Kuin chuckled and shook his head. After you finish your meal, do you have any plans? I would like to ask you to keep Aunt Fuko company. She is alone at home today. Thus, Cold Kuin recounted SH's departure to Hanako, whose eyes turned red with emotion. On the verge of tears, she quickly assured him, I will bring Aunt Fuko her share of the meal and keep her company. Grateful, Cold Kuin ruffled Hanako's hair. Having settled the matter, Cold Kuin bid her farewell and continued towards the Research Institute. Upon arriving, he set SH's EV down to play with the other Pokémon, retrieved the bento, and warmed it slightly before heading to the laboratory to call for Professor Oak. Gently opening the door, he found Professor Oak seated inside, gazing dreamily at a delightful EV, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Professor, Cold Kuin called softly. At the sound of his voice, both Professor Oak and EV turned. The professor momentarily dazed before recognizing Cold Kuin and greeting him with a smile. Oh, it's Cold. When did you arrive? Cold Kuin managed a wry smile, realizing that SH's departure had significantly affected Professor Oak. Aunt Fuko prepared lunch for you. Let us eat together outside. Ah, splendid. I'll be right there, he replied, lifting the EV from the table and following Cold Kuin to the hall, where he fetched a Pokémon bowl and filled it with food for EV. Watching the Pokémon eat happily, Professor Oak finally sat down at the table, ravenously devouring his meal. Seeing Professor Oak in such a state tugged at Cold Kuin's heart. Observing the joyful EV beside him sparked an idea. Perhaps giving Professor Oak a task to focus on would ease his distress. Professor, now that you have an EV, may I ask you a question? Do you know how many evolutionary forms EV has? Cold Kuin inquired with a smile. Professor Oak was momentarily taken aback by the sudden question. Then a smile crept onto his face. Cold, do you think I only know about the EV evolutions in the Kanto region? That I'm only familiar with Flareon, Jolteon, and Vaporeon? You might be disappointed. I also know about the evolutions into Leafeon and Glaceon, discovered by a dear friend of mine. This EV was gifted to me by that same friend, so if you wish to challenge my knowledge, you may find it a bit too ambitious. A hint of pride crossed Professor Oak's face, prompting Cold Kuin to chuckle inwardly while feigning disappointment. Oh, I thought you knew them all. It turns out you only know these 5. How? Disappointing. Cold Kuin feigned regret, shaking his head. Professor Oak, momentarily stunned, refrained from retorting, for he had come to appreciate Cold Kuin's extensive knowledge of Pokémon over the past few months. Many insights he had shared were indeed correct. Thus, he approached Cold Kuin cautiously with curiosity. So, Cold, you know there are other evolutionary forms? What are they? Please tell me. As Professor Oak grew increasingly animated, nearly standing up, Cold Kuin gestured for him to calm down. After gathering his thoughts, he began. It is well known that in the Kanto region, Eevee evolves into its 3 forms using fire stones, thunder stones, and water stones. However, the evolutions into Leafeon and Glaceon are somewhat different. They require Eevee to achieve a certain level of friendship with its trainer and evolve during the day or night, respectively. Professor Oak was left speechless, signaling Cold Kuin to pause as he rushed off to retrieve a pen and notebook, returning to jot down Cold Kuin's insights before allowing him to continue. Cold Kuin smiled slightly before continuing. As for the remaining EV evolutions, there are 3, Leafeon, Glaceon, and Sylveon. Leafeon and Glaceon can only evolve in specific regions, such as Sinnoh, Unova, or Kalos, under particular environmental conditions, gaining grass and ice attributes, respectively. As for the final type of fairy Pokémon, it unveils an even greater secret. The following explanation may seem somewhat unbelievable, and I hope Mr. Okido can approach it with composure. Most importantly, please refrain from disclosing that I was the source of this information. Ling Jun's expression was grave, for the matter at hand would lead to the 18th undiscovered type in the Pokémon world, the fairy type, also referred to as the enchantment type. This warranted Ling Jun's utmost seriousness, as it demonstrated his trust in Professor Okido. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have been dismissed as mad. Professor Okido observed Ling Jun's earnest demeanor and understood the gravity of the situation. He then solemnly declared, as a researcher, I vow to maintain absolute confidentiality regarding what I am about to hear. Ling Jun quickly interjected with a smile. I am not asking you to keep it a secret. I merely hope you do not reveal that I was the one who told you. As for where this information is applied, I shall not inquire. Professor Okido nodded, patiently awaiting Ling Jun's elaboration. The fairy Pokémon also requires a certain level of intimacy to evolve, but its evolution hinges on the acquisition of a new type of skill known as fairy type, a hidden attribute. Apart from a few Pokémon with complete fairy attributes in the distant Kalos region, many Pokémon from other regions conceal this attribute within their being. While this attribute does not possess many extraordinary abilities, only one, in fact, it significantly alters its standing. The fairy type is entirely immune to dragon-type attacks and inflicts over double the damage to dragon-type Pokémon. This poses a substantial threat to numerous families that rely on dragon types, which is why I exercise such caution. Beyond this, I cannot divulge more. It is for Mr. Okido to explore. At this juncture, Ling Jun's revelation left Professor Okido in a state of shock. He had not anticipated such monumental information from Ling Jun, pausing his writing. He contemplated for a considerable time before raising his gaze to speak. I believe that the information you have shared, young Ling, is not yet meant to surface. The two existing EV evolutions are already sufficient, and I trust that once I can authenticate these two evolutions, I will attain true doctoral status. Therefore, let this final evolution and the new attribute be unveiled at the appropriate moment. After a brief moment of reflection, Professor Okido looked at Ling Jun and remarked, You truly are an extraordinary individual, mysterious in origin, rich in experience. Though somewhat inexperienced, your knowledge is astonishing, and you continually surprise me. I sincerely hope you maintain this genuine kindness within you, for I shall always stand as your steadfast supporter. Upon hearing Professor Okido's words, Ling Jun beamed with joy. Thinking to himself that he had indeed not misjudged his character, Professor Okido was undoubtedly a person worthy of confiding secrets. Then let us hasten our research. I eagerly anticipate the day I can address you as Professor Okido. I believe that day is not far off. Chapter 23, Professor Okido. Time passed swiftly, and the weather had turned cool as the autumn breeze brought relief to the parched earth. It had been 3 months since Xiaoxing's departure, and the Okido household was once again filled with joyous festivities, featuring a lavish dinner spread before them. Aunt Naozi, Ling Jun, and Hanako sat quietly at the table, patiently awaiting Professor Okido's return with good news. The familiar sound of a car arrived, followed by hurried footsteps. The door swung open to reveal Professor Okido, clad in formal attire and brimming with excitement. Upon witnessing his expression, Aunt Naozi felt a sense of relief and rose to greet him. Ling Jun and Hanako also stood, and Ling Jun, with a broad smile, began to applaud, with Hanako following suit. Congratulations. It seems we shall be calling you Professor Okido from today onward. How delightful it is to finally address you so openly. I am truly moved, Ling Jun exclaimed. Professor Okido laughed heartily at Ling Jun's exaggerated expression, reaching into his bag to solemnly produce a certificate, which he gently unfolded before his chest. His resolute face flickered with emotion, excitement, and a touch of nostalgia. I owe this recognition to you. Ling Jun, Aunt Naozi, and Hanako have also worked tirelessly. Your contributions have been invaluable, and I find myself at a loss for words. Save for this, Mina, thank you for your hard work. Standing tall, Professor Okido bowed deeply to the three of them, his gratitude unspoken yet palpable. This doctoral certification was granted based on the research results concerning Leafeon and Glaceon. Once the Pokémon League learned that Eevee could evolve into 2 additional forms, they promptly confirmed the authenticity of the findings and approved Professor Okido's doctoral status, 6 months earlier than in the original timeline. Seeing Professor Okido's gratitude, Ling Jun hurried over to assist him, smiling as he guided him to a seat. To Ling Jun, Professor Okido was a senior, and he felt unworthy of such praise. Dinner took precedence. As they settled in, Hanako playfully teased Shiro, who eagerly leaped to snatch a chicken leg but was outmaneuvered each time, eliciting laughter from everyone. During the past 3 months, Hanako had consistently visited the Okido household to keep Aunt Naozi company. Thanks to Hanako's dedication, Aunt Naozi had maintained her gentle demeanor despite Xiaoxing's absence. Consequently, Ling Jun had taken to accompanying Hanako home each night, leading the Toyoshima couple to regard him with eyes akin to those of a prospective son-in-law, causing both Ling Jun and Hanako to feel quite bashful. Meanwhile, Aunt Naozi looked at Hanako with a warmth typically reserved for her own daughter. It felt slightly peculiar. The joyous dinner was a rare occasion for the Okido family to gather and enjoy a meal together, consuming the lavish spread before them. Shiro, now with a round belly, lay in Hanako's lap, unable to move after a satisfying meal, letting out a burp before drifting off to sleep. At times, Ling Jun couldn't help but think that Shiro's species was not merely a land shark, but perhaps more akin to a certain lazy breed of pig, given its lethargy. When lively, it could drive one to distraction, yet when idle, it was immovable, a true little tyrant. Hanako passed Shiro to Ling Jun while she assisted Aunt Naozi in clearing the dishes. Meanwhile, Ling Jun and Professor Okido engaged in conversation on the sofa. Just as their discussion reached an exciting peak, a delayed notification chimed in Ling Jun's mind. Ding. Task. The path to becoming Dr. Okido completed. Reward granted. 1,000 exchange points. Personal space activated. Ding. Task issued. Kanto Summit. Task details. There are 6 months remaining until the Kanto League registration concludes. During this period, fulfill the registration requirements and secure first place in the final league battle. Task rewards. Each gym badge grants 500 exchange points, 1 random skill learning machine. Securing first place in the Kanto League grants 2,000 exchange points, 1 Pokémon lottery, and 3 random held items. Task penalty. Depending on the degree of completion, 1 to 3 system functions may be randomly disabled and permanently closed. Hearing the system's alert, Ling Jun fell silent, letting out a faint sigh, realizing it was time for him to depart. Initially, he believed that with Dr. Oki completing his mission to become a doctor, he could continue to stay here and experience the warmth akin to that of family. However, he did not anticipate that the system would impose this penalty task for the first time, clearly indicating its concern over his lingering presence. It seemed that the moment had arrived for him to venture out into the world. Dr. Oki noticed Ling Jun's unusual demeanor and, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "What is the matter, Xiaolong? Is something troubling you?" Ling Jun looked up, managing a wry smile, unsure of how to articulate his feelings. Observing Ling Jun's troubled expression, Dr. Oki suddenly understood, a faint smile appearing on his face as he spoke in a somber tone. "It appears you've grown up, and indeed, you cannot be restrained. Xiaolong, you wish to explore the world, don't you? I understand your sentiments." Ling Jun maintained his bittersweet smile, feeling as if he had been seen through by Dr. Oki before he could even voice his thoughts. A crash echoed from the kitchen as a plate shattered, and after a brief silence, Huazi hurriedly emerged, flustered as she removed her apron, avoiding Ling Jun's gaze and bowing slightly. I have some matters to attend to, Mr. Oki. I must take my leave." With that, she hurriedly exited, head down. Seeing Huazi's distressed state, Ling Jun felt a pang of sorrow but was at a loss for how to respond. "What are you standing there for? Go after her," Dr. Oki urged eagerly. Ling Jun was momentarily taken aback, then tossed Xiao Bai onto the sofa, where it rolled a few times before he hastily got up to chase after Huazi. Once outside the door, he caught a glimpse of Huazi turning a corner. In the moonlight, it seemed as if something crystalline was streaming from the corners of her eyes. Tears. Perhaps. "Huazi, wait. Let me explain." Ling Jun called out anxiously, running after her, but before he could take more than a few steps, he heard her distant voice, tinged with sorrow. "Don't come near. I'm fine. I just want to be alone for a while." Ling Jun halted, watching the figure fade into the distance, a deep ache settling in his heart, unable to find solace. He stood there, lost in thought, for an indeterminate time until Dr. Oki emerged from the house. "I cannot meddle in the affairs of youth, but since you've decided to venture out, I can only wish you well. Just as I would for Xiaosheng. Now, get in the car. I have something to give you." Dr. Oki started the car and gestured for Ling Jun to join him in the passenger seat. With a slight shake of his head and a bittersweet smile, Ling Jun climbed into the vehicle. Dr. Oki pressed the accelerator, steering towards the research institute by a different route to avoid any unforeseen encounters between Ling Jun and Huazi. Chapter 24. A parting gift beneath the stars and amid the autumn breeze. The two arrived at the Oki Research Institute without a word exchanged. Once inside, Dr. Oki retrieved a small box from his laboratory and presented it to Ling Jun, opening it to reveal a card. Handing it to Ling Jun, he explained, This is your identity card, which I applied for on your behalf. I had kept it here, forgetting to give it to you, but now that you are leaving, it has become essential. Upon examining the card, Lung Jun noticed his photograph and personal details, realizing it served as proof of identity in this world. Thank you, Dr. Oki. I truly need this, he expressed his gratitude. This card was unlike an ordinary identification card. It was special, akin to a Pokémon Pokédex, granting free medical treatment, accommodation, and meals at any Pokémon Center, an invaluable asset for travelers. Lung Jun understood the effort Dr. Oki had invested in preparing it, and his heart swelled with appreciation. Dr. Oki continued, there is no need for formalities. I recall you mentioning your ambition to challenge the Kanto League. While you have Xiaobai, one Pokémon alone cannot suffice. I wouldn't want you to merely fill your team with 6 Pokémon arbitrarily. Which is why I brought you here. This is our true purpose. Leading Ling Jun to the storage area for Pokeballs, Dr. Oki retrieved 2 with precision and handed them to him. Your bond with them has always been strong. Take them. They are yours now. A knowing smile graced Dr. Oki's face, suggesting he had planned this for quite some time. Holding the 2 Pokeballs, Lung Jun already knew which Pokémon resided within without needing to open them. Come forth, Nidoking and Arbok, he called, and with a swift motion, 2 purple figures sprang from the spheres. Nidoking joyfully approached Lung Jun, nuzzling against him in a gesture of camaraderie, while Arbok turned away, exuding an air of aloofness. I'm about to embark on a journey. It will be arduous, and battles may bring injury. Will you accompany me? Lung Jun bent down to stroke Nidoking's back. Nido. Nidoking eagerly nodded, brimming with excitement. Meanwhile, Arbok turned back, emitting a proud hiss and slightly nodding in agreement. Thank you so much. I promise to take great care of both of you. Together, we shall create glorious memories, Lung Jun declared, a confident smile illuminating his face. Upon returning home with his new companions, Aunt Fuko had already packed Lung Jun's belongings. Seeing Dr. Oki and Lung Jun return, her gaze filled with reluctance. Although their time together spanned merely 6 months, Lung Jun had seamlessly integrated into this family, cherished like her own son. As her other son prepared to depart, it was only natural for her to feel a sense of loss. Xiaolong, I've prepared the essentials for you, including a change of clothes and a small emergency medical kit. Be cautious while you're out there. If you get injured, make sure to tend to it properly, and... Aunt Fusako's words were interrupted by Dr. Okido, who gently embraced the tearful Aunt Fusako and turned to say, Little Rei is already an adult and knows how to take care of herself. It is quite late now. Let her rest well and gather her strength for tomorrow's journey. After nodding toward Rei, he led Aunt Fusako back to their room. Rei picked up her backpack, gazing at the neatly arranged contents, tears streaming down her face. A night of silence passed, and soon it was morning. Rei rose early, tidied up both inside and outside the house, and prepared breakfast, eagerly awaiting Dr. Okido and Aunt Fusako. Before she could knock on the door, Aunt Fusako stepped out, and, upon seeing the breakfast spread, was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a hint of reproach, she said to Rei, Little Rei, how could you take away the last thing I wanted to do? That's quite naughty of you. Rei chuckled softly but said nothing. Soon after, Dr. Okido emerged, and together, the family enjoyed breakfast. Rei dressed neatly, slinging her backpack over her shoulder, while Shiro, her Pokémon, instinctively climbed into the backpack, leaving only its pointed dorsal fin visible, clearly finding comfort in the dim environment. Be careful on your journey. If anything arises, remember to contact us. We will assist you, Dr. Okido and Aunt Fusako advised as they stood at the doorway. Rei nodded but kept her gaze fixed on the corner nearby, sighing softly when she noticed that the person she had hoped to see had not appeared. With a reluctant farewell, she set off toward the next town. At that moment, the roar of an engine reverberated through the air as a small car drifted around the corner and came to a halt in front of Dr. Okido's house. Rei was taken aback and pleasantly surprised to recognize the vehicle belonging to the Toyoshima family. Indeed, the car door swung open, and a girl with a bright orange ponytail leaped out and dashed towards Rei, embracing her tightly. Her pretty face was fixed intently on Rei, her slightly swollen eyes shimmering with earnestness, clearly wishing to convey something. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, Rei gently pressed a finger to her lips. This is something I must say, Rei declared, extending her other arm to pull the girl closer, her expression turning serious. I have liked you, Hanako, since the moment we first met. No, it feels as though I have cherished you long before our paths crossed. The happiest moment of my time here has been knowing you. So, when I win the Pokémon Championship, will you allow me to return and marry you? Upon hearing Rei's heartfelt confession, Hanako was rendered speechless, her emotions overwhelming her. After a moment, she nodded vigorously, her voice trembling as she replied, I I like you too. I have liked you since our first meeting. I believe in your words. I will wait for you here, waiting for you to become the champion and come to marry me. Rei's heart soared at her words, a brilliant smile illuminating her face. At that moment, what could be a more direct expression of their feelings than a kiss? Chapter 25. Every family has its mischievous child. Finally, Rei embarked on her journey, carrying the hopes of those around her and her own happiness as she set forth to conquer the stars and seas. One day later. Good heavens! Wasn't it said that Tokiwa City is close to Shinshin Town? Why have I walked all day without a glimpse of any city? Rei exclaimed in frustration. Lulu, it's time for you to show yourself again. Lulu, emerging from her slumber, retorted. Must you always be so loud? Can't you let someone rest? Do you know how detrimental lack of sleep can be to a beauty? You've already slept for 14 chapters. If you sleep any longer, others will forget you. Hurry up. The navigation system has been directing me this way all day, yet I still can't find Tokiwa City. Only endless forests. Rei replied, exasperated. Lulu, growing impatient, soared into the sky to scout and then returned, extending her delicate arm toward the forest. Actually, the quickest route is through the forest to reach Tokiwa City. Shouldn't you be focusing on your gym challenge? Tokiwa City lies deep within this Tokiwa forest, and so does the Tokiwa gym. Just keep going straight, and you'll see it. Ugh, I'm so tired. Don't bother me anymore. With a yawn, Lulu returned to Rei's body, drifting back to sleep. Is that so? I had no idea. Well, I might as well check it out, Rei said, gazing at the forest with resignation. Opening her virtual panel, she exchanged 20 points for a bottle of silver spray, applying it to herself to ward off weaker Pokémon and alleviate potential troubles. Over the past 6 months, the system had intermittently assigned Rei various tasks, and with the rewards from her Pokémon research, her assets had exceeded 10,000. Using a 20-point item like silver spray posed no financial strain. During this time, she had also identified every Pokémon in the research lab. Each new species brought varying rewards based on its rarity, with the highest contributor, Nidoking, granting 100 points. After identifying Magikarp, she recalled Lulu's expression of triumph as she tossed Rei 10 points, which felt rather discriminatory. Prepared, Rei ventured into the forest. Shiro, be cautious. Shiro, why are you running so far? Rei intended to ensure Shiro's safety, but turned around only to find her backpack empty. Shiro had dashed off to a large rock, sneezing repeatedly, clearly overwhelmed by the spray. See? I told you to return to your Pokeball, but you wouldn't listen. Now you're uncomfortable, aren't you? Come back, Rei said, taking out a Pokeball and aiming it at Shiro, only for Shiro to nimbly evade the red beam. Seeing Rei's exasperation, Shiro gleefully pranced in circles around the rock, seemingly mocking her. Rei felt utterly defeated. After 6 months at Dr. Okito's home, Shiro had been treated like royalty, inadvertently elevating its status above Rei's, which often left her sighing in resignation. This little troublemaker. Shiro, come back. We need to keep moving. Stop messing around, Rei pleaded. But just then, a Spearow swooped down from nearby, initially curious about Shiro. Recognizing it as an unfamiliar and seemingly easy target, it dove in, pecking fiercely at Shiro's back fin. Instantly startled, Shiro sprang into action, its front paw revealing 3 long, purple claws that swiftly struck the Spearow, which let out a cry before collapsing, rendered incapable of further battle. With its assailant defeated, Shiro strutted over, proudly prancing around the fallen Spearow. Upon witnessing this scene, Lung Jun felt a chill run through him. He was well aware of the habits of the fiery sparrows. Wherever one appeared, it was certain that a strengthened, independent regiment lurked behind. Typically, Lung Jun would avoid provoking such groups of Pokémon, for he understood the truth that unity is strength. Just look at the pathetic weakling fish with a battle rating of 175. When united, they can reach the level of a dominator. At this moment, it was best to make a hasty retreat. With swift strides, Lung Jun rushed over and scooped up Xiao Bai, who struggled ungratefully, clearly oblivious to the current predicament. Just then, a rustling sound erupted from the nearby woods, causing Lung Jun's heart to skip a beat. He turned to see a swarm of fiery sparrows charging forth, their faces filled with fury, descending in overwhelming numbers. Lung Jun bolted away, and Xiao Bai, startled by the unfolding situation, curled into a tighter ball in his arms, appearing indifferent to the chaos. Don't be cowardly now, you little rascal, Lung Jun urged, realizing he needed to act quickly. Use Sandstorm behind us. Upon hearing Lung Jun's command, Xiao Bai lifted his head, his tiny front paws outstretched. A wave of earthy energy surged forth from him, intending to create a sandstorm to impede the fiery sparrow's pursuit. However, a fierce gust of wind swept through, dissipating the sandstorm before it could manifest, and the fiery sparrow legion continued their relentless chase. Even the sun can be utilized in such a manner. Why don't you all take to the skies? In his urgency, Lung Jun hastily summoned the Arbok. With a resounding hiss, the Arbok appeared beside him, coiling around his upper body. It raised its head, casting a menacing glare at the pursuing fiery sparrows. With a fierce glare, it paralyzed several sparrows, causing them to plummet. Then, it unleashed a shrill cry, forcing the relentless pursuers to halt. Their eyes filled with resentment as they watched Lung Jun escape. After a few angry calls, they turned and flew away. After running through the forest for a considerable time, weighed down by his burdens, Lung Jun finally stopped when the sounds of the fiery sparrows faded into silence. He gave Xiaobai a firm tap on the head, ignoring its innocent expression. He then removed the still coiling Arbok from around him and took out a bottle of Moo Moo milk, downing more than half in one go. Finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. The Arbok, captivated by the sight of the milk, couldn't tear its gaze away. Noticing this, Lung Jun, adhering to the principle of not wasting, poured the remainder into Arbok's mouth as a reward for its efforts during this escapade. You did well this time. Without you, we might have been in serious trouble, he praised, teasing Xiaobai, which made the latter jump in indignation. At that moment, the Pokeball at Lung Jun's waist glowed, and Nidoking jumped out automatically, nuzzling against him with concern. Seeing the worry in Nidoking's eyes, Lung Jun bent down to comfort him. It's all right. I'm not hurt. I'm truly sorry to have caused you concern. He paused, reflecting on their day together. Since we have been out for a while now, you are all my family, my companions. It feels inappropriate to keep calling you by your formal names, so let me give you some family names. Feeling slightly distant calling Nidoking and Arbok by their scientific names, Lung Jun decided to showcase his naming skills. Nidoking, how about I call you Little Ni? Do you like that name? He asked, patting Nidoking's head. Ni. Nidoking nodded enthusiastically at its new name. Turning his gaze to Arbok, his eyes sparkled with mischief. As for you, I have thought of a rather imposing name. What do you think of Orochimaru? Arbok, hiss. In the end, Arbok did not agree with the grandiose name, leaving Lung Jun somewhat exasperated. After a moment of contemplation, he gently stroked Arbok's cool scales and said, since you don't like Orochimaru, from now on, you shall be called Red Bean. I hope you one day become a portly creature in the future. Clearly, Arbok found this new name more acceptable, pondering for a moment before nodding in agreement. Nearby, Nidoking appeared somewhat disheartened, feeling that the disparity between its name and Arbok's was rather significant. However, with its cheerful disposition, Nidoking didn't dwell on it too much, comforted by Xiaobai's presence. All right, our rest is over. Let us hasten to the Tokiwa Gym for a challenge. I can hardly contain my excitement. After confirming the names of his new companions, Lung Jun waved his hand toward the direction indicated on the map, exclaiming with enthusiasm. Kakenai. The trio of Pokémon responded in unison. Though this journey was just beginning, and he only had 3 Pokémon, according to the general rules of gym challenges, 3 Pokémon were more than sufficient. Lung Jun felt a modicum of confidence in his abilities. Even if he were to lose, it shouldn't be too disastrous. After all, as a newcomer, he understood the adage that all beginnings are difficult. His experience in battling others was still limited, and he recognized the need for further honing. After 6 months, the 3 Pokémon Lung Jun possessed had made considerable progress. Their levels had risen, and they had acquired additional skills. For instance, Xiaobai, who initially only knew Tackle, along with a hereditary skill, Rock Climb, and a TM move, Dragon Claw, had now learned Sand Attack, Dragon Rage, Sandstorm, and Tackle. With the Shadow Clone TM he obtained, Xiaobai had become formidable, showcasing its prowess by swiftly dispatching a fiery sparrow with a single Dragon Claw. Although still somewhat reckless, its strength was undeniably impressive. As for Red Bean, it had learned the Liquid Ooze skill and had leveled up considerably, seemingly on the verge of evolution. Lastly, Little Ni had acquired the Horn Attack skill. Though Lung Jun could now exchange a complete Moonstone to evolve Little Ni into Nidoking, he chose to delay the evolution. He planned to wait until Little Ni learned a few more powerful skills before proceeding with its evolution. The current Tokiwa Gym primarily focused on Bug-type Pokémon, and Bug-type moves inflict only half damage on Poison-type Pokémon, a considerable advantage for Lung Jun's 2 Pokémon. Xiaobai burrowed back into the backpack, and Lung Jun recalled Red Bean and Little Ni, resuming his navigation through the forest. Thanks to the map, he wouldn't lose his way. Although the limited scope of the map left him uncertain of how far he had to go, compelling him to press onward. Before long, Lung Jun encountered other travelers within the forest. The individuals before me were all of robust stature, adorned in an array of forest gear, unmistakably accustomed to the wilderness. They moved with a sense of urgency, each clutching cages draped in black cloth, as they hurriedly advanced in a singular direction. Concealed behind a tree, I observed their retreating figures, a sense of curiosity stirring within me. However, I thought better of approaching them, for it was evident that they were not the most amiable of company. Continuing my journey, I pressed on for a considerable distance until the map indicated that my destination was near. Upon parting the bushes, my surroundings opened up to reveal a vast clearing, dotted with a few towering trees amidst a cluster of houses infused with an aura of nature. Numerous inhabitants busied themselves, creating a scene of harmonious coexistence. Joyfully, I approached and greeted the nearest elder, who welcomed my presence warmly upon noticing an outsider. Greetings, venerable elder. I hail from Verdant Town and am on a quest to challenge the Kanto League. This must be Viridian City, am I correct? Could you kindly direct me to the Viridian Gym? The elder, pleased to assist, promptly indicated the way and offered encouraging words, remarking on my potential for greatness. I expressed my gratitude with a nod before departing towards the gym. The Viridian Gym stood majestically at the heart of the city. After a brief exploration, I laid eyes upon the grand green structure. Adjacent to it was a Pokémon Center, and feeling fatigued from my travels and slightly hungry, I resolved to replenish my energy before proceeding with my challenge. Stepping into the center, I was greeted by the familiar sight of Nurse Joy. With a tremor of excitement, I presented my identity card, prompting a look of confusion from her. I then retrieved my Pokémon from my backpack, placing them alongside two others in their Pokeballs, requesting her assistance in restoring their vitality. Once my Pokémon had regained their strength, I relished a delightful lunch with them, and with renewed vigor, I exited the center, eager to confront my challenge at the Viridian Gym. As I emerged, I noticed two individuals, a man and a woman, lingering by the entrance of the gym, seemingly awaiting something. Intrigued, I approached them, but just as I intended to enter, they blocked my path. Please wait a moment. There are others currently challenging within the gym. To avoid disruption, kindly wait until they have finished, the violet-haired beauty spoke softly. Taken aback, I realized that my brief respite had allowed someone else to seize the opportunity ahead of me. Though a twinge of annoyance surfaced, I took a seat beneath a nearby tree, patiently waiting for the challenger to emerge. It was not long before the gym doors swung open, revealing a long-haired youth who exited briskly, cradling an injured Beedrill. After nodding to the duo at the entrance, he noticed me, casting a fierce glare in my direction before proceeding towards the Pokémon Center, presumably to tend to his wounded companion, the two individuals following closely behind. Perplexed by his sudden hostility, I could not comprehend what had provoked such a reaction from him. Dismissing the thought, I stood and entered the gym. Upon crossing the threshold, I was greeted by a vast battle arena, still bearing the scars of recent combat, while a middle-aged man diligently repaired the arena's surface. Greetings. I am a challenger from Verdant Town. May I engage in a challenge now? I inquired. The man turned at the sound of my voice, bursting into hearty laughter. A challenge? Of course. I am the gym leader, Tsukishita, and I welcome challenges at any time. Excellent. By the way, was the individual who just entered a challenger as well? Would you mind sharing the outcome of their battle? My curiosity piqued. I recalled the long-haired youth. Oh, you mean Sakaki? He wasn't actually challenging the gym. He merely made a wager with me, and naturally, I emerged victorious, Tsukishita replied with a hearty chuckle. In that moment, I felt as though I had been struck by lightning. Wait, Sakaki? The very same Sakaki, the notorious leader of Team Rocket? Upon reflection, he does bear a resemblance, but what of that magnificent mane of his? I thought he was meant to be a genius. What on earth has he experienced since then? Ahem, are you all right? Challenger? Tsukishita interjected, noticing my sudden stupor. Nothing at all. Just a moment of surprise. However, I have one more question. Why did Sakaki wish to battle you? I stammered, nearly miscalling his name in my excitement. Tsukishita regarded me with a hint of regret. It seems you hold a keen interest in Sakaki. Were you previously acquainted? No, not at all. Merely curious. I vehemently shook my head, determined to dispel any misconceptions, thinking to myself how absurd it was to suggest familiarity. Observing my fervent denial, Tsukishita chose not to press further, his expression tinged with resignation. The truth is, Sakaki came seeking my assistance. He is the leader of a local gang, possessing a fair degree of strength. Our previous encounter was quite taxing. The situation arose due to a band of poachers infiltrating Viridian Forest. They appeared to be members of an organization dedicated to the illicit capture and sale of Pokémon, employing despicable methods. Many Pokémon have already fallen victim to their hands. Consequently, Sakaki and his associates formed a self-defense team to combat these poachers. He has approached me several times to request my endorsement to formalize their group within the league, but I have repeatedly declined. Why would you refuse? Surely, their efforts to protect Pokémon are commendable and should be encouraged. I queried, astonished to discover that Sakaki was fighting for a just cause. The master of the tree under the pavilion smiled wryly once again, acknowledging that such matters should inherently fall under the purview of adults like himself. Failing to effectively thwart the thieving group was indeed a dereliction of duty. Alarmingly, even some children had joined the self-defense team composed of wooden boards, making it impossible for me to agree to let them take risks. Hence, I had resolutely refused Sakaki every time he approached me, except for this occasion when he proposed a wager for a duel. If he won, I would assist him in applying for formal team certification. If he lost, he would no longer trouble me. Though I emerged victorious this time, I remained deeply concerned, worried that they might take matters into their own hands. Those poachers were notoriously ruthless, and I feared any misstep would require me to explain to the residents. Upon hearing the master of the tree's words, Long Jun recalled the group he had encountered on the road, likely the very poachers he spoke of. The cages they carried undoubtedly contained stolen Pokémon. Regret washed over him as he lamented not intervening at that moment, allowing numerous captured Pokémon to be cast adrift. I've inadvertently shared so much," he said, slightly embarrassed before asking, "Shall we commence the challenge now?" The master of the tree scratched his head, feeling a bit sheepish. Lung Jun responded with a soft chuckle, "Let's postpone for today. I suddenly remembered some matters that require my attention. I shall return to challenge you next time, and I hope you will be willing to share your wisdom then." With a slight bow, he exited the gym, leaving the master of the tree to shake his head in helplessness. As soon as Lung Jun stepped outside, he hurried towards the rescue center, darting inside and approaching Nurse Joy with urgency. "Miss Joy, a long-haired boy was here treating a bee drill, right? Where did he go?" Nurse Joy, taken aback by Lung Jun's breathless demeanor, quickly calmed herself and replied, "You must be referring to Mr. Sakaki. He just left with his friends. Is there something you wish for me to convey to him?" Upon hearing that Sakaki had already departed, Lung Jun wasted no time in bidding farewell and sprinting off. He must not have gone far, he reasoned, searching the vicinity for signs of Sakaki. After a thorough exploration, he finally spotted Sakaki and his companions near the outskirts of the city, though their numbers had increased significantly. In addition to the previously seen pair, a dozen or more young boys and girls had gathered, their attire worn and tattered, suggesting they were children from impoverished families, perhaps even homeless. Sakaki was currently addressing the group, and Lung Jun stealthily approached to eavesdrop on their conversation. "This is the situation. I was unable to defeat the gym leader today, and thus I shall no longer seek his assistance. From now on, we must rely on ourselves. I will do everything in my power to prevent poachers from rampaging through the evergreen forest, ensuring they do not trample our home or capture our Pokémon companions." Sakaki's words resonated deeply with the crowd, prompting them to raise their fists in unison, chanting, "Self-reliance. Defend our home. Defend our companions." Lung Jun, observing from the shadows, nodded in agreement, surprised by Sakaki's natural leadership qualities at such a young age. However, Sakaki, witnessing the group's fervor, did not exhibit much joy. He waved a hand to calm the crowd and turned to the purple-haired beauty beside him. "Yamamoto, this time, it will just be Chuangji and me. You stay here with the younger ones. Little Musashi needs your care, so I leave this in your hands." Yamamoto shook her head in response. "You need not worry about us. I will protect them. Just ensure your own safety. If you find yourselves overwhelmed, do not push yourselves too hard. The younger ones still need you." Sakaki, "Understood," he replied, before turning away with Chuangji and venturing into the forest, with Lung Jun hastily following behind. Watching them disappear into the distance, Yamamoto sighed and ushered the younger children back into their shelter. The smallest girl clutched a Bobo in her arms and approached Yamamoto with a worried expression. "Sister Yamamoto, will Uncle Sakaki and Uncle Chuangji be in danger?" Looking down at the adorable child, Yamamoto smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, little Zhenyao. Uncle Sakaki is very capable. He will return safely." Zhenyao nodded yes. "I believe in them." Chapter 28. Poachers and Guardians. Following Sakaki and Chuangji into the forest, Lung Jun's curiosity piqued about how Sakaki planned to locate the poachers lurking within. After traversing a short distance, the two suddenly halted, prompting Lung Jun to quickly hide behind a bush. Sakaki scanned the surroundings before addressing Chuangji. "This position will suffice. Chuangji, it's your turn." Chuangji flashed a grin and produced 4 Pokeballs, tossing them high into the air. "Come forth, my scouts." With 4 crisp sounds, the Pokeballs opened simultaneously, releasing 4 Spearows that soared into the sky, flapping their wings and calling out before swiftly scattering in all directions, clearly well practiced in their task. Seeing the Spearows take flight, Lung Jun crouched lower, realizing that this was Sakaki's method for locating the poachers, a clever strategy indeed. "Boss, if a battle ensues, please be cautious. Your B-drill has only received minor treatment and isn't at full strength. Let me take point in the upcoming fight." Chuangji smiled at Sakaki, who merely nodded, reassuring him. "Do not worry. I have more than just one Pokémon for protection. Your safety is not my concern. Focus on yourself. Chuangji chuckled, knowing further discussion would be futile. At that moment, a piercing call echoed from the right, unmistakably from a Spearow, whose cries could carry for a kilometer. A superb signal indeed. They've been spotted. Let us move. The two sprang into action, racing towards the direction of the sound, with Lung Jun closely trailing behind. The trio navigated through the forest, with Sakaki and Chuangji reaching the location first. The alerted Spearow quickly flew back, landing on Chuangji's shoulder and pointing with its wing towards a specific direction, indicating the target lay ahead. Peering through the underbrush, they saw several burly men transporting iron cages, draped with black cloth, obscuring their contents. However, faint sounds emanated from within. Likely the captured Pokémon. Recognizing the enemy's presence, Sakaki wasted no time, unleashing 3 Pokeballs. In an instant, a Beedrill, a Meowth, and a Nidorino materialized before him. While Chuangji also released a fierce Spearow, its wings spread wide in a cry, as the other Spearows swiftly converged on their location. With a single command from Sakaki, they charged forward to eliminate the detestable foes, accompanied by 3 Pokémon. Shinji, shaking his head in resignation, followed closely behind. Beedrill unleashed its Fury attack. Meowth employed its Payday, Nidoking struck with Poison Sting, while Pidgeotto executed its Tri-attack, and Fiero launched a frenzied assault. Simultaneously, Sakaki issued attack orders, and an array of skills erupted unexpectedly, catching the poachers off guard. In their flustered state, they struggled to defend themselves, fleeing in disarray, abandoning even the Pokémon they had already captured. Humph, they may have escaped swiftly, but let us first rescue the captured Pokémon, Sakaki uttered with disdain. Shinji nodded in agreement, and together they approached the iron cage, lifting the black cloth. To their dismay, upon uncovering the cage, they discovered it was devoid of Pokémon. Instead, a black radio emitted faint sounds resembling Pokémon cries. This is bad. We've been deceived. Retreat. Sakaki realized the trap too late and urgently called for Chunji to withdraw, but it was already too late. A massive net suddenly descended from above, ensnaring both Sakaki and Shinji before they could react. A few Pokémon rushed in to assist, but as they drew near, several capture nets were shot from a distance, ensnaring them and rendering them immobile. Ha ha, I knew it was you, you scoundrel. You've disrupted our business repeatedly, so I set this trap just for you. You really thought I wouldn't notice that raucous bird outside? Ha ha ha, how naive you all are. A man in a black trench coat emerged, flanked by 4 poachers, a smug expression plastered across his face. Humph, a cowardly bunch. You only know how to rely on these despicable tools. Come face me in a fair contest. Sakaki glared at the man, undeterred. Oh ho, still so bold, even after falling into my hands. It seems you need a lesson to remember your place. Men, show them what true despair looks like. Oh, and remember to leave them a thread of life. I relish the sound of their screams. The man gestured, and the 4 poachers brandished handguns. Their faces twisted in cruel smiles as they aimed at Sakaki. Seeing this, Shinji mustered all his strength to lift the capture net slightly. Positioning himself protectively in front of Sakaki, his expression fierce as he glared at the poachers. Shinji, step aside. Sakaki commanded. Hiki, even though you're the boss. This is one order I will not obey, Shinji retorted. Sakaki felt a surge of emotion, momentarily at a loss for words. But ultimately regret coursed through him for acting recklessly without thorough investigation, endangering both himself and others. The 4 poachers hesitated, uncertain whether to pull the trigger. Glancing back at the man in the black trench coat. Oh ho, what a touching scene. Do you think your little performance will sway me into letting you go? Dream on. None of you will escape today, so stop worrying about the order. The outcome will be the same for all of you. Why are you still hesitating? Shoot them, break their limbs, and find a spot to bury them together. I am feeling generous this time. Let you brothers die together. Haha. I am just that magnanimous. No need to thank me. The poachers raised their guns once more, fingers curling around the triggers, sensing their masters were threatened with death. The captured Pokémon struggled against their binds, exerting all their strength to break free from the nets, but it was futile. Only their sorrowful cries echoed in the air. At that critical moment, a transformation occurred. With a command from Long Jun, the red bean snake opened its mouth, unleashing a stream of purple venom that split into 4 precise streams, striking the hands of the poachers. The corrosive liquid immediately inflicted real pain upon them, causing their weapons to drop as they screamed in agony, their guns deformed and rendered useless. Following this, Xiao and I unleashed a barrage of poisonous needles, raining down upon the poachers and intensifying their cries. The poachers, having suffered 2 devastating assaults, collapsed, clearly rendered unconscious. Finally, Xiaobai bounded to Sakaki's side, clamping its jaws around the iron net, and, with a fierce tug, tore it apart, freeing both Sakaki and Shinji, who were momentarily stunned. Who dares to cross us? I will obliterate you. The man in the black trench coat was caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. His gaze filled with hatred as he glared at Lung Jun, hastily reaching into his coat, clearly preparing to draw a weapon. Not on my watch. The red bean snake intently observed the man's movements, swiftly following Lung Jun's command. In an instant, the red bean snake ensnared the man in a tight grip, leaving him paralyzed and helpless, his handgun slipping from his grasp. With a steely gaze, the red bean snake scrutinized the man, as if appraising him for a meal. Phew. That was perilous. Red bean, keep him bound tightly. Do not let him escape. Xiao and I, check on the four lying on the ground. Xiao Bai, please free the Pokémon from their capture nets. Upon receiving the orders, Xiao and I energetically approached the unconscious poachers, poking each of them to confirm their state, relieved to find them deeply unconscious. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai swiftly tore apart the nets ensnaring the captured Pokémon, proudly trotting over to Lung Jun, climbing from his legs to his backpack. Sakaki, still with a somber expression, glanced at Lung Jun, lost in thought, while Shinji approached with a joyful demeanor, exclaiming, "Haha, aren't you that young brother from in front of the gym? What brings you here? I truly owe you my life. Otherwise, I would have perished here. I am unsure how to repay you, haha." Haha, it's nothing. I merely happened to pass by. It is only right that I intervene. I could not simply watch you all perish, Lung Jun replied, feeling awkward about admitting he had been tailing them. At that moment, Sakaki approached, his fierce gaze locked onto Lung Jun, causing a shiver to run down Lung Jun's spine. Thank you. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask, Sakaki coldly remarked, not novelly believing that Lung Jun merely happened upon them by chance. However, it was a fact that Lung Jun had rescued him, and Sakaki could not bring himself to be ungrateful. It was merely a trivial effort. You need not take it to heart. By the way, what shall we do with these captives? Should we dig a pit and bury them? Lung Jun said with a smile, pointing to the 5 individuals who had been restrained. Lung Jun's words caused Sakaki to furrow his brows, while the man in the black trench coat, bound by Hong Do, was terrified and exclaimed, "No, I am a prisoner. You must treat captives humanely. Killing indiscriminately is against the law." Lung Jun was at a loss for words, thinking, "You, a criminal, dare to speak of the law? How shameless." Hong Do, tighten the bindings. Harder, he commanded. Hong Do understood and constricted her body, causing a series of cracking sounds from the man in the black trench coat, who soon succumbed to a state of blissful unconsciousness after a wretched wail. Cough. We should take these individuals back to Ms. Junsha. This way, not only do we avoid much trouble, but we can also earn a handsome reward. Rest assured, young man, your share will not be diminished. Shinji explained with a cough. Lung Jun was not particularly concerned about the reward. Instead, he felt a surge of excitement upon hearing that they would be delivering the captives to Ms. Junsha. Are you saying we will be handing them over to Ms. Junsha? Does that mean she is also in Shurjian City? What are we waiting for? Let us act swiftly. In the tales of Pokémon, there are 2 remarkable families. Perhaps one might say 2 extraordinary lineages, the Joy family of nurses and the Junsha family of police officers. These 2 families are nothing short of remarkable. Apart from exceptional individuals like Xiaojiang, only they themselves can discern their differences. The 3 of them bound the unconscious poachers, with Lung Jun carrying one, Sakaki another, and Chun-Ji grasping 2, totaling 4 poachers as they made their way to Shurjian City. As for the man in the black trench coat, he was being dragged along the ground at a swift pace by Hong Do's tail, a sight that was simply inhumane. Before long, they returned to Shurjian City. Upon seeing Lung Jun escorting the criminals, the city's residents regarded him with expressions of approval. However, when they noticed Sakaki and Chun-Ji following behind, their expressions changed, and they resumed their previous activities. Lung Jun observed this phenomenon and began to understand. It seemed that Sakaki did not leave a favorable impression on these residents. Sakaki, on the other hand, appeared indifferent, as if the people around him were merely air. With an unconscious poacher tucked under his arm, he walked directly toward the police station. A little over 10 minutes later, the 3 emerged from the police station, having successfully delivered the 5 poachers. Due to their injuries, the poachers were immediately transferred to a rescue center for treatment. Lung Jun was also delighted to have met Ms. Junsha, trembling as he shook her hand, feeling utterly fulfilled within. Standing at the entrance of the police station, Sakaki glanced back at the contented Lung Jun, then retrieved a thick envelope. Extracting 1/3 of the money from it and offering the rest to Lung Jun was taken aback and perplexed as he asked, what is this for? Sakaki replied, "This is the reward we received for capturing the poachers. I have taken 1/3. The remainder is a token of gratitude for saving my life. Lung Jun quickly shook his head, instinctively responding, I do not want this. This money is of no use to me. You should keep it for your younger siblings. As soon as he spoke, Lang Jun realized he had misspoken and quickly covered his mouth, looking at Sakaki with embarrassment. Sakaki's expression turned cold, and he said icily, You indeed know my whereabouts. You followed us into the forest, didn't you? Knowing he could no longer conceal the truth, Lang Jun sighed lightly, saying, I truly meant no harm. I only learned of your actions from the curator and held great admiration for you, which is why I wished to make your acquaintance. When I saw you were going to confront the poachers, I feared my presence would make you uneasy, so I refrained from revealing myself. I genuinely only wish to meet you, and if you do not wish for that, consider this our first encounter. Farewell. With that, Lung Jun turned to leave. Despite the circumstances, Sakaki felt no regret for having been saved by Lang Jun. Even if the situation were to repeat itself, he would still extend his hand. Regardless of Sakaki's future, he was worthy of rescue in that moment. Wait. Just as Lung Jun had taken a few steps, Sakaki called out to him. Lung Jun turned back, puzzled as to why he had been stopped. Sakaki furrowed his brow tightly, fixating his gaze on Lung Jun's eyes, and finally let out a soft sigh. What is your name? May we become friends? Chapter 30. These children clearly are pillars of society outside a dilapidated building. Sakaki led Lung Jun and Shinji back to their makeshift base, each carrying various goods they had purchased with the bounty from capturing the poachers. As you can see, this place is our stronghold. For now, we all reside here. Over the past 2 years, it has been us older siblings caring for the younger ones. They are all unfortunate children, yet they are resilient. I take great pride in them. Throughout their journey, Sakaki and Lung Jun shared many stories, mostly recounting their experiences over the years, filled with unspoken hardships, leaving Lung Jun deeply moved. A group of homeless children had come together to form a family. And as the head of this family, Sakaki had shouldered the responsibility of ensuring their well-being. Consequently, he had engaged in less than virtuous activities, though his motives were understandable. The residents of Shijian City were aware of this and did not hold it against him, but they were also unwilling to draw close. Explaining their reactions upon seeing Sakaki return that afternoon. Mr. Sakaki, you must have had a difficult time these past years. Lung Jun said with a smile as they entered the building. Sakaki paused for a moment, turning back with a slightly unsettling smile and responding, though it may sound selfish. As long as my younger siblings can live well, any sacrifice I make as their guardian is worth it. Lung Jun nodded, finding this a most satisfactory answer. He never expected that the formidable leader of a notorious organization from his memories would possess such a side. He wondered if this transformation was a result of his own butterfly effect. Perhaps he had stirred the winds of change too strongly. The three entered the main hall, and Sakaki set down the bags of goods, calling out to the empty space, I'm back. Everyone come out. Today I have a new friend for you all to meet. As soon as Sakaki's words fell, Lung Jun noticed small heads peeking out from the second-floor windows. Upon recognizing their leader's return, they rushed down, shouting excitedly, and in no time, Sakaki was surrounded by a throng of children. Sakaki, how did you bring back so many things? Did you strike it rich? One slightly older child asked, eyes gleaming at the sight of the numerous goods. Sakaki reached out, ruffling the hair of a small boy beside him, smiling as he replied, With the assistance of our new friend today, we successfully defeated and apprehended those detestable poachers. Consequently, the police department rewarded us handsomely, and all these items were purchased with our winnings. You should all express your gratitude to this new brother. Sakaki's words directed everyone's attention towards Lung Jun, whose face flushed with embarrassment under the scrutiny of numerous clear, curious eyes. Hello everyone, my name is Lung Jun, and I am a Pokémon trainer. I hope to receive your support in the future, he introduced himself. Upon hearing Lung Jun's introduction, the children began whispering among themselves. A small boy, his eyes sparkling with admiration, exclaimed, So the big brother is also a trainer, just like Sakaki and Shinji. You must have some incredibly powerful Pokémon. That is amazing. However, as he spoke, the boy's expression suddenly dimmed. I want to be a trainer too, and I want to catch formidable Pokémon. But I don't even have a Pokeball right now. But that is okay. I just need to save my allowance for a while. And I can buy one from the store. Then, I'll definitely use that Pokeball to catch a strong Pokémon and become a trainer as impressive as Sakaki and you. The boy's eyes were filled with determination. Yet such sincerity tugged at Lung Jun's heartstrings. Pretending to rummage through his pocket, Lung Jun actually summoned a virtual panel and redeemed a regular Pokeball. In the exchange system, a regular Pokeball only cost 20 exchange points, whereas in reality, it was priced at 2,000 yuan, a considerable sum for these underprivileged children. Lung Jun retrieved the Pokeball, took the boy's hand, and gently placed it in his palm, a smile gracing his face. One day, your dream will come true. Consider this Pokeball a gift for our first meeting. May I know your name, future little trainer? The boy opened his palm and, upon seeing the brand new Pokeball, he became flustered, glancing at Sakaki with uncertainty, torn between accepting and declining the gift. Since it's a gift for our meeting, you should accept it. Chakra, don't you want to thank him? Sakaki encouraged. The boy, Chakra, was overjoyed, clutching the Pokeball tightly and beaming at Lungjun. Thank you, big brother. I won't let you down. In the end, to avoid favoritism, Lungjun gifted each child present a Pokeball as a meeting gift, even making Shinji, who shamelessly took one, draw a frown from Sakaki, who found it utterly embarrassing. Although these Pokeballs cost Lungjun some exchange points, he felt no regret. Witnessing the joyful smiles on the children's faces made it all worthwhile. The impact of Lungjun's generous gesture was evident. As the children's attitude towards him transformed significantly, they began to address him affectionately as big brother. At that moment, a violet-haired beauty, previously acquainted with Lungjun, descended from the upper floor, accompanied by a little girl holding a Wingull, and in her arms was a small girl, approximately 3 or 4 years old, with striking purple hair and sparkling big eyes that exuded a vibrant spirit. Uncle Sakaki, you're back, exclaimed the girl holding the Wingull, running joyfully towards Sakaki with a radiant smile. Sakaki, somewhat embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly and ruffled the girl's hair, saying, Xiao Zhen Yao. Didn't I tell you to call me brother? I'm still quite young, you know. Xiao Zhen Yao, enjoying the affection, closed her eyes contentedly while reluctantly responding. No way. Uncle Sakaki is Uncle Sakaki. I want to call you brother Sakaki. Sakaki felt awkward, filtering out Lungjun's amused gaze, and forced a smile. Come on. Xiao Zhen Yao, it would make me really happy if you just called me brother. Her eyes lit up at his words, and she eagerly replied, Really? Uncle Sakaki? Don't worry. I will definitely change that. I will make you happy, Uncle Sakaki. Sakaki buried his face in his hands, realizing he was bound to this uncle role. Lungjun walked over to gently pat Sakaki on the shoulder, offering him a look that implied a heavy responsibility lay ahead. Chapter 31. A Match of Skill. Restraint in combat. Feeling a fondness for the innocent, delightful children, Lungjun decided to showcase his culinary skills that evening. As many food items were among the goods he had purchased, allowing him to impress the children with his cooking. The effect of this culinary display was evident, as the children began to regard Lungjun with an air of mystery and admiration. Yet, as they watched, they inexplicably found themselves salivating. After dinner came the time for relaxation. The beautiful Miyamoto entertained the children with stories, while Lungjun took the opportunity to bring out his Pokémon, Red Bean and Xiao and I, preparing to clean them after their battle, during which they had gotten a bit dirty. However, as soon as he released them, a crowd of curious children surrounded him, marveling at Red Bean and Xiao and I, their eyes filled with envy directed at Lungjun. The storytelling Miyamoto found herself with an empty space beside her, as even little Wu Zong in her arms reached out, eager to move towards Lungjun, prompting Miyamoto to scold him lightly. Ultimately, she had no choice but to walk over with him, while Wu Zong gazed starry-eyed at Red Bean, lost in thought. Big brother, your Pokémon must be amazing, right? Chakra asked, filled with envy. Of course. My partners are the strongest. Lungjun replied proudly. Ah, then which is stronger, your Pokémon or Sakaki's? Chakra asked excitedly. Lungjun was momentarily at a loss, surprised that a child had managed to corner him. But he couldn't back down now. Maintaining his proud demeanor, he declared, although I haven't battled with him, I believe I won lose. As soon as he finished speaking, the children dashed away, and just as Lungjun was puzzled, they returned with Sakaki in tow, who wore a wry smile. Looking at Lungjun, these kids say you want to challenge me. Is that true? In an instant, Lungjun felt a rush of excitement. Glancing at the jubilant children surrounding Sakaki, he steeled himself and replied, Ahem, as trainers, we must engage in a friendly spar, right? How about a little exercise after dinner? Sakaki broke into a grin, shaking his head and tossing his flowing hair back. He retrieved a headband to tie his hair and pulled out a Pokeball from his pocket, exclaiming, I wouldn't want anything more. Outside the dilapidated building, Lungjun and Sakaki stood facing each other, with a group of children eagerly watching the unfolding battle. Sakaki initiated the conversation. The battle rules are simple. Each of us will use one Pokémon, and we will stop before inflicting severe damage. Medical fees can be quite costly. Therefore, I will use Come Forth Meow. With a flash of brilliance from the Pokeball, a sleek and shiny Meow appeared before Sakaki, arching its body and emitting a menacing growl. Ah, it's Meow? Go, boss. Go, boss. The moment Meow made its entrance, the surrounding audience erupted in fervent cheers for Sakaki. Observing the enthusiasm of the crowd, Lang Jun waved his hand and shouted, "It's settled, Red Bean." In an instant, Red Bean leaped in front of Lang Jun, standing half erect and glaring coldly at Meow, emitting a chilling hiss. As Lang Jun anticipated the roaring applause for Red Bean, a gust of cool wind swept through, and to his dismay, not a single spectator offered a cheer. "That est disheartening, my friend. Where est the enthusiasm we promised?" At that moment, little Musashi, cradled in Miyamoto's arms, chimed in with a sweet, babyish voice, "Go, little snake." Lang Jun felt a pang of sorrow deep in his heart. "Red Bean, strike first with Poison Needle." Transforming his heartache into strength, Lang Jun initiated the attack. Red Bean opened her mouth, unleashing a barrage of purple poison needles without hesitation. Sakaki reacted immediately as Meow waved its front paws, showering golden coins like a rainstorm. The two attacks collided fiercely, dissipating into the air. Logically, a Meow that had mastered the coin-gathering technique should have been able to evolve into a Persian. Yet the circumstances surrounding this Meow were shrouded in mystery. Despite sensing something unusual about this Meow, Lang Jun had little time to ponder. For although this Meow was not Sakaki's main force, the B-drill, its power could not be underestimated, and a cautious approach was necessary. Red Bean Glare. The Glare move had never failed, and this time would be no exception. However, Meow used Snatch. Lang Jun was taken aback. This Meow could actually learn the Snatch skill, capable of stealing the opponent's recovery and transformation moves. In that instant, a radiant white light enveloped Meow, and the skill Red Bean intended to use was unexpectedly drawn from her, transforming into a beam of light that struck Meow. Suddenly, a massive serpent eye appeared above Meow, catching Red Bean off guard and paralyzing her. "Red Bean, be careful. Defend yourself," Lang Jun urged anxiously. Red Bean, enduring the paralysis, focused intently on Meow. "Well, what do you think? Surprised? I've been on guard ever since I saw that Arbok used this skill during the day. Your chances of victory are dwindling. Are you ready to concede?" Sakaki said with a hint of a smile on his face. "Concede? That word doesn't exist in my dictionary. And I believe my Red Bean will not be defeated so easily," Lang Jun replied, dismissing Sakaki's taunts as he rapidly contemplated a counter-strategy. "Stubborn as ever. Then I shall not hold back." Meow approached and unleashed a flurry of frenzied scratches. In a swift motion, Meow dashed to Red Bean's side, its front paws glowing white and elongating as they struck fiercely. "Red Bean, interrupt with a piercing sound," Lang Jun commanded urgently. But as Red Bean prepared to unleash a roar, a surge of electricity coursed through her, causing the skill to fail. Meow's relentless assault struck Red Bean, sending her flying several meters and crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. "Red Bean, are you all right?" Lang Jun called out, concern etched in his voice. Red Bean shook her head, enduring the pain, and stood up once more, her body radiating a fierce energy clearly ignited with determination. Despite the initially weak attack, the power displayed was formidable, indicating that this Meow possessed the technician ability, a troublesome opponent indeed. Lang Jun thought anxiously. "Are you intimidated by my Meow's power? My Meow is exceptional. Do you still refuse to concede?" Sakaki pressed, convinced victory was within his grasp. Red Bean is still capable of fighting, so this battle is far from over. "Sakaki, do not press me to concede," Lang Jun replied, his composure restored by Sakaki's challenge, as a smile crept onto his face. "Then let Meow finish it," Sakaki commanded, issuing the final attack order. Meow sprang into action, charging forward. "Now, Red Bean, use Iron Tail to strike the ground." Red Bean, fighting through her paralysis, transformed her tail into a metallic hue and slammed it onto the ground, creating a cloud of dust that enveloped her entirely. As Meow reached the edge of the smoke, surprised by the sudden obscurity, it halted momentarily. "Now, Red Bean, emit a piercing sound and bind it." A shrill sound wave erupted from the smoke, dispersing the mist, and Meow, suffering from the sonic assault, covered its ears in agony. Seizing the opportunity, Red Bean extended her tail to ensnare Meow, revealing 4 gleaming fangs prepared to strike. "Stop. Stand down." The simultaneous commands from Sakaki and Lang Jun echoed, as Red Bean halted just before her fangs could bite down on Meow, proudly lifting her serpent head. Chapter 32. To prevent the destruction of the world, Red Bean proudly raised her head, issuing a call, her eyes casting a disdainful glance at the stillbound Meow. Realizing the situation, Sakaki understood his defeat and began to speak. This match is before Sakaki could finish. He was interrupted by Meow's cry as it strained to turn its head, a resolute gaze directed at Sakaki. Sakaki, slightly puzzled, quickly realized, "Meow, you still refuse to concede? I understand now. We have that move. In that case, Meow, evolve." In an instant, Meow was enveloped in a radiant white light, the mysterious glow gradually prying open Red Bean's tail. "Return for now, Red Bean," Lang Jun commanded, as Red Bean relinquished her hold and retreated to stand before him. Her icy gaze fixed on Meow, filled with reluctance. In truth, Meow had long been ready for evolution. It had merely suppressed its power to gain better training while in its current form. Now, it was finally time to evolve, and I must thank you, Long Jun, for the pressure that propelled Meow to take this step. Sakaki's eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy, glancing at Long Jun with gratitude. Long Jun shook his head, remaining silent, for he sensed an unusual energy emanating from Red Bean. Sure enough, with a mighty roar, Red Bean too was enveloped in a white glow, the mystical light of evolution reappearing. Long Jun smiled at the astonished Sakaki, saying, "My Red Bean has also reached the brink of evolution. This battle has evidently provided her with ample experience. Thus, Sakaki, there is no need for thanks. We are merely reciprocating each other's efforts." Upon hearing the words, Sakaki offered a bitter smile, momentarily at a loss for words. Soon, the white light dissipated. A deep, melancholic meow resonated as a robust feline emerged from the glow. Its sleek, elongated body embodying a graceful aerodynamic beauty, with a ruby adorning its forehead, radiating a splendid luminescence. Meanwhile, on the other side, the transformation of Hongdo was complete. The white light shattered, revealing a fearsome Arbok before the onlookers, its menacing patterns on the chest inducing a sense of dread. "Alas, Hongdo, you've become rather plump." Long Jun couldn't help but remark. "Must we continue fighting?" Sakaki inquired. After some contemplation, Long Jun patted the eager Hongdo on its back, saying, "Let's call it a day. We'll consider this battle a draw. Both Pokémon have just evolved, and exerting more energy would be detrimental to them." Sakaki nodded, retrieving the feline into its Pokeball, and Long Jun followed suit, reluctantly returning Hongdo. "Enough of this commotion. I'll get you some milk tonight," he whispered to the shaking Pokeball, which promptly fell silent. With their battle concluded, applause erupted from the surrounding audience, and Long Jun suddenly remembered the many spectators present. "Both the leader and the young man were incredible, truly exhilarating," exclaimed one. "Indeed, this is the first time I've witnessed Pokémon evolve mid-battle, and to see two at once was utterly satisfying. The little snake has transformed into a grand serpent. As the battle wrapped up, night had already fallen, and the children's biological clocks were signaling bedtime, leaving only 4 individuals in the hall. Sakaki, Shinji, and Miyamoto Musashi were already asleep, with Long Jun as the last awake. "Are you all planning to remain isolated like this? Today's situation is still precarious. Continuing on this path is fraught with danger," Long Jun voiced his concern. Miyamoto glanced curiously at Sakaki and Shinji, unaware of the day's events, and filled with inquiry. "Well, there's little we can do. The Alliance isn't offering us assistance, so we must rely on ourselves," Shinji said, feeling uneasy under Miyamoto's gaze and quickly diverting the topic. Sakaki shook his head in response. "It's not merely about the Alliance's support. The issue lies in our own lack of strength. Had we been stronger, we wouldn't have faced such circumstances today." Miyamoto's confusion deepened. What are your plans moving forward?" Long Jun inquired with a smile. Sakaki replied, "We are taking it one step at a time. I cannot predict the outcome. However, those poachers are utterly unforgivable." Long Jun reached into his backpack, retrieving a small pouch and opening it to reveal a shimmering array of items. "What is this?" "Here are 10 evolution stones, 3 fire stones, 3 thunder stones, 3 water stones, and 1 leaf stone. This is all I possess." Sakaki, astonished, asked, "What do you intend to do with these evolution stones?" "In this reality, such stones are exceedingly rare. Their worth is indeed significant. I detest those poachers as well, but your current strength and influence are insufficient. Therefore, I have decided to contribute these 10 evolution stones to join your ranks," Long Jun declared. Sakaki fell silent, contemplating the stones for a long while before responding. "You may join our combat team at any time. There is no need for such valuable gifts." "I cannot accept this." Long Jun smiled. "I never mentioned wanting to join your combat team." Sakaki, puzzled, asked, "Then what do you propose?" "My suggestion is that you use these 10 evolution stones as startup capital to establish a new team, utilizing these resources to strengthen our power and influence. From the trench-coated man we captured this afternoon, we learned that they are part of a vast organization dedicated to poaching Pokémon. The poachers we've encountered are merely the tip of the iceberg. Your current strength is inadequate to contend with them." Sakaki grasped the implication. "So, you wish for me to establish a force capable of opposing them?" "Precisely. Since the Alliance is incapable of managing them, we must take it upon ourselves to eliminate these scoundrels. This path may be arduous, but I believe many would be willing to assist. I shall be the first to extend my aid. This world evidently requires heroes to emerge from the shadows. The evolution stones shall serve as my joining fee and initial funding for the organization, and I will seek out more valuable items to ensure its growth. Sakaki acknowledged the enormity of the undertaking. This will be a monumental endeavor. The energy required is unimaginable, and the difficulties ahead are incalculable. All we can do is take it slowly. However, I shall not shy away from challenges. Are you afraid, Sakaki? Sakaki chuckled lightly. You needn't employ such petty provocations on me. I have never known fear since my birth. I will accept these evolution stones and deliver satisfactory results. With Sakaki's assurance, Lung Jun felt a wave of relief, confident that the matter was in capable hands. Now at ease, Lung Jun smiled. In that case, shall we not bestow a name upon our new team? Is combat team not sufficient? Sakaki countered. We cannot possibly continue with such a mundane name. In fact, I have already devised several names for you. What do you think of Team Rocket? Is it not striking, grand, and sophisticated? Lung Jun exclaimed with excitement. Sakaki, is it? Absolutely. Not only have I thought of the team name, but I also devised our motto. Whenever adversaries inquire about who we are or what transpired, we shall boldly declare, since you have asked so sincerely, I shall generously reveal to you, to prevent the world from destruction, to safeguard the peace of the world. Wait, don't leave yet. I haven't finished. To embody love and true justice. Sakaki Lung Jun, we are Team Rocket, traversing the galaxy. Chapter 33, Time is fleeting. Shall we not draft a 5-year plan? After a night of rest, upon rising in the morning, Lung Jun first retrieved the Pokémon food he had exchanged for, ensuring that Xiao Bai, Xiao and I, and Hongdo were well fed. Today, Lung Jun intended to challenge the Tokyo Gym, so he aimed to prepare his Pokémon in optimal condition. Yesterday, he had exchanged for 10 evolution stones of various types, spending a total of 10,000 exchange points, leaving him with merely 300 points. While a fair sum, it was not substantial, prompting Lung Jun to resolve to embark on the gym challenge as soon as possible. Victory would yield additional exchange points and rewards. Gently stroking the freshly evolved Hongdo, he checked its current attributes. Ding! Hongdo, the Arbok, a poison-type Pokémon, is the evolved form of Ekans. It resembles a massive purple cobra, possessing highly potent venom that could prove fatal if one were to be bitten. Moreover, Arbok boasts formidable regenerative abilities. As long as its head remains intact, other body parts can regenerate. Characteristics: molting, personality, stubborn, gender, NA, total base stats, 443448, HP, 5860, attack, 95, defense, 69, special attack, 6265, special defense, 79, speed, 80. Skills acquired: bind, glare, poison sting, bite, snake glare, screech, acid, crunch, fire fong, thunder fong, ice fong. Inherited skills: iron tail. Evaluation: good, as its evolutionary potential has increased, making it worthy of cultivation. The attributes of the red bean have undergone a profound transformation, not only acquiring 4 additional skills, but also narrowing the gap in base stats by 2 points, indicating a significant enhancement in strength. With such power, Cold June felt more assured about today's gym challenge. After ensuring his Pokémon were well fed and ready, he returned them to their Pokeballs and prepared to leave his room. At this moment, the old building's lobby was already bustling with activity. Sakaki and Shinji were engaged in conversation. Upon noticing Cold June's arrival, they beckoned him over. Cold June, I pondered over your suggestion from yesterday all night, and I now have a plan. Let me outline a few steps for you to consider and provide any feedback. Sakaki said earnestly. Cold June nodded attentively, ready to listen. In truth, Cold June had a deep trust in Sakaki's plans, given his past successes and undeniable abilities. I have decided that our base will be established within the vast expanse of the J-Band Forest. This location is ideal for concealment, rich in resources, and familiar to us, facilitating our operations. Once we address the poaching issues in the forest, we can expand our influence outward, Sakaki explained. Cold June nodded in agreement. The establishment of the Rocket Team's base in the J-Band Forest was indeed the most prudent choice. Once they solidified their foothold, everything else would fall into place. I will defer to your leadership, Sakaki. Henceforth, I am your subordinate. I trust you will guide me well, Cold June said with a smile, his heart racing with excitement. He had never imagined he would join the Rocket Team, let alone as one of its founders. The thought thrilled him, as he had initially anticipated battling the Rocket Team during his journey, and now he was part of them. Subordinate? Nonsense. We are all family here. I'll accept your boss title, but don't concern yourself with formalities. We have no strict rules, and if there are, they certainly won't apply to you. Sakaki replied, shaking his head. To him, Cold June was already a fully trusted family member. Haha, whatever you say, Sakaki. However, I am currently on a journey for the League Challenge and may not return here to assist you in the near future, Cold June reminded him. Sakaki chuckled. That's perfectly fine. We don't require your assistance for other operations, just focus on your own endeavors. Judging by your demeanor yesterday, I assume you were preparing to challenge the gym leader under the tree. How did it go? Cold June shook his head, a hint of exasperation on his face. I heard about you from the gym leader yesterday, so I opted not to challenge and came to see you instead. I was just about to head back to the J-Band gym for my challenge when you called me over. Before Cold June could finish, Shinji exclaimed excitedly, Cold June, are you really going to challenge the gym now? That is wonderful. Let us accompany you to cheer you on. Without waiting for a response, he dashed upstairs, creating a flurry of noise before returning with a group of enthusiastic children. Cold June was momentarily speechless. Sakaki, noticing Cold June's helpless expression, smiled and said, We're merely here to cheer you on, not to hinder you. Moreover, letting these kids witness battles will provide them with valuable experience and combat techniques for their future self-defense. With Sakaki's reassurances, Cold June acquiesced. All right, I'll take you all with me for the challenge. Yay, we'll get to see more battles. However, Cold June suddenly called out seriously, causing everyone to look at him in confusion. But you all should dress properly and wash your faces first, Cold June remarked, gazing at the group of children, their faces still marked by sleep and their clothes disheveled. Meanwhile, in the distant town of Ziwin, within a mysterious and concealed building, a spacious office was illuminated by the sharp ring of a telephone. The individual seated at the desk slowly lifted the receiver to his ear. Hello, what is it? Leader. The team we dispatched to capture bug and flying-type Pokémon in the J-Band forest has lost one member. Team leader Kuya has been arrested by the police. Should we withdraw the other teams for their safety? Humph, that fool Kuya, being caught is a blessing in disguise. However, given his cowardice, our operations may have been exposed. Notify all teams to gather at Tsuki no Yama immediately. I have received intel that a meteorite fell in Tsuki no Yama a few days ago. Instruct the other teams to search for this celestial treasure. It is highly coveted by those with wealth, the leader commanded. Understood, I will notify them right away. As the call ended, the leader rested his chin on his hands, coldly staring ahead while murmuring to himself. There was something peculiar about this situation, wouldn't you agree? At that moment, a faint, shadowy figure emerged from behind the leader, emitting a chilling laugh. Hee hee. Chapter 34. Come. Let us harm each other. Location. Entrance of the J-Band Gym in J-Band City. At this time, the entrance to the J-Band Gym was bustling with a crowd. Cold June stood at the forefront, a wry smile on his face as he pushed open the doors of the gym, leading his entourage inside. Gym leader under the tree. I have returned for another gym challenge. Inside the gym, the previously damaged arena had been restored. Cold June stood on the expansive battlefield, calling out to the gym leader. Meanwhile, the others swiftly and orderly settled into the spectator seats, their faces alight with anticipation for the forthcoming spectacle. The gym leader emerged from the inner sanctum, responding with a smile, but his expression shifted to one of concern upon noticing the crowd. Sakaki, what does it mean to bring so many people here? He inquired. Sakaki, seated among the spectators, cast a glance at the gym leader before responding slowly. Do not worry, gym leader. We are not here for any other purpose today. We simply came to cheer on our friend. The gym leader turned back to Cold June, who shrugged helplessly, prompting a faint sigh from him. It seems I was overly concerned yesterday. Had I known you would all come together, I would not have made those remarks. Cold June furrowed his brow slightly, but chose not to elaborate further, merely gesturing for the match to commence. The two took their positions, and a referee, appearing seemingly out of nowhere, approached with 2 chess pieces, raised his flags, and loudly announced the rules. The Tokiwa Gym Challenge commenced, with each participant utilizing 3 Pokémon. Victory was declared when one side's Pokémon fell entirely. During the battle, the gym leader could not substitute their fighting Pokémon, while the challenger had that freedom. With no objections from either side, the first round began. As the referee lowered the dual flags, the gym leader swiftly produced a Pokeball, casting it onto the battlefield. Come forth, Beedrill. In a brilliant flash, a robust Beedrill materialized, brandishing its sharp horns menacingly at Lung Jun. Observing the emergence of Beedrill, the audience's Sakaki furrowed his brow and remarked, Gym leader, it seems this Beedrill is one of your key players. Is it appropriate to deploy your main asset against a novice trainer? In response to Sakaki's comment, the gym leader scoffed. Those who dare to challenge must be prepared for defeat. I merely wish to convey to these naive youngsters the harsh realities of this world, so they stop daydreaming and learn to temper themselves. Sakaki immediately rose, followed by others, their gazes icy as they fixed upon the gym leader. What? Do you intend to cause a ruckus in the gym? The gym leader retorted coldly. Sakaki, along with the others, reassured, it's merely a Beedrill. I hardly consider it a threat. If I cannot overcome such a challenge, then there is no need for me to participate in the upcoming league. Holding a Pokeball, Lung Jun implored the others before throwing it onto the field, where Xiaoni leapt into action. Xiaoni, this is our first gym battle. We must exhibit our utmost strength and not be underestimated. Nuwa, Xiaoni replied earnestly. Enough with the chatter, you may attack first. The gym leader's expression darkened at Lung Jun's words, secretly vowing to teach him a lesson. Then I shall not hold back. Xiaoni glared fiercely and began to gather energy. Nuwa, following Lung Jun's command, Xiaoni unleashed a fierce glare, enveloped in a golden aura as it charged. Impressive tactics, lowering the enemy's defense while boosting your critical hit rate. But will I allow you to succeed? Beedrill darted forward in a flash of light, colliding with Xiaoni's side. With a cry of pain, Xiaoni was knocked aside, interrupting its energy gathering. Nuwa, feeling the sting of pain, Xiaoni's eyes ignited with determination, yearning for a clash with this formidable opponent. Your speed is commendable, it declared, fixing a cold glare on Beedrill. Nuwa, with a fierce roar, Xiaoni's horn glowed white as it lunged toward Beedrill. Dodge it, Beedrill, and counter with a throw, commanded the gym leader. Beedrill swiftly attempted to evade, but was slightly late, resulting in Xiaoni colliding with its leg. Beedrill let out a pained cry, but managed to seize Xiaoni and, with a swift turn, hurled it away. Xiaoni tumbled gracefully in midair, landing solidly on the ground without sustaining damage. While Beedrill's leg bore the brunt of the flying-type assault, its expression now marred by pain. Now, Xiaoni, unleash a barrage of peck attacks without giving it a moment's respite. Upon seeing Beedrill injured, Lung Jun promptly directed Xiaoni to press the advantage. Nuwa, the white light on Xiaoni's horn reappeared as it charged forward with renewed vigor. Do not underestimate gym trainers. Beedrill braced for retaliation. Realizing Xiaoni's attack was imminent, the gym leader quickly altered tactics. Beedrill, use Harden. Beedrill emitted a cry. Adopting a defensive stance, a faint white glow enveloping it. Xiaoni, stop. Lung Jun, aware of the retaliation ability, urged Xiaoni to cease its assault, but it was too late. Xiaoni's horn collided with Beedrill once more, and Beedrill's face twisted in agony. With incredible force, it grasped Xiaoni and slammed it into the ground with a resounding thud, sending dust swirling. The spectators watched anxiously, uncertain of the battle's outcome. As the dust settled, a shadow emerged in the center. Beedrill, though panting heavily, retained some combat capability. Xiaoni, however, lay incapacitated, its eyes spiraling in defeat, clearly unable to continue. Beedrill wins the first round of the gym challenge. Challenger, please substitute your Pokémon. The referee announced after assessing the situation. Come back, Xiaoni. You performed admirably. Lung Jun consoled as he returned Xiaoni to its Pokeball and pocketed it. He then removed his backpack, grasping the fin of his next Pokémon, and with a determined shout, hurled it forth. Now it's your turn, Xiaobai. Show them your prowess. Suddenly awakened from its slumber, Xiaobai found itself airborne, flailing in panic and emitting frantic cries before crashing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. A peculiar silence enveloped the atmosphere as all eyes turned towards Lung Jun with incredulity. Are you here to amuse us? Chapter 35. The second Pokémon Ahem. The challenger has completed their Pokémon substitution. The second battle commences. The referee, slightly bewildered by the current state of affairs, acknowledged the challenger's new Pokémon and prepared for the continuation of the battle. What is this peculiar white creature? The gym leader pondered, observing the white figure emerging from the haze. This is Xiaobai, my first Pokémon, typically found in regions such as Sinnoh, but yet to be discovered in Kanto. Lung Jun explained. Oh, I thought it was an unknown species. Surely this little one has an official name and type? Would you be so kind as to share? The gym leader inquired tentatively. Lung Jun replied nonchalantly, hee. Noting Lung Jun's reluctance to elaborate, the gym leader felt a twinge of annoyance and commanded Beedrill to attack. Beedrill, use Fury Attack. Beedrill's horns glowed white as it charged at Xiaobai. Xiaobai Sandstorm. Xiaobai, tauntingly, released a cacophony of sounds, summoning a whirlwind of sand that enveloped its surroundings as Beedrill rushed in, caught in the tempest. Beedrill, endure this. Use Harden, the gym leader exclaimed, astonished by the swirling sandstorm that engulfed the arena. With a dismissive snort, Xiaobai swiftly ended the encounter with a decisive dragon claw. At the behest of Lung Jun, a white figure rapidly appeared behind Dejia, manifesting 3 purple energy claws on its right forepaw. In a surprising move, it fiercely struck Dejia's back, shattering its defenses and eliciting a pained scream as Dejia collapsed to the ground. The sandstorm dissipated quickly, leaving Xiaobai triumphantly circling the fallen Dejia, whose eyes spun in defeat, rendered incapable of further combat. With the battle concluded, The challenger emerged victorious, prompting the gym trainer to prepare for the next Pokémon match. The referee raised a flag to declare the outcome. The audience erupted in cheers upon witnessing Xiaobai's victory. Humph, clever tricks won't save you, Dejia. Now, I shall summon my next contender. Go, Beedrill. The gym master threw a Pokeball into the air, and with a resounding call, a magnificent Beedrill soared gracefully down to the ground. Once again, this mainstay bullies the weak, Banjimu grumbled, slamming his fist against the railing in the stands. Glancing at Lung Jun with a hint of concern, he had initially believed that the gym master would only deploy Dejia, but after its defeat, Beedrill was unleashed. Much to his chagrin, your Pokémon must be of the ground or rock type, and your sandstorm tactic was quite impressive. However, with Beedrill in play, that strategy will be of little use now, the gym master declared with a hint of arrogance. Only time will reveal its efficacy. Perhaps your confidence is a tad premature. Long Jun replied nonchalantly, unfazed by the gym master's bravado. Humph, all talk and no action. Let's see if you can still boast after this. The gym master called to the referee. All right, the third battle commences. The referee announced promptly. You are correct, your words carry weight. But the true might lies beyond mere words. Lang Jun commanded Xiaobai. In an instant, a fierce sandstorm engulfed the arena once more. Beedrill remained steadfast on the ground. Undeterred by the turbulent winds and sands, its keen gaze locked onto a swiftly moving figure within the storm. Have you locked on? The gym master murmured. Beedrill nodded slightly in affirmation. Then, Beedrill, use Hurricane to disperse the sandstorm, followed by Thunderbolt. The gym master shouted. Beedrill took flight, its massive wings creating a powerful gust that swept through the arena, dissipating the swirling sands and revealing the moving Xiaobai. In a swift dive, Beedrill unleashed a bolt of electricity downwards. Don't be afraid, Xiaobai. Use Tackle. Lung Jun instructed, aware that Xiaobai, having lost its Sandveil speed boost, could not evade the impending Thunderbolt. Hence, he opted for a direct confrontation to see whose resilience would prevail. Xiaobai, upon receiving the command, propelled itself upward like a cannonball, a faint glow enveloping its rotund body. The two collided with a resounding thud, and after the impact, Xiaobai plummeted with closed eyes, while Beedrill spiraled backward in the air. Xiaobai? Lung Jun exclaimed in concern as he witnessed Xiaobai's descent. Perhaps hearing his call, Xiaobai suddenly opened its eyes, adjusting its body mid-fall to land steadily on a nearby rock, letting out an enraged roar at the now stabilized Beedrill. Is Beedrill all right? The gym master asked anxiously, observing Beedrill shaking off its dizziness. Lung Jun's prowess exceeded his expectations. This newcomer was far from ordinary. Beedrill shook off the disorientation and, turning to the gym master, emitted a reassuring call. Well done, Beedrill. Now, conserve your energy and finish them off with Hurricane. The gym master encouraged. Receiving the command, Beedrill unleashed a far more powerful gust than before, the winds roaring down upon its adversaries. Don't endure it, Xiaobai. Dive underground. Lung Jun swiftly commanded. Knowing better than to withstand such an aerial assault, Xiaobai leaped from its rocky perch, diving gracefully into the earth just as the tempest raged overhead, obliterating the rock it had stood upon. Now Xiaobai unleashed Dragon Rage. Lung Jun observed that Beedrill hesitated momentarily after expending considerable energy on its last attack. Seizing the opportunity, he commanded Xiaobai to strike. The ground erupted as Xiaobai emerged, its jaws agape, conjuring a blue-purple energy that coalesced into a small dragon, surging skyward. Evade it, Beedrill. The gym master, sensing the potency of Dragon Rage, urgently directed Beedrill to avoid the attack. However, due to its prior fatigue, Beedrill could only partially turn, resulting in the attack striking true and enveloping it in a cloud of smoke as it fell. Beedrill, despite the blow, did not succumb as anticipated. It struggled to rise, holding itself up on one side, displaying remarkable tenacity. You performed admirably. Now utilize Roost. The gym master exclaimed, delighted to see Beedrill still standing. Beedrill emitted a soft chirp, and feathers began to cascade from its body, glowing green energy coalescing to mend its wounds. We cannot allow it to recover, Lung Jun urged, directing Xiaobai to interrupt Beedrill's healing process. With a fierce cry, Xiaobai unleashed its energy claws, racing towards Beedrill. Not so fast, the gym master countered, commanding Beedrill to use a defensive maneuver. Caught off guard, Lung Jun's Xiaobai was abruptly blown back by a powerful gust, retreating to its Pokeball, while another ball opened automatically, releasing the newly evolved Hongdo, who appeared menacingly in the arena. Chirple. Use Poison Sting. At Lung Jun's somewhat weary command, a barrage of purple needles rained down upon Beedrill, which, after a pained cry, succumbed to its accumulated injuries, collapsing. Beedrill has lost the ability to battle. Chikorita is victorious. The referee declared. How infuriating. Return, Beedrill. The gym master's face flickered between anger and frustration as he recalled his fallen Pokémon. Casting a resentful glance at Lung Jun, noticing the change in the gym master's expression, Lung Jun shrugged helplessly in response. This is a predicament of your own making, and I cannot be blamed for it. Even if the Pidgeot were injured, it could still have entangled with the little white creature, given its speed. Even if defeat was inevitable, the little white would surely expend considerable energy. Yet, who would have imagined that you would resort to such a skill as blowing away the opponent, directly exchanging my current powerhouse? This leaves me quite helpless. Boss Sakaki, arms crossed, sat in the audience, observing the fury in Xuxia's eyes, and then spoke up. Why has the gym leader, sent out the next Pokémon? Are you contemplating surrender? Xuxia cast a glance at Sakaki in the audience, then scoffed, pulling another Pokeball from his pocket, a sinister smile gracing his face. I hadn't intended to use this one, but your strength has indeed surprised me, since you brought forth your main force. It would be remiss of me not to respond with an equally formidable contender. So this is my true powerhouse. Go, Scyther, the Pokeball sword, releasing a vibrant green silhouette that, upon stabilizing in midair, gracefully descended with its powerful wings beating. The newly emerged Scyther rubbed its sharp foreclaws together, its fierce triangular eyes fixated on Hongdo, as if searching for the perfect moment to strike. Hongdo, feeling the intensity of that gaze, suddenly appeared provoked. Its stout body standing tall, its slightly ajar mouth allowing purple venom to drip onto the ground, creating tendrils of corrosive smoke. Seeing the newly arrived Scyther, Lung Jun also stifled his earlier disdain, adopting a serious expression. As both Pokémon took their positions, the battle commenced. The referee announced the start, and both trainers issued their commands simultaneously. Scyther, use Fury Cutter. Xuxia commanded. Hongdo, unleash Poison Sting. Lung Jun ordered. At the simultaneous command, Scyther flapped its wings with ferocity, its form momentarily rising, transforming into a green blur as it charged towards Hongdo. Hongdo, refusing to be outdone, immediately retaliated with a barrage of poison stings, enveloping the path ahead with purple needles, compelling the charging Scyther to alter its course. Do not fear, Scyther. Fury Cutter will slice through them. Xuxiao expressed unwavering confidence in Scyther's capabilities, and indeed, Scyther proved worthy of that trust. As Scyther soared, its eyes glinted with determination. Its scythe-like foreclaws radiated green light. It plunged into the storm of purple needles, slicing left and right, carving out a path amidst the poisonous barrage, rapidly closing in on Hongdo. In an instant, its right claw rose high and delivered a decisive slash, leaving a gruesome gash on Hongdo, who collapsed to the ground. A flicker of anxiety crossed Lung Jun's eyes. He had not anticipated such a swift shift in the battle's tide. Gazing at the fallen Hongdo, he felt a pang of regret. Now do you comprehend my prowess? Such a feeble creature dared to challenge me and claimed to be its main force. It's laughable. Enough chatter, summon that little white creature. Let my Scyther finish it off swiftly. Xuxiao's earlier amiability had vanished, replaced by a malicious glee. Get back, Hong, just as Lung Jun intended to recall Hongdo. The fallen creature sprang forth, its robust tail coiling around the unprepared Scyther, its menacing head glaring at the ensnared Pokémon. Miraculously, the grievous wound it had just sustained vanished as if nothing had transpired. What? How dare it feign death and launch a sneak attack? How shameless! Xuxiao was taken aback by this sudden turn of events and erupted into a frantic roar. Who can rival Hongdo in shamelessness? Do not hold back. Fire Fong, annihilate it. Lung Jun recalled that Abra was a Pokémon of remarkable resilience. The terrifying injury it had incurred had healed completely in mere moments. How could he let such a golden opportunity slip away? Hongdo opened its maw wide, revealing four blazing fire fangs, and in the midst of Scyther's terrified struggles, it bit down onto Scyther's head. The sound of shattering bones echoed, accompanied by Scyther's anguished cries, a truly harrowing sight. Stop! Please, cease this! Xuxia, hearing Scyther's cries, hurriedly intervened, his face contorting with a look of impending violence. Now, during a duel, you call for a halt? Are you conceding, gym leader? Lung Jun scoffed, gesturing for Hongdo to exert more force. Crack. All right. You've bested me this round. Release me. My Scyther under the eaves. One must bow their head. Xuxia, though seething with anger, had no choice but to concede. Good. Indeed, I am doing splendidly. Hongdo, release it. I scarcely know what that thing is anymore. Lung Jun ordered as he welcomed Xuxia's concession, allowing Hongdo to let go of Scyther. As Hongdo released its grip, Scyther slumped to the ground, appearing utterly lifeless. Its head severely burnt, indicating grave injuries. Scyther, you must endure. Xu Xiao rushed to Scyther's side, assessing its wounds before retrieving a Pokeball to recall it. With all three of the gym leaders' Pokemon rendered incapable of battle, the victor of this confrontation was clear. The challenger had prevailed. The referee raised 2 flags, signaling the final decision. Damn, I understand. No need for you to state the obvious. Xu Xiao, like a powder keg ready to explode, made the referee retreat in haste. I won. Gym leader, shouldn't you present me with the gym badge? Lung Jun, having recalled Hongdo, summoned the little white creature, which upon appearing, searched for Pidgeot's silhouette. After coming up empty, it returned to his backpack to sleep. Humph. Such matters do not require your reminder. I have noted today's events. I hope to never cross paths with you again. Xu Xiao spat out a harsh remark, tossing a green badge at Lung Jun before turning to leave. With joy, Lung Jun accepted the badge, utterly disregarding Xu Xiao's words, his heart racing with excitement at holding his first gym badge, a significant memento. At that moment, Boss Sakaki rose from his seat, his cold gaze fixed on Xu Xia, his voice laced with barely concealed fury. Gym leader Xu Xia, do you intend to leave just like that? How about it? Do you have any further advice, or do you wish to engage in a contest with me? Come on, with your mere trifling skills. I am not intimidated. Sakaki's gaze turned icy, his already fierce demeanor becoming even more menacing. He raised his hand and pointed towards the tree below, taking a deep breath before solemnly declaring, your actions today disqualify you from the position of this dojo's master. I will report the events of today to the Alliance, and I shall challenge you for the title of dojo master, defeating you in front of the crowd and claiming the title of the dojo. Await the Alliance's notification. With that, Sakaki and his entourage departed, leaving only the tree below, who stood alone in the arena, gritting his teeth, his face a mask of rage. Upon exiting the dojo, after healing his Pokemon at the center, Lung Jun accompanied Sakaki and the others back to the old building. While the children behind them chattered excitedly about the recent battle, their faces glowing with enthusiasm. Sakaki, what you said earlier was incredibly imposing, but, from my perspective, you might have overlooked some considerations, Lung Jun remarked with a smile, walking alongside Sakaki. Sakaki chuckled at Lung Jun's words, countering with a question about what he had overlooked. Lung Jun furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating carefully before responding. Firstly, how do you intend to report today's events to the Alliance? After all, the tree below is officially recognized as the dojo master by the Alliance, and your singular word will not change that. Secondly, even if the Alliance permits a battle between you and the tree, how certain are you of victory? I recall when I first met you, your Beedrill was defeated by him, and his Scyther today is undoubtedly a formidable opponent. My victory was merely by chance. Lastly, even if you were to defeat the tree, would the Alliance accept you as the new dojo master? Would they not question your credentials, considering your somewhat dubious past? Lung Jun's words earned him a look of admiration from Sakaki, who then smiled and replied, if I dare to say such things, I certainly have my reasoning. Firstly, while my voice may be but a whisper, you must understand the power of rumors is formidable. What I speak is not mere gossip, but the truth. Once I disseminate today's events, I may not even need to report to the Alliance for an investigation into the tree to commence. Secondly, the Dojo Master Challenge requires 6 Pokemon to battle. Last time, it was that Pidgeot that defeated my Beedrill. If I can find Pokemon with types that counter his, defeating him will not be a difficult task. As for the third point, have you not heard that money can make the world go round? I will utilize part of the startup funds you provided me. Soon, there will be many who will advocate for me to become the Dojo Master. I hope you do not mind my appropriation of public funds. With each of Sakaki's explanations, Lung Jun's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and by the end, his gaze towards Sakaki brimmed with admiration. Indeed, such intrigues suit you well. You have considered everything. As for the matter of fund misappropriation, I shall not concern myself with it. That was merely my entrance fee, having entrusted it to you, Sakaki. You may utilize it as you see fit. Moreover, should you succeed in becoming the dojo master of, it would greatly benefit our organization's future development. This investment is undoubtedly worthwhile. In the original storyline, Sakaki was the master of the dojo. At this point, Lung Jun suddenly recalled something and hastily said to Sakaki, release your Pokemon. Let me examine them and see if there are ways to enhance their strengths. With a serious expression, Lung Jun insisted. Sakaki frowned slightly but said nothing, leading the group to a nearby open area where he summoned his Beedrill, Meowth, and Nidoking. These are the Pokemon I currently possess. I plan to catch a few rock or ground-type Pokemon to counter the tree, Sakaki said, stroking Meowth's soft fur, which purred contentedly. Let me have a look. Lung Jun said excitedly, moving closer to examine Sakaki's 3 Pokemon. While he appeared to be observing intently, he was actually conducting a system scan. Beep. Meowth, normal type. Siamese Pokémon. The evolved form of Meow possesses supple muscles that allow it to move stealthily. The gem on its head glimmers and can unleash a variety of skills. It prefers to operate at night, often lurking in the shadows of urban environments. Abilities: Technician, Nature, Proud, Gender, NA, Base Stats, Total 447, HP 65, Attack 70. Defense 60, Special Attack 70, Special Defense 65, Speed 117. Skills learned: Quick Attack, Scratch, Growl, Bite, Feint Attack, Fury Swipes, Screech, Taunt, Power Gem. Inherited skills: Thief. Rating: Excellent. Enhanced by a unique power, which has been determined to pose no harm to Pokémon. Recommended for focus training. Beep. Beedrill, Bug and Poison types. The Poison Bee Pokémon possesses large stingers that are toxic. Those poisoned will experience paralysis. Its body is agile and swift, often launching surprise attacks from behind at unexpected speeds. They often swarm and should not be provoked lightly. Abilities: Swarm, Nature, Calm, Gender, NA, Base Stats, Total 410. HP 69, Attack 90, Defense 40, Special Attack 45, Special Defense 80, Speed 75. Skills learned: Twin Needle, Fury Attack, Rage, Pursuit, Focus Energy, Pin Missile, Poison Sting. Inherited skills: None. Rating: Excellent. Enhanced by a unique power, which has been determined to pose no harm to Pokémon. Recommended for focus training. After examining the attributes of Meowth and Beedrill, Lung Jun furrowed his brow, fixating on the mention of the unique power in their evaluations. He deduced that this unique power was likely the legendary, which Sakaki indeed possessed. It was astonishing how this power could elevate a Pokémon's base stats beyond the norm. As for Nidoking, perhaps due to being captured later, its attributes had not changed significantly, remaining at a standard good level. However, this Nidoking was of a considerably high level, having even learned Horn Drill. Its delay in evolution was merely due to a lack of a Moonstone. After thoroughly examining them, Lung Jun stood up and turned to Sakaki with a hint of curiosity. How did you come by this Nidoking? Its level seems quite high. Sakaki was taken aback by Lung Jun's question, but it was not a secret, so he explained, I recently captured this Nidoking. It was injured and expelled after losing a mate competition, so I took it in for treatment. Once it recovered, it chose to stay. Is there a problem? Indeed. Lung Jun thought. This Nidoking's ability was the rare Vital Spirit, which increases damage but reduces accuracy. It was likely that its prior opponents possessed the Intimidate ability, which significantly boosted their combat effectiveness against this Nidoking, leading to its defeat and expulsion. Lung Jun mused, feeling the situation was becoming clearer, and smiled at Sakaki. Boss Sakamaki, I have discovered a method to enhance your combat prowess, and it promises a qualitative leap. Chapter 38 is replete with epic-making wonders. Lung Jun's voice, akin to a devil's whisper, brimmed with temptation as he regarded Sakamaki with an unusual grin. Speak up, or else we shall take our leave. Sakamaki discerned that this newly acquainted brother might possess a rather peculiar mindset, perhaps not existing on the same plane of reality as himself. TCH, how tedious. I said I would speak, is that not sufficient? Lung Jun's face bore an expression of utter disinterest. Boss Sakamaki, your esteemed feline and Beedrill are already quite exceptional. I can merely assist in slightly augmenting their abilities. Upon concluding his statement, Lung Jun feigned placing his hand into his backpack, ultimately retrieving a small pouch and a disc. The pouch contained silver powder, intended to bolster the bug-type skills of Beedrill, while the disc was a TM, featuring the move Thunderbolt, meant for your feline companion, but also usable by Nidorino. Ah, I almost forgot about my Nidorino. Lung Jun suddenly recalled that he too possessed a Nidorino that could learn Thunderbolt. Upon inadvertently revealing this slip, he hastily glanced at Sakamaki's expression, fearful of being discovered. However, it became evident that Lung Jun's concerns were unfounded, for upon raising his gaze, he found Sakamaki staring vacantly at the disc in his hand, his eyes alight with astonishment. What? What did you just say this disc is? Sakamaki inquired, his astonishment palpable. It's a TM, haven't you heard of it? Lung Jun felt a twinge of foreboding. Although he had previously utilized a TM for Xiaobai, he had never considered whether such devices still existed in the present time. Seeing Sakamaki's expression, he already anticipated the answer. I have never heard of such a thing. How did you acquire it? Sakamaki's excitement was evident. His gaze fixated on the disc. Cough cough, I stumbled upon it by chance. I am not entirely sure of its origins. I thought it was quite common. Lung Jun feigned ignorance. Such a commonplace item has never been seen anywhere. I have never heard of anything that allows Pokémon to learn other skills, Sakamaki stated, locking eyes with Long Jun, aware that fabricating lies held little utility. Yet unable to disclose the truth about the TM's origins, Lang Jun sighed. I cannot divulge the origins of this TM. Even if I did, you would not believe me. However, rest assured it is entirely legitimate. You may use it freely without concern for complications or side effects. Since you claim such a thing has yet to surface, then perfect. Once your organization is established, you may send someone to research these items. If successful, it could yield immense wealth. Sakamaki regarded Lang Jun solemnly, then nodded gravely. Since we are brothers now, I shall refrain from further inquiries. I will accept these items, and as you said, I will ensure they are thoroughly studied. Perhaps this could become a principal economic source for our organization. Hearing Sakamaki's words, Lang Jun exhaled in relief. Had Sakamaki pressed further, he would have been at a loss for words. In that case, let us proceed. As for enhancing Nidorino, I must return to prepare some items. I will deliver them to you later. Lang Jun glanced at his dwindling exchange points, wearing a wry smile. Contemplating that he must seek Lulu later for the exchange points earned from completing tasks, or else he would truly fall short. The TM for Thunderbolt had cost Lang Jun 800 exchange points, a value dictated by the rarity of the TM. The prior TM for Shadow Clone had only required 500 points. Fortunately, the silver powder had been obtained from a previous task, or he would have truly lacked the necessary points. With the acquisition of the Tokiwa Gym badge, he would receive a reward of 500 exchange points, which, combined with the previous 500 points, would be just sufficient to exchange for a moonstone, allowing Sakamaki's Nidorino to evolve. Upon hearing Lang Jun's words, Sakamaki first regarded him with a knowing look, then shook his head in resignation. Always so cryptic. Never mind, I do not wish to know your secrets. The children at home are likely waiting impatiently. We should return early. Thus, Sakamaki led Lang Jun and the others back to the old building. Lulu, hurry and distribute the rewards. Your laziness will surely lead to your weight gain. As soon as Lang Jun returned to his temporary quarters, he called out for Lulu. After a considerable wait, Lulu reluctantly floated into view. No worries, I am a system sprite. No matter how much I sleep, I shall never gain weight. I am perpetually blessed with beauty. Dare to call me fat, and I shall freeze you alongside a frog. Lulu threatened with playful menace. Ahem, let us get to business. I need those rewards swiftly, as I am eagerly awaiting them. Then you can return to your slumber. Lang Jun had completely given up on Lulu, recognizing his powerlessness against this creature who could slumber for 24 hours. Humph, it is merely the first gym. There are still 7 more to go. What is there to be so boastful about? Lulu retorted, as her hands emitted a glimmer of light. Ding. Task. Kanto Elite Gym Challenge 18 completed. Received Tokiwa badge. Reward. 500 exchange points. Shadow Claw TM. Ding. Hidden Achievement Task. Blood Awakening unlocked. Task conditions. Defeating gyms grants Awakening Shards, totaling 8. Becoming the Kanto League champion earns a Supreme Awakening Shard. Collecting all 9 shards completes the Hidden Achievement Task. Tokiwa Gym defeated. Obtain Tokiwa Gym Shard 1. 500 exchange points. Lang Jun gazed in bewilderment at the suddenly appearing Hidden Achievement Task, turning to Lulu with a puzzled expression. Why are you looking at me? I do not know what this is either. I have stated that the Hidden Achievement section is not under my jurisdiction, and I cannot control it. However, since it has granted you rewards, it must be a good thing. Just complete it at your leisure, Lulu said irresponsibly. Lang Jun sighed, lamenting his association with such an unreliable system sprite. Upon examining the Hidden Achievement Task, he sensed something peculiar within it, as if it concealed a deeper secret. All right, you have received your rewards, so cease your disturbances and let me rest. Farewell. With that, Lulu transformed into a blue light and entered Lang Jun's body. In that instant, Lang Jun felt as if his body had transformed into an inn, and the guests within were quite rude. Helpless and without recourse, he turned to his virtual panel, exchanged for a moonstone, and then contemplated his remaining 500 points, which he used to acquire a scope lens. An item that slightly enhances the accuracy of the equipped Pokémon. While it might be of little use to others, it was perfectly suited for Nidorino, who possessed the vital spirit ability. Subsequently, Lang Jun approached Sakamaki with the items he had just exchanged. Sakamaki gazed at the items before him, his expression one of bemusement. Upon hearing Lang Jun's explanation, he exhibited little surprise, having already been overwhelmed by previous revelations. Are you suggesting that with this moonstone, Nidorino can evolve into Nidoqueen? And by equipping Nidoqueen with this peculiar mirror, it will enhance its accuracy and attacks? You must be jesting, Sakamoto exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. It is hardly surprising, for the Moonstone is indeed a rare gem, primarily found in the Moonlit Mountain, far less common than several other types of stones. Given Sakamoto's ignorance about it, Especially regarding the focus lens, his skepticism is understandable. If you truly doubt it, why not give it a try? We shall let facts speak for themselves. Long Jun extended his hand, presenting the moonstone before Sakamoto, adopting a demeanor that suggested it was entirely up to him whether to utilize it. After a moment of hesitation, Sakamoto released Nidorino, who, upon emerging, was instantly captivated by the soft glow emanating from the moonstone. Unable to resist, it slowly approached. While Lang Jun smiled and placed the moonstone into Sakamoto's hands. With a hint of excitement, Sakamoto positioned the stone against Nidorino's forehead, and then a radiant white light enveloped them. Chapter 39. Embarking on the journey to Nibi, perhaps it was fate. After all matters in Tokiwa City came to a close, Lang Jun departed amid the tearful farewells of numerous children, feeling deeply moved as he set forth towards the next gym located in Nibi City. What thrilling adventures awaited him in the future? Oh no, not another Magikarp. At this rate, I could assemble a whole team of them. Is it truly necessary to be this relentless? Do you really think I am afraid to catch you? Well, the truth is, I genuinely do not wish to catch you. Could you spare my bait? I implore you, allow space for other comrades. In his quest to more conveniently conquer the Nibi Gym, Lang Jun intentionally sought to capture a water-type or grass-type Pokémon along the way, considering that the subsequent gym would be the Haruka Gym. The optimal choice would undoubtedly be to capture a formidable grass-type Pokémon. A strong water-type could also be considered as a secondary option. However, his journey was fraught with the incessant encounters of Mewtwo and Oddish, which left Lang Jun exasperated. Even an Execute or a Bellsprout would suffice. Disheartened by the lack of grass types, he reluctantly approached the riverside, preparing to use his fishing rod in hopes of reeling in a strong water-type Pokémon. Yet, after a morning of fishing, he had caught dozens of Magikarp, but not a single other Pokémon in sight. Once again, it was merely Magikarp. He wondered if any of them were on the verge of evolution. With a flicker of hope, Lang Jun placed his hand on one of the Magikarp still dangling from the line, and then, Magikarp, water-type, fish Pokémon. Commonly found in the vast majority of rivers, lakes, and even seas. Its resilience is astonishing, with a body composed solely of hard scales and bones, utterly devoid of other utility. Legends speak of a golden Magikarp, but its authenticity remains uncertain. Ability, swift swim, nature, impetuous, gender. Base stats, total 200, HP 20. Attack 10, defense 55, special attack 15, special defense 20, speed 80. Moves learned, splash, tackle. Egg moves, none. Evaluation, though it pains me to admit, its attributes are indeed quite commendable, at least among Magikarp. Furthermore, this particular specimen is one that could evolve at any moment, possessing significant training potential. It is advisable to capture it. Lang Jun exclaimed, I've hit the jackpot. In an instant, his ecstatic shout echoed across the landscape as he clasped the Magikarp tightly. His face alight with uncontainable joy, eyes fixated on the fish as if it were an unparalleled treasure. Little Magikarp, from this day forth, you shall accompany me. I assure you, a life of luxury awaits you. Lang Jun grinned foolishly, nearly drooling with excitement. Suddenly, a police motorcycle drifted around the corner, crashing directly into Lang Jun's back, sending both him and the fish tumbling into the river with a resounding splash. Oh no, I've hit someone. What should I do? The officer exclaimed, panic flashing across their face, before hastily rummaging through the motorcycle's trunk. Oh, I'm stuck. It hurts. Officer, come save me. With an air of helplessness, the officer's partner rushed over, biting the officer's clothing and tugging them free. Emerging from the water, Lang Jun stood bewildered. The river was shallow, its bottom strewn with smooth stones, allowing him to regain his footing promptly. Yet, after a moment's reflection, he realized something was amiss. Where's my Magikarp? Magikarp, how could you abandon me? We had a bond. In despair, Lang Jun gazed at the rushing waters, tears brimming in his eyes. Once, a Magikarp on the brink of evolution lay before me, and I failed to appreciate it. Now, in its absence, I am filled with regret. If the heavens grant me another chance, I shall demand to know who struck me. Feeling the lingering pain in his back, he glared at the riverbank, eager to confront the culprit who dared to ambush him from behind, determined to teach them a lesson. That was me who accidentally bumped into you. I sincerely apologize. As he shouted, a face adorned with a police cap peeked over the riverbank, displaying an expression of sincere regret, hands clasped in apology. Miss Junsha, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be in Tokiwa? Oh, I see. You must be another Miss Junsha from elsewhere. With just a glance, Lang Jun recognized the legendary Miss Junsha before him, yet her demeanor was distinctly different from the Junsha he knew, leading him to conclude they must belong to different branches of the same illustrious family. Ah, you've discovered my secret. The Junsha in Tokawa is my elder sister. My role model. I have only recently become an official officer, she proclaimed proudly. Lung Jun, rendered speechless, struggled to climb out of the river. His fishing spot was elevated, making the ascent challenging. He had barely made it halfway when he faltered. Here, let me help you up, Miss Junsha exclaimed, extending her hand with enthusiasm. Long Jun hesitated, a flicker of doubt in his eyes, yet ultimately reached for her hand. As he pulled, she stumbled backward with a startled yelp, nearly tumbling into the river herself. Reacting quickly, Long Jun released her grip, but her partner, the canine officer, lunged forward and bit onto her clothing, pulling her back to safety. However, due to his own loss of balance, Long Jun plummeted back into the water. Relaxing his body, he floated atop the surface, gazing at the trees swaying gently in the breeze along the riverbank, a bittersweet smile creeping across his face as he resigned himself to the situation. Oh, the wind today is indeed tumultuous. Chapter 40. The profession of a police officer is truly remarkable. In the end, Long Jun managed to reach the shore, walked over to the bank, retrieved his backpack placed beneath a tree, unceremoniously tossed aside the peacefully sleeping Xiaobai, and took out a change of clothes. Concealing himself behind the tree, he changed into a fresh outfit, emerged with a stern expression, and said, "I am truly sorry, Katie." As soon as he stepped out, Miss Junsha immediately stood up, bowing in apology, while Katie, her dog, lowered its head and whimpered in response. Although at that moment Lung Jun felt the urge to retaliate with a swift strike, as a man of dignity, he chose to restrain himself. After all, assaulting an officer is a grave matter. Ahem, let us just forget this incident. I am unscathed. Let us consider it as if nothing ever happened. He waved his hand generously. However, Miss Junsha disagreed upon hearing Lung Jun's words. One must take responsibility for their actions. I will bear the consequences of this situation, she declared with unwavering resolve. I implore you, do not say that. I am a man with a family, Lung Jun thought to himself, feeling overwhelmed, as the essence of true manhood within him roared in protest. It's truly unnecessary. I bear no responsibility in this matter. I merely hope you refrain from such recklessness in the future. Let us leave it at that. May the mountains remain unchanged and the waters flow eternal. Until we meet again, Lung Jun said, maintaining his serious demeanor and clasping his fists. While what? Miss Junsha tilted her head, confusion etched on her face. So, it's goodbye then. Upon finishing, Long Jun ignored her, noticing that Xiaobai had returned to the backpack and resumed its peaceful slumber. He retracted his fishing rod, stowed it away, and turned to leave. Wait, don't go. The front is dangerous. Miss Junsha, seeing that Lung Jun was unresponsive to her pleas, finally gritted her teeth and uttered the warning. Lung Jun halted, turning to look at her, his eyes filled with inquiry. If someone else had warned him of danger ahead, he might have dismissed it. However, if it was Miss Junsha, it meant there truly was significant peril. What is going on? Long Jun returned and inquired. Well, actually, after Lung Jun came back, Miss Junsha hesitated, her words faltering. If you do not wish to share, I shall continue on my way. Should anything unfortunate occur, I will leave a note stating that it was the reckless Miss Junsha who led me down this path, and all responsibility will fall to her. He feigned turning away, feigning indifference. How can you say that? Do you not appreciate all I have done for you? Miss Junsha suddenly grew anxious, her words tumbling out in a fluster. Lung Jun, uninterested in engaging with such remarks, turned to depart once more. Do not go. Do not go. I will tell you. Is that not sufficient? Miss Junsha, unable to contain herself, finally relented, lowering her head in defeat. With a smile, Long Jun turned back, patiently awaiting her explanation. Humph. You are quite serious, yet I never expected you to be so devious. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. This situation is rather perilous. I did not wish to inform someone like you, a civilian. However, seeing as you seemed rather distressed earlier, I will extend my mercy and enlighten you, she proclaimed haughtily. Lung Jun, bewildered, thought to himself, when did I appear distressed? Actually, Katie and I are in pursuit of a fugitive. After committing a crime, he fled here to Guandu. We, the police, discovered his trail and tracked him down to this very location. It has been confirmed that he is currently hiding within that forest ahead. We have surrounded him and can apprehend him at any moment. Therefore, I would like you to wait here until we capture the criminal, and then I shall personally escort you, she concluded, pride evident as she patted her police motorcycle. Gazing at the pristine police motorcycle, Long Jun involuntarily shuddered and quickly waved his hand, signaling he did not require it. How long will this take? Do you have any assurance? You cannot expect me to wait until nightfall. There are no villages or shops nearby, and I do not wish to spend the night in this wilderness, he inquired, his brow furrowing, As the vast forest loomed in the distance, its size uncertain. Rest assured, you must have faith in our capabilities as police officers. We are. Miss Junshaw spoke confidently, but Katie suddenly seemed to sense something amiss. Katie. The dog, which had been sitting calmly, abruptly shifted into a combat stance, muscles taut. Head lowered, and began to emit warning growls. It seems Katie has detected something, Miss Junshaw remarked, her demeanor instantly shifting, her expression transforming with concern. In that moment, Long Jun felt as though she had transformed into a seasoned officer. Is there a police presence here as well? He mused, glancing in the same direction. But there is only one. A chilling voice echoed through the previously tranquil forest, and a man clad in gray emerged, dressed in gray clothing and trousers. A felt hat atop his head, and black sunglasses and a mask obscuring his features completely. It's the fugitive. How did he end up here? Step back. Let me apprehend him, Miss Junshaw urged, pushing Long Jun behind her and directing Katie to attack. Katie. With a fierce growl, Katie lunged forward, while the gray-clad man smirked, his expression unchanging as he retrieved a Pokeball, tossing it lightly to release a Pokémon. Show him what you've got, Swinub. With a dazzling flash, a robust Swinub appeared before the gray-clad man, facing the oncoming Katie without a hint of fear. The two collided with a resounding thud, sending Katie sprawling to the ground, where it rolled several times before regaining its footing. However, a crimson streak of blood now marred Katie's face, dripping onto the ground. Katie, are you all right? Miss Junshaw cried. Her composure shattered as she rushed to Katie's side, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe away the blood. Katie, ever resilient, let out a couple of reassuring barks, signaling that it was uninjured, before fixing its gaze on Swinub, its eyes ablaze with fury. If you are fine, then let us stand together and teach this vile criminal a lesson. Miss Junshaw rose, her face etched with anger as she pointed at the gray-clad fugitive. A sinister smile crept across the fugitive's face, his cold, menacing gaze visible even through the sunglasses, as he retorted with fury. It is you. This detestable group of policemen, who have forced me to run amok across the world. Today, I shall ensure that you, these loathsome individuals, pay the price. The Mamoswine unleashed a flurry of icy snowflakes from its mouth, sending a chilling blast towards the Arcanine and Miss Junshaw. We must not show weakness. The Arcanine retaliated with a fiery jet. Following the command, the Arcanine opened its mouth wide, spewing forth a torrent of flames that collided with the oncoming icy gale, creating a billowing cloud of white steam that enveloped Miss Junshaw, the Arcanine, the gray-clad criminal, and the Mamoswine, obscuring their vision. Heh. So you did use a fiery jet, just as I anticipated. Truly a novice. Now, are you ready to embrace the judgment of death? The gray-clad man let out a chilling laugh, his eyes gleaming with the triumph of his devious scheme. Amidst the haze, the Arcanine raised its nose, straining to catch a scent in the air. Suddenly, it appeared to sense something, its expression shifting to one of terror as it glanced behind Miss Junshaw. At that moment, a faint, diminutive figure materialized behind her, raising its claw, radiating a lethal glow as it lunged towards the unsuspecting Miss Junshaw. The Arcanine, exerting all its strength, leaped in a futile attempt to intervene, helplessly watching as the attack drew ever closer to Miss Junshaw, the line between life and death hanging by a thread. Chapter 41 had already lost the reason for battle. As danger loomed, Miss Junshaw could only manage to turn part way, and the Arcanine could do nothing but watch as the blade approached. The Arcanine's eyes were filled with urgency, yet Miss Junshaw remained unfazed, her gaze resolute as she braced herself for the impending ambush. Suddenly, from beneath the ground, an eerie cry pierced the air, followed by the emergence of a white figure, its purple claws clashing violently with the black shadow's lethal talons, resulting in a sharp sound as both parties were forced to retreat, having narrowly escaped. Miss Junshaw looked at the little creature that had appeared behind her and realized that it was the very Pokémon that had been thrown from the bag by that person by the riverbank. To her surprise, this little creature had come to her rescue at this critical moment. On the periphery, upon witnessing the white mist rise, Long Jun shook his head slightly, reflecting that Miss Junshaw's combat experience was still quite lacking. He then glanced back to see a hole in the ground that had appeared unbeknownst to him. And at that moment, the little white creature was nowhere to be seen in his backpack. The sandstorm dissipated the dense fog as Long Jun called out, "Little White, return." With the familiar cries echoing through the mist, a powerful sandstorm erupted, swiftly dispersing the thick white mist and revealing the figures of both humans and Pokémon that had been concealed within. Curse that little brat for ruining my plans. Come back here, Snubbull. The gray-clad fugitive snarled, calling back the Snubbull that had exposed its location. It turned out that the creature that had attempted the ambush in the fog was indeed a Snubbull. Now that it had lost its cover and was being summoned by its master, it quickly bounded back to the side of the gray-clad fugitive. its large eyes glaring fiercely at Lung Jun, its sharp claws glimmering with a metallic sheen. The moment Lung Jun laid eyes on the snubbull, he felt a tremor in his heart. He had suspected that the gray-clad fugitive might resort to some trick when the fog rose, which is why he had instructed Little White to lie in wait underground. However, he had not anticipated that the one attempting to ambush Miss Junsha would be a snubbull. He felt fortunate that it had merely used a skill like cut and had not employed any ice-type techniques. Otherwise, given Little White's ground and dragon attributes, an ice-type attack would have inflicted quadruple damage, and the outcome might not have been as favorable. As the fog cleared, Little White ceased its rampage, and Lung Jun slowly approached Miss Junsha, holding 2 Pokeballs. That mysterious individual, the unknown Pokémon. Who on earth are you? The gray-clad fugitive asked with a sinister glare. Lung Jun chuckled softly, casually waving a hand, while inwardly contemplating. I shall not reveal that you are worth 500 exchange points. Just moments ago, the system had issued a task to assist Miss Junsha in apprehending the fugitive, with a reward of 500 exchange points and a fragment of a moonstone, further igniting Lung Jun's motivation to engage. Oh, it's nothing, merely an innocent bystander. Lung Jun replied nonchalantly. The gray-clad fugitive paused, initially believing that this mysterious youth was allied with Miss Junsha, but was taken aback to hear such a response, causing him to reconsider his thoughts. Just a passerby? Then that is all the better. There should be no need for us to come into conflict. I can pretend your earlier intervention never happened, and you may leave. I will not trouble you. The gray-clad fugitive forced a smile that was more grotesque than genuine, concealed by his mask. Lung Jun scoffed at this, about to respond when Miss Junsha interjected. Yes, right. This matter is our responsibility as police officers. There's no need to involve civilians. You wanted to leave earlier, didn't you? I will hold this person off. You should quickly depart from this place. With a serious expression, Miss Junsha addressed Lung Jun. He turned to appraise her, then smiled as he tossed out his 2 Pokeballs. Little and I. Use double kick on that small one. Red Bean. Unleash Fire Fong on that big one. Lung Jun said little else, allowing his actions to convey his determination. Upon the emergence of the 2 Pokémon, they swiftly launched their assault. Miss Junsha, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of emotion, followed by resignation as she refocused her mind to command the Arcanine to battle. The Arcanine must not lose. With an instantaneous and powerful offensive, they caught the gray-clad fugitive off guard, forcing him to dodge as his 2 Pokémon faced him in an attack. The snubbull, utilizing its impressive speed, evaded Little Knee's double kick, while the Mamoswine was not as fortunate, being struck directly by the fiery jet before being ensnared by Red Bean. Return, Mamoswine! The gray-clad fugitive exclaimed in dismay, witnessing his Pokémon collapse, rendered unable to battle and bound by a ghastly. He hastily retrieved a Pokeball, attempting to recall the Mamoswine, but the binding effect of Red Bean prevented the capture. Panic surged within him, leading him to abandon the idea of recalling the Mamoswine, instead commanding the snubbull to use Icy Wind to obstruct the others as he prepared to stealthily escape, completely disregarding the safety of his Pokémon. The snubbull, upon receiving its master's command, took a deep breath and unleashed a torrent of freezing winds that swept through the surroundings, launching a ruthless, indiscriminate assault on all. Faced with the overwhelming barrage of ice and snow, Little and Red Bean had no choice but to retreat temporarily, positioning themselves before Lung Jun to shield him from the icy tempest. In the midst of a fierce battle, a certain scoundrel chose to abandon his Pokémon and flee. An act so despicable it could only be described as inhumane. Cold Jun, upon catching sight of the fleeing gray-clad fugitive through a gap in the snowstorm, was consumed by a surge of righteous anger. Such betrayal of comrades was utterly unacceptable, and he promptly issued a command to his Pokémon, Little White. With a swift leap, Little White emerged, defying the frigid air, and unleashed a torrent of blue-violet energy, directing it towards the escaping fugitive. A small dragon-like form streaked across the sky, crashing violently into the ground beside the fugitive, resulting in a thunderous explosion that echoed through the surroundings. The sound of the explosion drew the attention of Neola, who hastily ceased her icy assault and turned to see her master had distanced himself, disbelief etched across her face. The battle had lost its significance. The trainer had forsaken them, fleeing on his own, rendering him unworthy of their loyalty. Cold Jun then instructed Hongdo to apprehend the fugitive while he approached the astonished Neola, speaking softly. Startled by his voice, Neola spun around, adopting a battle stance, her gaze wary yet tinged with confusion and resentment, though she refrained from attacking. Meanwhile, Hongdo had successfully bound the unconscious fugitive with his tail and dragged him back. A scene reminiscent of past encounters. Chapter 42. Journey to Nibi City. Hongdo proudly presented the incapacitated fugitive to Cold Jun, who was met with a complex expression from Nyola, as she observed her master in a state of unconsciousness, unsure of how to respond. Cold June, patting Hongdo affectionately on the head, turned to the somewhat dazed Miss Junsha and inquired, Miss Junsha, the criminal has been apprehended. What shall we do next? Miss Junsha remained momentarily absent-minded until nudged by her partner, a houndour, prompting her to regain focus. Please hold on. I will notify my colleagues immediately, she stammered, rushing to her police motorcycle to retrieve a radio and report the situation, observing Miss Junsha's flustered manner. Cold June mused that she still had much to learn in her journey as a police officer. Nyola, glancing at Miss Junsha making a call, then back to the tightly bound fugitive, emitted a confused cry, her face reflecting concern, not for the fugitive, but for her uncertain future. Hearing her distress, Cold June turned with a reassuring smile. Do not worry, Nyola. Even if you have committed misdeeds in the past, those were the commands of your previous trainer. Pokémon themselves are neither good nor evil. Only trainers possess that capacity. Therefore, comply with these officers, and I assure you they will not cause you trouble. Perhaps inspired by his words, Nyola looked up at Cold June with newfound resolve, nodding solemnly before approaching the injured Long Mao Zhu to assess its condition. Within minutes, several police vehicles arrived at the scene, and Miss Junsha promptly engaged in conversation with the officers. 3 policemen approached to take custody of the fugitive, yet hesitated upon encountering the fierce Hongdo. Enough, Hongdo, come back, Cold June said, feeling a twinge of guilt as he recalled his Pokémon, causing the fugitive to slump helplessly to the ground. The officers expressed their gratitude and proceeded to restrain the fugitive with handcuffs, conducting a thorough search. Cold June watched with growing concern as they extracted 2 Pokeballs from the fugitive's belongings. The officers then hoisted him into the police vehicle, while one approached Long Mao Zhu and Nyola, retrieving them into their Pokeballs. A fleeting notion struck Cold June. He felt as though Nyola cast a heavy glance in his direction as she was drawn into her Pokeball, her expression curious and inscrutable. Pondering this moment, he decided not to dwell on it. The situation had been resolved, and his plans to capture grass and water-type Pokémon had been thwarted. With daylight still present, he resolved to proceed to the next city, Nibby City, to rest at the Pokémon Center before challenging the Nibby Gym. Despite the gym's Pokémon not being of a type he could easily counter, his confidence remained unshaken. After all, it was merely a novice-level gym, and he was certain of his abilities. With a smile gracing his face, Cold June casually tossed Little White back into his backpack, ensuring he had not left behind any belongings. Just as he prepared to depart, a hand grasped his shoulder. "Where do you think you're going?" came a familiar voice from behind, none other than Miss Junsha. With a sigh, Cold June turned to her, expressing his impatience. "I intend to leave this place. The criminal has been apprehended, and I have no further purpose here. I must reach Nibby City before nightfall." Curious, Miss Junsha inquired, "Oh, you're heading to Nibby City? How convenient. I work there. Are you going to buy stones?" Cold June realized he had little in common with Miss Junsha and revealed the glimmering new green Johto badge on the inner side of his coat. "Wow, a gym badge. So you are going to challenge the Nibby Gym. No wonder your battle was so impressive," Miss Junsha exclaimed, her surprise evident. "Well, now that you know, may I go?" Cold June replied, exasperated. "Not so fast," Miss Junsha countered without hesitation. "You are a key witness in this incident and played a significant role in capturing the fugitive. You must accompany us to the police station to provide a statement, and we have a reward for you. It's the bounty that was placed on this fugitive." Instantly intrigued, Cold June brightened at the mention of a reward. "What kind of reward?" Miss Junsha furrowed her brow, contemplating. "I believe it includes some money and perhaps a few other items, though I'm not entirely certain." Disappointed, Cold June felt that money held little value for him, yet acknowledged that something was better than nothing. "All right, I will accompany you to the police station," he sighed, extending his hands to her. Miss Junsha was momentarily taken aback, her brow furrowing in confusion as she inquired, "What are you intending to do?" Cold June also paused, awkwardness washing over him as he retracted his hand with a wry smile, saying, "Ahem, it was an accident, truly. Having watched too many television shows and movies, I found myself compelled to handcuff others whenever they were escorted into a police vehicle." Seeing Cold June's flustered expression, Miss Junsha couldn't help but chuckle, and then she seized his hand, pulling him toward her motorcycle. First, she mounted the vehicle herself and then gestured to the seat behind her, indicating for Cold June to join her. Cold June gazed at the impressive police motorcycle, gulping nervously before hesitantly suggesting, could I perhaps ride in the car instead? I could still keep an eye on the prisoner alongside them, if that helps." Miss Junsha shot him an exasperated glance and, feeling a spark of mischief, mockingly retorted, "Why are you so timid? My driving skills are exceptional. with that frightened demeanor. Are you even a man? Cold June, incensed by her words, immediately climbed onto the motorcycle, confidently gesturing forward as he declared, "Let's go." Witnessing the success of her provocation, Miss Junsha chuckled and revved the engine, speeding off, leaving behind a trail of dust and the echoes of Cold June's startled shouts. Chapter 43. New companions. By the time Cold June emerged from the Nibi City police station, evening had fallen. After completing his statement and collecting his reward, he found himself ravenous. He made a beeline for the Pokémon Rescue Center, handing over Little White and 2 other Pokeballs to Nurse Joy. He then filled his plate with an abundance of food from the adjoining cafeteria and eagerly began to feast. Once he had devoured every morsel, Cold June reclined on a nearby bench to digest his meal. From his pocket, he retrieved a broken dragon fong, activating a scan with a flick of his wrist, which brought an involuntary smile to his face. Ding! Item discovered, Dragon Fong, an exceptionally hard and sharp tooth. When carried by a Pokémon, it enhances the power of Dragon-type moves, making it a highly coveted item. Though he had read the description several times, each encounter filled him with an urge to laugh aloud. This Dragon Fong was one of the rewards for capturing a fugitive. It was likely undervalued by the individual who issued the bounty, allowing Cold June to seize a remarkable find. The worth of a Dragon Fong is immense, far surpassing that of ordinary items like the magnifying glass, requiring a hefty 2,000 exchange points. Cold June had refrained from redeeming it previously, planning to wait until Little White evolved to utilize it. Now, it seemed fortune had smiled upon him without effort. As Cold June was stifling his laughter, Nurse Joy approached with a tray, placing it on the table. Little White, appearing puzzled, gazed up at his beaming trainer, uncertain of the source of his joy. "Hello. Your Pokémon have fully recovered. If you require anything, please let me know," Nurse Joy said gently before turning to leave. Nurse Joy, could you wait a moment? I would like to stay overnight at the rescue center. Could you prepare a room for me? Cold June quickly replied, tucking away his smile as he handed over his identity card. Nurse Joy accepted the card with a smile, offering a slight bow before departing. Cold June then released Red Bean and Little Ni, generously exchanging for 3 bottles of Moo Moo milk to reward his hard-working companions. Having completed his prior system task, Cold June received a reward of 500 exchange points and a shard of Moonstone. With a newfound foundation, he felt emboldened to indulge. The Moonstone shard automatically fused with a previous one he had acquired, forming a slightly larger Moonstone, though it remained incomplete. Nevertheless, Cold June was not in a hurry. The task description promised future opportunities to acquire additional shards, allowing him to take his time. Before long, Nurse Joy returned, handing Cold June his identity card and room key. Gratefully accepting them, he thanked her and led his satiated companions toward his room, ready for a well-deserved rest after a long day. The night passed without incident, and when dawn broke, Cold June, still groggy, was abruptly awakened by a series of urgent knocks at the door. Habitually, he kicked Little White, who had been resting on his lap, aside before groggily making his way to the entrance. "Who is it? Can't a person sleep in peace this early?" he muttered as he opened the door, only to be greeted by 2 uniformed individuals. Miss Junsha? What brings you here? And Nurse Joy? Why are you both together? Is there something going on?" Cold June asked, perplexity etched on his face. Recalling the harrowing experience from the previous afternoon with the impulsive new Miss Junsha, he shuddered involuntarily, fully alert now. Nurse Joy, standing behind Junsha, hesitated before explaining, "Mr. Cold June, Miss Junsha insisted on coming here this morning to speak with you. I couldn't dissuade her. I sincerely apologize. Just look at how gentle Nurse Joy is. And then look at the tempestuous Miss Junsha." Cold June sighed in exasperation. "I appreciate your concern, Nurse Joy. I know this, Miss Junsha." With a sigh of relief, Nurse Joy smiled, her tension easing as she assured him she would not intrude further before departing. Miss Junsha, feeling quite at home, entered without invitation. Upon spotting Little White soundly asleep on the bed, she gleefully rushed over and mischievously pinched his nose, causing him to squirm in agitation. Hey, what are you doing here? You're not here to claim yesterday's reward, are you?" "Because I assure you, I want he handed over," Cold June remarked, his mind racing at the thought of her intentions, fixating solely on the rewards he had received the day prior. After all, last night, he had already given Little White the Dragon Fong to hold, and he had no intention of surrendering it now. It seems yesterday's rewards indeed contained something valuable. I could tell you were trying to hide your excitement," Miss Junsha teased, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Chuckling nervously, Cold June turned his face away, adopting an expression that conveyed, "What can you do if I don't tell you?" Internally, he couldn't help but admire her perceptiveness. Seeing his reaction, Miss Junsha became exasperated, stamping her foot in frustration as she declared, Humph, stingy fellow. Rest assured, I'm not here to demand yesterday's reward. Rather, I have come to present you with a gift. With that, she produced a Pokeball from her pocket, extending it toward Cold June. What does this mean? Cold June asked, now thoroughly bewildered. Why don't you open it and find out? Miss Junsha raised her hand and tossed the Pokeball to Lung June, who hurriedly caught it in a flustered manner and curiously opened it. With a flash of white light, a petite Snorant materialized in the room. Snorant, how did you end up here? Indeed, the Pokeball contained the same Snorant that had been mentioned earlier. Upon seeing it, Lung June recalled Miss Junsha's earlier words, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. This little creature's owner had been apprehended, and typically, we would send such abandoned Pokémon to various shelters for proper care. However, this Snorant had been quite unruly since yesterday, exhibiting various forms of resistance. It took us a considerable time to realize that this little one wished to come to you. Likely because you left a very favorable impression on it yesterday. What a persistent little creature it is. Miss Junsha chuckled as she crouched down, gently patting Snorant's head. But Snorant shook its head and evaded her hand, then leapt onto Lung June's shoulder with an air of pride, leaving a rather embarrassed Miss Junsha squatting on the floor. You little rascal, I ran all the way here to bring you. And this is how you repay me. How infuriating. You two are just so infuriating. I won't bother with you anymore, humph. With that, Miss Junsha stood up and walked away, leaving Lung June powerless to stop her as he watched her jog out of sight. Sigh, still so impulsive. By the way, little one, do you wish to accompany me? Lung June sighed, then smiled warmly at the Snorant perched on his shoulder. Snorant turned its head to meet Lung June's gaze, nodding earnestly. Higi, then I look forward to your guidance. My name is Lung June, and I shall be your trainer from now on. We are partners now, and I would like to give you a name. How about Little Silver? Chapter 44, Pre-competition training with the addition of a new companion. Lung June decided to postpone his gym challenge. Since Little Silver, the Snorant, possessed both dark and ice attributes, it would have an advantage against ground-type Pokémon. Therefore, he wanted to spend some time familiarizing himself with this new ally. After getting up, washing up, and finishing breakfast, Lung June greeted Nurse Joy at the rescue center, informing her that he would be staying another day. He then donned his backpack and headed outside, stopping at an open area in a nearby park. All right, everyone, let's start our training. The weather was splendid, and Lung June was in high spirits. He tossed out 3 Pokeballs, summoning Little NI, Red Bean, and Little Silver in succession. He then pulled Little White from his backpack, placing his hands on his hips while proudly surveying his companions. Little NI. As soon as it appeared, Little NI joyfully dashed towards Lung June, knocking him over in an affectionate display. Ha ha ha, stop licking me. That tickles, please stop. After much effort, Lung June finally pried Little NI off and turned to see Little Silver and Red Bean glaring at each other. Red Bean, this is our new companion. Little Silver, everyone, come over and get to know each other. You'll be good friends from now on, so do take care of one another. Hearing Lung June's words, Red Bean slightly turned its head, ignoring Little Silver, who also disdainfully turned away. In contrast, Little NI and Little White rushed over to greet him, completely disregarding the cold demeanor of the other two, which caused Lung June a bit of frustration. He forced a smile and said, "Today, we first welcome our new companion. And then we will conduct some battle training. Tomorrow, we will challenge the gym. And I want Little White and Little Silver to take the lead since their attributes are advantageous against this gym. However, that does not mean Red Bean and Little NI won't have opportunities to participate, so everyone must perform diligently in today's training to show the gym leader your prowess. Do you all understand?" Chabak, Snorant. Both Red Bean and Little Silver appeared indifferent, clearly lacking enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Little White and Little NI were already eager, ready to put in some serious effort. Lung June glanced at Red Bean and Little Silver, aware that he was still unfamiliar with Little Silver's temperament. But he knew Red Bean's personality well. Getting Red Bean to cooperate would be quite easy. Ahem, if you impress me with this training, I will reward you with a bottle of Moo Moo milk. Upon hearing Lung June's words, Red Bean immediately perked up, turning to look at him with excitement. Little Silver, observing the sudden change in Red Bean, cast a curious glance, puzzled by this unexpected enthusiasm. All right, let's split into pairs. Little White and Little NI will battle, while Little Silver and Red Bean will face off. Both sides may use any skills at their discretion, and the training begins now. As soon as he finished speaking, Little White and Little NI charged at each other, clearly eager to test their strength first. However, the outcome was evident. Without using any skills, the larger Little NI held the advantage. After a collision, Little NI stood firm, while Little White was pushed back a few steps, igniting a fierce determination in its eyes. Suddenly, a yellowish glow enveloped Little White, transforming its round body into a projectile as it unleashed a tackle attack. Little NI, not to be outdone, flickered with light at its forehead before lowering its head and charging forward with all its might, its eyes ablaze with fighting spirit as its combative blood surged. Meanwhile, Little Silver and Red Bean faced each other, the atmosphere completely different from the first pair. While one side was already embroiled in a heated battle, the other remained eerily quiet, both combatants seemingly waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Long Jun observed the two battles with a smile, then discreetly turned to scan Little Silver. Ding! Little Silver, Snorant, dark and ice-type, claw Pokémon. Its petite form is paired with remarkable speed, and its sharp claws can slice through any obstacle. Possessing high intelligence, it even employs tactical teamwork to capture its prey, making it a cunning and clever hunter. Ability: Keen Eye, Nature, Lonely, Gender, and A. Base stats: Total 430, HP 55, Attack 95, Defense 55, Special Attack 35, Special Defense 75, Speed 115. Learned skills: Scratch, Leer, Taunt, Quick Attack, Critical Hit, Icy Wind, Fury Swipes, Agility, Metal Claw, and Sharpness. Inherited skill: Detect. Evaluation: Excellent. This is a high-level Pokémon that has not received proper care. Its physical attributes require some nurturing, and it holds significant training potential. After reviewing the information obtained from the investigation, Long Jun felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Initially, based on his instincts, he had assessed Xiao Yin's evaluation level to be merely satisfactory. The previous battles had indicated that Xiao Yin's combat capabilities were not particularly high. Long Jun had presumed this to be a result of inherent deficiencies. However, it turned out that Xiao Yin's weakness stemmed from prolonged exposure to the gray-clad fugitive, which had deprived him of proper care. In fact, he possessed an outstanding potential. It was evident that Long Jun had struck gold once again, truly a testament to the protagonist archetype. What delighted Long Jun even more was that Xiao Yin had mastered the skill of Metal Claw. This steel-type move, though not yet discovered, inflicted considerable damage on rock types. Therefore, Long Jun's confidence in the upcoming challenge at the Nibby Gym had increased significantly. At that moment, both sides had been waiting for an opportunity, yet it was Hong Do who ultimately lost patience first. With a wide-open mouth, a barrage of toxic needles erupted forth, raining down like a storm. Yet, Xiao Yin displayed no sign of panic. Faced with the multitude of toxic needles, he accelerated suddenly, vanishing beneath the onslaught, only to reappear directly beneath Hong Do. His sharp claws transformed into a gleaming metallic hue as he lunged forward. Hong Do, unfazed, recalled having previously suffered a crushing blow from such tactics in his battle against the Flying Scyther. Although he had ultimately triumphed through a surprise attack aided by his healing abilities, he had not quite shaken off the irritation it had caused him. Now, witnessing a similar scenario unfold, he was quick to unleash a cunning counter. With a swift motion, Hong Do opened his mouth wide and expelled an acid bomb, which struck the ground fiercely. In an instant, the corrosive liquid splattered everywhere, catching both combatants off guard. Xiao Yin, overwhelmed by the sudden pain, hastily retreated, casting a wary glance at Hong Do. Meanwhile, Hong Do shook off the acid that had splattered onto him, dismissing it entirely, before baring his fiery fangs and lunging aggressively at Xiao Yin. The latter, unwilling to confront the attack directly, swiftly dodged. Observing the unfolding battle, Long Jun felt a surge of astonishment. Had Hong Do just utilized an acid bomb? When had he acquired such a skill? It appeared that Hong Do had been diligently training as well. Not to mention, Xiao Yin's speed was indeed remarkable. After executing a high-speed move, he became nearly impossible to track with the naked eye. He truly embodied the essence of a natural attacker, albeit with a slight deficiency in adaptability, indicating a need for further practice. With this thought in mind, Long Jun offered some guidance. Xiao Yin, do not engage head-on. Make use of your speed to maneuver around to the back or side. Just as Xiao Yin was evading, he heard Long Jun's words and immediately steeled himself, letting out a low growl as he vanished. When he reappeared, it was directly behind Hong Do, and he thrust his sharp claws forward with great force. However, upon witnessing this, Long Jun shook his head in resignation. It was evident to him that Xiao Yin had made an ill-fated decision. Indeed, the moment Xiao Yin materialized, a glint of cunning flashed in Hong Do's eyes. With a deft flick of his massive tail, he ensnared Xiao Yin's petite form, rendering him immobile. Following this, Hong Do skillfully opened his mouth wide, flames erupting from his fangs. As the sun began to set, Long Jun, feeling somewhat fatigued, returned to the Pokémon Center. After handing over all his Pokeballs to Nurse Joy, he intended to rest in his room. At that moment, however, Nurse Joy called out to him gently. "Please wait a moment." Mr. Long Jun startled. Long Jun turned back with a hint of confusion. "A call came in today. I was instructed to let you know that Professor Oak wishes to speak with you," Nurse Joy said, pointing to a nearby telephone. instantly invigorated. Lung Jun thanked her and rushed to the phone, dialing Professor Oak's lab number quickly. After a few rings, there was no answer. So he hung up and called the Oak family home. After several rings, someone picked up, and the familiar face of Professor Oak appeared on the screen. "Hello, Xiaolong. How have you been? Have you been thinking of us?" Professor Oak greeted cheerfully, while Aunt Hanako's warm smile appeared beside him, joy radiating from her expression. "Of course. I miss you both, Professor Oak and Aunt Hanako. How did you know I was in Nibby City?" Long Jun responded, his curiosity piqued. "Ha ha. No need to search further. Hanako returned home early today. As for how we knew you were in Nibby City, I calculated your pace and figured you could only reach Nibby City. So we left a message at the Pokémon Center to find you." Professor Oak chuckled, clearly pleased with his own cleverness. Lung Jun, upon hearing this, felt a vain throb in his forehead. Aunt Hanako, unable to listen any longer, pushed Professor Oak aside and took the phone, smiling as she said, "Xiaolong, how are you doing? Have you been eating well? If there is anything you need, don't hesitate to contact us." A wave of nostalgia washed over Lung Jun, the longing for home stirring within him. Struggling to hold back tears, he smiled and assured them that he was doing well. Aunt Hanako noticed the change in his expression and felt a pang in her heart, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Actually, we didn't have anything urgent to discuss today. It's just that Xiaoxin called us earlier and told us he was safe. He's already in the region, so we just wanted to check on you. Seeing that you're all right brings us peace," she said, her voice trembling. In that moment, Lang Jun could no longer contain himself. Tears streamed down his face, his emotions overwhelming him. After finishing the call, he realized it was already quite late. Originally intending to retrieve his Pokeballs the next day, he decided to collect them now that his energy had been fully restored. All while Nurse Joy watched him with concern as he returned to his room. The next morning dawned bright and clear. Lung Jun rose early, equipped himself, and after breakfast, bid farewell to Nurse Joy before heading straight to the Nibby gym, his confidence soaring and his desire to battle igniting within him. Soon, he arrived at a peculiar structure built of stones. Approaching the entrance, he pushed the door open and stepped into a spacious rocky battleground, finding it empty. He called out loudly, "Is anyone here? I've come for the gym challenge." As his voice echoed, a beam of light shone down from the far end of the hall, illuminating a statue beside Lung Jun. Startled, he recognized the statue. It bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Gang. Unable to resist, he reached out to touch it. Rummaging through others' belongings is not a good habit, the statue suddenly remarked, lowering its head to speak. Ling Jun was startled, letting out a shout as he leapt outside, then gazed cautiously at the statue that had just spoken. After a moment, he realized that this might not be a real statue. "Excuse me, are you the gym trainer here? I am Ling Jun from Viridian Town, here for a gym challenge." Ling Jun steadied himself and spoke, contemplating that the figure pretending to be a statue might be none other than Brock's father, the renowned Wuning. "Well, I know it's Wuning. Ha. You figured it out. Indeed, I am the gym trainer of the Nibby Gym, the master of rock-type Pokémon, known as the Gray Boulder, Wuning. Tell me, are you afraid?" Wuning declared with a hearty laugh, eager to witness Ling Jun's astonished expression. However, Ling Jun disregarded the banter and approached the challenger's battlefield, turning back with an impassive expression to ask, "Can we start? I'm in a hurry." Wuning, ahem, it seems you are quite impatient. Today's youth are increasingly hasty. Unlike me, I remain composed like a boulder. However, since you're pressed for time, I shall swiftly defeat you so you can understand the prowess of gym trainers. With that, Wuning dashed to his designated spot, raising 2 fingers to announce, "The rules of the Nibby Gym Challenge state that each trainer may use 2 Pokémon. And challengers can switch freely, while gym trainers cannot until both of their Pokémon are unable to battle. Do you understand?" Ling Jun nodded wearily, glancing around but not spotting a referee, leading him to curiously inquire, "Uncle, why isn't there a referee?" Wuning suddenly felt awkward at this question, stammering to find his words. At that moment, a woman stepped forward, her large belly prominent, accompanied by a child resembling Wuning, who helped her as she made her way to the referee's seat. "I apologize for the inconvenience. I shall officiate this match." The young pregnant woman said apologetically to Ling Jun. Seeing her condition, Ling Jun felt a twinge of remorse. Meanwhile, Wuning exclaimed loudly, "Xiaomi, what are you doing here with that big belly? It's dangerous. Brock, hurry and take your mother home." Upon hearing Wuning's words, Ling Jun quickly glanced at the child who bore a striking resemblance to Wuning, realizing it was indeed Brock. He was surprised to see that Brock was still just a small child, appearing to be no more than 3 or 4 years old, already capable of caring for others. "What is all this commotion? If you dare to talk back, see how I handle you." Xiaomi's authoritative tones silenced Wuning, who dared not breathe. truly living up to the name Wuning. After scolding her husband, Xiaomi turned back to Ling Jun with a smile, saying, I sincerely apologize for my husband's inadequacies. I will ensure fairness in this match and won't show any favoritism because he is my husband. Ling Jun nodded, thinking how fortunate it was that Xiaomi possessed such a gentle demeanor. Otherwise, he might end up like Wuning. With this thought, he looked at Wuning with a hint of sympathy. Chapter 46, An Unexpected Opponent. Thus, the challenge for the Nibi Gym badge officially commenced as both sides prepared their Pokémon. At Xiaomi's command, Ling Jun's challenge began in earnest. Ultimately, he felt it inappropriate to have Xiaomi remain standing at the referee's position, so after mutual agreement, she took a seat in the audience with Brock's assistance. Then go, Geodude, bring me victory, Wuning shouted as he tossed a Pokeball into the air. Upon opening, a round Geodude appeared on the battlefield. Indeed, the first is Geodude. But I wonder what the second Pokémon will be, a Onix perhaps or something else. Ling Jun pondered, quickly retrieving a Pokeball and throwing it forth. Go, Snorant. Achieve your first victory. Snorant shimmered into existence on the battlefield, standing upright on a rock, exuding an aura of supreme confidence as it gazed coldly at Geodude below. I believe this Pokémon is the regional Snorant. I didn't expect you to possess a regional Pokémon. You're quite remarkable, Wuning remarked, clearly recognizing Snorant's identity, displaying a modicum of genuine skill. I obtained this little fellow due to special circumstances, so be careful, Gym Leader Wuning. Don't underestimate him just because he is small. That would be a grave mistake, Ling Jun cautioned with a smile, as he held a certain fondness for Brock's family and merely wished to offer a light reminder. Hee. I would never judge a Pokémon's strength based on size, much like my Geodude, who may be small but is incredibly formidable. Allow me to show you its rollout attack. Upon receiving the command, Geodude curled into a ball and began rolling rapidly toward Snorant. Rollout, a classic tactic of rock types. I want to let him accumulate momentum easily, Ling Jun thought, deciding to counter the initial roll head-on. Snorant sprang into action, deftly evading Geodude's direct roll. With a gleam of metal in its claws, it leaped forward and delivered a powerful strike to the rolling Geodude. The impact was significant, as the Steel-type move dealt substantial damage to the Rock-type Geodude, causing it to cry out in pain and release its arms, its round body flying into a nearby rock. Face contorted in agony, wincing with one eye as it glared at Snorant, who had regained its stance atop the rock. Are you alright, Geodude? Can you continue the battle? Wuning, noticing the toll that the previous blow had taken on Geodude, expressed concern. With a pained grunt, Geodude opened its eyes, arms outstretched, letting out a roar, clearly intent on continuing the fight. That's the spirit, Geodude. Show your resilience and use Rock Throw. After receiving the command, Geodude jumped back and hurled a rock at Snorant. Too slow. Evade it, Snorant. Then use Icy Wind to finish it. Ling Jun observed Geodude still determined to retaliate with Rock Throw and knew that Rock-type moves would also deal considerable damage to Snorant. However, given Snorant's speed, it would be quite challenging for Geodude to land a hit. Snorant. With a swift maneuver, Snorant dodged the incoming rock, nimbly hopping through the rocky terrain until it reached Geodude's side. A chilling gust of wind erupted from Snorant's mouth, enveloping Geodude in a frigid embrace. After the icy blast, a small ice sculpture of Geodude stood vividly in place. You wretched Pokémon. This round goes to you. Return, Geodude. Wuning understood that continuing the battle with the small punching stone would yield no results. He decisively recalled it, then turned to Ling Jun with a serious expression. It seems my Pokémon are thoroughly countered by yours. Your Snorant is astonishingly swift, and among my Pokémon, none can match its speed. However, I shall not concede so easily, for I am a steadfast warrior. Go, Iron Tusk Rhinoceros, eliminate the opponent before you. As he released a Pokeball, a heavily built Iron Tusk Rhinoceros landed on the battlefield with a heavy thud, letting out a roar that resonated through the arena as it faced its petite adversary. Well, I didn't expect an Iron Tusk Rhinoceros. I thought it would be a Golem or a Graveler. What a surprising opponent. But I am not afraid. Silver, show him your might. Charge in with Metal Claw. The sudden appearance of Iron Tusk Rhinoceros caught Ling Jun off guard, as the original story had never mentioned Wuning possessing this Pokémon. Yet, as a gym leader, one must have a solid foundation. Snorant, Silver, unleashed its Metal Claw, extending and hardening its claws, shimmering with metallic brilliance. It lunged forward, swiftly closing the distance. Just as Iron Tusk Rhinoceros prepared to stomp, Wuning issued a command. As if anticipating this moment, in an instant, Iron Tusk Rhinoceros lifted its forelegs slightly, then slammed them down, unleashing a shockwave of energy. Silver was caught off guard, propelled backward by the force, rolling several times before regaining its footing. warily eyeing Iron Tusk Rhinoceros, which was now surrounded by a yellowish energy. Not good. It's a speed reduction move. Silver, quickly use quick attack to boost your speed. Lung Jun realized the gravity of the situation and hurriedly urged Silver to react. But it was too late. Iron Tusk Rhinoceros executed Rock Blast, striking decisively. With a thunderous roar, Iron Tusk Rhinoceros summoned several sharp rocks that shot forth like missiles towards Silver. Shadow Clone, Lung Jun commanded, having taught this move to Silver the previous day. Though not yet proficient, Silver had no choice but to utilize it to defend itself. Seeing the urgency, Silver twisted its form, creating 3 identical shadow clones. The sharp rocks collided with the clones, piercing through them effortlessly and striking the ground, sending dust flying. In the meantime, Silver dodged left and right among the rocks. But due to the speed reduction, it was ultimately struck by one, letting out a pained cry as it was sent flying. Come back, Silver. Seeing the dire situation, Lung Jun hastily withdrew Silver into its Pokeball. It was a wise decision. Continuing the battle would only result in further injury. Protecting one's Pokemon from harm is also a trainer's responsibility. Now, let your second Pokemon take the stage. My Iron Tusk Rhinoceros has only just begun to fight. Wu Nong cast a commendatory glance at Lung Jun, then spoke with an air of self-importance. Haha, indeed. As a gym leader, your strength is formidable. Now, I shall send forth my next Pokemon. It will surely astonish you. With a flourish, Lung Jun tossed a Pokeball high into the air, and a beam of white light descended, revealing a formidable white shark Pokemon, over 5 meters tall. With sharp teeth glinting menacingly, large spiral ears, and powerful fins, all showcasing its might. Introducing Sharpedo. As the newly evolved Sharpedo entered the battlefield, it could not contain its roar, showcasing its immense power to the spectators. Sharpedo had evolved just yesterday, completing its transformation from Carvania to Sharpedo after a series of battles with Xiao-En, Xiao-En, and Hongdo, thus significantly enhancing its attributes. Sharpedo, a dragon and ground-type Pokemon, is known as the Cave Pokemon. Its limbs had become longer and more powerful, capable of easily shattering rocks with its fins. Fond of residing in caves, it enjoys collecting shiny objects. Occasionally, it sheds its scales, which, in ancient times, were believed to cure ailments. Ability, Sandvale, Nature, Lively. Its stats were impressive, with a total of 429, 410, comprising health, attack, defense, special attack, special defense, and speed. Its moves included Tackle, Sand Attack, Dragon Rage, Sandstorm, Body Slam, Sand Tomb, and Dual Chop, along with inherited moves like Rock Climb and TM moves like Dragon Claw and Shadow Clone. This is Sharpedo's current prowess. It is astonishingly powerful. The Shadow Claw TM I obtained during the last mission also allowed Sharpedo to learn a new move, further enhancing its strength. However, evolution comes with its challenges. Sharpedo's size now prevents it from fitting in my backpack, which caused quite a bit of frustration. It took considerable effort to coax it back into its Pokeball. You've transformed into a Pokemon I hardly recognize. You truly are a mysterious youth, Wu Nong remarked, gazing at the imposing Sharpedo with admiration, seemingly oblivious to its true identity. Haha, Sharpedo hails from the Sinnoh region, a powerful dragon and ground-type Pokemon. You should be cautious, Gym Leader Wu Nong, Lung Jun stated boldly, revealing Sharpedo's attributes without reservation. Haha, so it has a ground-type attribute. Did you think that would counter my Iron Tusk Rhinoceros? Yet, that attribute can also be countered by my Iron Tusk Rhinoceros. It appears this battle will be a thrilling clash. Wu Nong was momentarily taken aback by Lung Jun's forthrightness, then burst into laughter, his gaze filled with admiration. It shall indeed be exciting. Let the gym leader experience Sharpedo's battle prowess. Sharpedo, charge in with Dual Chop. As the moment of confrontation approached, Lung Jun felt his blood surging with excitement, pointing at the Iron Tusk Rhinoceros. Sharpedo let out a roar, its fins glowing with blue-purple light as it surged forward like a beam of white light. Recognizing Sharpedo's impressive speed at a glance, Wu Nong noted that Iron Tusk Rhinoceros would likely not even catch a glimpse of the dust raised by Sharpedo's tail. Thus, he resorted to his previous tactic. The speed reduction move was employed once more. Iron Tusk Rhinoceros responded with a deafening roar, raising its forelegs high, channeling an even greater force than before as it prepared to stomp down. Not on my watch, Lung Jun declared, commanding Sharpedo to use Body Slam against the approaching threat. With a fiery resolve ignited within him, he opted for a head-on strategy, ready to confront the challenge headfirst. With a resounding roar, Little White's eyes sharpened upon hearing Lung Jun's words. In an instant, he accelerated further, and as the front legs of the iron-armored rhinoceros struck the ground, he positioned himself before it. Enveloped in a swirling aura of earthy energy, he collided forcefully against the rhinoceros's chest. The tremendous impact sent the several hundred-pound beast flying. Seeing the iron-armored rhinoceros tumble to the ground a short distance away, Little White let out a triumphant roar, his eyes brimming with fervent battle spirit. Meanwhile, Lung Jun, watching from the periphery, felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his brow. He regretted his impulsive decision, realizing the peril of allowing his fighting spirit to cloud his judgment. Thankfully, Little White had triumphed in this contest of strength, otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. The resilient iron-armored rhinoceros, renowned for its formidable defense, slowly rose after rolling on the ground. It shook its massive head, eyes fixed intently on Little White, betraying a mixture of astonishment. The creature, taken aback by the unexpected defeat in their clash of might, acknowledged the formidable prowess of this unknown Pokémon. Yet, it was not one to concede easily. Battles are not won by strength alone. With a determined cry, the iron-armored rhinoceros summoned several sharp rocks that levitated behind it, launching them towards Little White. As the razor-sharp rocks hurtled through the air, Little White's mind sparked with inspiration. With a deft backward leap, he plunged one of his fins into the ground, instantly conjuring a swirling vortex of rocks and sand. The incoming projectiles fell effortlessly into this maelstrom, merging into it without a splash. The vortex then surged forth, resembling a sandstorm, rapidly encasing the iron-armored rhinoceros within. The ground-type sandhell inflicted considerable damage on the iron-armored rhinoceros, which let out cries of pain as it struggled within the swirling sand. "Do not give up," urged its trainer, directing the rhinoceros to use its charge ability in an attempt to break free from the sandhell. Suddenly, the iron-armored rhinoceros, which had been blinded by the sandstorm, opened its eyes wide. Lowering its massive head, it focused intently on Little White outside the vortex. With a powerful thrust of its hind legs, enveloped in a radiant glow, it burst forth like a rocket, breaking free from the sand. "It's time to conclude this battle," declared Little White as he ascended the rocky terrain. With a resounding stomp, a towering rock formation erupted from the ground, propelling the airborne iron-armored rhinoceros upwards. Little White dashed forward, each step shattering the stones beneath him, culminating in a powerful strike that shattered the mountain. The iron-armored rhinoceros watched helplessly as its fellow beasts were lifted into the air by the sudden rock formation, only to be struck down by Little White's formidable blow, crashing heavily to the ground, enveloped in a cloud of dust, rendered incapable of battle. With the iron-armored rhinoceros unable to continue, the gym leader announced, "As both Pokémon cannot fight, the victor of this challenge is the challenger." From the audience, Xiaomi stood up, proclaiming the decision with fairness and clarity. "You've worked hard, iron-armored rhinoceros. It's time for you to rest." With a smile, the trainer returned the iron-armored rhinoceros to its Pokeball and made his way to the center of the arena. Lung Jun approached with excitement, and Little White ran over with an eager expression. Lung Jun affectionately ruffled Little White's slightly coarse head, praising, "You truly are impressive, Little White. You surpassed my expectations. Together, we shall grow stronger." Little White basked in the praise, nodding appreciatively. "Though I may have lost this match, this is the testament of the victor," said the trainer, presenting the gray badge of the Nibby Gym with a beaming smile. With palpable excitement, Lung Jun grasped the badge, turning to the sky as it shimmered in the light. "I have obtained the gray badge," he exclaimed joyously. Chapter 48. The mountain where the moon falls. After acquiring the badge, Lung Jun bid farewell to Wu Nang's family, playfully ruffling Xiao Gang's fur before returning to the Pokémon Center. The sun was at its zenith. After having lunch, he packed his belongings and returned the room key to Nurse Joy, expressing his gratitude before departing. Having obtained the gray badge, Lung Jun's journey in Nibby City was drawing to a close. Given the current state of transportation, he felt it wise to hasten his pace. The next gym awaited him in Hualan City. After checking the map for direction, he set forth once more. As Lung Jun walked along the smooth road, he remained unaware of a solitary figure standing quietly on a nearby hill. Cat-eye. Beside that figure, a cat-eye dog let out a soft whimper. "I'm fine, cat-eye dog. I just feel a touch of sadness that, as friends, you left without a word." "I certainly did not cry," the figure replied, turning slightly with a forced smile. "Cat-eye." Cat-eye. The cat-eye dog approached, gently nuzzling the figure in an act of comfort. "You truly are the best, cat-eye dog. We must remain together forever," the figure said, crouching down to embrace the cat-eye dog, tears streaming down their cheeks. As Lung Jun continued on his journey, he called forth Lulu to retrieve the rewards for challenging the Nibby Gym. Ding. Task. Kanto Peak Gym Challenge 28 complete. Obtain Nibby Badge. Rewards issued. 500 exchange points. Skill Learning Machine Guard. Ding. Hidden Achievement Task. Awakening Blood. Defeated Nibby Gym. Obtain Nibi Gym Fragment 1, 500 exchange points. Current fragments: Shurjia Gym Fragment, Nibi Gym Fragment. From these two tasks, he amassed a total of 1,000 exchange points. However, what thrilled Lungjun most was the random skill learning machine he received, the guard machine. This skill was extraordinary. Although its success rate diminished with frequent use, its brilliance could not be overshadowed. It was an essential skill for stealthy ambushes during travel and one of the most expensive transformation skills in the system. Other skills like Toxic and Substitute were similarly costly, each priced at 2,000 exchange points, and unlike other learning machines, it could only be utilized 3 times, which made it a considerable splurge. This was precisely why Lungjun had refrained from purchasing them. The strategy felt too underhanded, and the cost was simply exorbitant. However, now that there are free and reusable resources available, it would be a missed opportunity not to learn from them. Lungjun is determined to find an opportunity for his Pokémon to learn, envisioning a future where his opponents unleash their final efforts, only to be thwarted safely by his defenses, leaving them in utter frustration. In a moment of elation, Lungjun strides forward, rapidly heading in the direction of the indicated city on the map, Hualan City. As Lungjun passes by a mountain peak, his companion Lulu, who had not been called upon, suddenly leaps out. "Didn't you just say you were going back to sleep? Why are you out now?" Lungjun inquires, perplexed. Lulu casts a brief glare at Lungjun, then swipes her finger to open his personal space. A fragment of a moonstone, glowing faintly, drifts out before him. "Isn't this the broken moonstone? Why is it glowing? What has transpired?" Lungjun stares at the luminous fragment in confusion. Lulu swiftly closes Lungjun's personal space and circles the glowing moonstone a few times before stating with certainty, "This radiance typically occurs during the fusion of moonstone fragments. And for this piece to emit such light indicates that there are other moonstone fragments hidden nearby, right?" Lungjun interjects eagerly. "Hey, you scoundrel! How dare you steal my lines? Just wait until I deal with you." Lulu, incensed by the interruption, promptly flies to Lungjun's head, yanking at his not-so-long hair, causing him to grimace in pain. "Ow, ow, ow! Stop it! I'll go bald!" Lungjun exclaims, hastily grabbing Lulu to free himself from her grip. After considerable effort, he finally pries her fingers away, gazing at her with a rueful smile as he notices the few strands of hair caught in her grasp, feeling a pang of sympathy. "Humph! Let us see you dare to steal my lines again." Lulu tosses aside the hair while placing her hands on her hips defiantly. I want tea. I promise I want to do it again." Lungjun concedes, eager to protect his hair. "Humph! I sense something peculiar about this mountain. You should investigate. This broken moonstone will guide your way. You may discover more fragments, which would be a worthwhile endeavor. Of course, a quest will also be issued." Ding. Quest issued. Explore the mysterious mountain. Quest details. There appears to be a secret hidden within the mountain before you. Discover it. Quest reward. None. Lungjun. "So, Lulu, can you tell me where the quest rewards went? You didn't cancel them out of spite, did you?" He glances skeptically at the conspicuous none in the rewards section before turning to Lulu. Lulu, who had previously been assertive, suddenly wears an awkward expression. Upon noticing Lungjun's doubtful gaze, she quickly asserts, "It has nothing to do with me. I have no use for those rewards. Perhaps the system believes you might gain considerable rewards this time. Hence it did not offer any additional ones." Yes, that must be it. If Lungjun couldn't discern that Lulu was up to mischief, he would be blind nevertheless. He does not dwell on it, as it is merely a trivial reward. With an additional 1,000 exchange points at his disposal, he decides to let it go and refrain from further teasing Lulu. "Very well, I shall complete this rewardless quest. Let me consult the map to see how to access this mountain." Lungjun gestures to open his navigation map and taps on the mountain beside him, examining its details. Moonview Mountain, named for the falling meteors, is said to harbor many precious meteorites, making it a haven for mineral enthusiasts. It is rumored that mysterious Pokémon, Clefairy, reside within. Whether this is true remains to be seen. Ah, so this is Moonview Mountain. No wonder the broken moonstone glows. It seems there are indeed moonstone fragments hidden within. Moreover, it appears that many Clefairy and Cleffa dwell here. I wonder if I might encounter these adorable creatures. If I do, perhaps I could catch one and gift it to Huazi. She would be overjoyed. Imagining the joy on Huazi's face upon receiving a cute Clefairy fills Lungjun with renewed energy. With a clear objective, Lungjun dashes eagerly into Moonview Mountain, soon encountering the tunnels within, venturing into the heart of the mountain. Lulu, observing Lungjun's reckless demeanor, expresses her concern. "Please be cautious, host. I sense an unusual presence within this mountain, possibly harboring unknown dangers. It would be wise to tread carefully." Lungjun, a person who values the opinions of others, slows down, heeding Lulu's warning and tempering his enthusiasm with a touch of caution. So, there are still things the system is unaware of. I had always thought the system was infallible, he remarks with a smile towards Lulu perched on his shoulder. What do you know? The exchange system can only trade for existing entities in the Pokémon world. It is not a comprehensive scouting tool. If you were to present something to me, I could certainly tell you what it is. However, if I don't even know where it is, how can the system assist you? Lulu retorts, her expression one of defiance. Indeed. I understand now. How could a mere mortal like me ever compare to the wise and beautiful Lulu? Cold June expertly flatters her, having honed his skills and appeasing her over time, easily managing this stubborn little creature. You should have said so earlier. Then I wouldn't have pulled your hair. Lulu boasts with a proud expression. Hee, I was just about to, Cold June begins, but suddenly senses the presence of others ahead, and it appears to be a considerable number. He quickly ducks behind a nearby rock, peeking out to observe a group of familiar-looking individuals, listening to their conversation. Damn it. We've been searching for days and haven't found a single meteorite. Is the leader's information even credible? If it's false, will we be digging here for a lifetime? Shut up. Do you dare question the leader's orders? Do you still want to keep your position? Hurry and search. We all need to collect our rewards. If we fail, we're all done for. Stop wasting time. A man wearing sunglasses barks at the disgruntled individual, who immediately silences himself and begins digging fervently with his tools. Cold June observes this group, donned in identical uniforms, resembling the poachers he had encountered in the Johto forest. Clearly, they belong to the same organization, but he wonders what kind of meteorites they are seeking and how many are with them. Cold June quietly retreats, avoiding any unnecessary confrontation, and takes a detour through another tunnel entrance. Opening his navigation map, the intricate network of tunnels within Moonview Mountain materializes before him. He retrieves the broken moonstone, following the direction indicated by its glow, and proceeds onward, as the Moonview Mountain serves as a sanctuary for numerous excavators. The tunnels within are graced with some semblance of illumination. Following the fragmented moonstone's guidance, Long June perceived the radiance of the stone in his grasp intensifying, signaling that his destination was near. As he approached the tunnel's exit, he noticed that all sources of light had vanished, and it was solely due to the glow of the shattered moonstone that he could discern his surroundings. With the exit now in sight, he hurried forth, bursting through the threshold. In an instant, the narrow mountain path opened up to reveal an expansive pit. The sky had mysteriously darkened, speckled with stars adorning the night canvas, while a magnificent full moon hung atop the mountain, casting its silvery light and creating a breathtaking panorama. Truly, it was a beautiful place, and Long June found himself momentarily entranced by the scene. Host, look over there. What is that? Lulu exclaimed, tugging at Long June's ear and pointing towards the center of the mountaintop. What? Long June winced at the pain in his ear, then followed Lulu's direction to see a colossal pale blue stone resting on a high platform at the center of the summit, illuminated by the moonlight, which it absorbed entirely. At that moment, the broken moonstone in Long June's hand emitted a brilliant glow, resonating with the distant stone. I seem to recall that there is a massive moonstone within Moonview Mountain. Could this be it? It's quite formidable, almost intimidating, Long June observed, astonished, as he approached the giant moonstone, contemplating how much he should take, if not all of it. Just as he was about to draw nearer, several white figures appeared before him, their plump bodies outstretched in an embrace, halting his advance. Oh, it's a Piplup. So, Piplup truly resides here. I wonder if I could capture one. Long June's excitement grew as he gazed at the group of Piplup, his eyes darting around as if he were selecting a watermelon at a market. At that moment, the Piplup parted, creating a pathway for an elderly Piplup, who approached slowly, accompanied by a diminutive Piplup, clutching something in its arms while casting fearful glances at Long June. This must be the elder of the family, Long June thought. She, the elder Piplup waved its arms, seemingly attempting to communicate. Long June furrowed his brow, nearly contemplating the need for this Piplup to speak Mandarin. But Lulu interjected. This elder Piplup states that this place is a sanctuary for their kind, and pleads that you do not disturb their peaceful existence. Wait, you can understand what they're saying? That is incredible! Why didn't you help translate for me before? Long June asked, initially astonished then filled with curiosity. Even without my translation, you seem to have fun. Why should I take on a tedious task? Lulu retorted confidently. That is quite a reasonable point. I find myself at a loss for words, Long June replied, then turned to the elder Piplup. Greetings, I assure you. I harbor no ill intentions and do not wish to disrupt the tranquility of your kind. I was led here by this stone, and I believe I may be able to restore it. He presented the fragmented moonstone to the elder Piplup. The elder Piplup glanced at the shattered stone, then leaped to the side of the massive moonstone, picking up a nearby shard before returning and offering it to Lung Jun. She it conveyed, indicating that he should take the fragment and leave, assuring that the location of their hideout would remain undisclosed. Lulu translated, and Lung Jun felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. They seemed to think he could be easily appeased with just a piece of moonstone. Thank you immensely, he said with a radiant smile as he accepted the football-sized shard, then solemnly assured them, you can rest assured, I will not disclose your whereabouts to anyone. However, there are many nefarious individuals on Moonview Mountain, poachers who seek to capture Pokémon, so please remain vigilant. He placed the sizable fragment back into his backpack with a nod, preparing to leave. Shishi the elder Piplup urged him to wait. What more is there? Lung Jun inquired, puzzled. She. The elder Piplup gestured, pushing out the hidden small Piplup behind it, and earnestly called out to Lung Jun. This elder states that the small Piplup arrived here with the meteor a few days ago, and is not a native resident. It wishes to accompany us. And the meteorite it holds will be gifted to us, please agree. Lulu, something feels off. Clearly, this meteorite is the very thing we should be cautious about. Quickly, take it. Lulu insisted, tugging at Lung Jun's ear. Ignoring Lulu's protests, Lung Jun knelt down with a gentle smile, extending his hand towards the trembling small Piplup. Little one, would you like to leave with me? I know a lovely, kind elder sister who would adore you. With her, you would be safe and happy. What do you say? Will you come with me? The small Piplup hesitated, gazing at Lung Jun with trepidation, engaging in a long internal struggle. Eventually, it mustered its courage and extended its tiny finger, placing it in Lung Jun's palm. Chapter 50. The mystery of the enigmatic meteorite. The adorable small Piplup let out a joyful cry and hopped onto Lung Jun's palm, its plump body light as a feather. Then I shall take good care of you, Lung Jun said, beaming at the small Piplup. Piplup. It responded happily, then seemed to recall something, offering the mysterious meteorite it had been clutching to Lung Jun. Is this for me? Lung Jun asked, surprised as he accepted the meteorite. The small Piplup nodded affirmatively. What could this possibly be? Lung Jun scrutinized the mysterious meteorite, which was perfectly round, gleaming black, exuding an aura of mystery. Lulu, take a look. Do you recognize this? He placed the meteorite on his shoulder for Lulu to observe. Let me see. Lulu exclaimed eagerly, taking flight from Lung Jun's shoulder to examine the meteorite closely. A flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. Did you discover something? Lung Jun inquired, noticing the surprise in Lulu's gaze. To think this object would appear here, Lulu mused, stroking her delicate chin, lost in perplexing thoughts. What on earth is it? Must you be so enigmatic? Cold Jun was momentarily speechless, while the little creature in his hand looked at the person before him with a puzzled expression. Since receiving the strange stone he had given away, he had been conversing with the air. And he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret for having relinquished that peculiar stone, which had now seemingly driven another into madness. Are you familiar with Rayquaza? Lulu inquired, gazing at Cold Jun. Of course, who doesn't know the Sky Dragon? Cold Jun rolled his eyes. Then do you know about the origin meteorite that the Sky Dragon Rayquaza lost? Lulu continued. What? Is that what this meteorite is? If I possess this, can the Sky Dragon? Cold Jun was taken aback. This meteorite had been mentioned in both the game and the anime. It was undoubtedly one of the rarest items. He never expected to have obtained it so effortlessly. To be precise, this is merely a fragment of the original meteorite. This quantity is insufficient for Rayquaza to evolve. However, if you pay a cost of 50,000 exchange points, the system can forge this fragment into the Sky Pearl. At a critical moment, you can summon Rayquaza with the Sky Pearl to assist you in battle. Isn't that thrilling? Lulu said, her eyes crescent-shaped with excitement as she looked at Cold Jun. Upon hearing Lulu's words, Cold Jun's mouth twitched. He casually tossed the meteorite into his portable space and then affectionately ruffled Lulu's hair, saying nonchalantly, well, that's that. It might take years to accumulate that amount. By the time I do, I might even be able to challenge Rayquaza myself. So what need have I for such ostentatious items? And don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. The Sky Pearl, the Deep Sea Pearl, the Earth Pearl, all harbor the will of the three divine beasts of land, sea, and sky, and could easily turn against their wielder. I still wish to live a few more years. With that, Cold Jun chose not to elaborate further, instead turning his attention back to the little creature in his hand. He then produced a pristine Pokeball and held it out before the creature. Little one, thank you for the gift you've given me. I truly appreciate it. This is a Pokeball. You shall stay within it for a little while. And when we return, I will ensure you are well cared for, he said affectionately to the creature. The little creature, pleased to see Cold Jun back to his usual self, happily pressed the button in the center of the Pokeball. Transforming into a beam of red light and being drawn into the ball, which shook symbolically before settling into silence. Haha, such an adorable little creature. Hansi will surely love it. Although he had intended to capture the original, he ended up with an even cuter one that might be even more popular. Cold June felt elated, having acquired not only a massive moonstone but also a rare creature, as well as a fragment of Rayquaz's origin meteorite. This was truly a windfall. Whether or not he would receive a reward for this mission was now of little consequence, thus, with satisfaction, Cold June prepared to take his leave. I will take good care of the little one. You need not worry. I will not easily disclose your whereabouts to others. So you can live here peacefully. Well then, I shall take my leave now. May our paths cross again. After bowing slightly to the elder creature, Cold June turned to depart. Just as he had taken a few steps, a capturing net suddenly erupted from the cave ahead. Cold June was taken by surprise. Caught off guard as the net ensnared him, the force of inertia causing him to topple to the ground. Who are you? Cold June grasped the resilient net, his gaze turning frigid as he coldly inquired. Haha, this time we've made a great achievement, Captain. So many little ones. These are all exceedingly rare Pokémon. If we capture them all, we'll strike it rich and surely get promoted and earn more. A boisterous voice echoed from the cave, sounding oddly familiar to Cold June. Silence. You dare to speak of promotion and wealth? Have you grown so bold as to jump on my head? A reprimanding voice interjected. And Cold June immediately recognized the group of hunters that had ambushed him. It's you despicable poachers again. I advise you to leave immediately and never set foot on Moonlit Mountain again, or I cannot guarantee what may happen today, Cold June warned. He was not one to be weak-willed. He might show leniency towards friends and loved ones, but he would not hesitate to be ruthless with his enemies. As soon as he finished speaking, 7 or 8 individuals emerged from the cave, the same band of poachers he had encountered earlier. Their leader, the man in sunglasses, brandished a capturing net launcher, looking down at the furious Cold June with derision. In your current predicament, I am genuinely curious how you plan to deal with us. Are you intending to kill us with your glare? I am terribly frightened. The man in sunglasses laughed heartily, his companions joining in with mocking laughter. You truly are incorrigible, Cold June declared coldly. Without issuing a command, he simultaneously released 4 Pokeballs from his waist, summoning his combat partners around him. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yin, and Hong Do launched an assault, while Xiao Bai stood beside Cold June, delivering a powerful swipe with its front fin that severed the capturing net binding Cold June. He stood up, his expression icy. Everyone, do not hold back. Dispose of them. Their lives mean nothing to me, Cold June commanded, his resolve unwavering against the despicable poachers. Xiao Yin, and Hong Do unleashed a fierce onslaught. And after a single wave of attacks, 3 poachers lay on the ground, wailing in pain, evidently out of combat capability. At that moment, the man in sunglasses, witnessing the unfavorable situation, hastily withdrew a familiar object from his clothing. A grenade. Bastard, danger. Everyone retreat. Cold June gritted his teeth, utterly taken aback that these poachers possessed grenades. Xiao Yin, and Hong Do swiftly returned to Cold June's side, watching the man in sunglasses warily. Haha, why the sudden cowardice? Weren't you quite fierce just now? Realized your fear? Too late. Prepare to die. The man in sunglasses cackled loudly, then, with malicious intent, pulled the pin from the grenade and hurled it towards Cold June. Watch out. Hong Do, use your dissolving fluid. Cold June shouted as the grenade soared through the air. Hong Do opened its mouth wide, unleashing a stream of dissolving fluid that struck the grenade midair. With a series of hissing sounds, the grenade exploded, sending forth a wave of intense heat towards Cold June and his Pokémon. As the tumultuous flames surged forth, Cold June was astonished to see a faint blue barrier materializing before him, enveloping him and his Pokémon, as well as the little creature. The barrier absorbed the explosive force of the grenade entirely. What on earth is happening? Cold June was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the situation. Zixixi, came the voice from behind, prompting Cold June to turn around. He saw the elder creature extending its finger, radiating a gentle blue light. This is a peculiar situation. How could this Pikachu possess such a skill? Aren't Pikachus limited to just a few abilities? It was utterly unforeseen for Cold June to be rescued by this Pikachu at such a critical moment. One must understand that the skill in question, waving fingers, randomly activates any ability, leaving even the user unaware of which skill might be employed. In that perilous moment, the fact that waving fingers randomly selected the protective skill of Protect is nothing short of miraculous. It raises the question of whether it is Cold June's fortune or the misfortune of the bespectacled man opposite him. How audacious. They even dared to use grenades. These ruffians are truly beyond redemption. Just wait and see how I will deal with you too, Silver and Red Bean. Cold June was infuriated. In the Pokémon world, regulations concerning firearms and weaponry are far more stringent than in the previous world. The mere presence of handguns on these poachers was already an outrageous act, and now they had resorted to using grenades. There was certainly more to this than met the eye. Cold June contemplated apprehending the poachers for interrogation, but the Pikachu behind him intervened. To Cold June's astonishment, the numerous Picus present began to perform an exuberant waving fingers dance. What are these Picus doing? Dancing? They sway rhythmically, exuding an infectious energy. The bespectacled men gazed at the Picus, utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend why they would choose to dance in such a serious moment. Their whimsical movements were so captivating that one could not help but sway along with them. Once their dance concluded, the Picus stood upright, and in an instant, their bodies emitted a dazzling array of colors. Then, before the bespectacled man and the remaining poachers, who wore expressions of impending doom, flames and hail rained down, stones and lightning surged forth. An array of diverse skills cascaded through the air, mercilessly overwhelming the poachers. After several resounding explosions, the poachers lay trembling on the ground, unable to utter a single cry for help. They were either charred black, their hair standing on end, or frozen solid, resembling ice sculptures. Some were even buried beneath a pile of rocks, with only a purple arm protruding, evidently poisoned by a toxic attack before being entombed by rock-type moves. One could surmise they had run out of luck. The sheer power of this assault was staggering. Cold June initially felt sympathy for the poachers who had utterly lost their combat capabilities. But upon gazing at the tunnel behind them, now collapsed and buried beneath the onslaught, he felt a sense of despair. You can attack people, but why destroy the tunnel? It was the only route out of here. How am I supposed to escape now? As Cold June lamented the effort everyone had put into digging the tunnel, he was interrupted by the Pikachu, which called out to an older Pikachu, claiming it had a way to help him escape. Lulu stifled a long yawn, clearly having been awake for a considerable time, gradually losing the battle against her drowsiness. After delivering this message, she returned to Cold June's body to rest. Upon hearing Lulu's translation, Cold June's face lit up with joy, and he turned to the Pikachu with wide-eyed astonishment. Oh, you have a solution? What must be done? Do you have an alternate passage? Why did you start dancing all of a sudden? Why are your fingers glowing? And wait, I haven't called back my Pokémon yet. Could you hold on? With a soft sound, silence enveloped the Pikachu as it opened its eyes and surveyed the area. The previously raucous human and his Pokémon, along with the incapacitated poachers, had vanished. With a grand gesture, the Pikachu signaled the multitude of Picus to retreat like a flowing stream. With a light sound, Cold June landed safely, and his companions appeared behind him without him noticing. The severely injured poachers were now heaped in a corner. Incredible! This Pikachu is truly remarkable, capable of controlling the use of waving fingers to employ whatever skill it desires. That was teleportation, wasn't it? I must capture a psychic Pokémon to utilize this skill for travel. It would be utterly delightful. Cold June was still basking in the excitement of teleportation, completely unaware that he had been surrounded. A gentle nudge from Little White stirred him, and upon noticing Cold June's confused expression, Little White pointed around them. When Cold June looked up, he realized he had unwittingly been encircled by a group of uniformed police officers, each brandishing batons and observing him with curious eyes. It's a misunderstanding. I mean no harm. I merely passed by accidentally. Cold June quickly raised his hands, signaling he posed no threat. It dawned on him that he had inadvertently teleported into the stronghold of these officers, explaining their tense demeanor. However, the surrounding officers did not immediately believe him. They exchanged glances, uncertain how to proceed. Hey, weren't you the one who left this afternoon? Why have you returned? And what about these bodies beside you? You didn't kill them, did you? At that moment, a Miss June Xia, clad in uniform, stepped forward. Upon seeing the scene before her, her brows furrowed, and she fixed Cold June with a serious gaze. You are Miss June Xia from Nibby City? So, I have returned to Nibby City? Goodness. I ran around all afternoon only to end up back here. Is the universe truly conspiring against me? Realization washed over Cold June as he recognized his return to Nibby City. Reflecting on the teleportation skill, he understood that it assists in rapidly returning one to the last visited city, which in his case, was indeed Nibby City. Stop with the irrelevant details and answer my questions. The worry and urgency in Junxia's eyes revealed her inner turmoil. Those wretched poachers. I discovered them in the Moonview Mountain this afternoon. They dared to wield numerous prohibited weapons in an attempt to capture Pokémon residing in the mountains. They were subsequently dealt with by the Pokémon in Moonview Mountain. They should still be alive, but if they aren't treated soon, I can't guarantee their survival, Cold June remarked with a cold smile, gazing at the pile of incapacitated poachers. Chapter 52. This is a prelude to a showdown. Having exited the Nibby City police station once again, Cold June considered himself somewhat of a repeat visitor. The poachers had been sent to the hospital due to their grievous injuries, and it would likely take a considerable amount of time for them to regain consciousness. Cold June recounted his encounter with the poachers to the police, omitting any mention of the Picus and Pikachu. However, it was unlikely this would remain secret for long. Once the poachers awoke, the police would surely realize the truth. For now, however, the route to the mountain peak had been severed, and the Picus possessed sufficient means for self-preservation, so Cold June need not worry about them. With a heavy heart, Cold June retrieved his room key from the bemused Nurse Joy and handed over 5 Pokeballs before returning to his room to rest. The following morning, Lung June returned the room key and reclaimed his cherished Pokeball. He hurried to the nearby telephone communication device and connected to the Amura residence. Beep, beep. Hello? As the call connected, before Lung June could see the video feed, the voice he had longed to hear arrived. Hanako? He asked, his heart racing with excitement. The image then transmitted, revealing Hanako, who stared at the screen in astonishment, holding the receiver in shock, unable to utter a word. The two exchanged silent glances, a gentle warmth enveloping them. Despite the distance, their sincere hearts were intricately linked at that moment. Who called? Did Yuki forget again? Aunt Natsuko, engaged in household chores, curiously peeked from the kitchen, her voice tinged with inquiry. Suddenly, her eyes caught sight of Lung Jun's face on the communication screen, and she quickly covered her mouth, retreating with a beaming smile. Why isn't Hanako speaking? Is she stunned? Lung Jun remarked, observing the girl's bewildered demeanor, unable to resist teasing her. Upon hearing this, Hanako shot him a mock glare, then chuckled. Lung Jun, where are you now? The last time you called, I wasn't around. Aunt Natsuko told me later. It was so infuriating. Couldn't you wait until I was available? She feigned anger, yet a glint of mischief sparkled in her bright eyes. Hee hee. Lung Jun, oblivious to the mischief in her gaze, assumed she was genuinely upset. He scratched his head sheepishly, momentarily at a loss for words. Humph. Now you realize your mistake, right? You must call me often from now on, do you understand? Hanako stifled a laugh at Lung Jun's flustered expression, nearly bursting with amusement. Yet her face betrayed her struggle to maintain composure. Yes, I promise I will call you frequently. Recognizing Hanako's playful intent, Lung Jun felt relieved and eagerly agreed. By the way, are you looking for Professor Amura today? He just stepped out. If you had called a bit earlier, you could have reached him. Is there something you'd like me to relay? Hanako, aware of the importance of Lung Jun's call to the professor, felt anxious about possibly delaying him. It was indeed a matter concerning Hanako, but encountering her directly was the best possible outcome. Remembering his earlier intentions, Lung Jun wore a mysterious expression and said, Actually, it's related to me. What could it possibly be? Hanako inquired, her face a mask of curiosity. Ha ha ha, look. Lung Jun laughed heartily as he produced the Pokeball containing the adorable Pokémon, placing it before the screen. What is wrong with that Pokeball? Hanako stared at it, puzzled. With a soft click, the Pokeball opened, revealing a charming, round little creature that appeared to have just awakened, looking around in a daze. Upon spotting Lung Jun, it joyfully leaped from his arm to his head, bouncing merrily as if it were a spring. Wow, what an adorable little creature. Is this also a Pokémon? Lung Jun's cute companion had an undeniable charm, particularly for girls. The moment Hanako beheld the creature, her eyes sparkled with delight, captivated by its endearing appearance. Ahem. My hair is a mess, Lung Jun said, wedging the receiver between his ear and shoulder as he gently grasped the lively Pokémon, holding it before him with pride. This little one is called Pikachu, a Pokémon I recently acquired under special circumstances. It's quite rare. You hardly find it in the Kanto region. I'm so envious. Lung Jun, you've got such a cute Pokémon now. Your journey must be incredibly fun. Hanako gazed at him, her eyes filled with envy, stirring a longing for adventure within her heart. Hee hee, but this isn't my Pokémon. When I captured it, I promised that I would find a beautiful, gentle big sister to take care of it, and that's why it followed me. So, it's only temporarily with me, Lung Jun explained, sneaking glances at Hanako's expression, hoping to see her joyfully bounce in excitement. However, he sensed something peculiar in her demeanor. So Lung Jun intends to gift this adorable little one to some beautiful, gentle big sister? It seems you've had quite a few wonderful experiences during your travels. I'm truly happy for you, Hanako's face remained expressionless as she chuckled eerily. Lung Jun felt an unsettling chill in the air, yet beads of sweat streamed down his forehead. Oh no, has Hanako misunderstood something? Is she on the verge of turning dark? I never noticed this side of her before. She truly is adorably ditzy but with a hidden edge, he thought, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Hanako, you seem to have misunderstood. The beautiful, gentle big sister I mentioned is you. I contacted Professor Amura today to have him receive the Pokeball I'm sending, so he can pass it on to you. He hurriedly clarified, his face beaming with a smile. "Oh, so that is how it is. I'm so sorry, Lungjun. I thought. Oh, how embarrassing." His words caused Hanako's face to flush crimson, her shyness overwhelming her as she averted her gaze. Ultimately, unable to bear it, she tossed down the receiver and fled, covering her face. "Hey, Hanako, wait." Lungjun reached out, watching helplessly as she vanished, feeling a mix of exasperation and bewilderment as he ended the call. He then dialed the communication device at the Amura Research Institute. After a moment of waiting, Professor Amura answered leisurely. "Oh, Lung, what a pleasant surprise. Have you not yet left Nearby City? Is that little creature in your arms?" "Piku." The professor immediately recognized the Pokémon and gazed at it with sparkling eyes, though his interest stemmed from its research potential rather than its cuteness, unlike Hanako. "Hee, Professor. I stumbled upon this Piku by chance. I'll send it to you shortly. I just spoke with Hanako. Could you please take care of Piku for her?" Lungjun requested. "Ah, certainly. However, may I collect some data first?" Discoveries of Piku in the Kanto region are practically non-existent, the professor inquired, excitement evident in his voice. Professor, you can only gather basic data. It's still small. Please don't frighten it," Lungjun cautioned, concern etched on his face. "Rest assured, Lang. I will ensure this adorable little creature remains unharmed," Professor Amura promised earnestly. "All right, I'll send it over now," Lungjun sighed, feeling a lingering disbelief in his heart, yet resigned to proceed. Lungjun lowered his head to address the small creature nestled in his arms, saying, "Little Peeba, shortly I shall send you on your way. You may encounter a rather intimidating uncle along the journey, but fret not. He harbors no ill intentions. He will swiftly escort you to the gentle elder sister. You must behave yourself." The adorable Peeba nodded, beaming with an innocent smile, blissfully unaware of the trials that lay ahead. After ending the communication, Lungjun retrieved Peeba back into the Pokeball and sought out Miss Joy to hand over the ball, meticulously writing the address and opting for cash on delivery. With a sigh of relief, he exited the Pokémon Rescue Center and made his way to the outskirts of Nibi City, reflecting with a rueful smile on the path he had previously traversed. Chapter 53. This might truly be genetic. After several days of travel, Lungjun finally arrived at his fourth gym location, the city of Hualon. Along the way, he swept through the path leading to Hualon City, triumphing over numerous challengers and defeating countless Pokémon, enlightening many young children about the harsh realities of Pokémon battles. Throughout this journey, he even achieved a hidden accomplishment, 10-kill streak, for consecutively defeating 10 opponents, earning 200 exchange points and 1 poison spike fragment. The next milestone, 100-kill streak, required defeating 100 adversaries, and he had completed 99 thus far. Only one more battle stood between him and the achievement. With the Hualon Gym set as his next target, Lungjun first visited the Pokémon Rescue Center to restore his Pokémon's stamina before inquiring about the location of the Hualon Gym. Following Miss Joy's directions, he searched the city for a while until he discovered an extravagant blue gym, bustling with activity. The sign above the entrance read, Hualon City Aquarium and Gym. A bemused expression crossed Lungjun's face. Surely, this peculiar trait of the Hualon Gym, to stray from its primary purpose, was hereditary. From Miss Joy, he learned that the gym leader, a young trainer named Bingshang Yongzhu, was fervently passionate about water and ice-type Pokémon. In fact, he had transformed his gym into a vast aquarium, which had become a prominent tourist attraction in Hualon City, drawing a steady stream of visitors. Recently, the young gym leader had welcomed 3 daughters into his family, prompting him to initiate a promotional event allowing free admission to the aquarium for a month. Consequently, the influx of visitors had nearly worn out the threshold of the gym. Sweating profusely, Lungjun gazed at the long queue snaking outside the Hualon Gym and quietly took his place at the end. Since admission was free, he thought it prudent to explore the aquarium before challenging the gym. This aquarium boasted a diverse collection of water and ice-type Pokémon, providing him with an excellent opportunity to expand his Pokédex and accrue some exchange points. Having traversed the path thus far, Lungjun's Pokédex had only slightly expanded, primarily filled with common Pokémon encountered during battles with challengers, Rattata, Pidgey, and the like, leaving little room for new faces. Most of the Pokémon he encountered were well known, resulting in only a modest increase of about 100 exchange points, despite earning 200 from the hidden achievement. After nearly an hour of waiting in line, Lungjun finally entered the Hualon Gym, which was equally crowded inside. The passageways were teeming with people, all engrossed in observing the water and ice-type Pokémon swimming behind the transparent glass walls. Determined, he squeezed closer to the glass, pressing his face against it just as a charming white sea lion swam by, mimicking his pose and eliciting laughter from the crowd. Seizing the moment, Lung Jun employed a grand investigative technique, and in an instant, the data on the white sea lion appeared on his virtual panel. A notification chimed, indicating the receipt of 110 exchange points, invigorating him. White sea lion, water and ice type, sea lion Pokémon, primarily inhabiting frigid ice fields. Its sharp horns can break through thick ice, and its sleek fur is exceptionally cold-resistant, allowing it to swim rapidly. Occasionally, it rescues those who fall into the water. Ability: Ice Body Nature, Bold Gender, Base Stats, Total 470, HP 90, Attack 70, Physical Defense 75, Special Attack 70, Special Defense 95, Speed 70. Learnable moves: Headbutt, Growl, Signal Beam, Icy Wind, Try Again, Ice Shard, Rest, Aurora Beam, Absolute Zero. Inherited skill: Water Pulse. Evaluation: Good, due to proper training and nurturing. This white sea lion possesses considerable combat potential and is worthy of development. After reviewing the data, Lung Jun was pleasantly surprised by the impressive attributes of his first target. This white sea lion, with its stats, would be a formidable asset in anyone's hands, yet here it was, merely a spectacle. He felt a twinge of regret, but quickly refocused his energy. He spent nearly another hour exploring the aquarium, leaving with an additional 1,300 exchange points, marveling at how delightful the aquarium had been. Now, it was time to address the main matter at hand. Throughout the hour, while investigating the Pokémon within the aquarium, he had also inquired about the gym leader's whereabouts. Standing now in front of what was rumored to be the gym leader's office, he knocked politely on the door. Tap, tap, tap. A somewhat agitated voice called from within. Who is it? I've mentioned I'm not seeing anyone. The door swung open, revealing a young man with blue hair, who initially looked taken aback before quickly recognizing Lung Jun and apologizing with a smile. My apologies. I thought it was my assistant. Please forgive me. May I ask who you are and what brings you here? With an awkward smile, Lung Jun replied. I am Lung Jun from Masera Town, currently participating in the Kanto League Gym Challenge. Here are my already earned gym badges. I have come to challenge the Hualan Gym leader to obtain the blue badge. Lung Jun slightly opened his coat to show the blue-haired youth his badges and stated his purpose directly. Oh, a challenger. Hello, I am the gym leader here, Bingshan Yongzhu. It's a pleasure to meet you. I see you have already acquired 2 badges, which speaks to your considerable skill. It has been quite some time since we've had a challenger. I wonder why that is. I warmly welcome your arrival. I will prepare the battle arena right away. It promises to be an exhilarating match. Oh, by the way, do you mind having an audience present during our duel? Cold June, upon hearing the words of Ice Master, felt a wave of exasperation. He thought to himself that the absence of challengers was precisely because those potential opponents were deterred by the crowd. If it weren't for the reward associated with the Poké Dex, who would bother to challenge the gym leader after waiting an hour in line and squeezing through another hour to reach the venue for the gym battle? As for the presence of spectators, Cold June expressed indifference. Technically, he had already faced 2 gym challenges with onlookers present, merely spectators, which was not a significant matter. Seeing Cold June's lack of concern, Ice Master cheerfully set about preparing the battlefield, with Cold June following closely behind, and then, somewhat puzzled, he inquired. From the gym leader's earlier tone, it seemed as though there was some confusion. Was something amiss? Ice Master appeared taken aback for a moment, then scratched his head sheepishly and replied, Ha ha ha, it's actually a trivial family matter. Last week, my wife gave birth to 3 daughters, all of whom are incredibly adorable. However, when it came time to name them, I couldn't think of anything suitable, and my wife kicked me out, insisting that I not return until I could come up with beautiful names. So, I've been stuck in the office, brainstorming names ever since. I must admit, I still haven't found one that satisfies me. Upon hearing this, Cold June felt a slight tug at his heartstrings and offered, since they are girls, I could suggest a few names for you, if you think they might be fitting. Ice Master beamed at Cold June's willingness to assist, having been racking his brain for names to the point of frustration. Clearing his throat, Cold June said, Well, since they are girls and girls tend to adore flowers, I shall name them after blossoms. The eldest shall be called Sakura, the second will be named Iris, and the youngest can be Peony. What do you think? To Cold June's surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, Ice Master slapped his right hand into his left palm in a moment of realization, then dashed back to his office to discuss the names with his wife. Chapter 54. Have you ever seen a purple Pikachu? Left momentarily unattended, Cold June did not have to wait long. A few minutes later, Ice Master returned, his face beaming with joy. Upon seeing Cold June, he rushed over, grasped his hand, and, nearly in tears, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, my friend. I can finally return home. Cold June merely chuckled in response. In high spirits, Ice Master intended to present Cold June with a gym badge as a token of appreciation, But Cold June resolutely declined. Don't be ridiculous. I intend to complete my 100 opponents achievement after this battle. There is no way I will retreat without a fight. Unbeknownst to Ice Master, Cold June's thoughts remained unvoiced, and he merely perceived Cold June's stance as one of noble integrity, his admiration evident. Before long, they arrived at the battlefield designated for the gym challenge. Cold June stood upon a rectangular platform, slightly swaying, as he observed Ice Master, who stood across from him on a similar platform without so much as a tremor. This was a true water arena, surrounded by the deep blue sea, with only 5 circular platforms floating between them. Thick glass encased the arena, reminiscent of the walls of an aquarium. As the battle was about to commence, Ice Master suddenly clapped his hands 3 times. Cold June, initially perplexed, soon found himself astounded as a stream of spectators surged into the arena's periphery. Within moments, the area beyond the glass was packed with excited onlookers, their cheers reverberating through the air. Oh, Ice Master is about to showcase another Pokémon challenge. We get to witness him dominate the novice again. Yes, yes. What a treat. The last time we saw this was over half a month ago. Come on, young man. Don't be timid. We believe in you. Standing in the arena, Cold June felt a surge of gratitude as he acknowledged the encouragement from the crowd. However, to his dismay, one voice rang out. We believe in you. You will surely be defeated 3-1. I have placed all my bets on you. Cold June nearly choked on his frustration, contemplating whether or not to voice his thoughts. He glanced at Ice Master across from him, silently indicating that this was not his concern. Ice Master, feeling somewhat embarrassed, shrugged in acknowledgement, conveying that he too had no control over the situation. With a faint sigh, Cold June withdrew a Pokeball, his expression turning serious as he looked toward the referee, signaling that they could commence. The challenge at the Hualan City Gym is underway. The challenger, the inconspicuous Cold June from Mossera Town, faces the dashing and formidable Ice Master, the gym trainer. The battle rules are 1-on-1, with both sides allowed 3 Pokémon each. The gym trainer cannot substitute Pokémon mid-battle, while the challenger may do so at will, until one side's Pokémon is entirely incapacitated or concedes. Now, both parties, please release your first Pokémon. The referee, microphone in hand, boomed the rules. Cold June's forehead twitched with frustration, wishing he could kick this biased referee into the water to relieve his indignation. Do not take it personally. This is truly not my intention. Let us proceed with the battle. My first Pokémon is Stereo. Ice Master, feeling the awkwardness, quickly diverted the topic and focused on the task at hand, his gaze filled with remorse. As soon as Ice Master finished speaking, a yellow-brown Stereo swiftly emerged from the underwater passage behind him, leaping onto the platform and striking poses for the audience, who erupted in applause. Let them witness your prowess. You are the one. Cold June's expression turned icy as he unleashed his Pokeball, and with a flash of white light, his purple Pokémon, Nidorino, stood firmly on the platform, lowering its head to fixate intently on the opponent. Upon seeing Nidorino take the stage, the audience erupted into boos, clearly unimpressed. Does this challenger possess no other Pokémon? He has sent such an inexperienced one to the arena, truly a novice. It seems my bet of 3-1 was a wise choice, haha. Young man, you did well. I'll treat you to a meal afterward. The earlier voice echoed once more, prompting Cold June to smile slightly, choosing not to dwell on it. Nidorino, in this water arena, it is at a disadvantage. Are you certain you wish to proceed with it? If you wish to switch, I would not object, Ice Master kindly warned. Clearly skeptical of Nidorino's chances, Cold June responded with gratitude for Ice Master's concern, chuckling, there is no need for worry. I have my strategy. Now that both competitors are ready, may we begin? Upon hearing Cold June's words, Ice Master felt he could say no more, but resolved to go easy on Cold June to avoid any undue embarrassment. He turned to the referee, signaling for the match to commence. The Hualan Gym Challenge begins now. The crowd roared in excitement. Let the battle commence. Observing that Ice Master seemed disinclined to take the initiative, Cold June decided not to hold back and waved his hand decisively. Nidorino, use Poison Sting. Nidorino lowered its head, launching a barrage of purple spikes directly at Stereo. Dive into the water to evade. Ice Master reacted swiftly. Upon receiving the command, Starfish immediately executed a backward leap into the water, deftly evading the attack of the poisonous spikes. With a swift motion, Starfish unleashed another attack directed through Water Gun, emerging from the water and projecting a powerful stream from the antennae atop its head. It leaped onto another floating platform to avoid the incoming attack, while calmly directing its companion, Little Ni, to dodge the barrage of toxic spikes. Little Ni skillfully sidestepped onto the adjacent floating platform, narrowly escaping the water gun assault. In a sudden burst, it trembled vigorously, dislodging countless purple poisonous spikes that scattered across the water's surface and the platforms. Do you think I should switch Pokémon? You underestimate me, mused Starfish, its speed and agility evident as it assessed the field covered in toxic spikes. A sense of being belittled washed over it, though its thoughts on Cold Lord's true intentions remained unclear. In an instant, Starfish surged from the water, spinning rapidly as it released a flurry of golden stars from its body, tracing shimmering arcs through the air as they collided with Little NI, causing it to squint in pain. Once the stars had been expended, Starfish ceased its rotation and descended back into the water, just as it touched the surface. Cold Lord shouted, "Little NI, finish it with Thunderbolt." Seizing the moment, Cold Lord commanded Little NI to unleash a full-force attack. What? Thunderbolt? How is that even possible? Iceborne Courage was momentarily taken aback by Cold Lord's proclamation, staring incredulously at Little NI. At that moment, Little NI, suppressing the pain coursing through its body, widened its eyes in determination. Its entire form tensed as bolts of yellow electricity enveloped it. Then, to the astonishment of all, a powerful stream of golden electricity surged into the water, instantly electrifying the entire aquatic arena. This cannot be true, Iceborne Courage thought, still in disbelief. Chapter 55. A surprising victory. The entire aquatic arena flickered with electric sparks, the air crackling with energy as the immense voltage persisted for several seconds, only dissipating when Little NI could no longer endure the strain. Breathing heavily, Little NI remained vigilant, its eyes fixed on the water's surface, uncertain of its opponent's status. After a few tense moments, a shadow emerged from beneath the water, prompting everyone to look on in anticipation. They beheld Starfish, now limp and dull, having lost all combat capability. The first match concluded with an unexpected challenger claiming victory, an astonishing feat as this Nidorino showcased the Thunderbolt move. In that moment, it seemed as if Nidorino had channeled the spirit of Pikachu. This was not a solitary battle. Cold Lord suddenly felt that the referee resembled more of a basketball commentator than an official. Return, Starfish. What a surprise. How did this Nidorino learn an electric-type move? That defies logic, Iceborne Courage remarked, curiosity evident as he recalled Starfish. Cold Lord chuckled softly, withdrawing Little NI into its Pokeball before leisurely responding. That's my little secret. But perhaps it won't be long before the world knows. For now, there's no need for further inquiries. The truth will reveal itself in due time. Well, I shall await that revelation with bated breath. But are you really putting Nidorino away without allowing it to battle a bit longer? If it unleashes another Thunderbolt, even my next Pokémon might be significantly weakened, Iceborne Courage observed, perplexed by Cold Lord's decision. One match at a time. If Little NI exhausts all its energy, my other companions will be quite displeased, Cold Lord replied with a grin. I see your confidence is unwavering. Then I shall send out my second Pokémon. Arise. White Sea Lion. Iceborne Courage, unfazed by Cold Lord's bravado, calmly dispatched his next Pokémon. With a graceful leap, White Sea Lion emerged from the water, landing on the platform, its front half rising as it joyfully flapped its front flippers, inadvertently coated in poisonous spikes. Why do I feel like I've just seen a husky? Cold Lord mused, momentarily at a loss. This White Sea Lion was indeed the one he had previously scouted, its exceptional attributes confirming it to be the prized Pokémon of the gym leader. Cold Lord remained cautious. Go, Red Bean. Secure this victory, he commanded. As Red Bean made its dazzling entrance, Red Bean let out a fearsome roar, fixing its cold gaze on White Sea Lion, seemingly attempting to intimidate the opponent with its fierce demeanor. Yet, White Sea Lion remained undeterred, playfully flapping its flippers and emitting cheerful sounds. This time, we shall take the offensive. White Sea Lion, use Ice Wind, Iceborne Courage proclaimed, unwilling to hold back, aware of the potential threat posed by Red Bean's Thunderbolt. White Sea Lion crouched low, then opened its mouth wide, unleashing a chilling blast of icy wind. Red Bean, dive into the water and employ Bite, Cold Lord commanded. Red Bean swiftly dove into the water, evading the ice wind attack, its movements fluid and swift as it charged towards White Sea Lion. In an instant, White Sea Lion froze the water's surface, trapping Red Bean beneath. With experience in abundance, Iceborne Courage quickly devised a countermeasure. White Sea Lion roared mightily, releasing a torrent of icy wind directed at the water's surface, freezing it entirely within mere breaths. How do you like that? Ready to concede? Iceborne Courage taunted, observing the successful execution of his strategy. Despite White Sea Lion's poisoned state, its stamina remained robust, and he felt no concern. In that moment, all eyes were fixed upon Cold Lord, anticipating his response. Oh, you're all looking at me, and I must admit, it's a bit embarrassing. But do you underestimate my Red Bean? A mere thin layer of ice. We shall break through. With a resounding crash, the ice beneath erupted, sending shards flying in every direction as various-sized ice chunks cascaded like a torrential downpour onto White Sea Lion, eliciting pained cries. Then, a shadow burst forth from the ice, resembling a sleek black serpent emerging from the frozen surface. Its long tail shimmered with metallic hues, and with a fierce snap of its jaws, four electric fangs coalesced, delivering a powerful bite to White Sea Lion's back, unleashing a torrent of electricity. Wow, how impressive. Well done, young man. The sudden turnaround captivated the audience, their excitement palpable as they erupted in applause for Cold Lord. Come on, White Sea Lion. Break free. You cannot lose. Iceborne Courage felt a surge of adrenaline, his face alight with the thrill of battle as he rallied his Pokémon. Upon hearing their trainer's voice, White Sea Lion's eyes sharpened with determination. It opened its mouth wide, coalescing a blue water sphere within, and upon completion, unleashed it fiercely upon the floating platform before it. As the sphere made contact, it erupted in a massive wave, catching Red Bean off guard and sending it skidding across the ice, retreating back to Cold Lord's side. Oh, is that water pulse? What a fascinating application. Cold Lord exuded a sense of wonder at the display. As the colossal waves dissipated, Lung Jun pondered thoughtfully and nodded. The freed White Sea Lion seemed to have lost considerable stamina, now lying on the floating platform, gasping for breath. Its once smooth back bore several scorched marks, the result of being seared by lightning. Moreover, the violent surge from the earlier attack had washed away the poisonous thorns that had littered the arena. Seizing the moment, the White Sea Lion utilized sleep to regain strength and eliminate its poisoned state. Although this was not an optimal strategy under the current circumstances, there were no other options available. It had to take the risk, betting that the abominable beast would not be able to defeat it before its stamina was fully restored. Upon hearing the command, the White Sea Lion immediately closed its eyes and drifted into slumber, a green glow emanating from its body as its injuries rapidly healed. Using sleep before me, are you surrendering? Red Bean remarked, ready to dispatch it with Iron Tail. Observing the recovering White Sea Lion, Lung Jun couldn't help but chuckle. The sleeping creature was like a piece of meat to Red Bean, who could devour it at will. With a swift leap, Red Bean propelled itself forward, its robust serpent tail radiating a metallic sheen before delivering a crushing blow to the White Sea Lion's head, akin to striking a mole. In an instant, the sea lion's head was embedded in the now frozen platform, jolting it out of its slumber and causing it to cry out in anguish before losing consciousness. The White Sea Lion has lost its combat ability. The abominable beast is victorious, the referee declared, excitement rendering him nearly incoherent. The surrounding audience erupted in cheers. Such formidable attack power. That was Iron Tail. But why was the damage so severe? Ice Master, astonished, withdrew the White Sea Lion into its Pokeball, perplexed by its swift defeat. Let me keep a secret for now. Perhaps in the near future, you will understand why, Lung Jun said. Also retrieving Red Bean into its Pokeball, pondering the effectiveness of Steel-type moves against Ice-type Pokémon. In this era, not only were Fairy types yet to be defined, but even Steel types remained obscure. Even though Ice Master was the gym leader, his youth rendered such ignorance quite understandable. I'm genuinely curious about the secrets you hold. How about a wager? If I win the final round, you will disclose one of those secrets, Ice Master proposed, confidence gleaming in his eyes. Should I let you win? Lung Jun replied with a smile, appreciating Ice Master's straightforward demeanor, and jested as friends would. Haha, while I wish I could ask you to let me win, with so many spectators, it feels inappropriate. Let's settle it on the battlefield. Show your strength, Blastoise. With that, Ice Master threw a Pokeball, and a robust Blastoise emerged onto the floating platform, raising its powerful arms to the sky in a triumphant roar. Chapter 56. The final battle at the Hualan Gym. Lung Jun, observing the newly emerged Blastoise, quickly set aside the thrill of his previous victories, his expression turning serious. This Blastoise, evidently Ice Master's primary Pokémon, possessed immense strength, indicating that this battle would be quite challenging. However, Lung Jun felt undaunted. Go, it's your turn, Little Silver. He summoned his final Pokémon, the petite figure of Little Silver appearing on the icy surface, starkly contrasting with Blastoise's size. This was not a heavyweight battle. Yet Pokémon battles were not solely determined by mass. Little Silver squinted at Blastoise, its sharp claws raised, ready for combat. Lung Jun had always admired the starter Pokémon of the Kanto region, wishing he could have one of his own, though it remained a distant dream. Professor Oak's laboratory had none available. While he could acquire one, he felt hesitant to ask. The current Professor Oak had yet to align with the League and had not distributed starter Pokémon to newcomers, with other research facilities handling the distribution. Thus, Obtaining an additional starter Pokémon for League training proved quite challenging. This Blastoise must have accompanied Ice Master for a considerable time. Perhaps even being Ice Master's original starter Pokémon, Lang Jun could not afford to underestimate it. As Little Silver sharpened its claws, it became clear that Blastoise was renowned for its robust defense and high HP. Given Little Silver's current attacking power, it might not inflict substantial damage, so it needed to enhance its attack and accuracy to maximize its impact. With a low growl, Little Silver enveloped itself in a white glow, its claws shimmering brilliantly before the light shattered, intensifying its focus. Boosting your own attributes? Not a bad idea, but we won't remain idle, Ice Master declared, initiating the offensive with Blastoise. Blastoise, rapid spin, commanded Ice Master, and with that, Blastoise leaped, retracting its limbs and tail into its shell. The massive shell began to spin rapidly, resembling a frisbee as it hurtled towards Little Silver. It was a rather desperate maneuver. The petite Little Silver found itself in a predicament against the swiftly rotating shell, akin to a weasel facing a porcupine, unable to mount an effective attack. Use Shadow Clone to evade, Lang Jun instructed, recognizing that this was not the time for a direct confrontation. Little Silver swiftly dodged the spinning attack, moving rapidly around Blastoise and creating several illusory duplicates, each strikingly realistic, as they surrounded Blastoise, poised to exploit any openings for a decisive strike. Finish it with Water Pulse, Ice Master commanded, as Blastoise emerged from its shell, lowering its body before unleashing a barrage of water balls from its cannons, crashing down onto the icy platform. The impact shattered the ice, sending forth two massive waves that obliterated the numerous clones surrounding Blastoise. Amidst the chaos, one figure leapt into the air as the waves approached. Little Silver soared into the air, gazing down at the completely shattered ice below, a sense of trepidation washing over it. What immense power! The ice cannot simply shatter like this, thought Lang Jun, aware that without the ice, Little Silver's mobility would be severely hindered. He promptly instructed Little Silver to utilize Ice Wind, aiming to attack Blastoise while recreating the ice surface. Upon receiving the command, Little Silver inhaled deeply and unleashed a torrent of ice wind. Retract into your shell, Ice Master quickly advised. Blastoise nodded slightly, retracting its limbs once again, transforming into a massive shell that crashed down onto the floating platform with a resounding thud. As the frigid winds howled fiercely, they once again froze the previously shattered surface of the water. Ice chunks, formed from splashes of water, lay scattered across the ice, while the water turtle, having retreated into its shell, remained largely unscathed. After all, the ice type's damage to the water type was minimal, and the power of the freezing winds was not particularly formidable. Little Silver descended from the sky, landing on the icy surface with ease. As a Pokémon that thrived in the tundra, Little Silver felt no strain walking on the ice. Its sharp toes dug deeply into the frozen ground, allowing its small frame to dart swiftly towards the water turtle. With a taunt, Little Silver alerted Cold Lord to the water turtle's various defensive skills, which posed a significant challenge. Seizing the moment while the water turtle was still retreating into its shell, Cold Lord commanded Little Silver to utilize its taunt skill, temporarily sealing the water turtle's defensive abilities. In a brief pause, Little Silver, with a cheeky expression, extended a middle finger towards the water turtle, which only had two visible fingers in response. This provoked the water turtle, which, enraged, emerged from its shell, its gaze filled with fury. Is it left with no choice but to attack? This is no different for us, Cold Lord remarked confidently, issuing an attack command to the water turtle, who appeared wholly unperturbed, clearly exhibiting trust in its abilities. With a fierce growl, the water turtle crouched low, then leaped forward like a malevolent deity, charging with fervor. Too slow. Little Silver evaded its approach, emitting a piercing sound before waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Cold Lord, fully trusting in Little Silver's speed, promptly issued a series of commands. Do not let it succeed. The water turtle spun rapidly, colliding with its opponent before unleashing its final water cannon. Upon hearing Cold Lord's commands, Little Silver reacted immediately. The water turtle's powerful strike was effortlessly dodged, and Little Silver, rubbing its claws together, emitted a deafening sound that pierced the water turtle's ears. Its eyes narrowed in discomfort, and it tucked its limbs and tail into its shell, spinning rapidly towards Little Silver. With claws aglow, Little Silver struck the spinning shell with ferocity. However, the strength disparity was significant, and its claws were swiftly rebuffed. The turtle's shell then crashed into Little Silver, sending it flying into a nearby mound of ice with a painful cry. Having landed a hit, the water turtle emerged from its shell, its twin cannons extending and launching spiraling jets of water. Little Silver, defend, Cold Lord calmly issued the command as the water cannon approached. Suddenly, Little Silver, previously resting on the ice, opened its eyes wide as a blue shield materialized around it, allowing the water cannon to pass harmlessly over. The impact left two massive trenches across the ice, and Little Silver vanished from sight beneath the shattered surface. The water turtle, having expended considerable energy, was left panting heavily. Where did it go? It shouldn't have escaped unscathed from a direct hit. Ice Enthusiast pondered aloud, glancing at the shattered ice and feeling an ominous premonition as he observed Cold Lord's composed demeanor. Just as the referee appeared bewildered, unsure of how to declare the match, the ice behind the water turtle suddenly fractured, and a dark figure burst forth, leaping onto the turtle's neck. What? How is this possible? I distinctly saw it being hit directly. Ice Enthusiast exclaimed in disbelief upon seeing Little Silver emerge from the ice. Realizing the imminent threat on its neck, the water turtle began to thrash violently, attempting to dislodge its assailant. Yet, Little Silver maintained a firm grip on the edge of the turtle's shell, refusing to let go. Use a cleave, Cold Lord shouted decisively. Little Silver's eyes sharpened as it released one of its front claws, which glimmered with sharp light, cleaving down upon the water turtle's head. The turtle writhed in pain, jumping erratically while its cannons sprayed water, but due to the angle, it could not reach the little Pokémon clinging to its neck. Finally, after another forceful cleave, the water turtle let out a mournful cry before collapsing to the ground, its eyes swirling as it succumbed to defeat. Chapter 57. A bounty of spoils. The victor of the Celadon Gym Challenge, the one who emerged triumphant, was none other than Cold Lord from Pallet Town, possessing a striking visage and formidable Pokémon. The referee, brimming with excitement, declared the outcome after the water turtle lost its fighting ability. The audience outside erupted into cheers, rising from their seats to express their exhilaration, showering Cold Lord with praise for delivering a spectacular match. I have lost. Come back, Water Turtle, Ice Enthusiast stated with a wry smile as he recalled the defeated Pokémon. Meanwhile, Little Silver joyfully hopped to Cold Lord's side, thoroughly exhausted yet brimming with excitement. You've worked hard, Little Silver. Go rest for now, Cold Lord said, his exterior calm while internally reveling in triumph. As the match concluded, the audience gradually departed, animatedly discussing the thrilling battles they had just witnessed. Ice Enthusiast approached Cold Lord, extending his hand with an open palm. Congratulations, Cold Lord. Your prowess is truly admirable. Your secrets pique curiosity. It has been a pleasure to meet you. Here's the blue badge from Celadon City, a testament to your challenge. Alas, I could not uncover your secret, which is quite regrettable. Ice Enthusiast, still pondering the mysteries surrounding Cold Lord, wore an expression of wistfulness. Thank you. I shall graciously accept this. This duel was indeed exhilarating, and I am grateful to the gym leader for their leniency, Cold Lord replied, taking the blue badge with delight. Haha, as long as you know. For your debut, I've allowed you a few advantages. Such matters are better left unspoken. Haha, Ice Enthusiast laughed heartily, though his expression appeared somewhat strained. Very well, I shall take my leave now. Until we meet again, Cold Lord nodded slightly, turning to exit the Celadon Gym with the assistance of the staff. Watching Cold Lord's calm departure, Ice Enthusiast wiped a bead of sweat from his brow, sighing inwardly. The youth of today are indeed remarkable. It seems I cannot afford to fall behind. Guided by the staff, Cold Lord exited the Celadon Gym and felt grateful for their arrangements. Had he chosen to leave through the front, he would likely have been surrounded by spectators eager to discuss the battle, making his escape a lengthy endeavor. Once outside, Cold Lord quickly ran to the Pokémon Center, where he handed over his Pokeball to Nurse Joy for restoration. He then concealed himself in a relatively discreet corner to review the spoils of the day's endeavors. Ding task. Challenge the Celadon Gym. Completed. Reward. 500 points. Surf TM. Ding hidden achievement. Awakening Blood. Defeated the Celadon Gym. Obtained Celadon Gym Fragment X1. Reward. 500 points. Now possessing fragments. The fragment of the J-Band Gym, the fragment of the Nibby Gym, and the fragment of the Hanamura Gym. Another remarkably useful skill. The secret technique Surf is essential for Cold June when primarily focusing on water-type Pokémon. This skill is powerful, has a wide range, and allows one to traverse water surfaces, making it extraordinarily convenient. After the notification of task completion, the reward for the 100-man slaughter achievement arrived. Ding! 100-man slaughter. Defeat 100 opponents consecutively. Achievement reward, 1,000 exchange points, and the item Metal Coating 1. Next stage, 1,000-man slaughter, battle and triumph over 1,000 foes. Achievement reward, 10,000 exchange points, and a Pokémon lottery ticket 1. This battle granted Cold June 2,000 exchange points, and combined with the 1,300 points earned from the Pokédex assessment, This gym challenge proved to be exceedingly fruitful. As for the next stage's reward for 1,000-man slaughter, Cold June paid it little heed, knowing such things take time. That 10,000 exchange points could only be gazed upon for now. Subsequently, Cold June ordered some lunch at the Rescue Center's restaurant, pulled up the map, and while eating, discovered that the nearest gym was in Korea City, which had a port leading to the next gym, the King Gold Gym. However, he was uncertain whether any ships were currently traversing, especially since the St. Anu had yet to be constructed at this time. Even if it were, Cold June doubted he would dare board. Soon, after finishing lunch and fully restoring the Pokeballs, Cold June took his Pokeballs from Miss Joy, stowed them away, and approached the nearby communication device, nervously dialing the Oak family's number. To his surprise, the phone rang just once before being answered. The screen flickered, revealing the vibrant face of a spirited girl, her large eyes blinking at Cold June on the screen. Cold June, I knew it was you. Little Pika is so adorable. I absolutely love it. Thank you. The girl on the screen, Hanako, beamed with delight. Seeing Hanako's happiness inexplicably lifted Cold June's spirits as well. Where's that little rascal? I don't see Pika, he inquired, glancing around curiously. Yet a hint of worry crept in. He hoped it was not still under Professor Oak's scrutiny. Little Pika is playing with Aunt Natsuko. Ever since I got Little Pika, Aunt Natsuko has been ignoring me, Hanako pouted, clearly a tad envious that Little Pika had stolen her affection. Haha. Cold June chuckled at Hanako's adorable feigned displeasure, feeling an irresistible urge to return and see her. Don't laugh at me. If you keep that up, I'll ignore you, Hanako exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment. All right, I won't laugh anymore. Haha. Little Pika is indeed an adorable name. It is said to have fallen here with a meteor. It must feel so lonely. Please take good care of it, Hanako, Cold June advised, managing to suppress his laughter. Do you even need to say that? Little Pika's status has already replaced Little Shiro's. Aunt Natsuko has been glued to Little Pika, ignoring Professor Oak. But Little Pika was a gift from you. Cold June. Now, I have to seek approval just to play with it. It's too much. When will you return to set things right? The girl on the screen placed her hands on her hips, puffing up her cheeks, yet her eyes sparkled with affection and longing. Cold June noticed the deep affection in Hanako's eyes and placed his left hand on the screen. Speaking earnestly, I have already acquired 3 gym badges. Soon, I will collect all 8 and participate in the Kanto League. I will undoubtedly become the champion and return triumphantly to see you. Hanako slowly placed her hand on the screen, trying to align their hands, her face blooming with a smile as she softly replied, I believe in you. Chapter 58. The Abandoned Houndoom. On yet another sunny morning, Cold June rose early, returned his room key, and enjoyed a hearty breakfast with his companions before setting off towards his next destination, Korea City. As he journeyed halfway, the originally clear sky became shrouded in ominous clouds. Glancing up, Cold June thought it might rain, prompting him to quicken his pace, as the map indicated a town nearby where he hoped to find shelter from the impending downpour. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. Cold June had barely taken a few steps when torrential rain began to fall. Fortunately, he had prepared for such an eventuality and calmly retrieved an umbrella from his inventory, shielding himself from the deluge. Now that the rain had commenced, Cold June strolled along the road under the umbrella, finding a certain charm in the experience. As he continued walking, he could see the town ahead, enveloped in the storm. Just as he approached his destination, he noticed a figure in a raincoat sprinting towards him from the opposite direction, stopping by the roadside. Driven by curiosity, Cold June moved closer to investigate. Go away. You are free now. I no longer need you. As he drew near, Cold June overheard a voice that was utterly grating, causing him to frown. Katai katai, followed by a desperate cry, presumably from a Houndoom. What good are you? After all these years of nurturing you, you never evolved. Only then did I realize you require a Firestone to evolve. My family isn't wealthy. How am I supposed to find such a precious item? A Pokémon that cannot evolve is of no use to me. I am a contender for the League Championship, and your weak abilities are no longer suitable for me. The repulsive voice continued. Cold June cautiously approached and witnessed the scene before him. A boy clad in a raincoat stood there, thoroughly wrapped up, while in front of him was a drenched Houndoom, visibly dejected from the rain, yet desperately pleading with the boy not to abandon it. Look at what you've become. After all my effort in training you, you can't even withstand a punch from an Abelian. You are too weak to be worthy of a future champion. The boy scoffed, tossing a Pokeball aside. A flash of white light revealed an Abelian, and with a powerful punch, it struck the ground before the Houndoom, causing shards of ice to scatter and the ground to crack. The Houndoom was caught off guard and sent flying, rolling through the muddy water, struggling to rise once more, but ultimately collapsing, raising its head slightly to emit sorrowful howls. Look at you, after all this time. You can't even handle a punch from an abillion. Such a feeble Pokémon is not worthy of a future champion. Here is your Pokeball. I no longer need it. The man in the raincoat, after finishing his words, tossed the Pokeball into the air. Abalong leaped up and delivered a swift punch, shattering the Pokeball into several pieces, the largest fragment landing before the stunned Corgi, who was left in disbelief. Humph, let's go, Abalong, the man said disdainfully, casting a contemptuous glance at the Corgi before turning to leave. Wait a moment. Lung Jun, unable to bear the sight any longer, stepped out from behind a tree. He approached the disheartened Corgi and placed his large umbrella over it, disregarding the pouring rain, and stood coldly staring at the boy in the raincoat. Is there something you want, or perhaps, do you intend to adopt this useless creature? Ha ha, perfect. It has already been abandoned by me, and now it has been injured by my Abalong. You could conveniently take it in. Rest assured, I won't mind. The boy in the raincoat mocked with a flippant tone. Lung Jun's gaze turned even colder, and upon hearing the boy's words, the Corgi's expression grew even more sorrowful, softly looking at its shattered Pokeball and whimpering. Do not shift the blame onto your Pokémon simply because you lost the match. It only reflects your own incompetence and ignorance. Although Lung Jun was drenched, the torrential rain could not extinguish the anger burning within him. This was the first time he witnessed a Pokémon being abandoned in this world, and to see such a cruel owner was infuriating beyond measure. Who do you think you are to lecture me? Abalong, show him your strength. The boy in the raincoat was immediately enraged by Lung Jun's reprimand. Let Abalong take action. With a swift move, Abalong charged towards Lung Jun. Just as Abalong made its move, the Corgi, gritting its teeth, stood up and ran in front of Lung Jun, its eyes pleading as it looked at its former owner. However, the boy in the raincoat paid no heed. Abalong unleashed a sonic punch, and the Corgi had no time to react before being sent flying once more. Rolling aside and lying still, a surge of alarm struck Lung Jun's heart as he rushed over to assess the Corgi's condition. Finally breathing a sigh of relief upon realizing it had merely fainted. How quickly you found a new owner, but a waste is still a waste. You seem to be a trainer as well. Perfect. Your expression shows your anger and defiance. Today it's raining, and the weather is unsuitable. I'll be staying in this town for a few days, so if you're dissatisfied, feel free to challenge me, the future champion of the league. If you have the courage, ha 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 ha. Remember, if you wish to find me, just ask around for my name, Namasiro. That's me. I'm quite famous in this area. Anyone can point you to my location. I eagerly anticipate your self-inflicted humiliation. However, I advise you to catch some other Pokémon, as this one is utterly useless. The boy in the raincoat laughed heartily as he departed with Abalong. Although Lung Jun heard Namusiro's words, he paid them little mind. His immediate concern was the Corgi's injury. He retrieved the umbrella to shield the Corgi from the rain and exchanged for a bottle of moo milk to feed it. However, the Corgi kept its mouth tightly shut, allowing the milk to flow past its lips without taking a sip, clearly despondent. Ah, such a stubborn little one. But I won't let you remain in this state. Lung Jun chuckled, appreciating the Corgi's spirit, yet recognizing that its refusal of treatment posed a problem. With no other options, he resolved to administer care forcefully. After exchanging for a healing potion, 50 coins a bottle, quite expensive, he sighed, no time to dwell on the cost, and proceeded with the exchange. He opened the system, found the healing potion, and prepared to inject it. He gently embraced the Corgi's neck and administered the injection. Miss Joy, please take a look at this Corgi. After administering the healing potion, Lung Jun noticed the Corgi had calmed down and its breathing had stabilized. He then hurriedly carried it towards the Pokémon Rescue Center in the town. What happened? Why is this Corgi so soaked? How did you care for it? Don't you know that fire-type Pokémon shouldn't be drenched in the rain? Miss Joy exclaimed, her expression a mix of concern and anger. Get back, Chansey. Quickly. Take this Corgi inside for treatment. After a brief examination, she noted the Corgi's condition was stable before giving Lung Jun a furious glare and proceeding with Chansey to place the Corgi on a stretcher and take it to the examination room. Dumbfounded by Miss Joy's reprimand, Lung Jun opted not to respond and instead took a seat in the waiting area. After a while, Miss Joy emerged from the examination room, her expression a blend of curiosity and confusion as she spotted Lung Jun. She turned and walked over, holding a dry towel. Miss Joy, how is the Corgi? Is there anything wrong? Lung Jun inquired eagerly upon seeing her approach. Here you go, she said, handing him the towel. This Corgi isn't yours, is it? It bears some old scars. I recognize it as belonging to a trainer named Namusiro. Why did you bring it in for treatment? Taking the towel and thanking her, Lung Jun wiped the rainwater from his hair and face, his expression darkening upon hearing her words. I am a trainer from Pallet Town, currently undertaking gym challenges across various regions. I passed through here on my way to Leaf Town and witnessed that Namasiro abandoned this corgi in the pouring rain, even injuring it with his abalone. I couldn't stand by and let it suffer, so I rescued it. Miss Joy's expression shifted to one of regret as she realized her earlier misunderstanding and quickly bowed to him in apology. I apologize for my earlier assumptions. I was unaware of the circumstances. Lung Jun, having never taken offense, waved his hand dismissively. No need to apologize, Miss Joy. I wasn't bothered by it. By the way, is the corgi all right now? When I treated it, it refused to take the medicine I offered. I ultimately had to give it an injection. How is its condition now? Miss Joy's eyes lit up with curiosity. Oh, so you administered emergency treatment. What kind of medicine did you use that proved so effective? When I examined the corgi earlier, I found it was merely weak, and its injuries were no longer a concern. Ah, it's a family secret. I truly cannot disclose it, Lung Jun said, stepping back a few paces from Miss Joy, looking quite troubled. Ah, what a pity, Miss Joy lamented, visibly disappointed. Can I see the corgi now? Lung Jun asked, looking at Miss Joy. Of course. But this corgi even refuses the medicine I gave it and is currently receiving N4. You can go in and check on it. Maybe encourage it to cooperate with the treatment, but please don't disturb it too much, Miss Joy replied thoughtfully. Realizing the corgi's stubbornness had left her somewhat at a loss. As Cole Jun stepped into the diagnostic room, he was greeted by the sight of a Chansey tenderly caring for a snub bowl. The snub bowl lay upon a soft bed, its front paws attached to N4 drip. Upon noticing Cole Jun's arrival, Chansey bowed slightly and exited the room. Approaching the snub bowl, Cole Jun observed its nose twitching slightly. The creature lazily opened its eyes, only to close them again upon recognizing Cole Jun's snub bowl. What are your plans for the future? Your body is still quite frail, and if you refuse treatment, it may deteriorate further, Cole Jun gently remarked, stroking the fur atop the snubble's head with utmost tenderness. The snubble merely shifted its head away, rejecting the comforting touch without offering any further response. With a soft chuckle, Cole Jun continued, do you yearn to return to your owner? If that is truly your desire, then you must focus on recuperating and strengthening yourself, so that you may impress your owner anew, thereby increasing your chances of reuniting. At this, the snubble finally reacted, opening its eyes and lifting its head to glance at Cole Jun, before lowering it once more. To be honest, your owner is rather lacking. Not only is he inexperienced, but he is also blindly arrogant, daring to challenge me. If it weren't for my concern for you, I would have already taught him a lesson. Doubt has crept into my mind regarding this world, and I shall soon fulfill our agreement. When that time comes, I will ensure he understands its harsh realities. Cole Jun's expression suddenly shifted to one of cold severity, and he turned to leave without uttering another word. However, just then, the snubbull sprang into action, biting the edge of Cole Jun's coat, preventing him from departing. Its eyes sparkled with determination, as if it were engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Do you doubt my strength? Or are you afraid your owner might suffer a humiliating defeat? Or perhaps, you wish to prove your worth to your oblivious owner, demonstrating that you are indeed formidable? Cole Jun glanced back at the snubbull, his voice icy. Releasing its grip, the snubbull looked up into Cole Jun's eyes and, with newfound conviction, nodded affirmatively. So, you wish to battle personally? Cole Jun inquired. The snubbull nodded, a fiery determination radiating from its gaze. Very well. You must commit to your treatment. Once you have healed, I will accompany you to confront your original owner, allowing him to witness your true prowess. Cole Jun gently caressed the snubbull's head, and this time, it did not shy away. Suddenly, an idea struck Cole Jun. He retrieved a fire stone from his system, pretending to pull it from his pocket and displaying it before the snubbull. This is a fire stone. Once you utilize it, you will evolve, becoming swifter and stronger. The choice lies in your hands. Comply now and crush your former owner, or remain in your current form to show that scoundrel you are not weak. The snubbull was momentarily taken aback, never having imagined a fire stone would be so close. The opportunity for evolution was tantalizingly within reach, especially since it had been abandoned by its owner due to the arduous nature of evolving. Yet, the snubbull fell into deep contemplation. Cole Jun remained silent, patiently awaiting its decision. After a while, the snubbull lifted its head to look at Cole Jun, then let out a soft whimper, turning its head aside and ignoring the fire stone beside it. A smile crept onto Cole Jun's face as he retrieved the fire stone, placing it back in his pocket. Very well, I respect your choice. Whenever you wish to evolve, seek me out. With that, Cole Jun turned to leave, encountering Nurse Joy and Chansey outside. He requested Nurse Joy to prepare a room for him, as he anticipated an extended stay in this nameless town. The following morning, after freshening up and packing his belongings, Cole Jun was about to step outside when a knock echoed at his door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the sight of Nurse Joy standing cheerfully at the entrance, accompanied by the orange Snubbull seated beside her. Snubbull, have you already recovered? Cold June exclaimed joyfully, crouching beside the Snubbull to inspect it thoroughly. Cough, the Snubbull has fully healed. Its wounds have been treated, and its weakened state has been restored. The moment it regained its strength, it insisted on seeking you out. Thus, I had no choice but to bring it along, Nurse Joy explained, somewhat miffed that her presence seemed overshadowed by the Snubbull. Thank you, Nurse Joy. By the way, do you happen to know where Namujiro resides? Cold June inquired gratefully. Oh, that Namujiro? Humph. It appears he is currently residing near the river on the outskirts of town, around a warehouse. There seems to be a private arena there, where he has been challenging other trainers and allegedly engaging in gambling activities. I've heard he has won several matches and is quite arrogant, Nurse Joy replied, her disdain for Namujiro evident. Understood. Thank you, Nurse Joy. Snubbull, let us descend for some specialized training. Once we complete that, we can challenge your original owner. You must show that scoundrel your true strength. Cold June declared excitedly as he dashed down the stairs with the Snubbull. Snubbull, the creature barked, brimming with enthusiasm. Wait. The injuries you just healed cannot withstand intense exercise. Nurse Joy shouted after them. Cold June led the Snubbull to an open area beside the rescue center, which featured a training ground suitable for their practice. Snubbull, today we shall engage in specialized training here. First, let us find you an opponent, he announced. Summoning forth his battle companions, Xiaoanai, Xiaobai, Xiaoyin, and Hongdo. The Snubbull found itself encircled by the four. Feeling surrounded, the Snubbull instinctively adopted a defensive stance, lowering its body and emitting a low growl. It sensed that these newly appeared Pokémon were extraordinary, far from ordinary foes. Fear not, Snubbull. These are my battle partners. They shall assist you in honing your combat skills today. Xiaoanai, you shall practice with Snubbull first, Cold June instructed. Knowing that among his companions, Xiaoanai was the gentlest, while the others were more prone to roughness. Given the Snubbull's still recovering condition, a cautious approach was prudent. As Cold June's words resonated, Xiao Bai and the others dispersed, leaving the training ground for Snubbull and Xiaoanai. After a brief standoff, the Snubbull initiated the assault. It opened its mouth, unleashing a searing jet of flame. Xiaoanai deftly dodged, countering with a barrage of purple poison needles. Undeterred, the Snubbull charged forward, enveloped in fierce flames, transforming into a fiery sphere that raced towards Xiaoanai, resulting in a fierce collision between the two. The level of this fiery electric strike from the cat-eye dog is astonishing, Cold June thought, as he witnessed the cat-eye dog unleash its fiery electric attack. With a sense of urgency, he cast one last probing spell. The cat-eye dog, a fire-type Pokémon, is known for its keen sense of smell and affinity for humans. It possesses a strong sense of justice, making it a favored companion among police officers. It is often seen accompanying Miss Junsha in various investigations. Abilities: Justified Heart, Nature, Impulsive, Gender, NA, Base Stats, Total 343, HP 55, Attack 70, Defense 45, Special Attack 70, Special Defense 50, Speed 60. Learnable moves: Howl, Ember, Glare, Scent Detection, Flame Wheel, Revival, Fire Fong, Tackle, Flamethrower, Quick Attack, Fire Spin, Bite, Heat Wave, Dragon Rage, and Fiery Electric Strike. Inherited move: Morning Sunday. Evaluation: This cat-eye dog is of a remarkably high level, having mastered all pre-evolution skills, thus holding great training potential. Cold June found himself in a state of shock, unable to fathom why such an exceptional cat-eye dog had been abandoned. It had not only learned all pre-evolution skills, but had also inherited the rare Morning Sun ability. Although its ability was not Blaze, which increases its damage through fire, the Justified Heart trait was equally rare. After much contemplation, Cold June could only conclude that the previous owner, Namujiro, must have been mentally deficient. While Cold June wrestled with this dilemma, the battle between Xiaoanai and the cat-eye dog reached its conclusion. However, the outcome seemed oddly misplaced. Xiaoanai endured a direct hit from the cat-eye dog's fiery electric strike, sent flying several meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Yet, due to his robust physique and ample stamina, Xiaoanai managed to grit his teeth and rise again despite the assault. On the other hand, the cat-eye dog, having just recovered from its injuries, was unable to withstand the force of its own attack and collapsed to the ground. Seeing the cat-eye dog fall, Cold June's face contorted with pain, and he rushed to assist it. Cat-eye, cat-eye. The cat-eye dog, however, did not lose consciousness. It lifted its head slightly and licked Cold June's cheek, signaling him not to worry. Oh, you startled me. You haven't fully recovered yet. Refrain from using such risky moves. Relieved to see the cat-eye dog unharmed, Cold June smiled and prepared to retrieve a bottle of Moo Moo milk. Just then, a scattered applause erupted from outside the battlefield. Turning in surprise, Cold June spotted a boy approaching with a mocking grin, the source of the earlier applause. Cold June felt a strange familiarity with the boy, whose eyes were particularly irksome. The arrival of the boy, however, excited the cat-eye dog, which struggled in Cold June's embrace before weakly settling back down, gazing sadly at the newcomer. "Oh, so it's that raincoat, Jiro. What brings you here?" Cold June's tone was less than welcoming, having recognized the boy as Namujiro, who had discarded his raincoat. "Hey, no need for that attitude. I'm Namujiro, not Raincoat Jiro. I witnessed the battle with the cat-eye dog just now. Same old story. This cat-eye dog is as stubborn as always. It doesn't listen during battles and recklessly charges with Flame Wheel. Last time, it collided with the Onyx of the Nibby gym leader, and while the Onyx was unfazed, this cat-eye dog just lay there, much like it is now. What good is it?" Namujiro said, his face twisted in indignation. Cold June, taken aback, wore a befuddled expression, thinking, is this fool truly that dim? Blaming his Pokémon for his inability to command them? That's fiery electric strike. How can you not recognize it? The cat-eye dog, hearing this, lowered its head and whimpered. Too timid to look up. Haha, are these your Pokémon? They seem decent enough, but they pale in comparison to mine. Just look at your little creature. It's so small and has that silly appearance. It clearly lacks combat prowess. I suggest you swap them for something stronger. Namujiro clearly did not recognize Xiao-In and Xiao-Bai, dismissing them. Since you seem to be having fun, I won't interrupt. I just defeated 2 opponents. And now I must head to the Pokémon Center to recover. I look forward to your futile challenge. Enjoy yourselves, goodbye, and farewell to the worthless. With that, Namujiro laughed heartily and departed. Xiao-Bai, confused, pointed a claw at the retreating figure of Namujiro, looking questioningly at Cold June. Yes, Xiao-Bai, you're right. He is indeed quite the fool, Cold June replied, utterly speechless. Chapter 61. If you wish to battle, then battle. After Namujiro's departure, the cat-eye dog appeared somewhat despondent, and Cold June was left speechless by the encounter. He decided to momentarily set aside his thoughts and offered the moo milk he had recently exchanged for to the cat-eye dog, feeding it slowly. This time, the cat-eye dog did not refuse the milk and gradually consumed it, regaining some strength and eventually standing tall, its gaze now focused intently on Cold June. Such a serious expression. It seems I must also be earnest. Rest assured, cat-eye dog, I shall train you to become exceptionally strong, allowing you to prove your worth. Cold June responded earnestly, understanding the cat-eye dog's desires. Time flew by, and the next morning, Cold June packed his belongings, bringing along the cat-eye dog as he made his way towards the riverbank warehouse of the nameless small town. Following the river, he soon spotted a row of abandoned warehouses ahead, from which sounds of commotion emanated. The cat-eye dog barked a few times in the direction of the warehouses, indicating that this was their destination. Nodding in agreement, Cold June approached cautiously, noticing that the largest warehouse had its doors wide open, with the raucous sounds spilling out from within. As he neared the entrance and peered inside, he observed a gathering of young individuals encircling a makeshift battle arena, enthusiastically cheering on 2 combatants engaged in a fierce struggle. As Cold June stepped into the battleground, he was abruptly intercepted by 2 thuggish figures, who eyed him with ill intent. New here, huh? You must not know the rules. If you want to watch the match, you'll need to pay. One of them sneered. Cold June furrowed his brow, but chose not to escalate the situation. He reached into his pocket, pulled out 100 yen, and tossed it toward them, then disregarded the ruffians as he moved toward the crowd with the cat-eye dog. The thug snatched the bill, muttering disdainfully. Dressed well, but so stingy. Humph, I'll let you off this time. With that, he pocketed the money and retreated into the shadows. Approaching the battle arena, Cold June saw a Rattata and a Psyduck locked in combat, both sustaining significant injuries, yet neither trainer showed any signs of surrender, commanding their Pokémon fiercely. Cold June furrowed his brow at the scene before him, feeling a deep aversion towards such disregard for the health of one's Pokémon. However, since it was a competition, he refrained from voicing his discontent, even if it was not a formal contest. He scanned the crowd, searching for Namujiro, but his frown deepened upon failing to find him. Suddenly, a boisterous voice came from above, and Cold June looked up to discover a hidden loft within the warehouse, from which the voice emanated. To think you actually dared to show up. I expected you to scurry away with your Houndour between your legs. It seems you possess a modicum of courage, Cold June scoffed as he spotted Namujiro emerging from the loft. Your delusions are becoming increasingly severe. I suggest you consult a physician, he added coolly. Houndour, meanwhile, exhibited a complex expression but soon shook its head, determination shining in its eyes. Ha! You still dare to be so arrogant in my territory? How amusing. I admire your spirit, Namujiro laughed, seemingly unperturbed by Cold June's remarks. Their exchange drew the attention of the onlookers, who began to murmur among themselves, casting glances at Cold June. Cold June narrowed his eyes, disliking the sensation of being the spectacle, especially since Namujiro showed no intention of descending. His anger ignited. Are you afraid to come down? Do you wish to evade a battle with me? Who granted you the audacity to look down upon me? As Cold June's words hung in the air, a Pokeball at his waist clicked open, and a sleek, white figure emerged from the light. Without hesitation, it unleashed a dragon rage, shattering a large hole in the decrepit warehouse wall. The explosion's force sent Namujiro tumbling from the loft, crashing into a pile of debris with a pained scream. The sudden turn of events stunned the crowd, previously astonished at the confrontation. The thug who had just collected 100 yen from Cold June now felt the weight of his ill-gotten gains. Brat, I will make you pay for this. Namujiro, having landed amidst the clutter, threw out his Pokeball and summoned his Abelian, charging towards Cold June. Abelian, recognizing Cold June, wore a mocking expression as its fists ignited with flames, aiming a fiery punch at him, clearly intent on demonstrating its strength. Without issuing any commands, Cold June's small white Pokemon sidestepped in front of him, its gaze sharpening as it faced the approaching Abelian. With a swift motion, it unleashed a dual dragon-type attack, colliding with Abelian, who was sent reeling back, crashing into the very debris from which Namujiro had just emerged. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of whispers, their eyes now filled with a hint of trepidation towards Cold June. Stop playing dead. If you don't get up now, I'll ensure you remain down. I have places to be. Let us make this fight swift, Cold June called out as he led Houndour to the battleground, recalling his small white Pokemon and addressing the pile of junk. Curse you. You will pay for this. Namujiro scrambled from the debris, his face a mask of resentment as he returned Abelian to its ball, limping towards the opposite side of the arena. Though Abelian had not been knocked out, it bore significant injuries and was unfit for battle. Oh, by the way, I didn't expect your Abelian to be so weak, unable to withstand a single hit from my Pokemon. Surely you have no other Pokemon left. That would be quite unfortunate. Cold June taunted as he observed Namujiro fail to produce his next contender. This is your fault. After I captured this unruly creature, it has never listened to me. If anything happens to your Pokemon, I won't be responsible. Namujiro, incensed by Cold June's mockery, hurled another Pokeball, releasing a furious Gyarados onto the field. Roar! Gyarados let out a deafening bellow, its rage palpable. The spectators, who had initially gathered around to watch, instinctively stepped back. Quite a remarkable Gyarados you have there. I doubt your prowess could capture such a creature unless it was injured, and you simply stumbled upon it. Cold June remarked incredulously at Namujiro. You're talking nonsense. I captured this Gyarados through sheer skill. Namujiro stammered, clearly flustered by Cold June's insinuations, though the credibility of his claims seemed dubious. Houndour, our opponent is formidable. Are you confident? Cold June ignored Namujiro's protests, crouching to pat Houndour's back. Houndour glanced back at Cold June, then at Namujiro and Gyarados before stealing its resolve and stepping into the arena. It let out a tremendous howl directed at the powerful Gyarados. This is a makeshift battleground. There are no referees, only combat. The fight concludes when one side concedes or is rendered incapable of continuing. With a limp, Namujiro felt a surge of relief upon seeing Cold June send out Houndour rather than his earlier formidable Pokemon. A sinister grin spread across his face as he shouted, Gyarados, take them down. However, Gyarados remained indifferent, continuing its own raucous display. Hey, Gyarados, attack. You must obey your trainer. Namujiro's face flushed with embarrassment as he wished desperately to vanish into the ground. Roar. Finally, Gyarados glanced back at Namujiro, swinging its tail and sending a torrent of water crashing beside him, causing Namujiro to fall onto the ground in fright. Oh, I feel a sense of DJVU. But whether you can control your Pokemon is your concern, not mine. Houndour, unleash a flamethrower to wake it up. Cold June sneered at Namujiro, who appeared terrified. Despite his questionable character, Namujiro had managed to capture some decent Pokemon. Houndour, reacting to Cold June's command, opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of flames, engulfing the roaring Gyarados. As the fire consumed it, Gyarados' roar abruptly ceased, and its entire body was enveloped in flames. How dare you attack my Gyarados, you despicable Houndour! Namujiro exclaimed in shock, his gaze filled with venom towards Houndour. Yet, Houndour hesitated at Namujiro's words. Focus. An attack is imminent. Cold June warned, his brow furrowing slightly. Roar. Just as Cold June finished speaking, a furious roar erupted from within the flames. A surge of dragon-shaped energy burst forth, aiming directly at Houndour, creating a swirling vortex of fire that threatened to engulf it. The two attacks converged. A brutal clash poised to impact Houndour, As the agile Katy dog continued to dart around, unleashing jets of flame, Lung Jun maintained an air of calm. Had Katy dog mastered Thunderbolt, he would have commanded it to discharge electricity at the unruly Gyarados, which seemed incapable of self-sufficiency. While Katy dog could potentially learn it post-evolution, its current stamina was not up to the task. Upon receiving the command, Katy dog sprang into action, as if cloaked in a shimmering white aura. It evaded Gyarados' 2 attacks with remarkable ease, leaving behind fleeting afterimages. However, Gyarados deftly dodged Katy dog's fiery breath, indicating that it was now taking its adversary seriously. "Huh, Gyarados, I knew you could handle this traitor," shouted Namujiro, who had recently appeared flustered but was now brimming with bravado. Gyarados, irritated, turned to roar at Namujiro, silencing him instantly. "Katy dog, circle around Gyarados and harass it. Wait for the right moment to unleash your flame." Katy dog acknowledged the command and began to run in circles around Gyarados, intermittently releasing jets of fire. In response, Gyarados impatiently whipped its tail, sending a torrent of water flying, which missed its target. Then, it unleashed a radiant bite, resembling a giant serpent, aimed at Katy dog, which nimbly evaded the attack. Lung Jun had not anticipated facing a Gyarados, whose type was highly disadvantageous. Yet, noting that it had yet to employ its formidable hydro pump, he surmised that its level was likely not very high, leaving room for victory. Suddenly, Namujiro shouted, "Gyarados, what are you doing? Finish it off quickly, or I'll abandon you like the worthless dog you are." His agitation was palpable, and he seemed to have an epiphany, raising his voice in anger. Gyarados, however, was unfazed by Namujiro's threats, perhaps even wishing to be discarded. Yet, Katy dog appeared saddened by these words, its evasive maneuvers inadvertently slowing down. "Not good. Katy dog, be careful." Lung Jun, who had been attentively watching Katy dog, sensed the danger and urgently warned. But it was too late. Gyarados seized the opportunity, accelerating with a burst of speed, its glowing jaws clamping down on Katy dog's back. Katy dog cried out in anguish. Lung Jun was taken aback by the sudden turn of events, his expression shifting to one of worry as he clenched his fists, casting a cold glare at the smirking Namujiro. Realizing Lung Jun's fury directed at him, Namujiro feigned triumph, saying, "Ha, this fool is as clueless as ever. I knew this incompetent would be distracted by such words. It seems I shall emerge victorious once again. According to the rules here, the winner can take any item from the loser, including Pokémon. That white creature of yours would suit me well. It's wasted on you." Before he could finish, Katy dog, still in Gyarados' jaws, let out a furious roar. A holy light flickered around it, and a much more powerful jet of flame erupted, scorching Gyarados' face. The creature, caught off guard, released Katy dog, its eyes squinting from the burning pain. In its confusion, it unleashed dragon rage haphazardly. The sound of explosions echoed, even affecting those observing outside, who scrambled to avoid the chaos. Enduring excruciating pain, Katy dog leaped toward Lung Jun, its face betraying no hint of suffering, only a fierce determination. Has the justified ability activated? Indeed, Gyarados' earlier move was Bite, which, though classified as normal type, is actually dark type. That's what triggered Justified at this crucial moment, Lung Jun pondered, feeling a sense of relief. Had Katy dog possessed Intimidate or Blaze, it could have been in grave danger. Meanwhile, the blinded and enraged Gyarados roared, unleashing a powerful dragon rage that tore a massive hole in the roof of the abandoned warehouse, sunlight pouring through. "Now is the time. Katy dog, use Morning Sun." Upon seeing the sunlight, Lung Jun seized the moment to restore Katy dog's vitality. Katy dog immediately sat down, tilting its head to bask in the warmth of the sun, enveloped in a green glow as its wounds and stamina began to recover swiftly. "Not good. Gyarados, interrupt it now, you useless creature." Namujiro, shocked at the sight of Katy dog regaining strength, frantically shouted, trying to rouse Gyarados to action. However, the answer came in the form of a fierce dragon rage. Namujiro was caught off guard and was sent flying, crashing against the warehouse wall, sliding down slowly, pointing a finger at Gyarados with a furious expression before losing consciousness. "With such poor mental fortitude, how dare you be so brazen? Katy dog, this battle can now conclude. Use your full power blast burn." Katy dog had restored most of its energy, making the powerful move feasible. Katy dog sprang up at the command, emitting a low growl as flames and lightning surged from its body, coiling around it before transforming into a colossal electric fireball. With immense force, it surged upward, striking Gyarados beneath the neck, causing it to collapse. The earlier dragon rages had drained Gyarados' stamina, and Katy dog's blast burn became the final blow that rendered Gyarados incapable of continuing the fight. Chapter 63, The tide rises with the battle concluded. Katie Dog stood beside the fallen Gyarados, letting out a series of triumphant howls infused with sorrow, joy, and relief, a cathartic release of emotions. Lung Jun approached the unconscious Namujiro, searching for Gyarados' Pokeball, effortlessly locating it on his belt. He turned and returned Gyarados to its ball. Since I have one, I shall abide by your rules. I shall temporarily take this Gyarados, as the professor has been seeking one for research purposes. And now I can hand it over for him to care for. Placing the Pokeball in his pocket, Lung Jun turned to the unconscious Namujiro and then walked over to Katie Dog. He gently patted the howling Katie Dog, which ceased its cries, nuzzling against him gratefully. All right, Katie Dog, you have proven your strength. Now comes the time for you to choose. Do you wish to return to your original owner, stay with me and travel, or seek your freedom on your own? Whatever your choice, I will support you. Such moments inevitably arrive, and Lung Jun smiled as he stroked Katie Dog's fluffy neck. Katie Dog withdrew its head from Lung Jun's embrace, a serious expression adorning its face as it contemplated for a moment. Subsequently, it lowered its head in a nod and turned to walk towards Mewtwo. To be frank, Lung Jun's heart was heavy at this moment. However, he refrained from pleading for Katie Dog to stay, respecting its choice. Katie Dog approached Mewtwo and barked a few times. Mewtwo slowly awakened, and upon opening his eyes, he beheld Katie Dog standing before him. His eyes twinkled as he immediately broke into a smile, exclaiming, "Katie Dog, I was wrong. It was all my fault before. Can you ever forgive me? If you return to my side, I promise to treat you exceptionally well and will never abandon you again." Katie Dog raised its head with a cold demeanor and barked twice before opening its mouth. "Hey, Katie Dog, what are you doing?" "No, don't." Mewtwo exclaimed in horror upon noticing the sparks emerging from Katie Dog's throat. Instantly, a torrent of flames erupted, igniting Mewtwo's hair and clothing. Realizing he was on fire, he screamed and leapt up, dashing towards the river outside the warehouse, trailing black smoke behind him. Satisfied after unleashing the flames upon Mewtwo, Katie Dog turned back and proudly approached the astonished Lung Jun, affectionately nuzzling against him. Lung Jun finally regained his senses and, filled with delight, embraced Katie Dog's large head, rubbing it affectionately with both hands. "I knew you would never abandon me, Katie Dog," he exclaimed. Katie Dog closed its eyes contentedly and let out a few barks, then sniffed the air before lowering its head and biting onto one side of Lung Jun's pocket. Initially puzzled, Lung Jun soon realized and reached into his pocket to retrieve the fire stone, extending it towards Katie Dog. "Have you made up your mind, Katie Dog? I won't force you to evolve. You can choose whenever you wish." Katie Dog remained silent, gazing at Lung Jun with clear eyes. Then, it lifted its right front paw and placed it upon the fire stone. Instantly, both the Firestone and Katie Dog radiated a brilliant white light, causing Katie Dog's form to expand continuously until it towered over Lung Jun, ultimately halting at a height exceeding that of the crouching boy. As the white light faded, a large, fluffy paw rested gently in Lung Jun's hand, its fiery red fur resembling flames. The Firestone had vanished, leaving behind a magnificent creature standing before Lung Jun. "Absolutely stunning. A Rapidash," Lung Jun exclaimed, rising to embrace the magnificent creature's neck, continuing to affectionately rub its head. Rapidash lowered its head, now several times larger, allowing Lung Jun to groom it, as it displayed an expression of pure enjoyment. As Lung Jun stroked Rapidash's head, he casually released a Pokédex. Ding! Rapidash. Fire type, legendary Pokémon. Renowned for its speed, it is said that a Rapidash can run up to 10,000 kilometers in a day. Each Rapidash embodies a sense of majesty and justice, revered as messengers of the gods in many regions. Abilities: Heart of Justice, Nature, Impulsive, Gender, Unknown. Base stats: Total 555. HP 90, Attack 110, Defense 80, Special Attack 100, Special Defense 80, Speed 95. Learnable moves: Roar, Ember, Leer, Scent Detection, Flame Wheel, Rebirth, Fire Fong, Tackle, Flame Burst. Quick Attack: Fire Blast, Crunch, Heat Wave, Dragon Tail, Inferno, Agility, Extreme Speed, Thunder Fong. Inherited moves: Morning Sunday Evaluation, Excellent. The evolution has unlocked its potential, mastering all skills of this evolutionary line, showcasing formidable strength and immense training value. Lung Jun felt quite satisfied with Rapidash's attributes. While not perfect, it was undoubtedly commendable, and he thought it unwise to ask for more. At that moment, a mournful cry echoed from outside the warehouse. "Ah, Gyarados! Where's my Gyarados? You scoundrels! Return my Gyarados! Brothers, arm yourselves! We cannot let this brat escape. Show him the consequences and seize all his Pokémon." As the words fell, A soaked and grimy Mewtwo stood menacingly at the warehouse door, while those who had previously fled now reappeared, brandishing makeshift weapons and surrounding the warehouse with sinister grins directed at Lungjun Abbey. "Help me retrieve my Gyarados," Mewtwo commanded, releasing 2 Pokeballs. The previously injured Abby and a Tauros materialized at the warehouse entrance, blocking Lungjun's path. Soon after, the other thugs summoned their Pokémon, encircling Lungjun with dozens of creatures. Surveying the surroundings, Lungjun recognized many familiar faces, spotting a Rhydon and a Kingler among them, which piqued his interest. The others were of little consequence. Only the weak would believe that quantitative changes could lead to qualitative transformations. "Since you have bared your fangs at me, I shall abide by your rules. If I win, I shall claim all your Pokémon without hesitation." With a smirk, Lungjun placed his hand on his waist. Though he had no particular desire for these Pokémon, Professor Oak would undoubtedly appreciate them. With him caring for them, they would surely thrive. Lungjun's words instilled fear in some of the thugs. They had witnessed his earlier prowess and, upon reflection, realized they were no match for him. Who knows what other skills this enigmatic youth possesses? Consequently, nearly a third of the thugs, a dozen in total, recalled their Pokémon and fled without a backward glance. Lungjun observed the remaining thugs with a disdainful snort, swiftly releasing a Pokeball. A colossal purple creature emerged before him, its robust physique, powerful tail, and sharp horns standing unflinchingly as it roared defiantly at the surrounding Pokémon. "Go, Kingdra!" With a flourish of his hand, Lungjun commanded. Kingdra grinned wickedly, stamping its foot on the ground, conjuring a swirling tide around it. Rising majestically upon the crest of the wave, Kingdra surged towards the encircled Pokémon, crashing down upon them. The thugs, having never encountered such a spectacle, stood frozen in awe as the towering wave approached. Only when it was too late did they realize. Yet the colossal tide struck them down, submerging them and their Pokémon without a sound. Meanwhile, the thugs who had just retreated a short distance away suddenly heard an unusual commotion emanating from the warehouse, prompting them to turn back. What they witnessed would remain etched in their memories forever. The once mighty warehouse appeared to swell like a balloon before abruptly bursting, sending torrents of water and debris soaring through the air. Countless thugs and Pokémon struggled helplessly amid the deluge, ultimately being swept away in the waves. While the warehouse's former location lay barren, save for a solitary figure standing amidst 2 Pokémon, and scathed, proclaiming to the world some individuals should not be trifled with. In Chapter 64, titled Evil, within the Pokémon Rescue Center, Miss Joy gazed at the numerous Pokeballs presented by Lungjun with a furrowed brow. Before she could inquire about their origins, Lungjun handed her an address, requesting her assistance in forwarding the Pokeballs, with the stipulation of cash on delivery. Subsequently, he hastily dashed to the nearby communication device and dialed Professor Oak's laboratory. "Hello, it's Little Lung again. So much has happened recently. Xiaoxing hasn't called in months. He is probably off enjoying himself. But it's nice to know that Little Lang is still thinking of us," remarked Professor Oak with a warm smile on the screen. Lungjun, not wishing to engage in idle chatter, swiftly recounted his recent experiences to Professor Oak and informed him of an impending package containing the Pokémon he had acquired. Upon hearing this, Professor Oak's expression darkened with indignation. His grip on the phone tightened. The act of abandoning Pokémon is utterly reprehensible. They have no idea of the harm it inflicts upon these creatures. "Little Lung, you have done well this time," he said, his tone stern. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lungjun scratched his head and asked, "Professor, don't you think I've gone too far?" Professor Oak quickly shook his head, insisting, "Not at all. The individual who abandoned those Pokémon deserves far worse. If I were there, I would have let a Dragonite teach him a lesson he wouldn't forget. Please send those Pokémon my way. I will handle the situation, and you need not worry about the aftermath." Touched by Professor Oak's words, an idea suddenly sparked in Lungjun's mind. He retrieved a Pokeball and released the recently captured Crimson Rapidash, gently stroking its head. "I suddenly feel invigorated. Professor, this is the Rapidash I mentioned. I've named it Crimson. I've discovered something remarkable about it." Professor Oak's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, as he recognized that Lungjun was on the brink of a significant revelation. "Speak, I am listening. What have you discovered?" With a smile, Lungjun exclaimed, "I found that each Pokémon seems to possess a unique inherent ability, which I term a trait. These abilities are diverse and peculiar. For instance, my little NI sometimes causes opponents to enter a poison state without using any poison-type moves. I've dubbed this trait Poison Spike. As for Little Bai, it exhibits a notable speed boost in sandstorm conditions or when using certain skills. Hongdo can eliminate negative statuses from its body at a certain probability, and Crimson, when struck by a move of a specific type, experiences an increase in attack power, which I call Heart of Justice. I believe this is a new attribute. Lung Jun spoke rapidly, and Professor Oak listened in astonishment before quickly responding. Little Lung, are you suggesting that you've discovered a new attribute, akin to the fairy type that has yet to be identified? Lung Jun promptly covered the microphone, looking exasperated at Professor Oak's enthusiasm. Realizing his excitement was excessive, Professor Oak lowered his voice and asked, "What else have you recalled?" With a slightly annoyed expression, Lung Jun replied, "I've discovered this new attribute, which I call the evil type. Pokémon of this type can even resist psychic-type moves and inflict significant damage on ghost-type Pokémon. However, as with all things, there are trade-offs. Bug, fighting, and fairy types can deal considerable damage to evil-type Pokémon. Moreover, pure evil-type Pokémon are quite rare. One is the Moonlight Pokémon, with a few more in the Hoenn region, such as the Houndoom and Absol. In Kanto, there are none, but my little Een possesses this evil attribute." Having shared so much, Lung Jun felt his lips dry. Professor Oak, having pulled out a notebook and pen without him noticing, diligently recorded everything Lung Jun said. After ensuring he had not missed anything, he sighed in relief and smiled. "Well, Little Lung, you seem quite generous today. And who is this little Een you mentioned?" "Ahem. I can only speak of my discoveries once I have confirmed them. Otherwise, who would believe me? Little Een is my new partner, a rare Sneasel from the Kanto region. Additionally, Little Bai and Little Ni have both evolved, and I would like them to meet you." With a hint of embarrassment, Lung Jun produced 3 Pokeballs, releasing Little Bai, Little Ni, and Little Een. "Oh, is this the form of Little Bai after evolution? It appears to have become quite formidable. And Ni, you've evolved into Nidoking. You've worked hard Nidoking. And this adorable creature, is it the regional Sneasel? It possesses the new attribute, doesn't it? I can't wait to study them further." Professor Oak exclaimed with excitement upon seeing Lung Jun's newly released companions. "Ka ka ka!" Roar. Little Bai, familiar with Professor Oak, joyfully greeted him, clearly delighted to see him. Meanwhile, since evolving into Nidoking, Little Ni had grown aloof, merely nodding in acknowledgement. As for Little Een, who had initially been perched on Lung Jun's shoulder, nearly lost its balance upon hearing the voice from the phone, quickly steadying itself while casting a fearful glance at the screen, as if apprehensive about being captured for research. "Ha ha ha, such delightful creatures. Little Lung, if there is nothing else, I shall begin my research on Pokémon traits in this new evil attribute. I foresee a busy period ahead," Professor Oak remarked, raising his notepad, evidently eager to commence his work. After pondering briefly, Lung Jun realized there was nothing particularly pressing to address, so he nodded and concluded the communication. Setting down the receiver, he turned to his companions behind him, patting Little Ni on the shoulder. He could only reach so far at this moment. And then the attributes of Little Ni were revealed before his eyes. Ding! Ni, Nidoking, Poison, and Ground type, Drill Pokémon, the final evolution of Nidorino. Its horns are larger and sharper, boasting formidable attack power. It delights in battle and is prone to bouts of anger, often causing chaos, posing a significant danger. Trait: Poison Spike, Nature, Impulsive, Gender, Male. Base stats: Total 505, HP 81, Attack 185, Defense 77, Special Attack 102, Special Defense 75, Speed 85. Learn moves: Glare Peck, Focus Energy, Double Kick, Poison Sting, Fury Attack, Horn Attack, Helping Hand, Toxic Spikes, Poison Jab, Breakthrough, Rampage, Earth Power. Inherited skills: Payback, TM, Thunderbolt, Protect, Shadow Claw, Surf. Rating: Excellent. This is an exceptionally talented Nidoking, though it is curious that this Nidoking seems to lean towards special attacks. The reason is unclear, but focused training is recommended. Cold Jun caressed Xiao Ni's arm, reflecting on how evolution can indeed alter a Pokémon's temperament. However, the crux of the matter lay in Xiao Ni's offensive and special attack capabilities. Typically, a Nidoking leans towards physical attacks, yet Xiao Ni exhibited a preference for special attacks, a transformation that was rather perplexing. Nonetheless, this was not a significant issue, as it did not adversely affect Xiao Ni's health. Were this the case with another Nidoking, it would likely be rendered nearly incapacitated, for most of Nidoking's abilities are physical in nature. But for Cold Jun, this was inconsequential, as Nidoking has access to a plethora of special attack moves. Subsequently, Cold Jun returned Xiao Bai and the others to their Pokeballs and turned his attention to the map to determine the path forward. He procured some daily necessities in the nameless town before finally opening the map to pinpoint his route to Withered Leaf Town. With a face brimming with excitement, he released Junhong and, after securing Junhong's consent, gracefully mounted its back. Riding on Junhong, Cold Jun felt invigorated, and with a resounding shout, Junhong surged forth like a streak of lightning, the air filled with echoes of startled cries. Chapter 65. Hualan Isle. As they sped along, Cold June had barely ridden for half an hour when he instructed Junhong to halt, not from fear of their rapid pace, but due to the discomfort he felt beneath him. Initially tolerable, the prolonged ride had left Cold June feeling as if his entire body were disassembled, with a fiery soreness in his posterior and a series of unmentionable discomforts. Ultimately, he dismounted to walk, with Junhong accompanying him, as Cold June leaned against Junhong, limping forward. After walking for a while, Cold June noticed a signpost by the roadside and staggered over to it, reading the inscription, 5,000 meters ahead, Hualan Isle. Reflecting on this unfamiliar locale, he deduced that the presence of a sign and its melodious name indicated habitation. As dusk approached, and with the next town still out of reach, Hualan Isle might offer a place to rest. Resolute, Cold June proceeded in the direction indicated by the sign, aware that this 5,000-meter trek would be quite a trial. Glancing back at Junhong's broad back, he pondered whether he ought to exchange for an Alolan riding set, sparing himself such discomfort in the future. However, he dismissed the thought, feeling it would be unfair to Junhong. As he continued his journey, the sun sank below the horizon, most of it disappearing into a vast, unfathomable ocean. Before him lay an endless coastline, and Cold June gazed in disbelief at a half-buried stone monument. Hualan Isle, the most beautiful coastal sightseeing spot along Hualan Coast. Cold June was at a loss. Where was the promised resting point, the bustling gathering place? All that surrounded him was sand and sea, with the exception of a lighthouse in the distance. Perhaps he could find refuge there for the night. Upon raising his gaze, he spotted a lighthouse perched on a rocky cliff, appearing somewhat dilapidated from afar, but better than having no place to stay. Cold June had no desire to camp outdoors. Such an endeavor would test anyone's nerves. With a newfound target, Cold June and Junhong sprinted towards the lighthouse, seemingly forgetting the pain in his rear, and within moments arrived at its base. Upon closer inspection, Cold June realized that the lighthouse appeared abandoned. The beacon atop was devoid of light, the entrance was damaged, and darkness enveloped the interior. Producing a flashlight from his backpack, he prepared to enter when suddenly, ouch, 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 it's broken, it's broken. A piercing scream echoed from below the cliff. Alarmed, Cold June hastily disregarded his discomfort and leapt onto Junhong, who, without needing direction, leaped off the cliff and swiftly descended to the source of the cries. Upon landing, Cold June discovered the cause of the commotion, a small boy clad in a white lab coat, his finger ensnared by the formidable claw of a large crab. Tears streaming down his face as he flailed helplessly in an attempt to dislodge it. Junhong roared, unable to watch any longer. Cold June dismounted and urged Junhong to take action. With a mighty roar, Junhong unleashed a shockwave visible to the naked eye, causing the crab to release its grip in response to the sound, frothing at the mouth in a final display of defiance before scuttling away. Are you all right? Hand over here, I'll apply some medicine. Seeing the crab had retreated, Cold June retrieved a spray for external injuries that he had prepared in the nameless town, approached the boy, and gently took his hand to spray the swollen finger. There, it's fine now. Just a minor abrasion, a few days of rest will suffice. After administering the treatment and ensuring everything was in order, Cold June smiled at the boy. The boy in the lab coat stared blankly at the youth holding his hand, a blush creeping across his cheeks as he quietly murmured, "Teach, thank you, big brother." What a shy boy, Cold June thought, chuckling as he released the boy's hand and handed him the bottle of spray. "This medicine is for you. Remember to spray it several times a day for quicker healing. The sky is about to darken soon. You should hurry home lest your family worry." Just as Cold June prepared to depart, the boy raised his voice slightly, declaring, "I am not leaving. I'm now a researcher. I heard that someone once found a fossil helmet on this coast at dusk, so I must wait here to prove to my family that I'm not the dumbest one." Cold June was taken aback, observing the boy with a mix of surprise and bemusement. This boy is already a researcher, yet he is considered the least intelligent at home? What sort of family does he have? Ahem, such ambition. I commend you. I shall rest in the abandoned lighthouse atop the cliff tonight. If you grow weary, you are welcome to join me. By the way, what is your name? As a researcher, you must be quite renowned. The boy's face flushed as he shyly replied, "I just recently obtained my researcher certification, so I'm not well known yet. But, big brother, my name is Zheng Hui. What is yours?" In that moment, Cold June was left utterly astonished. With a look of astonishment, the shy brown-haired boy gazed before him, never suspecting that this young lad would grow up to become Dr. Zheng Hui, one of the developers of the Pokémon storage system. Suddenly, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Could this be the fabled Zheng Hui lighthouse? What's the matter? Is there something strange, big brother? The boy Zheng Hui inquired, glancing at his own attire, which appeared perfectly normal. He then turned to Lung Jun with a puzzled expression. So, big brother, is your name something you cannot disclose? I understand now. I spoke too freely. My apologies, the young boy Jinghui said softly, his expression shifting to one of sadness as he lowered his head. No. I merely momentarily drifted to other thoughts. Let us introduce ourselves anew. My name is Long Jun, hailing from Masera Town. As I embark on a journey to challenge the Kanto League. Realizing his faux pas, Lung Jun quickly added, so you are Lung Jun, big brother. You're going to challenge the Kanto League? That is truly impressive. You must be an extraordinarily skilled trainer, and I am certain you will seize the championship this time. The boy, who had previously hung his head in gloom, instantly brightened, his face adorned with a radiant smile. Hee, Lung Jun chuckled, patting Jinghui on the head. Much to the boy's delight. Since excavating the fossilized helmet cannot be rushed, and seeing as you are injured, I believe it would be best for you to rest today. I shall tidy up the lighthouse atop the cliff and then prepare a delightful meal for you to showcase my culinary skills, Lung Jun said with a smile, rubbing Jinghui's head affectionately. But, Jinghui hesitated, his brow furrowed. No buts. It is settled. You may continue your search here while I have Jinhong accompany you. Once dinner is ready, I shall call for you. Noting Jinghui's indecision, Lung Jun feigned a stern demeanor and spoke in a low tone. Yes. Jinghui stammered, startled by Lung Jun's sudden seriousness, quickly acquiescing. Haraha. Jinghui's flustered demeanor amused Lung Jun. Chapter 66. The enormous shadow amidst the mist. After finalizing their agreement, Lung Jun mounted Jinhong once more, and with a series of graceful leaps, they ascended the cliff. He instructed Jinhong to remain below to protect Jinghui from any wild Pokémon that might pose a threat. Standing at the cliff's edge, Lung Jun watched as Jinghui played joyfully with Jinhong, temporarily forgetting his previous intentions. The innocence of childhood, he mused, retrieving a flashlight and entering the dilapidated lighthouse. The interior of the lighthouse was in disarray, cluttered with various items. However, as he needed only a modest space for a single night, Lung Jun set to work clearing a small area on the first floor. He placed a portable lamp atop a high surface, its bright light illuminating the space. Next, he laid out 2 simple beds for the night and began preparing dinner for himself and his Pokémon. As he busied himself in the lighthouse, darkness enveloped the outside world. At that moment, Lulu, who had been dormant within Lang Jun's body, emerged with a wary expression. Are you hungry, Lulu? Do you wish to sample my culinary creations? If you keep eating and sleeping in this manner, you will inevitably become a portly pig, Lung Jun teased upon seeing Lulu. However, contrary to her usual sharp retorts, Lulu remained silent. As Lung Jun pondered this unusual behavior, she suddenly turned and released a task. Ding, urgent mission issued. Mysterious unknown creature mission objective. A colossal unknown creature is approaching. Acquire a sample of its blood, fur, or scales to ascertain its true identity. Mission reward, 1,000 points and a mysterious gift package. Note, this mission carries no penalties. The host may choose to ignore it without consequence. Upon reading the mission, Lung Jun's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. The rewards seemed substantial, yet the task reminded him of the colossal dragonite depicted in the anime, a creature of immense destructive power. Engaging it to collect blood or scales was clearly no trivial endeavor. Wait a moment, I seem to have forgotten something. Lung Jun's face grew solemn as he struggled to recall what eluded him. Roar. A monster's roar echoed, jolting Lung Jun from his thoughts. He suddenly remembered that Jinhong and Jinghui were still outside. Realizing they had likely encountered the creature, he wasted no time, spinning on his heel and sprinting outside. With Lulu swiftly following, retreating into his body. As he burst from the lighthouse, the sight before him startled him. A dense fog had enveloped the lighthouse, severely limiting visibility. Within this mist, a towering shadow approached, its deep growl resonating ominously. At that moment, a familiar roar erupted from below the cliff, followed by a jet of flame shooting up to collide with the immense shadow. However, the size of this fiery attack was laughably insignificant compared to the colossal figure. Akin to a mere toothpick against an adult's body, doing little more than irritating it. Though Jinhong's assault was ineffective, it enraged the massive shadow. It opened its enormous maw, unleashing a thunderous roar, and gathered a multitude of golden energy within, preparing to unleash a devastating beam of destruction. With a slight bow of its head, it directed the beam toward Jinhong and Jinghui. This is bad. Jinhong, use Protect to shield against the beam. Lung Jun realized the gravity of the situation as Jinhong acted impulsively. Without hesitation, he threw out Xiaoying's Pokeball. Xiaoying burst forth, dashing at full speed to position itself before Jinhong, and with a low growl, enveloped the 3 of them in a protective green barrier, just as the destructive beam surged forth, resulting in a massive explosion. In a mere instant, the beach beneath the lighthouse was transformed into a vast pit, the sand vaporized and crystallized by the intense heat of the beam, while a powerful wave of heat radiated from the area. At the center of this pit lay a slightly elevated patch of sand, where Jinghui, overwhelmed by the surrounding heat, appeared dazed. Xiaoyin, having exhausted all its energy from using Protect and succumbing to the oppressive heat, had fainted, leaving only Zhenhong standing, its head lowered as it emitted a series of threatening growls. Do not act recklessly, Zhenhong. Quickly bring Xiaoyin and Jinghui back. Lung Jun was drenched in cold sweat, commanding Zhenhong to retreat as per the League's orders. Zhenhong glanced back, nodded, and promptly scooped up Jinghui onto its back, lifting Xiaoyin as well, before swiftly bounding back up to the cliff and depositing them beside Lung Jun. Cold Jun placed his hand on his waist, his eyes fixated on the enormous shadow before him. The shadow's offensive power far exceeded Cold Jun's imagination. A single beam of destructive light had already felled his companion, Xiaoyin, which was truly terrifying. However, what was even more alarming was that this gigantic shadow, relying on its immense size and abundant stamina, began to gather a second beam of destructive light without a moment's hesitation, as if it were a matter of life and death. Everyone, let's go. Hongdo, Dasha. Stare him down. Quickly take Xiaoyin and that boy away from here. Xiao Bai shouted, using quicksand to ensnare the colossal figure, while Xiao and I manipulated the waves to push the creature back as much as possible. Cold Jun understood the gravity of the situation. He could not linger any longer. It was imperative to hinder the giant shadow's movements and retreat swiftly. As for the mission, it would have to be abandoned. Hongdo, gazing at the immense shadow, instinctively felt a surge of fear, as his instincts warned him that this foe was insurmountable. Nevertheless, he did not falter, suppressing his trepidation. He expanded his body to its fullest, executing the technique of the Great Snake Stare. The gigantic shadow momentarily halted, and the destructive light it was gathering dissipated with a thunderous roar, as faint currents of electricity began to course through its form, indicating it had been momentarily paralyzed. Then, with a fierce roar, Xiaobai unleashed a massive whirlpool of quicksand, clearing the dense fog and ensnaring one of the shadow's feet. Regrettably, due to the sheer size of the creature, the whirlpool, towering several meters high, could only capture its lower limb. Not to be outdone, Xiao and I stomped the ground, generating a massive wave that surged forth, mixing rapidly with the sea. The colossal wave crashed violently against the shadow, causing it to stagger and recoil 2 steps back. Fortunately, the paralysis effect still lingered. Seizing this opportunity, Cold Jun urged everyone to evacuate. As he witnessed the giant shadow being pushed back, a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. He turned to the dazed Zhenghui and motioned to Zhenhong to hasten their escape. Retrieving Xiaoyin into his pokeball, Zhenhong, reluctant yet understanding the necessity of Cold Jun's command, begrudgingly picked up Zhenghui and tossed him onto her back. Big brother, I won't leave. I want to fight with you. Zhenghui, still not fully coherent, struggled atop Zhenhong's back. Realizing he was being carried away, Cold Jun rushed to restrain him, speaking earnestly, "You need not worry about me. It is extremely dangerous here. I will safeguard myself. Zhenghui, you must leave first. Once this foe is dealt with, I will come find you. Be obedient. I trust you, big brother. You must come find me." Zhang Hui's consciousness had clearly reached its limit, and after uttering those words, he fainted. With a gentle smile, Cold Jun ruffled Zhang Hui's hair and directed Zhenhong to retrace their steps to the nameless town in search of reinforcements. Zhenhong let out a low growl, casting a deep gaze at Cold Jun before nudging him with her snout and swiftly departing. With Zhenhong gone, Cold Jun finally felt a sense of relief. He turned once more to the looming shadow within the mist, gathering his breath and calling out, "This path is blocked. If you wish to avoid further injury, it would be wise to depart. Is a tranquil life not preferable?" In response, a tremendous roar echoed, followed by the wrath of a dragon soaring through the skies. Chapter 67. Unceasing Battle Counterattack. Xiao Bai, unleash the dragon's fury. Xiao and I, thunderbolt. Hongdo, prepare to defend. As the colossal dragon's fury descended, Cold Jun's words were swept away by the impending chaos. The shadow's ferocity was overwhelming. Allowing it to unleash its power unchecked could lead to catastrophic consequences upon reaching the shore. This was not merely an act of valor on Cold Jun's part. He was acutely aware that this creature's true form likely resembled that of a dragonite, a creature capable of flight. The term swift was not a mere embellishment. Although Cold Jun could not recall this creature ever flying, one could not guarantee anything in such dire circumstances. With Zhenhong still not far off, it was crucial for Cold Jun to buy some time. Ideally, the mission would succeed. With a resounding roar, Xiaobai and Xiaoenai unleashed their respective attacks. The Dragoness Fury and Thunderbolt colliding with the massive Dragoness Fury that surged downwards, resulting in a momentary stalemate. However, their efforts proved futile. Xiaobai and Xiaonie's assault could not withstand the onslaught for even 3 seconds before being dispersed by the Shadow S-Might. The Dragon S-Fury continued its relentless descent. At a critical moment, Hongdo stepped forward, summoning a protective barrier to intercept the attack. The resulting clash produced a thunderous sound, as the Dragon S-Fury crashed into the barrier, diverting its trajectory and causing it to ricochet at a sharp angle, colliding violently with the abandoned lighthouse behind them. The structure crumbled under the impact, sending debris scattering in all directions. Cold June was thrown to the ground by the force of the explosion, glancing back to see what had once been a towering lighthouse reduced to rubble. Had that Dragoness Fury not been deflected, the consequences would have been catastrophic. The enormous shadow, evidently displeased with the outcome of its attack, released a deafening roar, gathering yellow energy once more in its maw. Everyone scatter. Distract this behemoth. Hongdo instructed, seeking a vantage point to unleash a decisive strike. Xiaobai, retreat and provide ranged support. Xiaoenai will head to the sea. Cold June scrambled to his feet and leaped onto Xiaonie's back. With a low growl, Xiaoenai propelled them off the cliff, while Xiaobai sprinted along the shoreline, charging up the Dragoness Fury. Meanwhile, Hongdo swiftly concealed himself amidst the ruins of the lighthouse, gathering crimson energy that enveloped him. The massive shadow, observing its adversaries dispersing, found itself momentarily uncertain of whom to target. After a moment of contemplation, it chose to attack Xiaoenai, who had reached the beach, as he presented the largest target. Don't be afraid. Ride the wave. Cold June commanded from atop Xiaoenai, urging him forward. Xiaoenai halted abruptly as a giant wave surged beneath him. Standing atop the crest, he narrowly evaded the destructive beam of light, but with a resounding explosion, the wave beneath him shattered, catching both Xiaoenai and Cold June off guard as they plunged into the sea. On the shore, Xiaobai witnessed this and immediately unleashed the Dragoness Fury. Calling out anxiously to the surface, the attack struck the shadow's belly, creating a burst of sparks. Though the damage was minimal, it successfully drew the shadow's attention. With a low growl, the shadow raised its hand, electricity crackling around it, and stepped forward, delivering a powerful punch toward Xiaobai. Seeing the impending attack, Xiaobai dove into the ground in an attempt to evade, but his efforts proved in vain. The colossal shadow unleashed a thunderous punch, striking the coastline with immense force. Instantly, the ground crumbled, fissures spider-webbing across the terrain, until the entire area of the coast shattered with a resounding crash, countless fragments cascading onto the beach. With a pained cry, Xiaobai slid down with the debris. The massive shadow, having landed a hit, raised its left hand, and flames erupted around it, igniting a fiery fist aimed once more at Xiaobai, buried among the rubble. At that moment, a gigantic wave surged from the sea, crashing against the immense shadow, causing it to stagger. The fire fist veered off course, smashing into the adjacent beach and kicking up a storm of sand, instantly burying the nearby stones. The colossal shadow, perplexed, turned to see a purple Nidoking striding through the waves, with a human figure standing atop its back, none other than Lungjuan and Xiaonie, who had just fallen into the sea. Xiaonie, empowered by the strength of the earth, gazed fiercely at Xiaobai, concealed by the sand, and shouted determinately at the ground beneath. Utilizing its earth-based power, Xiaonie caused the ground beneath the colossal shadow to tremble, destabilizing its stance. Yet, to everyone's surprise, the shadow, shrouded in mist, unfurled a pair of expansive wings and, with a few powerful flaps, ascended above the surface of the sea, dispersing the surrounding fog and revealing its true form. There, hovering majestically above the water, was an extraordinarily massive dragonite, its visage twisted in fury, with eyes ablaze in a crimson hue, signaling its state of rage and utter loss of rationality. This formidable creature seemed to have been in this berserk condition long before reaching the lighthouse, its violent aura having accumulated over time, though the cause of its wrath remained a mystery. As the gigantic dragonite soared through the sky, its enormous, fiery red eyes fixated on Lungjuan, it let out a thunderous roar, gathering yellow energy once more in its maw. Just then, a furious roar erupted from the sands, and suddenly, a white figure burst forth, soaring high into the air, eclipsing the dragonite's flight. The resounding roar intertwined with potent dragon energy, forming a spectral dragon in the air before it dove fiercely downward, crashing into the back of the massive dragonite. With a cry of pain, the dragonite felt the impact, causing the energy it had been gathering to dissipate. The dragon-type energy inflicted significant damage, especially since this was the quintessential dragon move, Dragon Dive. The Dragonite, wounded, struggled to maintain control over its wings, slowly descending back towards the sea, turning to glare at the white figure on its back, reigniting its fury. A powerful whirlwind began to form as Xiaobai understood the urgency of the moment and swiftly darted into the air. Just as Xiaobai took flight, the Dragonite was suddenly enveloped in crackling yellow electricity, causing it to recoil in pain. And the partially formed whirlwind dissipated in an instant, evidence of the paralysis effect from Hongdo's earlier attack still lingering. Xiaobai, now evolved into a fierce Garchomp, stood atop Xiaomi. And Lingjuan, witnessing Xiaobai's transformation, was first taken aback, then filled with indescribable joy. In a matter of moments, Xiaobai soared beside Lingjuan, its massive head nuzzling against him in delight. Well done, Xiaobai. Our strength has increased significantly. There may yet be hope for victory in this battle. Lingjuan encouraged. Xiaobai, charge in and exploit the Dragonite's current state to drain its stamina. Nodding vigorously, Xiaobai flapped its fins and surged forth like a hurricane, swiftly reaching the Dragonite's rear. Seemingly enamored with this position, Xiaobai unleashed the dragon-shaped phantom once more, diving down with claws bared to strike the Dragonite's back. The Dragonite cried out in agony once more. However, the searing pain ignited its latent power. Its eyes, previously squeezed shut from the hurt, widened in fury, and with a fierce flap of its glowing wings. It unexpectedly struck Xiaobai, who had just ascended from its back. Disoriented, Xiaobai plummeted from the sky, only to be met by the Dragonite's massive tail, charged with blue and purple energy, which lashed out like a divine whip, sending Xiaobai hurtling through the air and crashing into the rocky coastline, leaving it gravely injured. The Dragonite, far from done, raised its right arm, summoning a surge of electricity, and hurled a devastating punch towards Xiaobai's landing spot. Xiaobai, get up! Lingjuan cried in despair, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Just moments prior, the tides had seemed favorable, but now the situation had drastically worsened. At that critical juncture, a brilliant red beam of light erupted from the ruins, crashing into the Dragonite's right shoulder with tremendous force, sending the massive creature crashing into the sea, creating a massive wave. It was an unexpected strike. From the debris emerged the exhausted Hongdo, panting and barely clinging to consciousness. In that pivotal moment, he unleashed the energy he had painstakingly gathered to save his comrade. The impact was colossal, and Lingjuan could see the blood and flesh flying from the Dragonite's shoulder. In a rush of anxiety, he ordered Xiaomi to assist. Yet, as Xiaomi began to move, a furious roar of draconic wrath erupted, striking the lighthouse ruins and obliterating them once more, leaving the ground smooth and devoid of Hongdo's presence. Staring in shock at the devastation, Lingjuan let out a heart-wrenching cry as he turned to see the massive Dragonite slowly rising, its eyes now burning with rage. Xiaomi, unleash your full strength with Thunderbolt, Lingjuan commanded, having lost all sense of composure. Deeply pained by the fate of a friend, Xiaomi recalled memories from the research institute, and with a resolute roar, unleashed an overwhelming torrent of lightning. In an instant, the surrounding coast was engulfed in electricity, striking the just-risen Dragonite with a ferocious assault that elicited a piercing wail of sorrow. Yet, Xiaomi too bore the brunt of the agony. While the ground type was typically resistant to electric attacks, being submerged in water rendered it vulnerable. The electrifying onslaught lasted mere seconds before Xiaomi succumbed to unconsciousness, sinking beneath the waves. At that moment, Lingjuan fell into the sea, the icy water jolting him awake. Spotting Xiaomi descending, he quickly dove into the water, retrieving Xiaomi's Pokeball, and resurfaced. However, just as he emerged, a massive head loomed above him, its savage gaze fixed intently on Lingjuan. Before the Dragonite opened its maw wide, gathering yellow energy rapidly, Cold June gazed expressionlessly at the massive Dragonite gathering energy. With a swift motion, he cast the treasure containing Xiaomi onto the shore, then turned back to see a bittersweet smile flicker across the colossal Dragonite's face. Wazi, it seems I cannot fulfill my promise. I am sorry. A low roar echoed as the energy reached its zenith, and a beam of yellow light shot directly towards Cold June. At that moment, both his mental and physical strength had reached their limits. As he beheld the approaching destructive ray, a hint of regret crossed his face, and he closed his eyes. Yet, just as Cold June shut his eyes, a familiar yet distant icy voice resonated in his ears. Chapter 68, Salvation. As the words from Lulu reached Cold June, a symphony of crystalline freezing sounds filled the air. The Dragonite's roar abruptly ceased, and an unbearable chill enveloped him. Instinctively, he shivered, summoning his last ounce of strength to open his eyes slightly. Before him, the once fog-shrouded and gloomy shoreline had transformed into a vast expanse of white. A figure, now magnified several times, hovered in the air, its snow-crafted wings unfurled behind it. radiating a sacred brilliance that illuminated the entire sky. The coastline had been enveloped in an icy realm, with a colossal iceberg towering over the sea, encapsulating a gigantic yellow creature within its depths. How impressive! Cold June managed to whisper, marveling at the figure above, before succumbing to unconsciousness once more. Hearing the voice behind her, Lulu glanced back slightly, her brows furrowing as she softly uttered 2 words. Fool. Time passed, and Cold June felt the warmth of sunlight on his face, gradually awakening and slowly opening his eyes. To his astonishment, everything around him was white. White walls. A white bed. Everything felt so unfamiliar. Lulu, what is happening? Where am I? In such a predicament, seeking answers from Lulu seemed prudent. However, after calling her name for a considerable time without response, a wave of confusion washed over him. Could it be that Lulu had fallen into a deep slumber? He raised his voice slightly. Lulu, are you all right? Noticing Lulu's absence from his body, a sense of alarm crept into Cold June's heart. Recalling the scene he had witnessed before losing consciousness, a troubling conclusion began to form in his mind. Could it be that something had happened to Lulu while she was saving him? Lulu, 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 enough with the noise. What are you shouting about? I went through all this trouble, and you can't let me rest? Just as despair engulfed Cold June, a familiar figure floated out from his body, pointing a finger at him with indignation. Lulu, you're safe. I was worried you had vanished due to saving me. I'm so relieved you're okay. But what is going on? Upon seeing Lulu, Cold June was initially taken aback, followed by overwhelming joy. He instinctively reached out to grab her, only to be astonished as his hands passed right through her, as if she had transformed into a ghost. Humph, stop making a fuss. Don't mind it. I'm just a bit drained of energy. This form is merely a projection of my essence. My true self is still resting. Lulu spoke nonchalantly about her ethereal state, as if discussing a trivial matter. Cold June responded, I'm so sorry for putting you through this. By the way, where am I? What about Xiao Bai and the others? Are they all right? And Hongdo? Seeing the patient attire he wore, he quickly checked his pockets, finding them empty, which sent his heart racing. He tossed aside the covers and attempted to rise, only to falter as his body felt utterly weak, nearly collapsing back onto the bed. Calm down. You are in the Pokémon Rescue Center's medical wing. You were brought here by that young boy in Jinhong. They later returned with the rescue team and saved both you and Xiao Bai. They are currently receiving treatment and should be recovering well. Now that you're awake, you can exchange some healing items for them, ensuring their full recovery. Lulu swiftly flew in front of Cold June, preventing him from getting out of bed, knowing he needed rest. And Hongdo? How is Hongdo? I remember. The memory of the lighthouse, reduced to ruins by the wrath of dragons, flooded Cold June's mind, and he felt a surge of anguish. Ah, Hongdo. Upon hearing Cold June's inquiry, Lulu's expression shifted suddenly, a look of sorrow washing over her as she sighed sadly. This, Hongdo. Seeing Lulu's demeanor confirmed Cold June's worst fears. Tears streamed down his face as he bowed his head, overwhelmed by guilt. Noticing his distress, Lulu's brows furrowed, realizing she may have gone too far. Just then, footsteps echoed in the corridor, halting right outside Cold June's room. Lulu instinctively gasped and quickly retreated into his body, creaking open. The door revealed Nurse Joy entering with a tray, neatly arranged with 5 Pokeballs. Behind her, Xiao Jinghui peeked out, his face lighting up with joy at the sight of Cold June. Mr. Cold June, you're awake. This is wonderful. Indeed, Jinghui, Nurse Joy. I apologize for causing you concern, Cold June replied, forcing a smile as he regarded them. Fantastic. Mr. Cold June, you've been unconscious for a day and a night. I'm so relieved to see you awake. By the way, here are your Pokeballs. The Pokémon inside have fully recovered and are ready to be returned to you. Nurse Joy beamed with delight as she placed the tray beside Cold June's bed. Gazing at the Pokeballs, a wave of pain washed over Cold June, his hand trembling as he reached out to touch them, tears beginning to well in his eyes. Wait, why are there 5? Cold June suddenly realized the tray held 5 Pokeballs. With urgency, he seized them and opened each one. Light burst forth in various sizes, revealing each of his companions, unscathed and present within the room. Ka, and I, Ka Wu, Rulala, Cha Bo Gue. Hongdo, how did you end up here? Cold June asked in bewilderment, spotting the large purple serpent before him. Cha. Hongdo appeared equally perplexed, tilting its head in confusion. Hee. It's all right. As long as everyone is safe, it's the best outcome. Tears of relief streamed down Cold June's cheeks, this time filled with gratitude that all were unharmed. What on earth is happening? Why is the master crying so profusely? What transpired afterward? I have no idea. I cannot recall the events that followed. Perhaps the master bumped his head and is experiencing some issues. How could that be serious? We cannot abandon treatment. How tedious. The 5 Pokémon gazed at the sorrowful figure of Long Jun sitting on the hospital bed, voicing their confusion. Chapter 69. The transformation journey of Hongdo. For the next several weeks, Long Jun remained at the rescue center undergoing rehabilitation. In truth, his injuries had healed within days, as his physical constitution far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Moreover, with the various medicines exchanged through the system, he and Xiao Bai consumed dozens of bottles of Moo Moo milk during this time, and his body had long since recovered. However, due to Zheng Hui's persistent insistence, the recovery process was unnecessarily prolonged. One morning, Long Jun sat on a bench in the rescue center's training area, watching Xiao Bai and the others engage in battle training. Observing Xiao Bai, who had evolved into a Garchomp, and glancing at Hongdo, whose body emitted a faint golden glow, he couldn't help but recall the data he had previously gathered. Xiao Bai, the Garchomp, a dragon and ground-type Pokémon, is the evolved form of the Sharpedo. It possesses a pair of enormous forefins that enable it to fly at supersonic speeds when it contracts its body and flaps its fins. The wind blades generated by its fin movements can even slice through trees along its path. Abilities: Sand Veil, Nature, Cheerful, Gender, NA, Base Stats, Total 634, HP 114. Attack 140, Defense 100, Special Attack 80, Special Defense 90, Speed 110. Moves: Tackle, Sand Attack, Dragon Rage, Sandstorm, Body Slam, Sand Tomb, Dual Chop, Cut, Dig, Dragon Dive. Inherited moves: Rock Climb. TM moves: Dragon Claw, Protect, Shadow Clone, Shadow Claw. Evaluation: an unparalleled talent and potential that transcends the limits of strength. After Xiao Bai's evolution, its power surged exponentially. Following half a month of battle training, Xiao Bai had become well acquainted with its newly evolved form. If it were to face the enormous Dragonite again, capturing Xiao Bai would not be an easy feat. While Xiao Bai's enhancement was remarkable, the most significant transformation was reserved for Hongdo. Since returning from the last battle, Hongdo's body color had gradually begun to change. Originally a deep purple, its skin now exhibited a subtle golden hue that was almost imperceptible unless observed closely. This golden tint was indeed present, and Long Jun learned the reason from Lulu. During the last battle, Hongdo had been injured by the dragon rage of the colossal Dragonite. When Lulu found it, Hongdo was severely wounded and on the brink of death. Its natural regenerative abilities were insufficient to heal the wounds, as bluish-purple dragon energy clung to the edges of the injuries, hindering its recovery. Ultimately, it was Lulu who infused Hongdo with the blood of the injured Dragonite, along with a fraction of her own power, allowing Hongdo to absorb and assimilate the dragon energy, leading to a rapid recovery of its wounds. However, this resulted in an uncertain aftermath, perhaps a positive side effect, such as the current color change and its altered attributes. Hongdo, a poison and dragon-type Pokémon, is a Cobra Pokémon with undisclosed details. Abilities: Shed Skin, Multiscale. Nature: Stubborn. Gender: NA, Base Stats, Total 550, HP 87, Attack 111, Defense 83, Special Attack 80, Special Defense 89, Speed 100. Moves: Bind, Leer, Poison Sting, Bite, Glare, Screech, Acid, Charge, Swallow, Spit Up, Acid Bomb, Mud Bomb, Gastric Acid, Dragon Rage, Dragon Dive. Inherited moves: Iron Tail, Dragon Dance. TM moves: Protect, Shadow Clone. Evaluation: an exceptional mutation occurring for unknown reasons, leading to an uncertain future. This is the current profile of Hongdo, a complete transformation. Now possessing dragon attributes within its being, dual abilities, and dual inherited moves. If others were to discover this, it would likely lead to immediate experimentation. Long Jun had been concerned about Hongdo's health, yet so far, Hongdo had not exhibited any signs of discomfort. Instead, it seemed pleased with its newfound strength. Thus, Long Jun could only observe quietly, promising to address any issues should they arise. The cause of Hongdo's mutation was likely the blood of the colossal Dragonite, combined with the mysterious power transmitted by Lulu, the consequences of which Lulu herself could not fully articulate. As for the enormous Dragonite, when Long Jun inquired about it, Lulu mentioned that she had set it free. The Dragonite appeared to have gone berserk for some reason, but was subsequently calmed by Lulu before departing with its tail between its legs. Regarding the system's previous task, the injuries inflicted on the Dragonite by Hongdo and Xiao Bai resulted in a significant amount of blood and shattered scales, thus completing the mission. Mission completed. Mysterious unknown entity rewards granted. 1,000 exchange points. Mysterious gift bag unlocked. Obtained Soothing Bell X1, Sharp Claw X1, TM Sunny Day X1. The rewards were indeed valuable and practical, but the cost incurred was excessively high. Future tasks of this nature should be approached with caution. Upon learning of this injury, Hanzi and the others nearly rushed over, but Lung Jun managed to dissuade them by repeatedly assuring them of his well-being and promising to prioritize safety, which eventually quelled their concern. Even Lulu remarked that Lung Jun had been cautioned against taking on the task, yet he insisted on proving his own strength. Now that he was injured, was he pleased with himself? Lung Jun felt a pang of guilt towards Lulu, sensing that her condition was not as stable as she claimed. It seemed her energy expenditure had been significant, and he had no idea when her true self would awaken. Lastly, some information regarding the colossal Dragonite was obtained. Dragonite, a dragon and flying-type Pokémon, is an ancient species that has survived since antiquity. Further details remain undisclosed. Abilities: multi-scale, nature, unknown, gender, and A. Base stats: moves, skill use, fire punch, thunder punch, hurricane, wing attack, Draco meteor, dragon rage, dragon tail. Other details are unclear. Inherited moves, evaluation. Incomplete data renders a full evaluation impossible, but its strength is indisputable. Capturing it is advised. A multitude of questions lingered. Despite acquiring the colossal Dragonite's blood and shattered scales, the system had yet to analyze all its data. As for the system's suggestion to capture it, Lung Jun dismissed it outright. Capturing such a creature would undoubtedly lead to financial ruin. As time passed slowly, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, causing the withered yellow foliage to dance in the wind, which carried a refreshing chill. Cold June closed his eyes, savoring the caress of the cool breeze. He tightened his coat and murmured to himself, "Time is running short. I can no longer linger here. It is time to depart." "Big brother, are you truly not going to rest a bit longer?" Xiao Jinghui hesitantly inquired, his fingers fidgeting. My body is no longer an issue. With the deadline for the Alliance Challenge registration approaching swiftly, I must hasten to obtain the remaining badges. Once I collect them all, if time permits, I shall return to see you. For now, we must part ways, but I will reach out when I can, Cold June replied with a smile, standing at the entrance of the rescue center with his backpack slung over his shoulder. "Then it's settled. Big brother, do remember to contact me. Also, I have purchased the land by the cliff on Hualan Island. I plan to rebuild a lighthouse there, where I shall reside. You must come to visit me when you have the time," Xiao Jinghui said, a wistful expression on his face. Cold June felt speechless. Marveling at the abundance of wealth in this world, such a vast piece of land was acquired so effortlessly. "Yes, I will. Well then, goodbye," he concluded as he executed a graceful turn and hopped onto the waiting speed bike, pedaling away with fervor. Chapter 70. The current state of Team Rocket indeed. Riding a bicycle is quite comfortable, Cold June exclaimed as he sped down the road. This speed bike was a gift from Xiao Jinghui, perfectly suited to his preferences, allowing Cold June to revel in his freedom and true nature. Before long, he passed by Hualan Island. Observing the remnants of ice still floating on the sea and the construction team vigorously erecting the lighthouse, he did not linger and quickly departed from the area. Cold June's destination was the fabled Koreha City, a considerable distance away. If he were to walk, it would take nearly a week to arrive. However, with the speed bike at his disposal, he soared along the route, crossing mountains, forests, and rivers. After 3 days of cycling and camping under the stars for 2 nights, Cold June finally reached Koreha City. His body was coated in dust, reflecting fatigue, but he pressed on to the Pokémon Rescue Center. He entrusted his Pokémon to Nurse Joy, received his room key, and hurriedly returned to his room. After a refreshing shower and changing into clean clothes, he collapsed onto his bed, surrendering to a blissful sleep as the sun dipped below the horizon. The following morning, Cold June indulged in a rare lazy morning. After completing his morning routine, he went downstairs to retrieve his Pokeballs from Nurse Joy. Just as he prepared to leave, she called him over and handed him a note. Upon reading the note, he discovered a message urging a prompt response, bearing the contact number of Sakamoto, the gym leader of Shurjian City. Has Sakamoto truly become the gym leader? How impressive, Cold June mused. He thanked Nurse Joy and exited the center. Finding a secluded communication device, he dialed the number listed in the note. "Hello, is this Cold June?" Sakamoto's voice resonated from the other end after a single beep. The screen flickered to life, revealing Sakamoto elegantly seated in an executive chair, clad in formal attire, while a beautifully furred Meowth slept beside him. The familiar sight nearly caused Cold June to leap for joy, though the incongruity of Sakamoto's flowing hair tempered his excitement. "It's been a while, Sakamoto. What brings you to contact me? Is it to celebrate your new position as gym leader?" Cold June laughed, addressing Sakamoto on the screen. "Oh, it's merely a trivial matter. I became the gym leader of Shurjian City a fortnight ago, but that is not why I reached out. I wanted to inform you of another development," Sakamoto replied with a casual smile, his demeanor suggesting that it was nothing critical. Curiosity piqued, Cold June asked, "What is it? Is it something more significant than your gym leader status?" "The matter at hand is that Team Rocket has officially been established and everything is running smoothly. The evolution stones you provided have been sold through various channels, and we are actively recruiting talented individuals. I felt it necessary to share this news with you. As you are one of the founders of Team Rocket," Sakamoto explained, his enthusiasm palpable. "Really? That was remarkably swift. Sakamoto, you have proven yourself competent in this endeavor. With you leading Team Rocket, I can rest easy," Cold June remarked, his eyes bright with admiration for Sakamoto's rapid progress. "Indeed. By the way, could you provide me with an address? Wait a couple of days and do not move. I will have Shinji send something your way," Sakamoto instructed. "What is it? Is it something important?" Cold June asked, puzzled. "Quite significant. So please wait a few days," Sakamoto replied mysteriously. "All right then, I am currently in Korea City, preparing to challenge the local gym. I plan to stay here for a couple of days, so have Shinji hurry." "I won't wait indefinitely," Cold June said thoughtfully, nodding. "He won't take long. I will send him out immediately. He should arrive shortly," Sakamoto assured him. "Understood. I will await his arrival," Cold June responded. "That is all for now. If anything urgent arises, I will contact you. You may continue with your affairs," Sakamoto said before abruptly placing a hand to his ear, as if receiving some news. After responding briefly, he bid Cold June farewell. "Don't worry about me. I will reach out if anything comes up." "Goodbye," Cold June said, signaling the end of the call. It seems Sakamoto was quite busy lately, but those who are capable often bear the brunt of labor. Things would surely improve in time. Speaking of which, Team Rocket was in dire need of personnel, not only trainers, but also researchers. Cold June pondered whether Xiao Jinghui might be interested in joining. This could indeed be a promising venture. The original data for the Pokémon storage and transmission systems were available for exchange, albeit at a steep price. Nonetheless, he could manage it. When Shinji arrived, he could hand over the data for Sakamoto and also ask Sakamoto to invite Jinghui to join. The prospect excited Cold June, as he eagerly anticipated Shinji's swift arrival. As noon approached, Long Jun finished his lunch and inquired about the location of the Withered Leaf Dojo before making his way there. Soon, he discovered the dojo, which boasted a stern architectural style that exuded a strong military aura. Upon entering, he was greeted by a number of robust men and women engaged in physical training, each exhibiting a distinct military demeanor, clearly indicative of their past service. "Greetings, I am Lung Jun, here to challenge the dojo. Is the dojo master available for a battle?" Lung Jun stated straightforwardly, influenced by the martial spirit around him, feeling a surge of excitement even before the fight commenced. The practitioners paused their training, smiling warmly at him, their amiable expressions contrasting sharply with their earlier rigorous demeanor. "Ah, young brother, so you are here for a dojo challenge. Quite bold of you. We are rooting for you. Do teach our dojo master a lesson, as he has been rather stingy with our meals lately," a burly man remarked with a chuckle. This elicited hearty laughter from both Lung Jun and the others, instantly bridging their rapport. "Oh, Roxanne, are you implying that our dojo's food is unappetizing? Hence your plan to skip dinner tonight?" Just then, a commanding voice resonated from the depths of the dojo. A tall youth, donning sunglasses, emerged from the shadows. Clad in military-style pants and a tank top, a dog tag hanging around his neck, his spiky blonde hair set against a slight smile as he approached Lung Jun, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. "Captain, you must have misheard. I never said such a thing," Roxanne protested quickly. "Humph, go run 5 kilometers with a weight pack. Don't return until you finish," the blonde-haired youth ordered. "Yes, Sir." Roxanne stood at attention, a pained expression on his face as he dashed off, leaving behind a chorus of laughter. "Apologies for the interruption. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Majishir, the dojo trainer of the Withered Leaf Dojo. This is an electric-type dojo, and I hope you are prepared for the challenge ahead," the blonde-haired trainer said, turning to Lung Jun. Lung Jun, observing this young yet accomplished trainer, felt a flicker of admiration and responded with a smile. "Hello, I am the challenger, Lang Jun. I sincerely appreciate your acceptance of my challenge. However, I would like to make a request. I wish to battle your strongest Pokémon, if you would be so kind." Chapter 71. The Battle of the Withered Leaf. "I wish to witness your true strength, Dojo Master." Upon hearing Lung Jun's words, the dojo fell silent, all eyes on him in astonishment. Majishir paused, then crossed his arms with a slight smile. "Ah, it seems you possess great confidence in your abilities. Are you certain you want me to unleash my full power?" Lung Jun nodded, revealing his badge collection from within his coat. "This is not mere bravado. I have earned 3 badges through arduous battles. While they were challenging, they did not exceed my expectations. Moreover, I have experienced significant growth recently and now yearn for a formidable opponent to further my progress, Long Jun stated earnestly. Majishur scoffed at first, then proclaimed loudly. The Tokuwa, Nibi, and Hanlon dojos are, in my eyes, hardly worthy adversaries. The Tokuwa dojo's so-called elite are nothing but impostors. Even against the type-advantageous Nibi dojo, I hold no fear. Please do not conflate them with my prowess. However, since this is your request, I shall oblige. But be forewarned. I will fight with all my strength. Should you falter, I will not hold back in future encounters. Of course, Lung Jun replied, brimming with confidence. Dalu, prepare the battle arena. Majishur commanded. Yes, sir. A dark-skinned giant responded loudly. Before long, the battle arena was set, a simple plot of land marked with white lines. Designated as the Withered Leaf Dojo's battleground. Lung Jun took his position, gazing across at Majishur. The latter retrieved a Pokeball from his pocket and casually tossed it into the air, summoning a Raichu onto the field. Raichu? Lung Jun furrowed his brow in confusion. Questioning, isn't that an Electabuzz? Or is this Raichu truly your ace? Majishur was taken aback, pondering how Lang Jun knew of his Electabuzz, which he had not used in battles since becoming dojo master. Electabuzz is not with me. This Raichu is a powerful warrior, equal to it. Underestimating it would be a grave mistake, he asserted, masking his surprise. Very well, it seems we have no other choice, Lung Jun mused. Slightly disappointed, but knowing he must proceed. He reached for his Pokeballs, but Majishur interjected. Choose your Pokemon wisely. The rules of the Withered Leaf Dojo dictate a one-on-one battle. Victory is absolute, and there is no room for regret. Choose your warrior carefully. Lung Jun nodded, contemplating his choices. Since his ground types, Xiaobai and Xiaoanai, would be unfair advantages, and the high level of Jin Hong was too overwhelming. He decided on Hong Do. It would be a perfect opportunity to gauge Hong Do's current capabilities. Very well, I choose you, Hong Do. Show your strength. With that, Long Jun released his Pokeball, and a light enveloped the battlefield, revealing a large, serpentine creature, its body a blend of pale purple and yellow hues. Intimidating Raichu with its imposing presence. With both Pokemon now on the field, the battle commenced. A dark-skinned man stood as the referee, while the others watched intently. Electricity is the romance of a man, Majishur shouted, as Raichu launched an electric attack without hesitation, embodying the military discipline that defined him. Raichu, the electric type, leapt forward, surging toward Hong Do, electricity crackling around its body. Hong Do, don't let it get close. Use Mud Bomb. Lung Jun, seasoned from battles, remained calm and composed. At his command, Hong Do swiftly twisted its body, opening its mouth wide to unleash a barrage of earthy projectiles toward Raichu. Avoiding section reading 40 in the world of Pokémon, the atmosphere was tense. The electric spirit, with its serious demeanor, exhibited an intense focus, making it difficult to discern its thoughts. As the mud bomb approached, the electric spirit executed a sudden acceleration, transforming into a flash of lightning. Narrowly evading the mud bomb before dashing towards the red bean, the bomb struck the ground, erupting into a cloud of dust. The piercing sound from the red bean disrupted its advance. Suddenly, a shrill noise erupted from the red bean's mouth, causing the electric spirit to wince in pain, its speed diminishing in an instant. However, the electric spirit summoned its training spirit, using its needle attack to interrupt the red bean's onslaught. Observing this, the trainer, Majishur, quickly assessed the situation. Upon hearing its master's command, the electric spirit's expression hardened. Its once fluffy body seemed to swell momentarily, and with a vigorous shake of its spiky fur, countless white needles shot forth, striking the red bean and producing a series of crisp sounds as they fell to the ground. Though the needles failed to inflict any damage, they successfully interrupted the red bean's continued cries. Such formidable defense. No wonder it was so arrogant earlier. It appears your main Pokémon has been well trained. Majishur remarked seriously as he surveyed the fallen needles. Cold June, on the other hand, remained speechless, knowing that revealing he had refrained from sending out his Pokémon out of consideration for Majishur might lead to trouble. With the electric spirit unable to approach, Majishur quickly shifted strategies, opting for a long-range attack using thunder. The electric spirit leapt back, letting out a mighty cry as dark clouds gathered above the battlefield. Wild currents of electricity coursing through them. Cold June recognized the moment the opponent began to charge a powerful move and wasted no time in issuing a command to interrupt it. Understanding its trainer's intent, the red bean unleashed a barrage of poison needles, which rained down upon the electric spirit. Do not fear. Endure it and use thunder to finish it off, Majishur encouraged, confident in the electric spirit's stamina to withstand this wave of poison needles, believing victory would soon follow. The electric spirit braced itself, gathering lightning despite its body beginning to show signs of poisoning. Even as its form darkened, the electric spirit remained resolute. Well done. Now is the time for a thunderstrike. Majishar shouted, excitement coursing through him. With a powerful roar, the electric spirit unleashed a thick bolt of lightning from the clouds above, charging straight towards the red bean. A smile crept onto Majishar's face as he envisioned victory. However, at a critical moment, Cold June issued another command to the red bean. The red bean curled into a defensive position, summoning a shimmering green shield just as the massive bolt of lightning struck. The shield absorbed the blow, and the impact sent up a cloud of dust that obscured the battlefield. Has it ended? Wondered the referee, a dark-skinned man, gazing in confusion at the dissipating storm above, unsure of what had transpired. Just then, Cold June commanded, Red Bean, unleash the mud bomb. Majishar's heart raced as he shouted, be careful. The battle is not over. As soon as he spoke, a yellow mud bomb erupted from the dust, speeding towards the electric spirit. Evade! Majishar cried, urging the electric spirit to dodge the attack. Yet, just as it attempted to leap away, the effects of the poison intensified, causing its legs to falter. It was unable to escape in time and was struck directly by the mud bomb, resulting in a resounding explosion and a plume of dust rising into the arena. Majishar could scarcely believe his eyes. Without hesitating, he dashed into the cloud, emerging moments later with his electric spirit, now unable to battle, cradled in his arms. The electric spirit has lost its fighting capability. The winner is the challenger, the referee announced, momentarily stunned by the outcome. Come back, Red Bean. You did well. Cold June praised, returning the red bean to its pock ball, which trembled with joy. Clearly, the battle had been a delightful experience for the red bean. Majishar also recalled his electric spirit, handing it to an assistant for treatment before turning to Cold June. You performed admirably. Your strength is undeniable. I underestimated you. Here is proof of your victory at the Leaf Gym, the orange badge. Majishar, exhibiting grace and defeat, presented the orange badge with a smile. Cold June received it ceremoniously, expressing his anticipation for a future battle against the gym leader's Electabuzz. With determination, there will be a day for that. Majishar laughed heartily in response to Cold June's words. Having triumphed at the Leaf Gym, Cold June received the orange badge and a reward. Task: challenge the pinnacle of the Kanto Gym, complete and receive the Leaf badge. Reward issued: 500 exchange points, TM for the move reversal. Hidden achievement task: awakening blood. Defeating the Leaf Gym grants a fragment of the Leaf Gym and 500 exchange points. Current fragments owned: Johto Gym Fragment, Pewter Gym Fragment, Cerulean Gym Fragment, Leaf Gym Fragment. Another 1,000 exchange points acquired. This timely windfall allowed Cold June to consider redeeming the original data for the Pokémon storage system and the Pokémon transfer system, each costing 2,000 points. After completing the exchanges, Cold June found himself nearly broke, eagerly anticipating his next gym challenge. Not only for the rewards, but also to earn some extra income along the way. Yet, he could not proceed, having spent 2 days wandering Leaf City, and now, in search of experienced Pokémon, he found himself bored. With a flawless record, Cold June noticed fewer trainers dared to showcase their Pokémon in the streets, fearful of being dragged into a battle with the rumored battle fanatic roaming the city. So dull. Morning, where are you? Are you stuck in traffic? Cold June lamented, slumped in a chair at the rescue center, endlessly murmuring the name of his friend. At long last, Lung June found you. Just when he was feeling utterly bored, a familiar voice finally reached him from behind. Chinji, you have finally arrived. Lung June turned around with a weary expression, addressing Chinji in a half-hearted manner. What's wrong with you, Lung June? Chinji, who had initially approached with a bright smile, was now puzzled by Lung June's demeanor. He sat across from him and continued, It's not every day we get to see each other. Why this lackluster reaction? With a slight lift of his eyelids, Lung June cast a disdainful glance at Chinji. It's because of you. Delivering something took you so long. I've waited for 2 whole days. Even a good person like me can be worn out by your tardiness. Chinji, upon hearing this, wore an expression of exasperation. You should be grateful. I rushed from so far away, and it took me 2 days to get here. I haven't even asked you for any compensation for my efforts. And yet you complain about my speed. Humph. I've brought what I came for, so hurry up and sign for it. I have to return and report back. The headquarters has just been established, and there is much to attend to. With that, Chinji retrieved a small elongated box from behind him and placed it in front of Lung June. A spark of interest flickered in Lung June's eyes as he rose to open the box, only to be restrained by Chinji's hand. You should open it in your room. If someone else sees it, it could lead to misunderstandings, Chinji said with an enigmatic smile, furrowing his brows. Lung June's curiosity about the contents of the box intensified. Was it something dangerous that might cause issues if seen by others? Nevertheless, he refrained from asking further and instead pulled out a small box from his backpack, pushing it toward Shinji. What do you mean by this? Do you think I, Shinji, am someone who would demand a reward just for delivering something? Shinji looked at the box with a sudden change in expression, adopting a serious demeanor. Lung Jun replied, Humph, am I the kind of person who covets small gains from others? However, since this is your sincere gesture, I shall shamelessly accept it. Shinji's expression transformed within moments, his true nature surfacing, as he grinned and took the box. This box isn't for you, he declared. Defeated by Shinji's audacity, Lung Jun continued, if it's not for me, then why place it in front of me? Shinji, feeling a bit embarrassed, started to take the box back, but Lung Jun stopped him. No need to take it back. This is a gift for Boss Sakaki. Just deliver this box to him. Inside are 2 crucial research documents that must not be lost. They are essential for our organization's future development. Additionally, there's a letter of introduction for a young man named Zheng Hui, an outstanding researcher who will greatly benefit our organization. When you meet him, be sure to treat him with respect and avoid any confrontation. Lung Jun imparted these instructions with utmost seriousness. Hearing this, Shinji's light-hearted demeanor vanished, replaced by a grave expression. What kind of documents are they? Are they really that crucial? Why does Brother Lung Jun value this Zheng Hui so highly? Lung Jun shook his head. The documents are indeed of great importance, but you wouldn't understand even if I explained. Just ensure they reach Boss Sakaki. As for Zheng Hui, I consider him a brother. I quite like this young man. He possesses ambition and a sense of responsibility, making him an excellent choice for our organization. Very well. I want to pry further. Brother Lung Jun, rest assured, I will safely return with the documents, Shinji vowed, securing the box close to him. There's no need to be so tense. It's not a dire matter. Seeing you so anxious, one might think someone would ambush you for it, Lung Jun jested. However, Shinji remained serious, offering no retort. Surprised, Lung Jun inquired, what's wrong? Were you attacked on your way here? Shinji shook his head slightly, a hint of worry and anger flashing in his eyes. No need for jokes. I am genuinely concerned. Do you remember the poaching groups we captured last time? Lung Jun nodded, recalling that they had recently apprehended another batch in Moonview Mountain. According to our intel, these poaching groups are still committing crimes with impunity. Their organization, known as the Hunting Group, specializes in the illegal capture and sale of Pokémon. Their influence is vast, extending far beyond just Kanto. By the way, Brother Lung Jun, is your next destination Ziyuan City? After detailing the situation, Shinji posed a question. I plan to challenge the Goldenrod Gym next, which is quite close to Ziyuan Town. Is there an issue in Ziyuan Town? Lung Jun asked, furrowing his brow in confusion. Shinji's expression darkened slightly as he replied. Based on our intelligence, the headquarters of the hunting group is likely located in Ziyuan Town. Therefore, Brother Lung Jun, if you have no pressing matters, it would be wise to avoid Ziyuan Town to prevent unnecessary trouble. Lung Jun's brow furrowed, a bitter smile forming on his lips. If Shinji hadn't mentioned it, he might not have given it a second thought. Now that he was aware, ignoring it would be impossible. He resolved to be cautious and avoid significant trouble. I understand. I will be careful. However, if the opportunity arises, I shall still investigate. But you needn't worry. I will ensure my safety, Lung Jun declared without concealment, openly informing Shinji of his potential visit to Ziyuan Town. Shinji's expression tightened, knowing that he could not control Lung Jun's decisions and refrained from further discussion on the matter. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, urging Lung Jun to remain safe, Shinji departed swiftly. Lung Jun then embraced the box and returned to his room. Chapter 73, Arrival at Goldenrod City. Upon returning to his room, Lung Jun, filled with curiosity, opened the box. His eyelids twitched at the sight of its contents. At the top lay a black hole half mask and a white hole badge, beneath which was a neatly folded dark red cloak, black on the outside and red on the inside, resembling a vampire's attire at first glance. Lung Jun covered his face with his hands, having anticipated various possibilities for the contents of the box, including the notion that it might contain weaponry. Yet, who would have imagined that after such a grand delivery and a 2-day wait, he would receive such an item? Slowly, he lifted the black hole mask and gently placed it on his face. It fit perfectly, as if custom-tailored for him. He donned the cloak, the collar fastening securely, though it felt slightly oversized, nearly enveloping him entirely, leaving only a narrow gap in the front for ease of movement. Regardless, it still looked quite striking. Finally, he pinned the white hole badge to his chest and straightened his posture, striking a bold pose as he gazed at his reflection in the mirror. Yet, within 5 seconds, Lung Jun found himself crouched on the floor, hands covering his face, his cheeks flushed bright red. Haskasi's next destination is the Golden City, home to the Golden Gym. Between the Golden City and the Withered Leaf Town lies a not-so-distant Route 6. If he rides his sonic bicycle, he should reach there swiftly. With the presence of Little Silver, dealing with the psychic-type Golden Gym should pose no challenge. Following this, he plans to visit Zun Town, as he has a particular fondness for ghost-type Pokémon. If given the chance, capturing one would be a delightful choice. After lunch, Haskasi packed his belongings and mounted his sonic bicycle, heading north along Route 6. After riding for most of the day, he arrived in Golden City just after sunset. Upon entering the city, Haskasi noticed its unique charm. The streets were teeming with an odd assortment of individuals, each showcasing bizarre performances at eclectic nightclubs and stalls. Some were demonstrating their psychic abilities. One person concentrated intently, bending a spoon with sheer willpower, while another floated effortlessly in a meditative posture. And yet another manipulated spheres that orbited around them in a rhythmic dance. It was astonishing to witness such displays of psychic prowess. The realization that humanity could harness such power was truly remarkable. Haskasi watched in awe at the various talents exhibited along the streets, exclaiming, "These are merely trivial feats. True psychic abilities encompass far more than these mundane displays." Suddenly, a hearty voice echoed from behind him, startling Haskasi into a reflexive jump. His sonic bicycle toppled to the side as he turned cautiously to see a tall man who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. "Haha, young man. There's no need to be alarmed. You must be new to Golden City, which explains your fascination with the street performances." The man laughed warmly. Realizing the man bore no ill intentions, Haskasi sheepishly nodded and returned to upright his bicycle. "Hello, I'm Haskasi from Musera Town. This is indeed my first visit to Golden City, and I'm here to challenge the Golden Gym. If you know anything about it, could you kindly share?" "Uncle, do I really look that old?" The tall man feigned a dramatic reaction. His demeanor suddenly deflated as he leaned slightly. Are you all right?" Haskasi inquired, perplexed by the man's sudden change in mood. "I'm fine. I see you wish to challenge the Golden Gym. Haha, how fortuitous. My name is Araki Akiyoshi, the current gym leader of the Golden Gym." "Surprised, are you?" he exclaimed, placing a friendly hand on Haskasi's shoulder after revealing his identity. "Wow, what a coincidence. I never expected to meet the gym leader upon entering Golden City. I must be quite lucky," Haskasi remarked, taken aback. "Indeed, it is quite a coincidence. You haven't secured a place to stay tonight, have you? If you don't mind, you could rest at my gym. After you've recharged, we can arrange a battle tomorrow," Araki Akiyoshi suggested, standing tall with satisfaction at Haskasi's reaction. That might be inappropriate. I can stay at the Pokémon Center tonight," Haskasi replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed by Araki's overwhelming hospitality. "Nonsense. As a challenger to the Golden Gym, it is my duty to take care of you. This is the responsibility of a senior and elder. Besides, I assume you haven't had dinner yet? Dinner should be ready at home by now. Let us head back," Araki Akiyoshi insisted, visibly displeased by Haskasi's refusal. In a swift motion, he patted Haskasi on the shoulder, and in an instant, they, along with the bicycle, vanished from the roadside. Haskasi stood in shock, witnessing the transformation of his surroundings from the dimly lit street to a lavish estate. Before him stood a grand villa, illuminated by bright lights. It suddenly dawned on him. My goodness, what just happened? Could this be the legendary instant teleportation? Is this even humanly possible? Ha ha ha. Welcome to my home, the Golden Gym. Hurry. Don't dawdle. You can leave your bicycle here. No one will touch it. Dinner is about to be served, and if we don't hurry, my wife and daughter will be waiting anxiously, Araki Akiyoshi urged, sensing Haskasi's astonishment and prompting him to enter the house. Haskasi was led into the villa's dining room, where a table was laden with an array of delectable dishes, clearly prepared with care. A beautiful woman and an adorable little girl awaited by the table. Upon hearing Araki Akiyoshi's entrance, the woman rose and, upon seeing Haskasi, smiled warmly and set another pair of chopsticks on the table. Meanwhile, the little girl merely clutched 2 spoons, fixated on them intently. "Ha, young Haskasi, you are in for a treat tonight. Come, sit down and savor my wife's exquisite cooking." "Ah, Naz, you know you shouldn't play with spoons during dinner. You'll end up breaking them," Araki Akiyoshi playfully chided, guiding Haskasi to a seat before magically retrieving the spoons from the little girl's grasp. Unfazed, she picked up another utensil and began to eat heartily. Haskasi, still reeling from the earlier events, couldn't help but be astonished by the little girl's demeanor, unaware that she was destined to be known as the Psychic Girl or the Psychic Queen, Naz. Chapter 74, Battle with a Psychic Adversary After a Delightful Dinner. Haskasi retired to the guest room prepared by Araki Akiyoshi's wife, hoping to bond with little Naz. However, Naz appeared indifferent to him. leaving Hazkasi feeling somewhat disheartened. Early the next morning, Hazkasi awoke and greeted Araki Akiyoshi's wife, who was busy preparing breakfast. He then took his cherished Pokeballs to the battle arena at the Golden Gym for some training. Araki Akiyoshi had informed him of this location. Before long, Araki Akiyoshi appeared at the edge of the arena, his expression transforming into one of surprise as he observed Hazkasi's formidable lineup of Pokémon. After Hazkasi concluded his training session, he shared a hearty breakfast with his Pokémon, who were now brimming with energy, clearly eager for an exhilarating battle. Araki Akiyoshi, pleased with Hazkasi's resolve, quickly arranged the arena for the upcoming match. It was too long before someone arrived to inform Hazkasi that he was ready to battle. Upon arriving at the battleground, one finds themselves within a beautifully constructed arena housed within a building, adorned with exquisitely crafted wooden flooring, a clear testament to opulence. "Welcome," Araki Akiyoto proclaimed, standing confidently across the arena with his hands clasped behind his back. "Yes, I look forward to your guidance," replied Ling Jun, equally vociferous. "Haha. Guidance is hardly necessary. I observed your Pokémon this morning, and they are splendidly trained. I have little to teach you, so let us both give our utmost," Araki Akiyoto declared with a grin. Ling Jun nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further comment. "Very well, let me outline the rules of the Golden Dawn Gym. In our matches, the gym trainer may only use one Pokémon, while the challenger is permitted to use two and can freely switch between them until one side's Pokémon is rendered unable to battle," Araki Akiyoto articulated smoothly, detailing the regulations of his gym. "What does this imply? Do you underestimate me?" Ling Jun's displeasure was palpable upon learning he could face a 2-to-1 scenario. "Haha, this is not a matter of underestimating anyone. Once we commence battle, you shall quickly realize that you have not gained any advantage," Araki Akiyoto said with a beaming smile. Subsequently tossing a Pokeball into the arena, a flash of light revealed a humanoid Pokémon, green and white in hue. "Ah, it's Galade," Ling Jun recognized instantly. This was the evolved form of Kirlia, achieved through the use of a Dawnstone. Ling Jun was taken aback that Araki Akiyoto would choose Galade for this duel, as it countered his initial intention to send out his own Pokémon, Xiaoyin, whose dark type was weak against Galade's fighting type. After deliberation, Ling Jun finally retrieved a Pokeball and cast it into the arena, whereupon a flash of light announced the arrival of Xiaobai, who let out a jubilant roar towards the sky. A different-colored Garchomp. "This will indeed be a formidable opponent. Having seen your lineup this morning, I understand that you are a remarkably strong trainer, which is why I have chosen my reliable partner to ensure I do not suffer a humiliating defeat," Araki Akiyoto stated with confidence, though his words hinted at his belief in an inevitable victory. "Fear not, Uncle Araki, I shall show you a modicum of mercy," Ling Jun jested in response to Araki Akiyoto's bravado. "Excellent, I am eagerly anticipating this battle. Referee, begin," Araki Akiyoto commanded. "The Golden Dawn Gym Badge Challenge commences now," the referee announced loudly. "Galade, use Psychic. Xiaobai, summon a Sandstorm." The commands were given almost simultaneously, as Galade's eyes gleamed and invisible psychic waves surged forth, while Xiaobai let out a fierce roar, enveloping the arena in a tumultuous sandstorm, obscuring the visibility of Galade. In the midst of the storm, Xiaobai advanced with Dragon Claw. Within the swirling sands, it became Xiaobai's domain. Ling Jun commanded Xiaobai, who responded with a knowing growl before charging toward Galade. Sensing the imminent attack, Galade swiftly prepared to defend with Swords Dance. Despite the sandstorm obscuring his vision, Araki Akiyoto relied on sound to assess the situation. Upon hearing Ling Jun's attack command, he quickly formulated a response. Amidst the sandstorm, a white silhouette darted toward Galade, maneuvering behind it and unleashing a powerful strike infused with blue-purple dragon energy. Just as Galade, momentarily blinded by the sandstorm, opened its eyes, it began to spin counterclockwise at an ever-increasing velocity, generating a small whirlwind that dispelled the surrounding sandstorm. Xiaobai's Dragon Claw was forcefully deflected by Galade's spinning defense, leaving Xiaobai bewildered, as if questioning the nature of its own attack. Now Galade, engage in close combat. Araki Akiyoto seized the opportunity as Xiaobai seemed distracted. Galade halted its rotation and advanced rapidly, delivering a flurry of powerful punches. Xiaobai braced itself to defend against the onslaught in the blink of an eye. Galade closed the distance, and the ferocity of its close-range combat was undeniable. It was prudent for Xiaobai to defend. With a resounding roar, Xiaobai evaded several punches, then unleashed a protective barrier. Galade's subsequent strikes met the barrier with force, reverberating through the arena. Is Garchomp capable of using Protect? How peculiar, Araki Akiyoto mused, perplexed, but quickly dismissed it and urged Galade to continue its assault. Xiaobai, use Sand Tomb, Ling Jun commanded, recognizing the need for a counterattack. Xiaobai first utilized its fins to block Galad's slashes, then, with a low growl, conjured a swirling vortex of sand. Galade retreated, its offensive momentum disrupted. Once the sand tomb was fully formed, Xiaobai bellowed again, causing the vortex to spiral toward Galade, sealing its escape routes. Galade would be forced to endure this attack. However, Araki Akioto wore a knowing smile, and his eyes glimmered with a deep blue light as a powerful psychic energy radiated from him, enhancing Galad's capabilities. Galade, use Psycho Cut. Araki Akioto commanded, his voice low yet resolute. With a fierce declaration, Galade swung its arm blades, unleashing a massive arc of purple-red energy that cleaved through the sand tomb, continuing its trajectory toward Xiaobai. Xiaobai, realizing its sand tomb had been decisively shattered, was taken aback. Yet, with resolve in its eyes, it stepped forward, determined to withstand Galade's Psycho Cut. With a sharp clang, Xiaobai braced against the attack, digging its feet into the floor, leaving deep fissures in its wake. As it felt the force of the attack threatening to push it off the platform, Xiaobai glared defiantly, grounding itself. With a fierce roar, it crossed its fins like a pair of scissors, unleashing a tremendous force that fragmented the Psycho Cut into scintillating shards. Ah, I see now. No wonder the Golden Dawn gym allows 2 against 1. It appears Araki has a hidden advantage, psychic enhancement combined with his Pokémon to amplify their combat prowess. Quite impressive, Long Jun contemplated, recalling a similar technique employed by a character in an anime he had once watched. Today, witnessing its efficacy firsthand, he acknowledged its extraordinary power. Haha, Long Jun. Your insight is remarkable. You immediately discern my actions. Now, with the enhanced combat prowess of my Alakazam, my abilities have ascended to unprecedented levels. Are you aware of our might now? Araki Akioto, sensing his advantage, wore an expression of arrogance as he laughed heartily at Long Jun. Long Jun smiled and glanced at the opposing Xiaobai. After several rounds of combat, Xiaobai and Alakazam had exchanged positions, and with a subtle nod, a silent understanding passed between them. Xiaobai promptly opened his arms, stretching his body, the sound of cracking bones echoing through the air. His already towering physique seemed to grow even taller, and an aura of intensity began to emanate from him. Alakazam's current strength was now formidable enough to be taken seriously. Xiaobai had completed his warm-up. It was time for the real battle to commence. Long Jun said to Araki Akioto with a smile, I concede. This differently colored Garchomp possesses commendable strength, but to suggest that was merely a warm-up. Araki Akioto's face registered disbelief. Just as he began to speak to Long Jun, he was taken aback as Xiaobai, who had been standing not far from him, vanished from sight. Before he could process this, a sound akin to clashing blades reached his ears, followed by a familiar cry of pain, as a white and green figure was hurled toward him, crashing heavily onto the ground. What? Alakazam? How is this possible? Araki Akioto gazed in astonishment at Alakazam, who was struggling to rise from the ground, while Xiaobai, now standing before Long Jun, bore a look of shock. Does Master Araki still believe I am merely boasting? Or perhaps you failed to see clearly earlier? Xiaobai, Shadow Claw, Long Jun said with a slight smile, extending his hand to command Xiaobai to attack. Crack! Xiaobai extended his fins, summoning a dark energy that coalesced into massive claws, and with a swift movement, he vanished from sight. Upon witnessing Xiaobai's disappearance, Araki Akioto was alarmed and shouted, Defend! Alakazam, having just regained his footing, instinctively assumed a defensive posture, a green shield materializing around him. In an instant, 2 shadow claws crashed down upon the shield, shattering it and the claws in a burst of energy. Xiaobai leapt backward, while Alakazam staggered, exhaustion evident on his face. Realizing Alakazam's stamina had waned significantly, Araki Akioto understood that they could not afford to prolong this battle. He accelerated the infusion of his psychic powers into Alakazam, who responded with renewed vigor. Alakazam, strike swiftly with Leaf Storm, Araki commanded. Alakazam swiftly unleashed 2 glowing green leaves that hurtled towards Xiaobai. And now, Dance of Swords. With a flick of his wrist, Araki Akioto commanded Alakazam to spin rapidly, augmenting his attack power. Xiaobai, seeing the leaves approach, smirked disdainfully, clearly unimpressed by their speed. With his own velocity now unleashed, he believed he could not be struck. Do not underestimate them, Long Jun admonished. Though Xiaobai was puzzled by Long Jun's cautious demeanor, he complied with the command. His fins glimmered as they sliced through the air, and before the leaves could draw near, they were reduced to mere fragments. Seeing the leaves obliterated, Xiaobai felt a surge of pride, ready to boast, when suddenly, the shattered leaf fragments were enveloped in a layer of blue energy. In a startling turn, the fragments surged upward, striking Xiaobai unexpectedly. Roar! Momentarily caught off guard, Xiaobai sustained a minor injury, a slight scratch across his chest. Though it was inconsequential, it ignited his fury. I warned you not to underestimate them. Now you've learned your lesson. This is a gym battle. Take it seriously. Those leaves likely carried psychic energy, proving to be a formidable adversary. Lung Jun sighed softly. Xiaobai, feeling aggrieved, cast a glance back at Lung Jun, then fixed a cold stare at Alakazam, contemplating how he might avenge himself and restore his pride. Enough hesitation. Charge forth with Shadow Claw. Xiaobai, fueled by anger, swiftly lunged at Alakazam, claws poised for attack. Huh, you fell for it. Araki Akioto, seeing Xiaobai rush forward, smiled and immediately issued a command. As soon as he spoke, Alakazam vanished from sight. Xiaobai, realizing his target had disappeared, hesitated for a moment, only to hear a rush of air behind him, followed by the sound of slicing through the air. Counterattack. Lung Jun commanded, keenly aware of the battle's dynamics. Sensing the incoming attack, Xiaobai surged forward, extending his fins like wings, and with a slight movement, soared into the sky, narrowly evading Alakazam's leaf blade. His streamlined form twisted in the air before plunging downward. Alakazam, use Shadow Clone. Araki Akioto, witnessing his strategy falter, quickly commanded Alakazam to evade. Alakazam leapt backward, creating multiple illusory clones that rapidly spread across the battlefield. Xiaobai, prepared to launch his attack, halted abruptly, staring gravely at the multitude of illusions. Sandstorm, then Dragon Dive. Lung Jun devised another strategy. Xiaobai nodded slightly in understanding, then emitted a low growl as a swirling tempest of sand engulfed the field. The illusions were swiftly consumed by the storm, leaving only Alakazam's true form standing amidst the chaos. Roar. Upon spotting Alakazam, Xiaobai seized the opportunity, unleashing a surge of dragon energy that coalesced into the shape of a dragon, diving headlong toward Alakazam. Alakazam, brace yourself. Araki Akioto, realizing there was no escape, ordered a defensive stance. However, it appeared that Araki had forgotten that Alakazam was still within the sandstorm. Just as Alakazam attempted to raise a shield, the tempest intensified, destabilizing him. The protective barrier never materialized, and Xiaobai's dragon dive descended upon him. With a thunderous crash, the battlefield was cleared of the storm, revealing Alakazam, now devoid of combat capability, lying in the center. Xiaobai raised his fins in victory, roaring triumphantly. Chapter 76. Night exploration of the Spirit Bone Tower. With the battle at the Golden Gym concluded, Araki Akioto presented Lung Jun with the Golden Badge, signifying that Lung Jun had taken another step closer to the Kanto League. Reward soon followed. Ding. Task. Challenge the Kanto Peak Gym. 58 completed. Reward. Golden Badge. Reward issued. 500 exchange points. Skill Learning Machine. Cannon Beam 1. Ding. Hidden Achievement Task. Awakened Blood. Having triumphed over the Goldenrod Gym, I acquired a fragment of the Goldenrod Gym and earned 500 exchange points. I now possess fragments from the following gyms: the Johto Gym, the Nibi Gym, the Hanamura Gym, the Kureha Gym, and the Goldenrod Gym. With 5 fragments in hand, I require merely 3 more to participate in the Kanto League. The nearest city to Goldenrod is Rainbow City, home to the official grass-type gym of the Johto region. Securing victory there should not pose a significant challenge. However, prior to that, I must make a visit to Lavender Town to ascertain the situation there. Upon acquiring the Goldenrod Gym badge, I bid farewell to the Araki family and proceeded to the Pokémon Center in Goldenrod City. After restoring my companion's vitality and healing its injuries, I mounted my speedy bicycle and set off towards the golden eastern horizon, heading for Lavender Town. The distance between Goldenrod City and Lavender Town is not particularly great, and my cycling speed was commendable, though I made several stops along the way to engage in roadside battles, which delayed me slightly. It was only as dusk fell that I finally arrived in Lavender Town, a feat I owe to my decision not to engage in battles during the latter half of my journey. This was not due to a lack of challengers, but rather my trepidation. As I approached Lavender Town, I encountered individuals bearing various sizes of coffins, each containing Pokémon that had passed away. Some had succumbed to old age, while others had met their demise due to unfortunate accidents or injuries sustained in battle. Had I chosen to dismount and seek out a battle, I dreaded the thought of those passers-by discarding the remains of their Pokémon. Thus, I traversed the latter part of the road in silence, arriving in Lavender Town, often referred to as the resting place for Pokémon. The moment I stepped into Lavender Town, I was enveloped by an eerie atmosphere that sent a chill through my body, prompting me to shiver involuntarily. I shook my head vigorously to dispel the unsettling sensation, then tucked away my bicycle and made my way towards the Pokémon Center. The sky had turned completely dark, and as I stood before the window of the Pokémon Center, I gazed out into the pitch-black expanse. The few establishments in Lavender Town remained unlit, save for a distant tower that flickered with a faint glow. Seizing the moment, I retrieved a box containing a mask and cloak from my spatial storage. After some effort, a mysterious figure clad in the mask and cloak materialized within the room. Given the nature of my covert investigation, it was prudent to conceal my identity. This attire was indeed most suitable for such undertakings. I then released my Pokémon, Azuki, and cradled its large head, as it curled itself into a ball and leapt through the window, landing gracefully on the ground. I swiftly recalled Azuki, and a troubling thought crossed my mind, prompting me to mutter to myself in distress. Oh dear, if I am discovered and questioned about my identity, how shall I respond? What a conundrum. The moon hung high, shrouded by clouds, and the ground was cloaked in darkness. This was indeed the prime opportunity for clandestine activities. I navigated the small expanse of Lavender Town with utmost caution, donning the black hole mask gifted by Boss Sakaki. The mask's eye area was composed of a completely transparent thin crystal lens, a rather unique material that allowed me unobstructed vision in the dark. Although the colors appeared somewhat distorted, everything remained visible, including the terrain beneath my feet. After stealthily exploring Lavender Town for a while, I found nothing of interest. As I looked up at the final unexamined location, the Tower of Spirits, I was suddenly alerted by a faint commotion nearby. I quickly concealed myself, peeking out cautiously to observe the situation. A small group approached, their demeanor shrouded in secrecy, carrying objects and equipped with specialized devices that enabled them to navigate the darkness. They moved swiftly and orderly, entering the Tower of Spirits. At last. I knew I would find something here. I wonder what awaits within, I mused. Recognizing the familiar attire of poachers, I felt relieved that my nocturnal efforts had not been in vain. I tightened my cloak, lowered my body, and stealthily followed them inside. Upon entering the Tower of Spirits, the chilling atmosphere intensified, and the interior was shrouded in mist. I could only discern rows of gravestones, both new and old, lined up closely, obscuring my view of the surroundings. With my vision limited, I activated my map navigation, reducing it to its smallest scale, revealing a three-dimensional representation of the Tower of Spirits. Indeed, this place was a perfect hideaway, its eerie ambience likely enough to deter many. However, for me, it was merely a starting point. With a smirk, I shook off the trepidation creeping into my limbs and began to follow the directions indicated by the map. I proceeded cautiously, ascending the stairs, and as I climbed higher, the coldness thickened and visibility diminished. Suddenly, a gust of chilling wind swept through, enveloping me in a frigid embrace that left my limbs icy and my heart racing with panic. In a moment of dread, I surveyed the graves surrounding me, my mind spiraling into dark thoughts. However, the system then chimed in with a notification, granting me assurance and igniting a spark of excitement. Ding. Pokédex updated. Discovered a wild ghost-type Pokémon, Ghastly. Earned 50 exchange points. So it is Ghastly. I had anticipated these mischievous spirits would be at play. Surely, there are no true ghosts in this world. Or is there? The recollection of the ghostly figure in the girl's cave sent a shiver down my spine. I swallowed hard, retrieving my Pokeball containing my trusted companion, and steeled myself to react at a moment's notice. Ascending another 2 levels, I found myself nearing the tower's apex yet still saw no sign of the poachers. Just as I prepared to ascend the final staircase, a sudden sound pierced the air. Startled, I instinctively rolled away from the source of the noise, glancing back to see a massive bone spear embedded in the ground where I had just stood. In the wake of this, a man's voice echoed from above. I knew I felt someone following us. It seems a little Rattata dared to tag along. Your outfit is quite peculiar. What is your purpose in trailing us? As he finished speaking, he was joined by several accomplices, one of whom was a Gyarados that leapt forward, lifting the bone spear and resting it on its shoulder, glaring coldly at me. At that moment, I found myself in a fierce internal struggle. My rational mind urged me to flee, to retreat and reconsider my approach, yet my body seemed to have its own agenda, slowly turning back despite my instincts to escape. Since you have sincerely inquired, I shall generously impart my wisdom. In order to prevent the world from being ravaged, to safeguard global peace, and to embody the love and authenticity of a noble yet enigmatic character, we are the rocket team traversing the galaxy. A bright tomorrow awaits us beyond the white hole. Thus, the atmosphere became one of silence, as the poachers descending from above cast peculiar glances at Lung Jun. His face, concealed behind a black hole mask, was flushed red. Fortunately, the view here was limited, and others could not see his embarrassment clearly. At this moment, Lung Jun was engulfed by 2 conflicting emotions. One was an exhilarating thrill akin to savoring a large slice of chilled watermelon on a scorching summer day. while the other was an overwhelming shame, as if he had been stripped bare and cast into the streets. He could not fathom why. Despite the Rocket Team as spirited proclamations of their motto, he felt such profound embarrassment when uttering it himself. Were it not for the absence of cracks on the ground of the Spirit Bone Tower, Lung Jun would have wished to burrow into it. Although I do not fully comprehend your words, I kindly urge you to surrender. Our leader possesses a remarkably good-natured disposition. Should you relinquish your resistance, I assure you, your life will be spared, spoke the lead man, who concealed his astonishment behind a strange smile. Well, I truly appreciate your offer, but I am not one to be so easily swayed. Let us converse another time. Farewell, Lung Jun chuckled, then swiftly leaped backward into the fog, making his escape. Chase him, no matter the cost, exclaimed the lead man with a snort, prompting several poachers to hastily pursue Lung Jun's fleeing figure. Just then, a man in a black suit approached the lead man from behind. Nanfeng, what is happening? It is quite noisy. Startled, Nanfeng quickly turned to bow his head to the man in black. I sincerely apologize for disturbing you, Chief Songyi. It is nothing of great significance. Merely a tale has entered our midst. I shall handle it immediately, rest assured. The suited man cast a cold glance at Nanfeng, refraining from further inquiry, before turning to depart. Once he was far enough away, Nanfeng exhaled a long sigh of relief, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, and quickly turned to follow his companions. Guided by the map at his side, Lung Jun resolutely sprinted through the various levels, while behind him, a group of menacing poachers wielding an array of deadly weapons, clubs, watermelon knives, bench legs, meteor hammers, nunchaku, and crescent blades, were rapidly closing in, leveraging their familiarity with the terrain. Stop! Don't run! Let us settle this one-on-one, the group shouted behind Lung Jun. In the midst of his flight, he turned to yell, throw down your weapons, and I will face you. No sooner had Lung Jun spoken than meteor hammers, bench legs, and crescent blades flew through the air, causing chaos as they struck around him. You little brat, you're not trustworthy. We tossed our weapons, yet you still flee. Lung Jun nearly choked on his breath, raising a middle finger to the pursuers before turning to sprint away once more. Galala, bone boomerang. A loud shout rang out from a distance, followed by the sound of something slicing through the air. Upon hearing the distant call, Lung Jun reacted instinctively. Come forth, little Nyla. Block it with your metallic claws. Lung Jun nearly blurted out Xiao Yin's name, but caught himself just in time. Upon bursting forth from its pokeball, Nyla leaped to meet the airborne bone boomerang, its elongated claws glimmering with a metallic sheen as it swiped at the projectile, sending it crashing to the ground. Nyla, do not linger. Freeze the ground and retreat. Lung Jun, wary of lingering, hastily commanded. Nyla nodded vigorously, inhaling deeply before exhaling a chilling gust that froze the ground beneath them, creating a layer of solid ice. The pursuers, upon stepping onto the slick surface, instantly lost their footing and fell. Seeing the chaos unfold, Nyla could not help but mock the fallen adversaries before quickly catching up to Lung Jun. Useless. Houndoom, melt these ice blocks, Nanfeng shouted, having caught up and witnessing his subordinates sprawled on the ground, lamenting their plight. He released Houndoom, commanding it to unleash flames upon the ice. With a flash, Houndoom, its expression menacing, opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of fire, engulfing both the ice and the fallen poachers. In an instant, those who had been groaning on the ground sprang up, alarmed by the encroaching flames. Continue the pursuit. We cannot let him escape. Nanfeng, his face icy with fury, shouted as he pressed forward. Lung Jun sprinted out of the Spirit Bone Tower and made for the Pokémon Rescue Center. However, before he could arrive, a jet of flame shot toward him. Reacting swiftly, Xiao Yin, perched on Lung Jun's shoulder, unleashed a freezing wind, countering the flames and dissipating them into steam. Glancing back at his pursuers, Lung Jun realized that returning to the Pokémon Rescue Center was no longer feasible, at least not now. To act recklessly would risk revealing his identity. With that thought in mind, he quickened his pace, racing past the Pokémon Rescue Center and heading outward. Did you think my Houndoom's nose was merely for show? Nanfeng, with a fierce expression, gestured for Houndoom to lead the way, intent on capturing the mysterious figure. As Lung Jun ran, his physical advantage became evident. Unlike his past self, who would have succumbed to exhaustion by now, he remained unflustered, even able to glance at the map. Oh, ahead lies the Rock Mountain Tunnel, a perfect place to hide until they depart, Lung Jun noted as he spotted the complex labyrinth of the Rock Mountain Tunnel on the map. He accelerated, plunging into the tunnel. Ha ha, Captain Nanfeng, that mysterious person has entered the tunnel, a breathless poacher exclaimed. Ha, no need for the obvious. I can see just fine, Nanfeng retorted, also panting as he wiped the sweat from his brow. Regardless, Even if he flees to the ends of the earth, we will capture him. With that, he led his team into the tunnel, fueled by a growing rage. Upon entering the tunnel, Lang Jun promptly accessed the three-dimensional map of the Rock Mountain Tunnel, skillfully navigating through various dead ends. After half an hour of winding through the passages, he finally found a rocky alcove where he could conceal himself, a hint of fatigue on his face. He casually retrieved a bottle of Moo Moo milk, gulping it down to replenish his energy and quench his thirst, effectively addressing both needs. After finishing the Moo Moo milk, Lang Jun opened the exchange list and, after a few swipes, found the item he desired. With a mere tap of his finger, 100 exchange points vanished, and a coiled rope appeared in his hands. A sly grin spread across Lang Jun's face as he gazed at the piercing rope, preparing to utilize it. Suddenly, a distant rumble echoed through the air, intertwined with the sounds of human screams. Startled, Lang Jun was uncertain about the unfolding events nearby. He swiftly stowed the piercing rope into his personal space and stealthily ventured out with Xiao Yin to investigate. The sounds suggested a clash between Pokémon in the Rock Mountain Tunnel and the earlier group of poachers, leaving Lang Jun anxious about the current situation. At that moment, Xiao Yin's demeanor shifted, its claws extended, emitting a low, menacing growl toward the darkness ahead. Is someone approaching? Lang Jun discerned the meaning behind Xiao Yin's reaction, narrowing his eyes as he awaited the arrival of a newcomer. Huh, so you were hiding here. I finally found you. Let us see how you escape this time. A boisterous laughter rang out, revealing Nanfeng emerging from the tunnel alongside his two Pokémon, Black Lugia and Gala Gala. However, their condition appeared dire. The trio bore signs of a recent battle, injuries evident upon their forms. Nanfeng seemed relatively unscathed, save for a minor injury on his forehead. In contrast, Gala Gala's skull was fractured, its mask riddled with cracks, and its body bore numerous wounds. Black Lugia, however, appeared to be in the worst state, avoiding placing weight on its right hind leg, a clear indication of severe injury. Yet, despite their conditions, the trio fixed a fierce gaze upon Lang Jun, as if thirsting for vengeance. Sighing at Nanfeng's plight, Lang Jun shrugged, feeling somewhat hesitant to engage. Nyla, strike first at Black Lugia. Xiao Yin leaped into action, its body shooting forward like a bolt of lightning. Nanfeng, seasoned in battle, was unfazed by Lang Jun's earlier movements and issued commands the moment Xiao Yin surged forward. With a pained grimace, Black Lugia unleashed a vortex of flames, the fiery sphere hurtling rapidly toward Xiao Yin. Simultaneously, Gala Gala gripped its bone club tightly, leaping high to deliver a strike from above. Unperturbed by the dual onslaught, Xiao Yin accelerated, deftly evading Black Lugia's fiery assault by skimming close to the ground. Springing upward, it narrowly dodged Gala Gala's downward strike, crashing forcefully into Gala Gala's neck, the sound of splintering bone echoing in the air. With a cry of anguish, Gala Gala plummeted to the ground, enveloped in a cloud of dust, falling silent. Do not relent. Attack with reckless abandon, commanded Lang Jun, while his cloak subtly revealed a Pokeball, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Enraged by Lang Jun's audacity, Nanfeng hollered for Black Lugia to continue the assault. With a ferocious expression, Black Lugia expelled a torrent of flames. Yet, Xiao Yin's speed was its greatest asset. It swiftly evaded the fiery barrage, its claws glimmering as it rocketed toward Black Lugia. Do not cease. Black Lugia, keep firing. Nanfeng, realizing the futility of his situation, had no choice but to command relentless attacks from Black Lugia, hoping for a fortunate hit. However, Xiao Yin thwarted all expectations, nimbly dodging flames and darting unpredictably throughout the cramped tunnel, leaving Black Lugia unable to lock onto a target. As Black Lugia's attacks faltered, Xiao Yin seized the moment, suddenly changing direction to appear at Black Lugia's side, its claws slashing fiercely at the Pokemon's hind leg. This unexpected maneuver left both Nanfeng and Black Lugia stunned, resulting in a pained scream from Black Lugia as it collapsed, rolling onto its back. Curse you. Die. Enraged by the defeat of his Pokémon, Nanfeng furiously drew a handgun from behind, aiming at Xiao Yin. Oddly, Xiao Yin stood frozen, seemingly oblivious to the danger. However, just as Nanfeng was about to pull the trigger, a flash of white light burst forth, accompanied by the sound of shattering metal, causing Nanfeng to slump to the ground, unconscious. Behind him stood Xiaobai, surrounded by fragments of the handgun. Lang Jun exhaled in relief, silently grateful for Xiaobai's timely intervention, as Xiao Yin might have faced peril otherwise. Puzzled by Xiao Yin's sudden stillness, Lang Jun wondered how it could remain so motionless. With its speed, hitting it with a gun seemed impossible. As Lang Jun approached Xiaobai and Xiao Yin suddenly lifted its head, enveloped in a radiant white light that obscured it entirely. Ah, so that's it. It's evolving, Lang Jun realized. noting that Black Luja and Galagala had indeed provided ample experience points. Recognizing that he had equipped Xiao Yin with the sharp claws earlier, and considering the time of night, it became clear why Xiao Yin was evolving now. Before long, the evolution completed, revealing a new Pokémon adorned with a crimson crown and a yellow gem upon its forehead. Marshadao! Exclaimed Lung Jun, elated at Xiao Yin's transformation into a Marshadao. He reached out to pat Xiao Yin's head, praising it with a hearty laugh. Ka-ka! Xiao Bai cheered in celebration of Xiao Yin's successful evolution. Feeling bashful, Xiao Yin scratched its head and leaped aside to acclimate to its newly evolved form. In that moment, Lung Jun took the opportunity to scan Xiao Yin's attributes. Xiao Yin, Marshadao, Dark and Ice type, Claw Pokémon, evolved from Nyla. It possesses heightened intelligence, cunning traits, and formidable attack power, often drawing patterns on various rocks. A means of communication among its kind. Ability, Intimidate. Nature, Solitary. Gender, not specified. Total base stats, 510, HP, 70, Attack, 120, Defense, 65, Special Attack, 45, Special Defense, 85. Speed, 125. Skill Acquisition, Grasp, Glaring Eyes, Provocation, Flash of Lightning, Surprise Strike, Freezing Wind, Frenzied Scratching, High-Speed Movement, Metal Claws, Claw Sharpening, Throwing, Piercing Sound, Stealthy Assault, Snatching, Punishment. Revenge, Sealing, Malicious Pursuit. Inherited Skill, See-Through. Skill Machines, Guard, Shadow Claw, Shadow Clone, Spin Attack. Evaluation, Exceptional Speed, Formidable Attack Power, possesses the capability for a one-hit kill. A Natural Assassin, recommended for cultivation. Koldju nodded at Xiao Yin's attributes. Although the evolution resulted in a loss of the keen gaze in exchange for the ability of oppression, which was somewhat regrettable, overall, it had risen several tiers, which was undeniably a positive outcome. Now that Xiao Yin has completed its evolution, let us return promptly to avoid incurring further trouble. Cold Jun said as he prepared to recall Xiao Bai and Xiao Yin into their Pokeballs. At that moment, a series of booming sounds echoed from a distance, followed by high-pitched wails. Cold Jun furrowed his brows, recognizing that these sounds likely came from the Pokémon residing in the mountain tunnel. His reckless decision to lure enemies into the tunnel had caused suffering for these Pokémon. Feeling a pang of guilt, he returned the Pokeballs to his belt and hurriedly ran towards the source of the commotion with Xiao Bai and Xiao Yin. As Cold Jun raced forward, the sounds of battle grew increasingly distinct. Upon turning the next corner, he was met with a scene that filled him with rage. In the spacious tunnel ahead, a group of poachers was engaged in combat with several onyxes. Both sides had sustained injuries, but the onyxes, with their rock-like bodies, had initially held the upper hand, though that was evidently no longer the case. A man in a black suit approached from a distance, a swirling black mist surrounding him. Gradually, a Jengar materialized behind him, grinning maliciously at the group of onyxes. I had little interest in you worthless creatures, but since you dared to obstruct our path today, you cannot blame me, he sneered. With a chilling laugh, Jengar unleashed a wave of malevolence. Two black circular waves shot forth from its arms, striking two of the onyxes. They let out a mournful cry as they were knocked to the ground, struggling to rise. Their eyes now filled with fear, a clear indication of the fear-inducing effect of the malevolent wave. The remaining onyxes, witnessing their companions under attack, became enraged, thrashing their massive bodies and charging towards Jengar. However, one slightly larger onyx remained stationary, nudging its injured companions to retreat first. The two wounded onyxes nodded and burrowed into the ground, disappearing from sight. Seeing multiple onyxes rush towards him, Jengar let out a wicked grin, swiftly maneuvering in the air to evade their attacks, weaving through the onyxes while occasionally releasing malevolent waves to repel those nearby. Cold Jun observed the unfolding scene from a distance, astonished not only by the sheer number of onyxes, but also by Jengar's prowess, which allowed it to remain unharmed amidst the onslaught of so many onyxes, effortlessly toying with them. Enough of this, Jengar, Shadow Ball, the black-suited man said coldly, his impatience evident. Jengar, evading the fray, nodded at the man, then gathered its hands, forming a black sphere in its palm. Once the Shadow Ball was complete, Jengar hurled it towards the onyxes. The Shadow Ball flew with incredible speed, striking several onyxes before they had a chance to react, resulting in an explosive impact that filled the air with their anguished cries. Seeing the effectiveness of its first attack, Jengar quickly formed a second Shadow Ball, grinning wickedly as it threw it towards the onyxes again. However, this time it was intercepted. A powerful roar erupted from behind the onyxes as the larger onyx opened its mouth wide, unleashing a blue-purple dragon breath that collided with the airborne Shadow Ball, resulting in a massive explosion that sent debris flying. The larger onyx then swam forward to the front of its companions, issuing a low command, likely suggesting that they should escape while it held the line. After a few calls, the other onyxes displayed expressions of hesitation, but ultimately nodded and burrowed into the ground to retreat. Cold June, hidden at a distance, noticed the last remaining onyx's eyes gleaming. The skill it had just used was undoubtedly Dragon Breath, a rare move for an onyx to master. Its prowess was exceptional. Once all its companions had retreated, the larger onyx glared coldly at the dust-filled area and let out a roar, unleashing another Dragon Breath. In response, a malevolent wave surged towards it, colliding with the Dragon Breath, resulting in a counteracting force that cleared the surrounding dust. A chilling voice echoed from across the way. An onyx that can use Dragon Breath indeed holds some value for hunting. You must be the leader of this onyx group, showing some courage by remaining behind. In that case, I'll reluctantly capture you. The man in the black suit commanded Jengar to use hypnosis. Upon receiving the order, Jengar's red eyes took on a more sinister hue, a strange light emanating as it slowly advanced towards the onyx. The onyx, recognizing the danger, wasted no time. It swung its massive head against the top of the tunnel, causing a cascade of falling rocks. The black-suited man swiftly evaded the debris, but Jengar was not so fortunate. Becoming buried under the rubble, its glow extinguished. Ah, it seems your head is not entirely comprised of stone. You exhibit some cleverness. The man in the black suit remarked with a cold smile, addressing Jengar, who was trapped beneath the falling stones. As soon as the man spoke, numerous black fist shadows emerged from the rubble, shattering the stones above Jengar. With a furious expression, Jengar burst forth from the debris, swiftly positioning itself in front of the onyx and delivering a powerful uppercut with an assembled shadow punch. The onyx's head snapped back from the blow, its massive eyes narrowing slightly, indicating that the attack had indeed caused it pain. However, the onyx did not yield. Its rock-formed tail lashed out, swiftly ensnaring Jengar. However, Gung-Gui, being a ghost-type Pokémon, remains impervious to such mundane attacks. With a slight shimmer, it evaded the constricting assault of the onyx. Without the need for commands from the man in the black suit, Gung-Gui clasped its hands together and thrust forward, launching a shadow ball that struck the onyx with tremendous force at close range. The impact left the onyx severely wounded, eliciting a pained cry as it toppled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Given its low special defense, such a powerful special attack inflicted significant damage. Seeing its opponent vanquished, Gung-Gui joyfully began to perform an eerie dance nearby. Humph, still so easily defeated. Yet, having exchanged a few blows with my Gung-Gui shows some measure of strength. There should be plenty of buyers vying for it. Someone, prepare a large cage to capture it. The man in the black suit disdainfully regarded the onyx's massive form. The poachers behind him, upon hearing their leader's words, quickly acknowledged and turned to search for the large cage. On the ground, the onyx, upon realizing its imminent capture, summoned its remaining strength to lift its head slightly, attempting to rise. Oh, it still has some fight left. Gung-Gui, use hypnosis again. Let us see how it escapes this time. The man in the black suit sneered at the struggling onyx. Gung-Gui nodded in response, bouncing over to face the onyx, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly light once more. Just then, a fierce sandstorm swept through the tunnel, buffeting Gung-Gui and causing it to shut its eyes in pain. The man in the black suit was also enveloped by the storm, startled by the sudden chaos. Amidst the tempest, a white light flashed like lightning beside Gung-Gui, as a massive fin imbued with dark energy struck out, sending Gung-Gui flying, howling in distress as it collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Lung Jun braved the sandstorm and approached the onyx, producing a healing ball recently acquired. He tossed it onto the onyx, which was instantly absorbed into the sphere. The healing ball shook momentarily upon landing before settling into stillness. Lung Jun hurriedly retrieved the healing ball. Then, with one hand grasping a tunneling rope and the other holding a Pokeball, he turned to recall the small white creature. The tunneling rope activated, and in the final moment before the storm dissipated, Long Jun vanished from the tunnel. As the sandstorm subsided, the man in the black suit glared darkly at the now empty tunnel, witnessing his Gung-Gui, devoid of battle capability, lying beside him. He turned and let out a tremendous roar of fury into the void.